Chapter 1. Anna held the dining knife with great focus, deftly slicing the sugar cubes in a perfectly equal squares. The sugar cubes would dissolve into the coffee as she stirred gently, mingling with the milk, and Anna could not help but murmur, "Perfect." She then carried the tray, tiptoeing gracefully like a nimble cat, and silently ascended the stairs. Anna delicately placed the tray upon the table, making not a sound, as she gazed blankly at George's retreating figure at last. "It is complete, truly. The most challenging potion to concoct, the 6-month brewing period, could not be shortened," George thought to himself, his spirits lifted after the arduous task. "I sincerely apologize, Sister Anna. I failed to notice you," George said, putting away the potion and tidying up his tools, finally acknowledging Anna and the now cold coffee. "When you immerse yourself in your work, you truly become absorbed. This is indeed a commendable trait of a great wizard. However, even a great wizard requires rest and must not neglect meals." Watching George lose himself in the world of magic, Anna felt a mix of pride and concern. "Furthermore, let us not forget, dear master, that tomorrow marks the day of enrollment at Hogwarts. In addition to the books, materials, clothing, and other items you have prepared, have you considered anything else you might need to bring?" As a dutiful maid, Anna would not overlook such important matters. "Indeed, thanks to your reminder, Sister Anna, I almost let it slip my mind," George replied earnestly, aware that the enchanting world of magic had consumed him. The 6-month effort to brew the potion was now complete, just in time for the commencement of term at Hogwarts. "I have already checked the luggage. The only thing left to bring is you, Sister Anna. Otherwise, it may be a long time before we see each other again," George said, taking a piece of pastry and stirring it into his coffee, his expression serious. Hearing this, Anna covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "Master, you truly have a way of making me smile. Hogwarts does not permit the attendance of maids." George's light-hearted remark lifted Anna's spirits, easing her melancholy at the impending separation. "Once I arrive at Hogwarts, I will trouble you, Sister Anna, to take good care of my grandmother. Please ensure she does not overly concern herself with the bookstore's business. Earning money is now a rather effortless task for me," George said, devouring his pastry with abandon, then offering further instructions. "Understood, but you're only 11. Master would be wise to avoid such precociousness," Anna replied, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief before tidying the dining table and carrying the tray downstairs. "Do remember to rest early tonight, and do not read too late." George departed the parlor, traversing the corridor back to his bedroom, where his gaze fell upon a poster of Sophie Marceau adorning the wall. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Tomorrow, he would embark on his journey to Hogwarts. It was hard to believe he had spent 11 years in this world. He realized he was not just an ordinary 11-year-old boy in his previous life. George had recently graduated from university and was entering the workforce just as China's economy hit a plateau. Following a period of rapid growth, the housing market had soared to unattainable heights due to prior economic booms. Meanwhile, wages had stagnated to negligible levels over the past 2 years, forcing him into constant overtime. Struggling to survive in a bustling metropolis, he had intended to toil diligently while young, exchanging health for wealth, with plans to trade wealth for health when the economy became more favorable. Regrettably, Georges' luck ran thin as a reclusive individual. His health was precarious after a week of relentless overtime. He collapsed, and his heart ceased to beat. The ambition of trading youth for wealth was cut short by the premature specter of overwork. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transformed into another person, still named George, but now known as George Soros. Being granted a second chance at life was undoubtedly a blessing, and upon discovering he had returned to the 1980s, George felt a surge of confidence. Armed with foresight of the coming decades, he aimed to amass a fortune surpassing that of the original George Soros. This unexpected journey granted him a perspective spanning several decades. George believed he should aspire to embody titles such as the Godfather of Hollywood, the Prince of Cinema, the nation's husband, the Titan of fashion, and the capitalist shark. Labels rife with the decadence of capitalism that would render his reincarnation meaningful. Thus, as George learned to speak and walk anew, he began contemplating how to leverage his prescient knowledge without appearing too outlandish, aiming to influence his parents wisely and embark on the path to becoming a financial mogul. However, when his grandmother began his early education, recounting bedtime stories steeped in the history of the magical realm, George realized that his aspirations of Hollywood stardom and capitalistic grandeur were taking an unexpected turn. He had indeed traversed the 1980s. Yet the world he returned to was not the one he had known. He had entered the universe of Harry Potter, or perhaps Harry Potter existed in his original world as well. The history of this world mirrored that of his own. Save for the addition of the magical realm inhabited by Harry Potter, the multinational companies he once knew, Apple, Microsoft, Lenovo, Hayer, still thrived. Their leadership intact. On the wall of his bedroom hung a poster of Sophie Marceau, his former idol. A man also named George Soros in this world had similarly speculated against the pound. As George delved deeper into this world's history, he pondered whether it was a parallel universe or a reincarnation of his own. Regardless, George recognized that his ascent would require significant modification. With a gradual understanding of the magical realm, he became aware of previously overlooked information. The wizarding population of Britain was approximately 3,000, a revelation that startled him. The magical community, though possessing a well-structured system, was alarmingly small. This meant that when a new magical child emerged, they would find it nearly impossible to escape the confines of the magical world. Being unable to escape the magical realm's grasp also signified a looming threat from Voldemort's resurrection. At this moment, George finally grasped why Voldemort held such infamy. Though Voldemort had not committed many murders, the small population of the magical world intensified the impact of each loss. With a population comparable to that of a single school in China, the entirety of the British magical community consisted of roughly 3,000 souls, encompassing individuals of all ages and abilities, including those unable to wield magic. Each year, Hogwarts admitted only about 10 new students per house, totaling around 40 newcomers across 4 houses with fewer than 300 students in 7 grades. It was entirely plausible for everyone to know one another. In such a context, each life claimed by Voldemort resonated deeply within the community. Every victim was connected to others, making it impossible for fear not to permeate the hearts of the wizards. Although there existed terms like mudblood and pure blood within wizarding society, and discrimination among wizards persisted, the overall population was so scant that those who graduated and could wield magic secured commendable positions, forming the backbone of the magical community, a solidly middle-class existence characterized by comfort and stability. In this small society of 3,000, encountering a terrorist like Voldemort sought to unify the magical realm with the philosophy of those who follow me shall thrive, those who oppose me shall perish was indeed a source of trepidation. Thus, George understood that until he acquired formidable power and could extricate himself from Voldemort's threat, all other aspirations would have to be set aside. Therefore, even with foresight of the prevailing trends for the next several decades, today's George must diligently study magic and await his acceptance letter from Hogwarts in his spare moments. He could only ruminate on simple ways to earn a little extra money. Fortunately, while he could not yet pursue a career in Hollywood, earn a fortune in America, or meet Sophie Marceau or Scarlett Johansson ahead of time, the study of magic remained an intriguing endeavor. George, possessing the soul of an adult, had laid a solid foundation through his past experiences. While he often daydreamed of Hollywood, his body remained obedient once he focused. Returning to the experimentation table, his eyes sparkled with determination, and his thoughts were entirely absorbed in his studies. As the secrets of magic gradually unfolded before him, the pursuit of magical knowledge transformed from mere survival to an exhilarating exploration of the narrative. Such is the allure of magic, born from its mysterious wisdom and the quest to understand the rules of an unknown world, rendering the magical realm a place where technology pales in comparison, allowing wizards to maintain an unparalleled sense of superiority and pride over ordinary folk. Ultimately, mere muggles, regardless of their wealth, knowledge, or armor, appeared as defenseless infants before wizards. Utterly vulnerable and unguarded, when wizards raise a hand or stamp a foot, they possess the power to vanquish the mightiest warriors in the world. They can delve into the memories of muggles and manipulate their hearts and minds at such moments. Even though wizards are fundamentally mortal, the mastery of these powers inevitably fosters a profound sense of superiority and disdain towards muggles. With this thought in mind, George opened a suitcase on his bed and retrieved his wand, a formidable instrument crafted from 12 3/4 inches of dragon elm and dragon heartstring. Its magical potency is remarkable, its durability unparalleled. Capable of casting spells from afar and deflecting blades in close combat, this wand was a birthday gift he had commissioned for himself when he earned his first substantial sum at the age of 9, costing 20 times that of a regular wand, yet requiring only a modest expenditure. One hand grasping the wand, George extracted a small chest of chestnut hue from the garments within the suitcase, adorned with a series of intricate combination locks. He entered the code and discovered yet another gray box inside. Upon uttering the unlocking charm, Alohomora, the chest revealed a velvet-lined interior, cradling 2 glistening vials filled with amber liquid. He then produced another similar vial from his person, placing it carefully alongside the others, gently caressing the crystalline surface. The prices in the magical realm are truly astonishingly reasonable, alas. The finest treasures remain elusive, even for those with wealth, George mused, before softly closing the chest and securing it once more. Since he began earning in the mundane world, the financial demands of the magical realm no longer posed any burden for George. One market caters to 3,000 souls, while another embraces the entirety of the globe naturally. The speed of earning differs vastly. £5 can be exchanged for a gold galleon, with a typical wand costing less than 10 galleons, which converts to a mere 500 yuan, astonishingly low price that leaves George, who has always lived in a world of high costs, in disbelief. Taking advantage of the magical world's affordable prices, he has benefited greatly, allowing him to procure only the finest, most expensive items without substantial expenditure. Regrettably, the truly exceptional items in this wizarding world are often hoarded, and numerous prohibitions from the Ministry of Magic complicate access. Even his family's bookstore, a legacy spanning centuries, offers but a scant few valuable tomes, ultimately compelling him to seek out the elusive treasures elsewhere. Ah, George stifled a long yawn, his gaze listless as it drifted out the window. He had unwittingly read late into the night and suffered for it, having intended to meet Harry Potter today, but his fatigue rendered that ambition futile. Children are indeed quite bothersome, George muttered, having previously shared his days with his grandmother and Anna, where his pastimes revolved around potion experiments and magical training, adhering to the routines of adulthood for years. Today, confronted with an entire carriage of children, he felt overwhelmed, recalling that he had seen more in this one day than in the past 11 years. Combined, the prospect of spending the next 6 to 7 years in their company dulled his previous excitement for Hogwarts, prompting a deep yawn as he contemplated his bleak future. Perhaps I could devise a method to skip a grade, he pondered, recalling the 2 vials of Felix Felicis nestled within the safety chest of his suitcase, inspiration igniting in his mind. With the magical realm's low prices and his ability to earn through financial markets, George found himself with ample funds. However, the finest items often remained unattainable. Over the years, aside from establishing a solid academic foundation, his greatest achievement was acquiring the formula for Felix Felicis. Yet aside from one fortunate purchase, the other 2 vials required a full year of arduous labor to brew. Fortunately, I discovered the true application of Felix Felicis. Otherwise, the prospect of brewing it for 6 months to gain just 12 hours of luck, coupled with its resistance, would render the potion utterly useless. He reflected the 2 vials of Felix Felicis now represented his most significant advantage and the cornerstone of his plan to advance. Wizards' minds are often too rigid. The effects of Felix Felicis extend far beyond its superficial appearance in the descriptions of potion recipes and effects. A single vial is said to grant 12 hours of good fortune. Before the effects wane, all desires can be fulfilled, and though there are resistance and side effects, the results are undeniably remarkable. Thus, its use is explicitly forbidden in sporting competitions, examinations, and elections. To employ Felix Felicis in a contest would be a gross misuse of its potential. Lamentably, my grasp of its true application has left me wanting, George lamented, perpetually troubled by the unavailability of this extraordinary potion. With his mastery of its incredible use, he always found himself in need of more. Upon acquiring the Felix Felicis formula, George had been captivated by the potion's purported effects. Unable to fathom the underlying logic of wish fulfillment, Following extensive research and a fortunate purchase of a vial, he conducted experiments that ultimately unveiled the potion's genuine purpose. Common folk regard Felix Felici's merely as a luck potion, granting 12 hours of serendipity with a single draft, yet they seldom consider the logic behind such fortune. The deficiencies in the basic education of wizards have led generations to overlook this treasure otherwise. The future of wizards should undoubtedly be as vast as the stars and the sea. In George's perspective, the luck potion possesses the extraordinary ability to alter one's destiny. Thus, regardless of whether its effects manifest externally or internally, the remarkable outcomes it engenders should not merely serve to fabricate 12 hours of good fortune. Consequently, upon acquiring the potion, George eagerly embarked on experiments to validate his theories, uncovering results even more astonishing than he had anticipated. When he isolated himself in a pitch-black room, shutting down his senses and leaving only his mind, the astonishing secrets of the long-buried potion erupted within his consciousness. It became evident that the potion amplifies all human senses and organs, enabling individuals to transcend their limits. It is this very power that allows one to achieve the seemingly impossible in competitions and contests. However, it is crucial to note that all power has its limitations, and exceeding these limits will ultimately lead to a new, higher threshold. The potion, after all, is merely an amplifying elixir, incapable of altering logic or reversing causality. Thus, in the hands of an ordinary person, the potion can only serve as an effective source of luck, not revealing its true potential. Only when George boldly hypothesized and meticulously verified his assumptions, by isolating his senses, did the potion's extraordinary capabilities truly manifest. When the potion acts solely on the mind, even the smallest dosage can elevate one's spirit and intellect to unprecedented heights. In such an alarming state, learning, thinking, reasoning, and proving become the simplest tasks in the world. If previously I was merely a hard-working genius, now I have genuinely mastered the art of shortcuts. With this realization, George felt a surge of excitement. He had previously attempted to improve the potion's brewing time, but had been thwarted by insufficient information. However, now that he was at Hogwarts, reducing the potion's brewing time was merely a matter of time. Thus, the prospect of graduating early became a viable consideration. With this thought, George's spirits lifted, and he began surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a boy with black hair, wearing round black-framed glasses, entered the compartment, struggling under the weight of a heavy suitcase. What a coincidence! George stood up, saying, "Allow me to assist you," without waiting for Harry's consent. He effortlessly lifted the suitcase and placed it on the luggage rack. "Thank you," Harry said, glancing at the handsome, tall boy opposite him, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Not at all, just a small gesture," George replied, feeling a pang of sympathy for Harry's frail appearance. "My name is Harry Potter. Are you a senior?" Harry inquired. "No, I am also a freshman. My name is George Soros," George replied, flexing his arm to display his impressive bicep. "I am 11 as well." Harry, gazing at the robust figure towering over him, found it hard to believe that George was only 11. Haha. "You should focus on nutrition and exercise," George chuckled, a hint of pride swelling within him as he compared his current stature with his past self, who had barely reached 170 centimeters before an early demise due to overwork. In this life, George had resolved to prioritize exercise and nutrition from a young age, no longer the reclusive boy he once was. Now, at 11, he stood tall at 175 centimeters, boasting a muscular physique. "This is a nutritious meal I crafted based on dietary potions and herbal medicine. You might want to try it," George said, retrieving a white insulated lunchbox from his belongings. "It can help you grow taller and stronger." With George's rapid advancements in potion making and continual improvements to the recipe, the nutritional meal had evolved from merely providing sustenance to now facilitating swift development. It was during this past year that George transformed from a rapidly growing strong boy into a tall, muscular young man. Harry understood that potion making would be among the subjects he would study upon enrollment. And while he had never heard of herbal medicine before, he assumed it must be something quite valuable. However, upon hearing that this meal could make one taller and stronger, he felt a surge of eagerness. Every once frail child dreams of becoming a robust and powerful version of themselves. Can it really make one strong? Harry asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. That sounds incredibly precious. We are already friends. So there is no need to be formal. George said kindly, we are indeed good friends. George's words warmed Harry's heart, causing him to fight back tears as he quickly buried his face in the lunchbox. Seeing Harry struggle to hold back tears, George took out a book and pretended to flip through the pages, feeling a wave of emotions himself. After all, he was just an 11-year-old child, raised under the roof of others, who only needed a small act of kindness to be deeply moved that, in addition to Harry, Hermione should also receive a portion. It was well known that magical power in the wizarding world increases with physical and age maturity. The benefits of rapid development encompass not only height and weight, but also a powerful magical capacity. For the time being, George had no intention of disseminating this formula. One person ate while the other read, and the compartment fell silent, save for the rhythmic clattering of the train against the tracks, creating a unique melody. Outside, desolate fields flashed by, followed by sprawling forests, meandering rivers, and verdant hills. After a while, someone knocked on the compartment door. And a round-faced, pudgy boy entered, his cheeks stained with tears. I'm sorry, he said, but have you seen my toad? Apologies, but I haven't seen your toad here, Harry replied. The boy burst into tears that it ran away again. I've lost it again. You will find it. Harry comforted him that I hope so. The boy sniffled. If you see it, please let me know. With that, he turned and left. That a toad is hardly an ideal pet. A wizard should choose a magical creature that aligns with their identity and can be of assistance. George had no fondness for toads or rats, and he couldn't help but grumble that ravens and black cats should be the true magical companions of wizards. This moment. Harry had finished eating and shifted back on the sofa. Ha! George chuckled to himself, nearly forgetting that the nutritional meal had been prepared according to his standards. Harry, determined not to let George's kindness go to waste, consumed it all, and now he felt as if he might burst. Truly a stubborn and innocent child. Suppressing a laugh, George took out his wand and performed a cleaning charm, tidying up the surroundings. Just then, a little girl in a Hogwarts robe pushed open the compartment door. Witnessing this scene, behind her was the boy who had just lost his toad. This is a cleaning charm, useful for tidying up. She said, I've tried this spell. It worked at home, but not as effortlessly as you just did. My family doesn't understand magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, everyone thought it was a hoax. Once I realized it was real, I was utterly astonished and immensely happy that I've researched a lot about the school. According to my findings, Hogwarts is the best magic school. I've memorized all the textbooks. Naturally, I hope this will help me catch up with everyone's learning progress. My name is Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, may I ask your names? The little girl spoke in rapid succession. Oh, have you seen Neville's toad? She added. Listening to Hermione's rapid-fire questions, George felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't realized before that she was quite the chatterbox. My name is George Soros, and this is Harry Potter. We haven't seen Neville's toad, George replied. Is it really Harry Potter? Hermione gasped. You're a celebrity. Indeed, I've read about you in several reference books I bought, including Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. Upon hearing this, George gained a true appreciation for Hermione's scholarly prowess. Her reading and memory capabilities were truly formidable. After all, 11 is merely the age at which one begins secondary school. Due to population issues in the magical world, foundational education has historically been lacking, rendering first-year textbooks rather simple. Memorizing them would be a daunting task for any 11-year-old. Yet George could accept it. However, titles like Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century were certainly tomes intended for adults. Hermione's ability to read and recall such texts revealed an extraordinary level of brilliance. Did I get mentioned? Harry was utterly bewildered by Hermione's incessant barrage of questions and the lengthy titles of books she mentioned. Goodness, how could you possibly not know? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment that if there were any books that mentioned me, I would certainly memorize every single one. By the way, do you know which house you will be sorted into during the upcoming sorting ceremony? I hope to be in Gryffindor. I've inquired with the older students, and they all claim Gryffindor is the best. Moreover, the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore, graduated from there. However, I also think Ravenclaw is quite splendid, as it attracts many intelligent individuals. Hermione continued. her curiosity unabated. But let's set that aside for now. I need to help Neville find his toad. The train will be arriving shortly, so you should change into your robes. Having rapidly spoken, Hermione hurried away with the little boy, leaving no room for George and Harry to respond. "What a whirlwind of girl," George muttered, then turned his attention to Harry, reassuring him not to be overly concerned about others' opinions. "What you need is to master magic. In due time, all your questions will find answers." "Thank you, George." Upon hearing George's comforting words, Harry felt the tension within him begin to ease. Ever since he arrived in this enchanting world of magic, it seemed as though everyone was familiar with him. Knowing him intimately, while he, in stark contrast, was utterly oblivious to himself. He was the true outsider. Everyone was discussing a Harry Potter he had never known, a stranger to himself. This peculiar environment kept Harry's heart taut with anxiety, leaving him feeling lost. It was only when George spoke that he grasped a lifeline, realizing that his sole focus should be on diligently studying magic, observing the flicker of determination in Harry's eyes as his confusion transformed into resolve. George silently nodded in approval. Harry possessed talent and opportunity. He was destined to become a powerful wizard, but whether he would achieve greater accomplishments or find happiness was solely dependent on him. After a brief moment, the door swung open once more, this time not revealing Hermione or Neville, but instead 3 boys entered. Among them was a pale-faced boy whom Harry had encountered in Diagon Alley. The boy scrutinized Harry with keen interest, making Harry feel quite uncomfortable. "Harry Potter?" he inquired. "Everyone on this train is talking about you, saying you will be attending Hogwarts soon, that you once saved the world. You are indeed Harry Potter, aren't you?" "Yes," Harry replied, casting a glance at the 2 boys flanking the pale boy, short, stout, and rather unattractive. They stood like bodyguards at his side. The pale boy, noticing Harry's gaze, casually introduced them. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. I am Draco Malfoy. Only pure-blood wizards can forge noble friendships. You could become my friend." Malfoy extended his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry ignored the gesture. "I know who my friends are," Harry coldly retorted, the haughty demeanor of Malfoy instantly reminding him of his foolish cousin, Dudley Dursley. Malfoy's pale face flushed with a hint of color. "If I were you, Harry, I would be particularly cautious. Your situation is not very favorable," he said slowly. "If you wish to avoid the same fate as your parents, you ought to be wise. You shouldn't be as foolish as they were. Only I can help you." Harry sprang to his feet. "You need to leave, now that we have no intention of leaving just yet," Malfoy replied, intrigued by the prospect of provoking the famous Harry Potter. "Let us hope you maintain that bravado during the final exams. If you can't even best Harry in the exams, it will be quite the disgrace for your pure-blood Malfoy family," George interjected, unwilling to witness Malfoy flaunting his arrogance any longer. Malfoy glanced at the tall, handsome boy in front of him, unable to recognize him, but estimating him to be an upperclassman. "Humph," Malfoy contemplated, realizing he could not gain the upper hand. He raised his chin defiantly towards Harry and, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, turned to leave, and no sooner had Malfoy departed than Hermione Granger entered the compartment. "What happened? I have so much to learn that I am certain I will fail against Malfoy in the exams. I might be the worst student in the class." George's mention of exams struck a chord with Harry, as it had been a source of worry for him lately, prompting him to speak without thinking. "Don't fret. The wizarding world has a very small population, and the standard of education has always been quite poor. Students from Muggle families often perform better than those from wizarding households," George reassured Harry. "Really? Children from wizarding families don't perform better than us?" Hermione exclaimed with excitement, eager for further clarification. "You see, my family knows nothing about magic, and I've researched this school, which is reputed to be the finest. I fear that I won't keep up with the lessons. I have worked so hard to memorize the textbooks." "Don't worry, Hermione. You will excel in your studies," George encouraged, feeling a surge of admiration for the determined young girl who had worked tirelessly to prepare. "Don't pay attention to the terms Muggle and pureblood. They are merely a bunch of misguided children. Such notions are deceptive. Even today, the entire wizarding population in Britain is only about 3,000. In the past, it was even more scarce. There was no such thing as absolute pureblood." George aimed to uplift Harry and Hermione while also shedding light on the current state of the magical world. "Ordinary people can also possess magic, and children born to wizards may be incapable of casting spells. Those who promote pure-blood ideologies are just pitiful fools, often performing poorly in school, relying solely on the fact that their parents are wizards to feel a false sense of superiority and to comfort their fragile self-esteem. Yes, I will outperform them academically, Hermione declared, her excitement ignited by George's encouragement and insights into the wizarding world. Receiving an acceptance letter to Hogwarts from an ordinary background filled Hermione with immense joy. Yet it also imposed tremendous pressure. Throughout the journey to school, she had endured derogatory labels, such as Muggleborn, which deeply wounded her pride. However, George's encouragement provided her with an outlet to channel her frustrations. Solidifying her resolve to excel beyond wizarding children, Hermione's mission upon entering Hogwarts was to surpass her classmates academically. As George spoke, he turned his gaze to Hermione, noticing her excitedly puffing out her small chest, her serious demeanor promising to fulfill her task, reminding him that she was, after all, just an 11-year-old child. George chuckled and then shifted his focus to Harry, who immediately stood at attention like a soldier awaiting orders. Harry's mission upon entering Hogwarts was to ensure his grades did not fall too far behind Hermione's. Hermione laughed like tinkling wind chimes. Harry chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. You should hurry and change into your house robes. I've already asked the conductor, and we will be arriving shortly. Hermione suddenly recalled the reason for her earlier haste. George glanced out the window. The sky had darkened. The horizon was painted with a twilight glow over a forested landscape. The train gradually began to slow down. Hastily, they removed their outer garments and donned their black robes. Upon regaining his senses, George noticed Harry and Hermione staring at him in a daze. What's wrong? He inquired. You look magnificent, like a statue. In your robes, Hermione replied, her face turning crimson as she covered it with her hands. Peeking through her fingers to steal glances at George. George had donned a fitted vest beneath his outerwear and had swiftly changed into his robes without paying much mind to the two younger students beside him. Unbeknownst to him, his well-defined muscles left a remarkable impression on both of them. Seeing Harry still in a stupor, George gently tapped his head, urging him to change at the tea that moment. Hermione slipped away to in 5 minutes. The train will arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please ensure all your belongings are placed on the train. We will see to it that they are delivered safely to the school. The conductor's voice echoed throughout the carriage. Harry appeared somewhat anxious as he glanced at George's robust figure, which steadied him, and he joined the flow of students moving toward the front. The train gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt. Passengers jostled one another as they surged toward the door, and stepping off the train, they found themselves on a dark, small platform. As soon as he stepped outside, a gust of cold air swept over Harry, causing him to shiver, only to be followed by a warm current flowing through his body. Then a tall figure emerged, carrying a swaying lantern. Hagrid. Harry heard Hagrid's booming voice calling, "First-year students, come over here. Follow me." "Harry, are you all right? Come this way." Amidst the throng of people, Hagrid wore a smile that made his towering presence seem less intimidating. "New students, come along. Watch your step. Don't trip or step on anyone. We're leaving this place." Hagrid led the group along a bumpy path, carefully descending a steep slope, but on either side of the narrow trail, dense woods loomed, dark and suffocating, and silence reigned as everyone quickened their pace. After rounding a bend, Hogwarts, the magical academy, came into view. Hagrid called back. At the end of the path lies a lake, glistening like a black mirror under the night sky. That a castle stands majestically on the hillside across the water, its towers reaching for the heavens, with windows shimmering in the moonlight. This is the place where destinies intertwine. This is Hogwarts. Observing the castle's allure, George couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Power, fate, and the futures of all gathered here were bound within this ancient fortress. Sunlight streamed through the castle's large windows, casting shimmering patterns across the corridor, leaving imprints on the ground. George, clutching a book he had just finished reading, was on his way to the library when he spotted two familiar figures ahead. "Hey, Harry." "Hey, Ron." George waved his book at Harry and Ron, who were engaged in quiet conversation nearby. During the sorting ceremony, George had already made up his mind, resolutely telling the Sorting Hat that he would only join Ravenclaw. Being a mature adult, He felt that he could thrive in any house, but given his long-standing plans, Ravenclaw was the only choice to as expected. Harry and Hermione were sorted into Gryffindor, and Harry and Ron naturally became fast friends, considering there were only about 10 new students in each house. "Hey, George," Harry and Ron approached, their faces downcast. "You both look like you've just endured a great hardship. Did you just finish potions class?" George inquired. "Snape must hate me. I could tell from the feast that he dislikes me. He looks at me as if I were a monkey causing mischief in his study," Harry lamented. George wore a sympathetic expression, as everyone was aware of the trouble Snape had been giving Harry. George sensed that Snape genuinely harbored animosity towards Harry, not because of any deep bond with Harry's father or a secret affection for his mother, but simply because Snape's bias towards Slytherin was evident. His classes were always uncomfortable, especially with the insufferable Malfoy chiming in from the sidelines. Ron shared a similar disdain for Snape, though his hatred for Malfoy ran deeper, as Malfoy would taunt him about his family's circumstances at every encounter. "Oh, I'm so sorry," George replied, conveying understanding. "You must know that potions is a core subject, and there will be advanced potions classes in the future." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron wore expressions of impending doom. Snape might feel a sense of responsibility and guilt for Harry's parents, even willing to sacrifice his own life for Harry, yet this could not mitigate his disdain. It was a remarkably twisted emotion, one of obligation intertwined with resentment. It resembled the complex relationships many parents have with their children, providing support and protection while simultaneously imposing constraints and threats. Snape was deeply invested in ensuring Harry's survival, yet he showed no qualms in belittling and criticizing him, subjecting Harry to perpetual discomfort. Like Dumbledore, who always lingered in the shadows, they cared only whether Harry lived to confront Voldemort, indifferent to whether 11-year-old Harry could shoulder such burdens or what emotional scars he bore from years of neglect and abuse. Perhaps they did care, but like many old-fashioned elders, they believed that true strength is forged through hardship and suffering. George detested this approach. It made him unwilling to emulate those he despised, remaining a hidden schemer. Instead, he chose to actively engage and support Harry, becoming friends with him, Hermione, and Ron, rather than adopting the manipulative tactics of Dumbledore and Snape. "All right, cheer up. Let us not dwell on potions class. Your other subjects have been going quite well lately." George encouraged Harry and Ron, steering the conversation away from potions. "Yes, I didn't expect to keep up with the coursework so well. I'm actually doing quite fine," Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable, before starting school. He had been anxious about his classes, and even on the train, despite George's reassurances, he remained apprehensive. Only after George had Hermione provide some intensive tutoring for Harry and Ron did Harry realize that the workload had become manageable. "I never would have thought I could excel academically. Now I get scolded when I go home," Ron admitted, his expression earnest. As the sixth child of his family, he faced immense pressure. With 5 older brothers who were all top students, school was, after all, a place of learning, where grades mattered immensely. Good performance garnered favor from teachers, leading to a more relaxed atmosphere. Consequently, school life became vibrant and colorful. In the original timeline, Harry and Ron faced numerous distractions, and if their studies fell behind, the cumulative burden became increasingly difficult to catch up on, leading to a series of unfortunate events. However, with George's timely intervention and Hermione's early tutoring, Harry and Ron managed to stay on track, significantly improving their overall experiences. George understood that disinterest in learning often stemmed from early setbacks. Despite knowing they should strive to do better, distractions and anxiety could easily derail them. People say a good start is half the battle won, and this adage holds true. It's not merely about having a favorable beginning, but rather that all endeavors are goal-oriented, necessitating feedback and stimulation. Positive reinforcement and encouragement are crucial for facilitating smooth progress. Learning is a slow-return endeavor, where changes are not immediately visible, while laziness can easily capture short-term attention, that if one fails to establish a connection between effort and reward from the outset, future achievements may suffer. After all, humans are not machines. Without feedback and stimulation, it becomes impossible to sustain long-term effort. In his previous life, George had experienced such struggles. When he was a child, he could focus on learning and feel the rewards, effortlessly sailing through 40-minute classes. However, once the material became too easy and his progress stalled, he developed a habit of distraction, losing the ability to concentrate. Eventually, he ceased to experience clear feedback, disrupting the positive cycle of learning. In that state, education became a burdensome task filled with anxiety, easily disrupted by external factors. Once learning fell behind, ridicule and criticism from peers and teachers, along with reprimands from family, followed. Ironically, the more anxious one became, the worse their performance, creating a snowball effect. A single lapse could spiral into a life-altering predicament. That chain remained unbreakable until later stages, making it nearly impossible to alter one's fate through school. In the original timeline, despite embarking on various adventures and demonstrating a maturity beyond their peers, Harry and Ron never achieved academic breakthroughs, remaining stagnant in their performance for these very reasons that in this lifetime. However, with George's intervention and Hermione's proactive tutoring, Harry and Ron found themselves at a far superior starting point, enriching their experiences and relationships within the academy. At this moment, George acted as a guiding elder brother, providing both pressure and support to the trio. Bkuj www.info. Although George is not particularly loquacious, his influence is ever present. The conflicts and minor tempers among the trio tend to subside considerably in the presence of an elder. Harry no longer flies into rages so easily, and Hermione becomes more mindful of her tone. George never anticipated he would wield such influence, yet he welcomes this transformation and actively fosters this amicable chemistry. Should any questions arise, Hermione is the one to consult, for she is indeed a scholar. George added that just as a snowball of disadvantage can grow larger and larger, an initial advantage can similarly expand. With those so-called scholars earning annual salaries of $300,000 to $500,000 upon graduation not being purely geniuses, but rather the result of the snowball effect of both disadvantages and advantages leading ordinary individuals down divergent paths from the very beginning. A snowball of accumulated advantages allows one to progress smoothly, while one of accumulated disadvantages renders the journey arduous. Harry and Ron are now commencing the accumulation of their own snowball of advantages. And George hopes this snowball will continue to grow until it ultimately rolls over Voldemort with ease. Hermione excels academically, yet you are the true scholar, consistently ranking first in every subject. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and replied. It is precisely George's relentless academic prowess that keeps Hermione on her toes. No matter how hard she strives, she consistently falls short of George's achievements, which in turn evokes considerable sympathy from Harry and Ron for Hermione's desire to outdo him. After all, I developed early, having begun my foundational studies several years ahead, while Hermione is a genuine prodigy, George remarked. Why is Malfoy's performance so poor? Shouldn't his affluent family have secured private tutoring for him since childhood? Harry inquired, somewhat puzzled. In truth, Malfoy's grades are not abysmal, positioning him in the upper echelons of the student body. However, disregarding George and Hermione, Harry and Ron, thanks to Hermione's formidable tutoring, have outperformed Malfoy, leading Harry to perceive Malfoy's academic standing as subpar, further believing him to be merely a facade. For children of this age, there is no greater joy than triumphing over those they detest. Indeed, witnessing Malfoy's expression when he's overshadowed by our grades brings immense delight. The thought of besting Malfoy academically fills Ron with excitement, fueling his motivation to study. That I have previously stated that the foundational education in the wizarding world is rather lacking, a significant issue given its vast population. Without sufficient opportunities and comparisons, substantial progress is unattainable. This is a conclusion George has drawn from his own observations. Noticing Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions, George endeavored to clarify with simpler words, adding a few more points. In essence, the wizarding world has a sparse population, few teachers, and even fewer exceptional ones. Good teachers who can facilitate your learning are virtually non-existent. Upon hearing George's straightforward analogy, Harry and Ron nodded in sudden realization. Therefore, one should not harbor a sense of superiority in becoming a wizard. Hermione is a commendable teacher, and if you can keep pace with her learning progress, you could one day become a great wizard. George encouraged Harry and Ron. Upon hearing this aspiration, Harry and Ron found their breaths growing heavier. The tangible and controllable nature of magic renders its study far more engaging than that of Muggle knowledge. The professor's demonstrations of magic in class have opened their eyes to wonders, and with their early successes, their ambitions have elevated, each wishing to become powerful wizards in the future. What a pity that you are not in Gryffindor. George's encouragement had lifted Harry's spirits considerably, yet he began to lament not being sorted into the same house as George. Indeed, if George were also in Gryffindor, we would not fear Snape's trials. Ron concurred, his expression one of agreement. George consistently excels in every subject, and in just these few weeks, he has already accrued a significant amount of points for Ravenclaw. Haha, George chuckled, responding, I too have felt quite awkward lately. Each time I see Professor McGonagall awarding me points, I cannot shake the feeling that she might expel me from the classroom at any moment. Harry recalled Professor McGonagall's expressions during class and surveyed George anew, unable to suppress a laugh. You are so tall, you hardly resemble an 11-year-old student. This thought struck Harry peculiarly. Ever since he had consumed the nutritional meal George provided on the train, he noticed his once frail physique gradually becoming sturdier. His house robes no longer appeared as if they could be filled with wind. Becoming strong and robust is undoubtedly a source of joy for Harry, yet the prospect of soon resembling George, a muscular figure amidst a crowd of 11-year-olds, sent a shiver down his spine. Ron gazed enviously at George's towering frame. Having 5 older brothers had left him weary of their teasing. He longed for a physique like George's, envisioning himself easily toting Malfoy with one hand and Fred with the other, relishing the opportunity to tease them as he pleased, prompting a silly grin to emerge on Ron's face. Observing Harry's odd expression and understanding his thoughts about his gradually fortifying body since the train journey, George chose not to comment. After all, the nutritional meals Harry consumed were limited. Without continued supplementation, the effects would only serve to make Harry stronger than his peers, whereas achieving a physique like George's, robust and rapidly developing, would require exercise and additional nourishment. Haha, so I've been spending my free time in the library lately, George replied somewhat helplessly. With the assistance of his comprehensive concoctions and potions, George took pride in his rapidly developing physique. Yet here he was, a muscular young man confined among 11-year-olds, attending first-year foundational courses, employing spells he had mastered years ago. Weeks passed, and George felt increasingly exasperated. Although a solid foundation is eternally paramount, first-year courses offer no further assistance to him. He could sense Professor McGonagall's discomfort each time she looked at him, awarding points. Standing like a giant in a land of small people left George feeling somewhat out of place. Ravenclaw's library is indeed superior to those of the other houses. With this thought, Harry nodded, beginning to comprehend George's reasons for choosing Ravenclaw. Then I shall not disturb you further. We must return to complete our assignments. Harry noted, glancing at the time, feeling the weight of the thick stack of homework ahead. Farewell. Watching Harry and Ron embark on a more favorable trajectory than before, George felt a swell of happiness. Just as he had envisioned, even the smallest action, if executed at the right moment, can unleash tremendous energy, steering everything towards a positive direction. After bidding farewell to Harry and Ron, George traversed corridor after corridor, making his way to the library. Even though he knew Harry was destined for Gryffindor, he had never contemplated attending any house other than Ravenclaw. It is well known that most of the great wizard inventors and innovators hail from Ravenclaw, whose creations include the famed moon-viewing mirror and the indispensable magical transportation method, Floo powder. The wizarding world has seemed somewhat stagnant in recent years, the most significant achievement of the past century's greatest wizard. Dumbledore was the 12 uses of dragoness blood. Arriving in this world, George had been taken aback by the wizarding community's lethargy. If he were to reveal his research, even a mere nutrient supplement promoting growth would suffice to earn him a first-class Merlin Award. As for the true application of the Polyjuice potion, it would rewrite the very history of the entire magical realm. His meager research alone has yielded such remarkable results, leaving him momentarily perplexed by the current languor engulfing the entire magical world. Nonetheless, George, capable of both grasping and swiftly relinquishing matters, is not a native. As a traveler, his mind brims with thoughts and insights about future trends that others cannot fathom. It is indeed unreasonable to hold others to such standards. Realizing that he cannot rely on others, George is compelled to devise his own solutions that eye in this context. While attending Hogwarts is a necessary journey for him, he no longer harbors expectations that merely acquiring knowledge from the road instructors will fulfill his aspirations. After all, a singular Voldemort has cast a shadow of dread over Hogwarts and the magical realm at large, with the possession of the Felix Felicis and the creation of nutritious meals. George cannot allow himself to hide behind the facade of an 11-year-old, waiting for Harry to vanquish Voldemort through sheer luck in this moment. His learning must be self-directed. The vast collection of books at Hogwarts stands as his only beacon of hope, leaving him no choice but to pursue Ravenclaw, devoid of other alternatives. Among the relics of the 4 founding houses, only the diadem of Ravenclaw boasts a sophisticated level of technological prowess that could enhance wisdom. The Sword of Gryffindor, the Locket of Slytherin, and the Cup of Hufflepuff have yet to demonstrate any notable efficacy. Regrettably, apart from the Sword of Gryffindor, the other 3 artifacts have been transformed into Horcruxes by Voldemort, rendering early access unfeasible. While it is known that these items possess unique materials suitable for Horcrux creation, their specific utilities remain obscure. However, based on the outcome of Helena's demise, it is unlikely that the diadem of Ravenclaw genuinely augments wisdom. It is more plausible that it enhances cognitive processing capabilities and fortifies the mind. Even so, this is far from comparable to the ambiguous purposes of the other 3 artifacts, as he mused. George made his way to the library, where Madame Pants, the librarian, acknowledged him with a nod. Madame Pants is an elderly woman, appearing somewhat malnourished and slender, yet her eyes resemble those of a predatory vulture. She possesses a stern demeanor and is prone to irritation, especially when others fail to respect her cherished books. Her affection for literature is akin to that of a devout believer, leading her to detest the casual attitude of younger students towards books. Strict and meticulous, she expects everyone in her domain to treat each volume with the utmost reverence. Growing up in a family of booksellers, George was taught by his grandmother about the care and respect due to books, thus cultivating good habits. Upon entering the library, his conscientiousness immediately garnered Madame Pants's approval amidst the casualness of others. That George's appearance is also remarkably deceptive. At 11, he possesses a physique akin to a robust and handsome ancient Greek statue, standing out distinctly within the academy and attracting considerable attention since his enrollment. Peers in his year regard him with incredulous admiration, often drawing curious glances, and occasionally, younger children approach him to touch his muscles. Fortunately, George remains unfazed by this attention, responding with kindness. These children must look up to converse with him, and under George's serious countenance, they behave as if he were a teacher, prompting a natural sense of distance, leading them to quickly retreat to their own groups. The older students exhibit a different attitude. While the wizarding world does not idolize muscularity, young boys and girls, in the throes of adolescence, naturally gravitate towards certain ideals of attractiveness. George's striking features and tall stature have undeniably won him the favor of many upperclassmen, though he is merely a first-year student. Only those nearing graduation begin to appreciate his masculine charm. Yet they're preoccupied with their studies and impending graduation. The faculty are also notably impressed by this tall first-year student. However, George excels academically, maintaining top grades in all subjects, and his demeanor is always appropriate, leaving the teachers at a loss as to how to engage with him, thus allowing him a respite from disturbances. Whenever he finds free time, George immerses himself in the library and the Ravenclaw common room, perusing the Academy's extensive collection. At this moment, the library is sparsely populated, with a few individuals scattered about, each engrossed in their own tomes. The library must cater to all 4 houses, thus its location is neutral. Consequently, essential textbooks related to coursework are usually kept within the respective common rooms. When students visit the library, most have a clear intent to locate specific materials. Only those like Hermione and George, with exceptional reading speed and comprehension, prefer to spend their free time in the library, augmenting their knowledge reserve. As George approached the history section, he spotted Hermione perched on a chair slightly too high for her, her legs dangling in the air as she flipped through a hefty, ancient volume. True to her scholarly nature, while Harry and Ron rush to complete their assignments after class, Hermione still possesses ample energy to delve into extracurricular readings. Observing this scene, George silently admires her. After all, he is an adult with prior knowledge, akin to a university student attending elementary school, and it is only natural for him to find coursework manageable. In contrast, Hermione's pursuit of new knowledge, alongside her extracurricular interests, truly exemplifies what it means to be a dedicated scholar. As he reflects on this, George feels a tinge of regret. Through his understanding of the history of the magical world, he has uncovered numerous issues plaguing it, which is precisely why he has expressed to Harry and Ron that the education system within the magical realm leaves much to be desired. Given Hermione's intellect, if she were in the Muggle world, she could have smoothly progressed towards becoming a scientist, potentially changing the world. Yet within the magical community, she is destined to become merely a lawyer for a population of 3,000. While this is commendable, it undeniably underutilizes Hermione's extraordinary talents. Hermione Granger, deeply engrossed in her reading, noticed someone sitting across from her and instinctively lifted her head, revealing that it was George. Hermione nodded towards George, puffing out her cheeks like a little lion, before promptly returning to her book. Observing this, George stifled a laugh. Who could this adorable young lady be upset with? He scribbled a note and passed it to Hermione. You're not upset, are you? Hermione's cheeks were indeed puffed up, yet she refused to concede. After George read the note, he swiftly wrote another. You should have joined Gryffindor. It appeared that Hermione still harbored grievances about George not being sorted in a Gryffindor. Shouldn't our brilliant little girl have been placed in Ravenclaw? Did the sorting hat get dizzy from your clever little brain? George sent the note back. This moment, Hermione's demeanor shifted, her eyes darting, revealing her inner turmoil. Her small hands fidgeted with the note, creasing a corner as she pondered for a moment before slowly writing. The sorting hat suggested I go to Ravenclaw, but I chose Gryffindor. After hesitating, Hermione reluctantly handed the note to George. Witnessing Hermione's embarrassment, akin to a student caught daydreaming in class, George felt no desire to tease her. Don't take it to heart. Gryffindor is splendid. If you had gone to Ravenclaw, it would have been inconvenient for you to tutor Harry and Ron. George reassured Hermione. Upon reading this, Hermione smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, only to feel bashful and quickly cover her mouth with her hand. Not only has she formed good friendships with Harry and Ron in Gryffindor, but her relationships with others have also improved significantly. Hermione has always been exceptionally bright, yet she has relied too heavily on her own intelligence. After all, she is still a child, and no matter how gifted, she cannot possess the worldly wisdom of an adult from such a young age. Hermione strives for top grades, hoping to gain the approval and affection of her peers. Yet those who are overly diligent and intelligent often inadvertently create distance from others. This may not be the intention of the brilliant, yet it is an inevitable consequence. Those who strive too hard invariably wound others, leading to isolation. This was the plight of the original Hermione. Adults often wield her excellence as a means to belittle other children, causing Hermione to perpetually embody the role of the exemplary child from someone else's household. This compelled Hermione to strive ever harder, to excel beyond her peers, yet paradoxically, it rendered her less favored among her classmates. Even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, Hermione's diligence and brilliance often pricked the sensibilities of others. Thus, her relentless efforts, her Muggle heritage, and even her temperament and appearance became fodder for others' derision. It was a disheartening reality, yet one that resonated deeply. Fortunately, she encountered true friends in Harry and Ron, despite their own flaws and conflicts. Ultimately traversed these challenges together, forging a profound camaraderie. In this instance, Harry and Ron were notably more fortunate than before, and Hermione, too, enjoyed a stroke of good fortune that George's emergence transformed the top of the class into his domain. His remarkable stature naturally distanced him from his peers, yet his presence incited a collective rivalry among them, paradoxically strengthening their bonds. Thankfully, George remained unperturbed by this isolation, even relishing the solitude that came with being set apart from 11-year-olds. After all, maintaining the company of children at such an age posed a considerable challenge for someone with a mature mindset. At the very least, he felt compelled to excel in a single subject. Gazing at George, whose towering frame and superior grades eclipsed her own, Hermione steadfastly refused to concede defeat. Unbeknownst to her, George's monopoly on academic excellence had considerably improved her standing among her classmates. Yet she was acutely aware of her identity as Hermione Granger, a perennial top student. Even if she were momentarily surpassed, she would invariably reclaim her position. Despite the formidable nature of her rival, she would not yield easily. Observing the fierce determination in Hermione's eyes, George felt a mix of surprise and resignation. After all, he was an adult. While victories were plentiful, he could hardly take pride in triumphing over a child. Yet Hermione's fervor inspired him nonetheless. Having prepared for so long, George felt neither the shame nor the courage to lose to an 11-year-old. Even one as gifted as Hermione, he, too, refused to allow himself to be outperformed in any subject. For traversing realms granted him an unparalleled advantage. Even the most talented and accomplished individuals could not escape the influence of such a boon in this moment. Both competitors found their spirits ignited. Engaged in a silent contest, they buried themselves in their studies. George was currently engrossed in an ancient wizard's travelogue. As a first-year student, he faced considerable restrictions on the library's collection. Advanced spells were beyond his reach, and even basic ones required a professor's approval. Thus, the only tomes available to him were historical accounts, travel writings, and some lesser-known anecdotes about ancient wizards. Fortunately, the library's volumes held well-documented origins, and the selections George made were indeed centuries old. While perusing this travelogue, he felt an unusual sensation. Though the book was aged, the author's spirit remained youthful. The title, Gulliver's Travels, chronicled the journeys of a formidable wizard named Gulliver, featuring enchanting accounts of various races, including fairies, elves, and nymphs, as recorded in wizarding history. Some entries, such as those about the land of giants and the land of Lilliputians, opened George's eyes to new wonders. It appeared that ancient wizards differed significantly from their modern counterparts. This marked the 20th precious ancient historical text George had read. What began as casual browsing had evolved into the discovery of valuable insights. If history is partly conjecture and partly prejudice, then literature is half lies and half truths. As George delved deeper into ancient history, he gleaned various interpretations, realizing that true history does not exist in any singular form, regardless of the era. A person's authentic thoughts, once articulated, undergo a profound transformation due to linguistic and semantic shifts, often leading to further ambiguities shaped by others' interpretations. History can never be accurately narrated by those who experienced it. It must be woven together by others who speculate and compile based on their preferences. This reality complicates the interpretation of history, often distorting it. Yet with a sufficient sample size, some insights inevitably emerge. Significant historical events, subject to varying interpretations, signify the absence of a singular victor. Multiple interests and perspectives naturally yield diverse conclusions, devoid of a unified resolution. Conversely, a definitive historical assertion suggests the presence of a dominant victor who shaped the narrative. The powerful nations cited in historical texts may not truly exist, yet during a specific period, a formidable king undoubtedly controlled the narrative, allowing writers the freedom to express their preferences when chronicling less consequential events. Even travelogues, ancient accounts like Gulliver's Travels, reference magic that diverged significantly from contemporary practices, resembling spells that required prolonged incantation for devastating effects. While ancient magical theory may lack the sophistication of modern practices, its destructive potential should not be underestimated, leaving George to wonder why such knowledge had seemingly vanished from contemporary discourse. Coming from a family of booksellers, George had never encountered records of ancient magic among their collection. It seemed that only Hogwarts and certain old families possessed such documentation. Although the reasons remained elusive, George sensed a wealth of hidden secrets behind this knowledge. He contemplated whether Voldemort might be intertwined with ancient magic. At this juncture, he glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in foundational knowledge of ancient runes. This was a course George had suggested, as ancient runes represented a challenging field of study, characterized by vast and intricate memorization of complex symbols with multiple interpretations. For George, this subject proved to be a daunting endeavor, yet ancient runes encompassed the fundamental components of magic, representing a direction rich in potential for development. These inherently magical symbols could transcend the limitations of wands and magical energy, serving as a focal point for both the dissemination and transformation of magic. However, this complexity rendered ancient runes the most challenging subject of all. After much contemplation, George opted to foist this considerable burden upon Hermione, shamelessly passing on this formidable task. Fortunately, Hermione, driven by her competitive spirit and desire to surpass George, found herself undeterred by the arduous study of runes. Though slightly embarrassed, she discovered that ancient runes perfectly suited her prodigious talents, with her astonishing memory and comprehension greatly aiding her learning process. George realized that he could not navigate the intricacies of ancient runes with the same ease. Hermione's future should not confine her to a role as a mere lawyer. With this thought, George's embarrassment dissipated. He could not bear the idea of Hermione, a genius and his dear friend, relegated to a meaningless position as a lawyer within the magical realm. Having traversed from adulthood, George found it difficult to reconcile numerous aspects of the magical world. Just as the magical community was beleaguered by Voldemort, its technological stagnation was equally troubling. Wizards, who possessed shortcuts and operated within a black box, had fallen far behind the mundane in terms of technological advancement. In such circumstances, the notion of a wizard becoming a lawyer or civil servant felt utterly unacceptable to George. While being a lawyer is not inherently negative, as they often enjoy high incomes and social status, such roles would be more fitting in the realm of ordinary people. The idea of a top student having completed 7 years of magical education, serving as a lawyer in the Ministry of Magic appeared absurd, especially given the magical community's apparent lack of need for legal representation. When considering Voldemort, who could not be apprehended or prosecuted, and the myriad magical abilities that rendered criminality easily circumvented, the potential for crime elimination seemed abundant. In legal proceedings, the powers of magic and technology far surpassed those of any lawyer, even in his past life. Lawyers were never the most amicable or significant part of society. Their existence often served to safeguard public rights and prevent governmental oppression of the populace. In stark contrast, real-world crime relied on evidence, and George had numerous means to profit. Upholding social justice and reducing crime bore no relation to the role of lawyers. Thus, George could not countenance the idea of a prodigious talent, particularly a cherished friend, laboring as a lawyer in the magical world, a role devoid of any meaningful significance. The decision rests with you, Master of Runes, Hermione Granger. Upon reaching this conclusion, George finally found solace in comforting himself, quietly determining Hermione's research direction that moment. Hermione Granger was engrossed in the weighty and ancient tome of magical texts, unaware that, through a moment of stubbornness and competition, her destiny had subtly shifted. She had completely distanced herself from the rare occasions of attending classes, forsaking the delightful and conveniently located career as a lawyer in the Ministry of Magic, and had plunged into the overwhelming abyss of magical studies, becoming a pivotal force in the quest to change the world. One could only wonder whether, upon discovering this monumental change, she would smile knowingly or chastise George. It was Thursday, with a clear sky and a gentle breeze. During lunchtime, in the grand dining hall of Watts, students sat in separate small groups. George, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, chatted while they ate. If someone had told me in the past that anyone could irk me more than Dudley, I would have vehemently denied it. Yet now, I believe, Draco Malfoy had the dubious honor of ascending to the top of Harry Potter's list of most despised individuals, with Harry's aversion to Malfoy surpassing his 11-year-long disdain for Dudley. George understood that this was because Harry could not encounter Dudley at school, and the most detestable adversaries are always those who flit about before one's eyes. Moreover, Harry was merely 11. To harbor such a dislike for Dudley for 11 years was no small feat. However, as a friend, the most important thing was to navigate life's difficulties without exposing each other's vulnerabilities. At this moment, a mere smile would suffice. During breakfast, Neville received a memory ball sent by his grandmother, and Malfoy attempted to seize it. In that instant, I truly wished to give him a thrashing. Harry glanced at his now robust physique, comparing himself to Malfoy, and confidently declared, "There is no one more odious than Malfoy. He always seems to pop up to cause trouble. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall's timely intervention, Harry and I would have gone to confront Malfoy this morning. As Ron spoke, he waved his fork, nearly dislodging the pie atop it. He continually boasted about the numerous candies he had received, and Hermione remarked, "Eating so many sweets will surely lead to a mouthful of cavities." Hermione's parents were dentists, and they strictly monitored her sugar intake, rendering Malfoy's bragging all the more irksome. Imagining Malfoy with a mouthful of rotten teeth, coupled with his haughty demeanor, sent a collective shiver down their spines. And after a brief silence, they erupted into laughter. After a spirited critique of their common foe, Harry began to fret about the upcoming flying lesson. What bad luck! Besides potions, now we have to share flying lessons with Slytherin students. Am I to make a fool of myself on a flying broomstick in front of Malfoy? Harry lamented, feeling vexed. With his academic performance already surpassing Malfoy's, he was determined not to lose to him in any regard. Upon hearing Harry mention the flying lesson, Hermione's spirits also dipped. While she never feared studying or classes, she lacked confidence in sports. She began softly reciting some flying instructions she had gleaned from a library book titled The Origins of Quidditch, hoping to avoid embarrassment in the afternoon's flying lesson. Ron, also hailing from a wizarding family, felt no trepidation about the first-year flying class, despite having only ridden his brother's old brooms as a child. "Flying is not difficult," George said slowly, drawing Harry and Hermione's attention. "Brooms, much like wands, are extensions of your body. They can sense your emotions and perceive your inner fears." George's calm demeanor and commanding presence calmed Harry and Hermione, allowing them to relax. Just like a wand, Hermione thought, her eyes lighting up. Controlling a wand had always been her forte. "Let me teach you a spell that will enable you to control your broomstick more easily." As he spoke, George's expression grew serious, prompting Harry and Hermione to lean in closer, eager to absorb this incantation. "When you feel fear or unease while flying, shout it at the top of your lungs." At this, George paused, and as his words sank in, Harry and Hermione's hearts began to race. "Demacia," he uttered, deliberately lowering his voice. Yet as the word echoed, it fell upon Harry and Hermione's ears like a potent incantation, igniting an explosive surge of energy within them. After a moment, they regained their composure, and George handed them both juice. "Oh, you understand." Though they were uncertain of what had transpired, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. And in each other's eyes, they found boundless determination, dispelling any lingering concerns about the flying lesson. Ron, however, scratched his head, utterly baffled. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the other Gryffindor students traversed the corridors and staircases, arriving at a grassy expanse before the entrance, where a gentle breeze swayed the grass. The meadow extended seamlessly to the forest. The Slytherin students had already arrived, their training brooms lined up neatly. Fred had previously complained to Harry about the quality of the school's brooms, some wobbling at great heights, while others veered off course. Yet, with thoughts of the powerful incantation in mind, Harry felt no apprehension. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, sported short gray hair and fierce yellow eyes that glinted with intensity, making anyone who met her gaze feel like prey. "All right, no dawdling," she commanded sharply. "Line up beside a broomstick." Harry's broom was an old, tattered model, its twigs splayed haphazardly. Seeing this made him feel a twinge of unease, despite his earlier confidence. "Extend your right hand over the broomstick and repeat after me." "Up." Madame Hooch barked her orders. "Up," the students echoed. Harry's broom immediately complied, leaping into his hand, and he discreetly observed the others. Ron and Hermione managed it effortlessly as well. Only a few others succeeded. The brooms of students from Muggle families merely rolled over, while Neville's broom remained utterly unresponsive. At a broom, much like a wand, is merely an extension of your body. It can sense your fear, Harry recalled George's words. Neville's voice trembled, lacking the genuine desire to control the broom, and thus could not summon it. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without slipping off and how to grip it correctly, correcting the students' grips one by one. Hearing her criticize Malfoy for his persistent failures brought Harry and Hermione secret delight, as they thought of the powerful incantation, their confidence soaring. Their movements grew increasingly precise, earning them commendations from Madame Hooch. "All right, when I whistle, follow the command and push off with your legs. That will lift you into the air," Madame Hooch instructed, Hold the broom tightly. Let it hover, then lean forward. Remain relaxed, and imagine you are one with the broom. When I whistle, you will return to the ground. On 3, 2. Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, feared making another mistake and being left behind. Instinctively, as Madame Hooch counted down to 2, he pushed off with his legs, soaring into the sky like a released arrow. "Come back, Neville!" Madame Hooch shouted urgently. But at that moment, Neville was uncontrollably ascending, akin to a shot arrow. Harry observed Neville's panicked expression as he clutched his broom. Rising from the ground, seeing Neville gasp for breath and slip from the broomstick, he winced as Neville fell to the ground with a thud, curling into a ball. His broom continued to ascend until it vanished in the direction of the forbidden forest. Madame Hooch rushed to Neville's side, her face pale with fear, chastising herself for not having the presence of mind to cast a levitation charm instead of watching Neville tumble to the ground. A broken wrist, Harry heard Madame Hooch exhale heavily, relieved that Neville was unharmed and safe. "Get up, you're all right." Turning to the other students, she declared, "I will take Neville to the infirmary while I am away. Behave yourselves and do not move. Should anyone deliberately cause trouble, I shall expel them from Hogwarts," she declared. Turning back, she effortlessly comforted Neville, saying, "Come along, poor child." With tear-streaked cheeks, Neville, clutching his wrist, limped away, supported by Madame Hooch. Just as Madame Hooch had moved out of earshot, Malfoy let out an obnoxious, derisive laugh. "That fool Neville nearly got himself killed." The others surrounding Malfoy echoed his sentiments. "Silence! How can you treat your classmates this way?" exclaimed Parvati Patil, visibly displeased by Malfoy's remarks. "Look, Malfoy is rushing over again, picking up a glass ball from the grass. That fool Neville has forgotten the items his grandmother sent him. You have gone too far." "Malfoy," Harry muttered through clenched teeth, suppressing his anger. Malfoy's grotesque sneer widened. "Trying to play the good guy again, Potter?" During class, Malfoy had been reprimanded by Madame Hooch for his incorrect grip, while the detestable Harry and Mudblood Hermione were praised. Malfoy was on the brink of madness, convinced that Harry's glances were taunts, as if he were merely a jester. That morning, these two imbeciles had been fretting over their flying lesson, but Malfoy was determined to steal the spotlight and deliver a crushing blow to the bookish Hermione and Harry. To his dismay, he ended up losing in his area of expertise, blaming the school's wretched broomsticks. The moment Madame Hooch departed, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. "Get over here," Harry shouted, but Malfoy refused to halt. Summoning a broomstick and soaring into the air, he was not boasting. His flying skills were indeed impressive. Suspended in midair, Malfoy shouted down at Harry, "Come up here, Potter!" Harry summoned his broomstick. "No." Hermione Granger cried, "You'll get hurt." Madame Hooch told us not to move. Ignoring her, Harry felt rage coursing through him. He mounted his broomstick and pursued Malfoy. The wind whipped through his hair, filling his robes, and he felt a rush of exhilaration, so effortless, so liberating. The broomstick felt like an extension of his body. Attuned to his emotions, he deftly controlled the broom as if it were part of him. He heard the screams and gasps from below. Along with Ron cheering him on, he turned his broom towards Malfoy and threatened, "Hand over Neville's memory ball, or you'll regret it." "Who do you think you are?" Malfoy retorted, attempting to laugh, though tension had rendered his face stiff. In no time, Harry had mastered the broom, leaning forward and hurtling towards Malfoy like a bolt. Malfoy barely managed to maneuver his broom to evade him. Harry redirected his broom once more, aiming at him. As the students who loathed Malfoy began to applaud. "Malfoy, there are no warm embraces from Crabbe and Goyle here," Harry shouted, inciting a wave of gasps from the crowd, as he charged at Malfoy like a raging bull. Malfoy began to feel fear. "Drop dead, Potter!" Malfoy yelled, tossing the memory ball into the air before hastily retreating to the ground, rejoining Crabbe and Goyle. Harry watched as the memory ball ascended in slow motion, then plummeted rapidly as if in fast forward. He leaned forward, pressing down on the broom, accelerating downward to chase the ball, with the wind howling in his ears and the crowd's screams echoing around him. With a fierce roar, Harry caught the memory ball just before hitting the ground, then expertly straightened his broom for a gentle landing on the grass. "Harry Potter!" An irate voice rang out. His heart raced. Beating faster than during his dive, Professor McGonagall was running towards him. Harry quickly scrambled to his feet. "How dare you?" Professor McGonagall shouted. "Such a thing has never happened before. After all my years at Hogwarts. You could have broken your neck." Her voice trembled, and even through her spectacles, the fury in her eyes was palpable. Two students nearly lost their lives in a single class, one of whom was the savior. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall would rather face Death Eaters than endure such a scare. From now on, you'll have your flying lessons indoors. Indoors for flying lessons? At this, George shook his head, pressing further for details. What happens next? It was dinner time, and Harry recounted the events of the flying lesson to George, followed by his subsequent escort off the field by Professor McGonagall. Ron and Hermione also set down their forks. Eager to hear what happened next, I was terrified. I thought I was going to be expelled. I could still picture Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's gleeful expressions, Harry said, pausing as memories flooded back. I was dizzy, following Professor McGonagall around the castle, determined to plead with Dumbledore to let me stay, even if it meant being Hagrid's assistant. Fortunately, he was now much stronger than before, barely able to lift Hagrid's hefty bag. However, he worried that once Ron and Hermione became wizards, they might not regard him as a friend anymore. The thought almost brought him to tears. "Hey, it's all fine now. Poor Harry," Hermione said, patting his shoulder in comfort. Fortunately, none of those dreadful things occurred. Professor McGonagall introduced me to Oliver Wood, and I'm to be the seeker for the Quidditch team. Harry steadied himself and continued, "That's incredible. First years are usually not allowed to play Quidditch. You've broken a record. You'll be the youngest player in the history of the house." Ron replied, a dedicated Quidditch fan who knew the rules by heart. "Wood told me I'm the youngest house player in a century," Harry said, taking a bite of pie. The afternoon's harrowing experience had drained him of energy and courage, leaving him particularly hungry. "They promised to give me a firebolt 2000. Harry added. Ron gazed at him enviously. "That's amazing. I've never even touched one that would ask me to keep it a secret, not to tell anyone else." Harry said it. "I start training with the team next week. But will Professor McGonagall really make us have flying lessons indoors?" Harry pondered, worry creeping in. Earlier, he had been too frightened to ask Professor McGonagall directly. Ron and Hermione shared his concern. Professor McGonagall was notoriously strict. Would they really have to conduct flying lessons indoors? "Don't fret. There's no way she can move Quidditch matches indoors," George reassured them. "I suspect that at most, you'll need to practice your basic flying indoors until you meet the requirements. However, you must be cautious. Otherwise, who knows, you might end up as wizards who can only fly indoors," he said with a chuckle, unable to resist laughing at the absurdity of Professor McGonagall's punishment. "I'm sorry for dragging everyone into this," Harry said, feeling a twinge of guilt for his impulsiveness that might have led to indoor flying lessons for everyone. "It's not your fault. It's that wretched Malfoy's doing." Today's events had only added another mark against Malfoy in Ron's mind. Seeing Harry's dejected expression, George felt compelled to say something reassuring. "Harry, you're right. Helping a friend is always the right thing to do. The reason we're being punished today, affecting everyone, isn't because you did anything wrong. What should we have done differently?" Hermione asked, puzzled. As an exemplary student, she was accustomed to adhering to the teacher's instructions. Hearing Madame Hooch tell everyone not to move, she hoped Harry would follow her guidance, but also recognized that helping retrieve Neville's memory ball was the right thing to do. The conflict between two correct actions left Hermione momentarily uncertain. Her confusion mirrored Harry and Ron's, and they all turned their full attention to George, hoping he would provide a solution. "What do you think I would have done if I were there?" George posed a question instead of providing an answer, prompting Harry and the others to contemplate. "George, you should have caught Neville, so he wouldn't have gotten hurt." Hermione glanced at George's physique and confidently remarked, "If you were present, George, Malfoy would be intimidated and would not dare to provoke." Ron also shared his perspective, asserting, "If Malfoy does taunt George, you could easily defeat him and reclaim the memory ball." Harry expressed his confidence in George as well, stating that Professor McGonagall would punish Malfoy rather than you. Hermione added, "Well said. A little empathy could help you all find the answers on your own." Satisfied with Harry and the others' responses, George posed another question. "Why would the outcome differ if I were there?" Harry and his friends felt that as they practiced empathy, they were drawing closer to the correct answer, prompting them to think more rapidly. "George, Your strength and quick reflexes enable you to catch Neville, Hermione noted, always a step ahead in her reasoning. George, your strength and capabilities mean Malfoy cannot best you and is afraid of being challenged. With Hermione's guidance, Ron swiftly arrived at a conclusion. George, your might and prowess allow you to easily resolve provocations. Your academic success and ability will earn the professor's trust, leading to Malfoy's punishment. Harry, too, grasped the essence of the issue and summarized. Well articulated. You have all uncovered the problem's answer. George pondered for a moment and decided to impart some thoughts on strength to Harry and the others. Harry, today you are correct, but not solely because you assist your friends. George stated, pausing to ensure Harry and the others were listening intently. The reason you are right is your capability. You possess a natural talent for flying, which is the foundation for your ability to help Neville. Observing that his words sparked contemplation among Harry and the others, George continued, had you lacked this talent and ability today, perhaps you would have collided with Malfoy, resulting in a broken neck for both of you. George cited a grave example to underscore the seriousness of the situation. Your punishment today is not due to any wrongdoing on your part, but rather because your abilities have yet to be recognized, and the professor does not trust you to handle matters independently. George elaborated further, is it true that capability brings about correctness? Is it that a lack of ability leads to mistakes? Noticing the confusion on Harry and the others' faces, George understood that at their tender age of 11, such concepts could be challenging to grasp. Because I'm strong and capable, the professor trusts me, and thus I have better means to handle what occurred today. While you do not, Harry and the others contemplated this. With greater strength comes greater authority, George recited slowly. With greater strength comes greater authority, Harry and the others echoed in unison. Justice requires formidable power. The greater the ability, the better one can protect their friends. Only with capability can one assist others. Lacking it not only endangers oneself, but may also jeopardize others or not neglect your studies. Do not forget to learn, for this is the source of your strength to protect others. With that, George quietly departed. At the tea that moment, Harry and the others could not fully comprehend these truths from the adult world. But as they continued to face adventures and absorb George's insights, they would soon begin to yearn for self-improvement, all of which necessitated strength. Shortly after George left, Ron's two older brothers approached Harry. "Hi, Harry," Fred said. "We heard from Wood that you are our team's secret weapon. We are the beaters for the team, and we will protect you. All you need to do is catch the golden snitch. And victory will be ours. That we are certain we will win this year," Fred continued. "We have prepared extensively, and it's been ages since we've tasted victory. But with you on our side, when Wood informed us, we were beyond excited. Well, we just came to check on you. We must be off now. Lee Jordan seems to have discovered a secret passage. We need to investigate." Just as Ron's brothers departed, an unwelcome figure emerged, Malfoy. "Enjoying your last supper, Potter? Soon you will be returning to the Muggle world. Now you find yourself back on the ground, nestled in the warm embrace of Crabbe and Goyle. Little Malfoy." Harry wore a smirk. He was no longer the frail little boy he once was, bolstered by strength and courage. He was unafraid of them, regardless of their scowls or clenched fists. "Damn, Potter, I challenge you to a duel." Malfoy declared that if you have any courage left, let us engage in a wizard's duel. How about using wands to vanquish our loathsome rivals? But I suspect you are unaware of what a wizard's duel entails. "Of course he knows," Ron interjected. "He will have you begging for mercy. I am his second. So who is yours?" Malfoy assessed Crabbe and Goyle, stating, "Crabbe, my second is Crabbe. Midnight in the trophy room. We shall settle this score." With that, he turned and departed. "What is a wizard's duel?" Harry inquired. "You mentioned being my second. What does that mean?" "Oh, it's just a duel. If you lose, I take over," Ron explained. "But what if I wave my wand and nothing happens?" Harry expressed his doubts about his magical abilities. "Then don't use your wand. Just aim for his nose and give him a good smack," Ron advised. He had great faith in Harry's prospects against Malfoy. Especially given Harry's recent growth spurred. "I say, you two aren't truly considering a duel, are you?" Hermione remarked, somewhat incredulous. "Roaming the school at night could lead to significant point deductions. Justice requires formidable strength. We ought to teach Malfoy a lesson." Having just absorbed George's teachings, Harry felt a peculiar revelation. Indeed, it's high time Malfoy faced the consequences of his actions. Ron had long awaited such an opportunity. Cheers for justice! Harry and Ron exchanged glances and clapped in celebration, filled with anticipation for the evening's duel. "You two fools!" Hermione sighed, exasperated, momentarily at a loss for words. As they entered a vast circular chamber adorned with exquisitely elegant arched windows, delicate silk curtains of bronze and blue cascaded down. The ceiling was domed, studded with twinkling stars, while the azure carpet beneath shimmered with starlight. Within this space, one felt as if they were strolling through a starry sky. This was the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione, who had rushed in with great urgency, slowed her pace upon witnessing the scene. She surveyed the room, noting several tables and chairs, while the rest of the space was lined with shelves brimming with books of various categories. In a nook opposite the door stood a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw. I could see that moment. George was perusing a thick tome on a nearby shelf. Noticing Hermione rush towards him, he carefully returned the book to its place. George approached her and offered a glass of water from the table, asking, "What brings you here in such haste?" Hermione accepted the cup, placing it back on the table, and without uttering a word, she urgently pulled George outside. After a short sprint, Hermione finally lost her breath and began to slow down, telling George, Harry, and Ron, "Those two big fools have decided to duel Malfoy at midnight in the trophy room. I tried to dissuade them, but they wouldn't listen. Only you can convince them." Upon hearing this, George paused and inquired, "Why do you believe they would heed my advice when they would not yours?" This was a line George had just articulated, and Hermione, recalling it, responded, "Because you are stronger than Harry and Ron, and even more capable than I am. They trust you more. I guess there's no other way." George continued to guide Hermione. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Hermione shook her head. "I do not know. I cannot tell the teachers or anyone else, nor can I follow them into mischief. That is why I came to you. You can persuade them that I have a better solution, in this moment." George led Hermione in a different direction. Intrigued by the prospect of discovering a better method, Hermione followed George into an unoccupied classroom. "Take out your wand," George instructed. Hermione produced her wand, a formidable instrument measuring 14 inches, fashioned from vine wood with a core of dragon heartstring. "Your wand is quite powerful, and so are you. What you need is to master your own strength. Repeat after me, the disillusionment charm." With a flourish of his wand, George demonstrated. Hermione gently waved her wand, noticing that the colors of her attire faded subtly. "A commendable start. The brilliant Hermione Granger. We still have several hours ahead of us." George showcased the spell once more, transforming his entire appearance to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, resembling a human chameleon. This is a safe and reliable charm. It's unfortunate that the school does not intend to teach you this spell. George lamented, "If you miss this opportunity today, you'll have to wait until your graduation in 7 years to learn it." Hearing this, a thrill of forbidden excitement mingled with determination enveloped Hermione, propelling her wholeheartedly into her training. The incantation must remain unbroken, maintaining a consistent rhythm. Magic flows through you like water, like blood. Do not attempt to control it, for you cannot. Instead, guide it gently, as one would slowly turn a faucet, if you feel it necessary. You may even whisper the incantation. George encouraged her to remain calm and relaxed, affirming that this was a non-aggressive spell and not particularly difficult. With George's continuous reminders and corrections, Hermione gradually mastered the charm. Well, in truth, this is quite a challenging spell, which is why the school does not teach it at all. George remarked once Hermione successfully cast the disillusionment charm. "You're a genius. You grasped it far quicker than I did during my first practice." George said sincerely, "Thank you, George. I now know what to do, and I will teach Harry and Ron well," Hermione declared, brimming with enthusiasm as she exited the classroom, leaving no further inquiries regarding George's methods. This was the essence of power. Watching Hermione exit the classroom with such exuberance, George couldn't help but smile. The mere acquisition of a practical spell could swiftly alter one's mindset, a testament to the power of magic itself. Hermione, filled with excitement, traversed the spiral staircase and awaited in the Gryffindor common room. Observing Harry and Ron stealthily navigate the portrait passage, she muttered a curse at the two fools before casting the disillusionment charm upon herself and quietly following in their wake. As she passed the portrait of the fat lady, she noticed it was empty. The fat lady had gone out for a night visit, which left her feeling somewhat vexed about her inability to enter. Harry and Ron reached the end of the corridor, spotting Neville curled up on the floor, emitting a series of snorts. As Harry approached, Neville jolted awake. Thank goodness, someone finally came. I couldn't remember the new password and have been locked out for hours. Hermione shook her head at the sight, thinking yet another fool. Perhaps she truly ought to have joined Ravenclaw. Quiet down, Neville. The new password is Pig Snout, but the fat lady is nowhere to be found. Harry replied, then inquired, How's your arm? It's fine now, Neville said cheerfully, raising his arm for them to see. Madame Pomfrey fixed it right up. Good, good. Neville, stay put here. We have other matters to attend to. We'll see you later. Don't leave me behind, Neville exclaimed, following closely. I don't want to be here alone. The ghost of Bloody Baron floated past me twice. All right, just keep your voice down, Harry instructed as they proceeded along the corridor. Moonlight streaming through the windows, casting patterns on the floor. Fortunately, they encountered neither Filch nor Mrs. Norris as they ascended the stairs to the third floor, moving silently toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe had yet to arrive. The moonlight illuminated the crystal display cases, making the medals, trophies, and statues gleam in the stillness. The group pressed against the walls, eyes fixed on both ends of the room, while Harry stood ready with his wand. Bracing for Malfoy as potential ambush, time ticked by slowly. Malfoy hasn't shown up. What a coward, Ron remarked. Just then, a voice from the adjacent room caused them to tense up. Harry raised his wand. Hearing someone speaking inside, the voice was not Malfoy as darling. Find out for me. Catch those little rascals. It was Filch and Mrs. Norris. Terrified, Harry waved to Ron and Neville, urging them to stay close as they stealthily made their way toward another door. Just after rounding the corner, they heard Filch enter the trophy room. Hermione felt a pang of frustration. She had underestimated Malfoy, whose cunning had informed the teachers of their plans, while foolish Harry and Ron had fallen into the trap. Dragging her along with them, they've hidden themselves, Filch muttered ominously. You can't escape. This way, Harry gestured, quietly guiding the others down the armor-lined corridor, but Filch was drawing ever closer. Unable to contain himself, Neville screamed and bolted, clumsily dragging Ron down onto a suit of armor. The clattering echoed throughout the castle. Run, Harry shouted, sprinting ahead as they dashed down the corridor, afraid to look back to see if they were being pursued. They zigzagged through corridors, dodging doorways, running for what felt like miles until they finally paused near the classroom for their magical studies. Hermione, what are you doing here? Harry and Ron finally noticed her presence. Malfoy tricked you, Hermione gasped. Out of breath, he had no intention of dueling. He set a trap, and clever Malfoy leaked your plans to Filch, just waiting to catch you. Damn Malfoy, that deceitful scoundrel. Harry and Ron were equally frustrated, having fallen into Malfoy's snare. All right, let us get out of here, Harry said. Though furious, he knew their priority was to escape. Just as they passed through one door, they collided with something else. It was Peeves. The pesky poltergeist. Peeves shrieked, students who refused to sleep, causing chaos in the dead of night. Pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. Peeves was well aware of their predicament. Be quiet, Peeves, if we're caught. We'll be expelled. Students who refused to sleep, causing chaos in the dead of night. Peeves only grew more delighted at their distress. Curse you, Ron grumbled, kicking Peeves aside. Run, Peeves amplified his screech, echoing through the corridor as students dashed about in panic. They raced to the end of the hallway, colliding into a locked door. We're doomed, Neville whimpered. Don't cry, Hermione consoled, drawing her wand and whispering, Alohomora. With a click, the door swung open, and they rushed inside, hastily closing it behind them. That you'll never guess what we found behind that door. Hermione's eloquence was impressive as she recounted the previous night's events with vivid detail. Even Harry and Ron, who had experienced it, felt their emotions stirred, suddenly tense. What was it? George, a friendly audience, inquired, following Hermione's narrative. Although time had passed, he retained a vague recollection of the key events. Behind the door, there should be a three-headed dog. But he refrained from boasting about his foresight at that moment. That it was a massive creature, a fearsome beast with 3 heads, each possessing eyes as large as lanterns. With bared fangs, the colossal creature filled the entire room. Hermione, still shaken, remarked while pointing at the lantern above her head and drawing a large circle to illustrate the sheer size and terror of the three-headed dog. Indeed, upon encountering that monster, I found myself unafraid of even Filch. Hurriedly, I twisted the doorknob and dashed outside with the others, finally able to breathe once the door was shut. Harry, panting heavily, noted how maintaining composure while twisting the doorknob had been no small feat. Then we ran until we had shaken off Filch and the creature, before retreating under our blankets for a long, deep slumber. Ron spoke with a hint of joy. What a grand adventure! A toast to our brave adventurers. George raised his juice in a gesture towards them. For 11-year-old children, the previous night's escapades had indeed been quite extraordinary. Cheers! Listening to the praises of their friends, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt immense happiness. Sharing their experiences with their best friends and reveling in their admiration was a joy beyond compare. Yet, I could not forget Malfoy. His astonishment upon seeing us in the morning suggested he had concocted a trap from the very beginning to report us. Harry remarked, recalling how Malfoy had broken his promise and secretly informed Filch. Fortunately, we were not so easily dealt with, Ron stated with pride. Malfoy was no easy opponent either. We had nearly been caught yesterday. Hermione still felt a twinge of anxiety about almost being captured. By the way, Hermione, how did you suddenly appear yesterday? Harry, surprised by Hermione's sudden arrival, finally had the chance to ask, while Ron leaned in. Equally curious. That is the power of magic. Hermione glanced at George, seeing he had no intention of revealing anything, and thus offered a vague response. Harry and Ron inhaled sharply, realizing it must have been through a spell. A wave of envy washing over them. Eager to know more, yet too shy to inquire further, I noticed that the three-headed dog was standing on a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something. George, seeing Hermione had no intention of pursuing the topic of the disillusionment charm, shared another of yesterday's discoveries. Guarding what? Harry pondered, scratching his head as if something was on the verge of surfacing in his mind. Whatever it is that requires such a monstrous guardian must either be extremely dangerous or exceptionally valuable. Ron concluded that I might have some insight into that object. Harry interjected, connecting the dots: three-headed dog, Hagrid, Gringotts, and the attack on Gringotts. One clue after another suddenly aligned, and Harry experienced a moment of revelation, as if he had uncovered something deeply secretive. Hagrid took me to Gringotts once. Harry glanced around. They were seated at a long table near a corner for breakfast, with their closest classmates at a separate table, so he lowered his voice. The others, noticing Harry's demeanor, grew tense, leaning in to hear more. Hagrid retrieved a small package from Gringotts, concealing it on his person to bring back to Hogwarts. Harry continued. Then Gringotts was attacked, yet they claimed nothing was stolen because what they were looking for had already been brought back by Hagrid. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances. The item Hagrid had brought back was hidden beneath the watchful gaze of the three-headed dog. Hermione had pieced it together as well. However, what I really want right now is to teach Malfoy a lesson, Ron declared, showing little concern for what the three-headed dog was guarding, having already planned to give Malfoy a good thrashing, only to have fallen into Malfoy's trap. What happened yesterday will not be forgotten so easily, Harry stated, determined not to let it go, though he had yet to devise a solid plan. You all ought to be vigilant. George expressed confidence that Harry could best Malfoy. Just then, an owl swooped into the hall, circling before landing in front of them, dropping off a long parcel before flapping its wings and departing. Let us open it, George suggested. Harry unwrapped the parcel to find a slender black box inscribed with Ron's name, which he promptly handed over to Ron. Surprised and bewildered, Ron was at a loss. Uncertain who might be sending him a gift, the box appeared quite valuable. Ron, it's your gift. Open it, Harry exclaimed joyfully. But no one would send me a gift, Ron stammered, feeling perhaps it was a mistake. Observing Ron's flustered expression, everyone felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps Ron had never received a gift before. There was certainly no mistake. This is a gift from us, Hermione clarified. You guys. Ron was momentarily speechless. Silently opening the box, inside lay a beautiful wand, 14 inches long, made of willow with a core of unicorn hair. T.S. stunning. Ron gently caressed the slender wand, as if afraid of startling it. This is the best gift I've ever received. Ron's voice quivered with emotion. Watching this scene, Harry felt tears welling up, placing a hand on Ron's shoulder, recalling the joy of receiving a gift for the first time. Tell me how this came to be, Ron asked, gripping the wand tightly, feeling bashful that we noticed your wand was nearly broken, so we pooled our money to buy you a new one. We originally intended to purchase one just like yours. We wrote to Ollivander's wand shop and discovered you had tried a particular wand, so we bought it. Hermione explained thoughtfully I remember that wand. I tried at Ollivander's, and it's just as beautiful. Ron stammered, somewhat incoherent. Witnessing this moment, Hermione felt a stir of emotion. She and Harry had not truly considered Ron's predicament. Although they had become good friends, the idea of giving Ron a gift had never crossed their minds. It was George who privately informed her and Harry, arranging everything and symbolically collecting a silver sickle from them, insisting they present the gift as one from the three of them. Hermione and Harry had contemplated revealing the truth, but were soon persuaded by George. If it were just from him, Ron might feel too embarrassed to accept it. George, observing the scene, felt a twinge of sympathy. Unlike the humorous moments in stories, for someone truly experiencing it, poverty and hardship were profoundly distressing. He was not a stickler for the original text, and much of the story had faded from his memory. Yet witnessing Ron wear his brother's old robe and wield his brother's old wand, he understood the impact on an 11-year-old child. Children are not thoughtless beings, as irresponsible parents might claim. They are not devoid of character or comprehension, nor must they blindly obey their parents. Children are more sensitive, more vulnerable, and less equipped to fend off the world's malice. Thus, often with just a little guidance, these children could become vessels for the world's greatest malevolence. Behind every mischievous child often lurked the careless parent. Yet more pitiful were the obedient children, equally shadowed by negligent guardians. Children who, when grown, would likely become negligent parents themselves. George did not overestimate the impact of a small gift, but, having become affluent, saw no reason not to extend a helping hand. He had begun to understand why some wealthy individuals in his past chose to engage in philanthropy. Harry, Hermione, Ron, George interrupted, refusing to let the group linger in a melancholic atmosphere. I have a proposal for you, as everyone finally snapped back to attention. George continued, I plan to establish a Hogwarts mutual aid society, allowing classmates to borrow money to purchase the books, wands, and broomsticks they desire, with repayment deferred until after graduation, or they can work for the society in the meantime. George unveiled his idea. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged incredulous glances. As first years, how could they possibly be involved in such a complicated endeavor? Don't worry. I'll handle the bulk of the responsibilities for the society. You can work for me, offer suggestions, and I'll pay you, George reassured them, having already devised a plan. Bringing them on board not only meant seeking their assistance, but also alleviating scrutiny. Confident they could manage the tasks, I'm not afraid of a little hassle. It sounds as if you think I would lose to you, Ron retorted. Listen, George has already devised a plan, and Hermione's indomitable spirit has resurfaced. Though she does not fully comprehend the intricacies, she is certain she can lend her assistance. Ron, having just received a gift, is exceedingly delighted and pays little heed to George's words, solely focused on the hope of being of service. I can help too, Harry interjected, unwilling to be left behind. In reality, the matter is not overly complex. To put it simply, I will provide the funds, and you shall contribute your efforts. We will lend money to our fellow students, who can then work for us or sell study notes, magical techniques, and even practical little spells they have invented. George endeavored to simplify the explanation to prevent Harry and the others from feeling overwhelmed. What if they can't repay the loan? Hermione raised her concerns. Despite her youth, Hermione's extensive reading has equipped her with a sound understanding, and although she is somewhat baffled by George's intentions, she still offers valuable insights. Initially, we want to lend out large sums. We are a mutual aid society, not a lending institution. George, having already formulated a detailed plan, patiently clarifies this for Hermione's benefit. Wands, school uniforms, and essential textbooks are relatively inexpensive. Once we confirm, we can directly purchase them for the students. These are the most fundamental and crucial loans, aimed at ensuring that no student is hindered in their studies due to financial constraints. George spoke slowly, allowing Hermione to keep pace with his thoughts. This is a commendable initiative, he added, in a manner simple enough for Harry to grasp, further solidifying his resolve to assist. Additionally, exceptionally high-achieving students could leverage their study notes, magical techniques, or even some practical spells to secure substantial loans from us, or sell them outright. Hermione and Harry were able to follow along, and George was more than willing to explain further. If I excel academically, does that mean I can borrow a significant amount? Hermione pondered, a hint of excitement in her voice. Indeed, if your insights, magical techniques, or practical spells can aid others, you would certainly be eligible. George replied with a smile, I will do my part. Hermione resolved, recalling that she had learned the disillusionment charm from George and was determined to discover effective spells to repay him in kind. None of you can escape. You all must come to my aid. George had no intention of toiling alone, having already planned for Harry and the others to assist him. As George himself stated, this mutual aid society is not complicated. With his ample resources, as long as he invests capital and enlists a few students, they can commence operations. The potential success of this venture is merely a matter of execution. Most endeavors in the world follow this principle. With money and manpower, one can begin to bring their ideas to fruition. Whether such ideas will change the world or simply create ripples is contingent upon execution. George is brimming with confidence regarding his plans, viewing this as the beginning of significant actions after more than a month of observation since his enrollment, although he has spent most of his time reading since starting school. During moments of idleness or when neglecting his studies, he has been mulling over these matters. Constrained by being a first-year student, he lacks access to the library's more important collections, and he cannot rely on professors or others within the student body. After considerable reflection, he conceived this breakthrough strategy. Money may not be omnipotent, but without it, one is utterly powerless. Leveraging his financial advantage, he discovered a means to break the deadlock. As the days passed, George's mutual aid society quickly began to take shape. Ron emerged as the most enthusiastic participant. When George proposed a lucrative salary and demonstrated that the work warranted such compensation, Ron immediately became the society's staunchest advocate, tirelessly promoting it. Today, a rather unique visitor has arrived. What is it? Just speak directly. I will keep the details confidential. George appeared somewhat impatient. I trust your discretion, Malfoy replied, his face stiff, hesitating that I wish to ascertain the extent of credit my name can secure. Although George harbored little fondness for Malfoy, he recognized that, as the heir of the Malfoy family, his credit limit would significantly surpass that of others. And what would that be? Malfoy clenched his fists, a mix of displeasure and pride at the thought of his family's name affording him greater credit. For a first transaction, if we establish a promissory note, the upper limit could reach 10,000 galleons. George considered before providing a figure that was neither too high nor too low. 10,000 galleons. Malfoy was taken aback, unable to fathom such a sum, having never encountered such wealth. Even in his affluent household, his pocket money had never exceeded 100 galleons throughout his upbringing. What if I do not leave a note? Malfoy was surprised by the value of his name and quickly inquired. Without a note, you may borrow 1,000 galleons. George did not seek to complicate matters for Malfoy and was indifferent to whether he provided a promissory note. Very well, I shall borrow 1,000 galleons. Malfoy, not one to be coy, immediately opted for the maximum amount. All right, please sign here. Instead of producing a formal contract, George presented a sign-in sheet stating, this document records your participation in today's mutual aid society activities, ensuring you do not forget your visit. Malfoy scrutinized the sheet with suspicion before signing his name. Here you go. This amount is quite substantial, so do count it carefully upon your return. George retrieved a large package and handed it to Malfoy, adding, fortunately, you are only borrowing 1,000. If it were 10,000, the owl delivering it would surely be in distress. Is it truly this simple? Malfoy peered into the bag, gazing at the glittering coins in disbelief. With an annual interest rate of 10%, you may also engage in mutual aid society activities, selling your study insights, magical techniques, or even spells of your own invention to earn galleons. George considered that this might be too ambitious for Malfoy. So he continued, as a Ravenclaw, our most prized collection has always been books. If you wish to acquire more, you may provide some valuable tomes, and we can return the originals after confirming their contents. George was quite interested in the Malfoy family's collection of books. Very well, I shall contemplate this. Having so effortlessly secured a substantial loan, Malfoy was elated and paid no further attention to George. Stealthily concealing the package within his robes before turning to leave, cradling it in his arms. After Malfoy departed, a golden-haired, blue-eyed young woman approached. President, who was that person? I saw him clutching a large bag. How much did you lend him? Apologies, Kate, but the identity of our borrowers is confidential. Although it was not a matter of great significance, George would honor the request for confidentiality. Kate Winsley, previously one of George's prominent clients, is now a member of the Mutual Aid Society. Kate, were there any noteworthy insights in the study notes you received today? George inquired. Nothing particularly important, save for the initial notes. Most received now tend to be repetitive. Kate replied, frowning. That makes sense. Those willing to share their notes have likely done so already that we cannot expect everyone to be as exceptional as you. George was not disheartened, as the recent gains had already exceeded his expectations. You are too generous, truly. My reading magic is not as remarkable as you suggest. Having been consistently praised by George, Kate felt a touch of bashfulness. You are being overly modest. You fail to see the potential of your reading magic. For wizards, knowledge is power, and the ability to swiftly retain the contents of books is already an extraordinarily formidable skill. George placed great importance on the reading magic that Kate had exchanged for membership in the Mutual Aid Society, which is why he sought her out as soon as he learned of it. Initially, George only intended to meet with Kate a few times to establish a rapport, hoping to recruit her to his family's bookstore after her graduation. However, upon realizing that Kate, also a Ravenclaw, was remarkably amiable, George quickly altered his approach, coaxing her into joining the Mutual Aid Society and assigning her the task of organizing the study notes and related materials received. Kate and her reading magic have become George's most significant achievement during this period, and he is resolute in arranging for her to work at his bookstore after her graduation next year. Considering further arrangements later, he is determined not to let talent slip through his fingers. Reading magic truly that important. Kate, hailing from Ravenclaw, epitomizes the quintessential homebody, surpassing her fellow Ravenclaws in her penchant for solitude and an insatiable love for reading. Her passion for literature is so profound that she has even created a unique spell dedicated solely to the art of reading. For Kate, reading is not merely a pastime. It constitutes a significant portion of her existence. Yet, she perceives no distinction between her ardor for reading and her interests in Quidditch or travel, that George's astonishment at Kate's emphasis on her reading spell is palpable, especially since the enchantment was devised purely for her enjoyment and cannot be employed for perusing magical tomes. Although the reading spell is prone to distractions and currently incapable of engaging with enchanted books, this limitation may not be permanent. George maintains an optimistic outlook on the future of the reading spell, recognizing that magic embodies knowledge, yet knowledge transcends mere magic. Even if the spell ultimately facilitates only the reading of ordinary texts, its value remains immeasurable. Indeed, knowledge is not confined to the realm of magic. While Kate harbors little confidence in the continued enhancement of her reading spell, she wholeheartedly agrees with George's perspective. It is largely due to George's respect for her passion for reading that she is willing to step out of her comfort zone and assist a first-year student. The generous compensation is but a minor factor. The scarcity of friends makes refusal difficult, and the fact that he does not resemble a typical junior adds to her willingness. Observing Kate once again retreating into her world of solitude, lost in reverie, George can't help but chuckle, recognizing that he too was once similarly absorbed. The establishment of the Mutual Aid Society has proven to be a fortuitous venture. Had Kate graduated a year later, it would have indeed been a calamity. Although George is confident about the Society's prospects, he is prepared for a protracted journey, not anticipating immediate substantial gains. To his surprise, even the small fraction of the magical community he has encountered has yielded remarkable rewards. Is this the result of good intentions reaping benefits, or is it fate favoring those who take initiative? George finds himself astonished by the swift rewards that come his way as his ideas begin to take shape. The initial concept for the Mutual Aid Society arose from a quest for a breakthrough, constrained by their status as first years, making it challenging to access the essential resources housed in the library. Professors and peers alike proved unreliable. After considerable reflection, he decided to utilize the Mutual Aid Society as a means of advancement. Additionally, he hoped to assist students from underprivileged backgrounds, like Ron. Thus, the Society's original objectives were to provide basic necessities, wants, textbooks, and clothing for students in need. Another goal was to obtain notes from upperclassmen, as magical knowledge is not as readily available as textbooks in the mundane world that in the magical realm, knowledge can be directly transformed into power. And while acquiring advanced spells is arduous, obtaining study notes from upperclassmen is relatively feasible. The professor's regulations may restrict the circulation of textbooks, but it is far more challenging to monitor the sharing of personal notes. Consequently, the notes from upperclassmen present a breakthrough opportunity for George to transcend his current academic level. To pursue this opportunity, George prepared diligently. Not only did he excel academically, garnering a favorable impression from professors and acquiring certain privileges, but he also sought to align the interests of other students with the Mutual Aid Society's goals. The Academy does not wish for students to easily access upperclassmen content, yet circumstances vary based on the individuals involved. Just as Harry benefits from his status as the chosen one, George's exceptional capabilities and progress in his studies warrant similar privileges, as long as he does not disrupt the Academy's existing regulations. There is no reason for the administration to create obstacles for him. Furthermore, to ensure this, George positioned the Mutual Aid Society as a positively contributing organization to the Academy that offers underprivileged students interest-free loans, facilitates the exchange of academic insights, and provides opportunities for work study. With multiple safeguards in place, George is brimming with confidence in the Mutual Aid Society's potential. The unfolding reality has proven even more favorable than he had anticipated. He had underestimated the students' limited allowances and their desire to spend. What's also provides financial aid to students, yet the school must prioritize profitability. The expenses of maintaining daily operations, professor salaries, and the costs of magical equipment, experiments, and potion ingredients are substantial, necessitating prudent financial management. Consequently, financial aid is heavily restricted. Additionally, societal expectations do not permit impoverished students to enjoy the same standard of living as their more affluent peers. In a sense, class disparity is an inevitable foundation of societal existence. Without comparison, how can distinctions among individuals manifest? Thus, financial aid must ensure that the living standards of impoverished students remain below that of their peers, lest it seem unjust to those who have paid for their education. Similar to the reality of low-income housing, if it is intended for the poorest, it must lack basic amenities and be exceedingly rudimentary. Only by ensuring that others perceive no need for such accommodations can they be reserved for those most in need. This dynamic places students on the margins of financial aid in a precarious position, as they struggle to make ends meet, much like Ron, who is compelled to use his brother's hand-me-downs. Financial aid merely prevents students from dropping out. It does not address their academic progress or provide conducive learning environments. In contrast, George's Mutual Aid Society serves as an invaluable supplement, bridging the gap between impoverished and average students, as well as between average and affluent students. Most importantly, it affords average and talented students the opportunity to earn money while still in school. This is of paramount significance. In reality, the Weasley family is not so destitute that they cannot afford a wand. Compared to the exorbitant prices of the past, the cost of a wand is astonishingly reasonable. An essential tool for a wizard, a wand priced at merely 7 galleons, approximately 35 pounds or 350 yuan, is certainly within reach. The genuine issue lies in the lack of prioritization. Children's needs and feelings often go unnoticed by adults. With numerous siblings and numerous expenses, the Weasley family must budget carefully, leading Ron to rely on his brother's discarded items, a situation that is far from ideal. The same holds true for Neville and many other families. Adults may not mind the expenses incurred for leisure and socializing, yet children, as part of the family unit, struggle to acquire their own discretionary funds. Even the affluent Malfoy family does not grant its offspring significant allowances, which is precisely why Draco seeks to borrow from the Mutual Aid Society. Unlike others, George possesses an extraordinary ability to generate income, standing out among his peers like a robust pillar of support. The spending habits of children represent an incredibly high-value proposition. George reflects on the unexpected rewards the Mutual Aid Society has brought him. The cost of a single adult meal, when translated into a child allowance, can yield an entire year of joy that he realizes that his greatest advantage lies not in his nearly mature physique, his comparable magical prowess, or his superior control, but rather in his unparalleled financial resources. George is formidable. Voldemort at his age could not rival his strength. Yet, the real world does not extend leniency based on age. Youth often invites exploitation, and the world does not confine competition to peers of the same age. The disparity in years is unalterable. Even if George is exceptionally skilled, he remains merely a student, and even as an outstanding one, he still pales in comparison to professors who have accumulated years of experience. In the magical realm, professors are not particularly esteemed figures, and even the illustrious Dumbledore, along with the entirety of Hogwarts and the magical community, quakes in the shadow of a dying Voldemort. What George requires most is time and the opportunity for accumulation. And the Mutual Aid Society offers him such a breakthrough. When George transports the wealth of the adult world into the realm of children, what previously felt like a mere bargain now feels akin to theft. A plethora of exceptional students' notes, insights, magical techniques, and even original spells flow into George's possession as if freely given, enriching his own knowledge base. This truly is a masterstroke. The low prices in the magical realm left George utterly astonished. But it was the bountiful harvest of the Mutual Aid Society that truly took him by surprise. The yield far exceeded his expectations, leading him to an intriguing realization. While Voldemort and Dumbledore may be impervious to the allure of money, there exists a critical group that can indeed be swayed by it, namely, the students of Watts. Their meager financial circumstances and years of suppressed spending render them particularly susceptible to manipulation. Perhaps the very foundation of Voldemort's rise will consist of these oppressed students. George seemed to grasp something profound out on the eve of Halloween. The grand dining hall of Watts appeared markedly transformed, adorned with a plethora of pumpkin heads, skeletal creatures, lanterns, werewolves, and an array of decorations steeped in an eerie charm. Countless bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, spiraling in chaotic flight, while the flames flickering within the jack-o'-lanterns danced mischievously at a delightful assortment of dishes suddenly materialized on the tables. I don't fancy the situation. What if the bats above decide to relieve themselves? Ron expressed his discomfort regarding the swirling bats overhead. While I share your sentiments, you really ought not to utter such words, Harry chimed in, visibly affected by the atmosphere. You all are such a downer, Hermione remarked as she set down her fork and sipped her juice. Suddenly, a figure burst through the entrance of the dining hall. It was Professor Quirrell. His face as pale as a ghost, he staggered to Dumbledore's side and collapsed onto the table, declaring, "There's a troll in the dungeon," before promptly losing consciousness. "What is a troll?" Harry inquired, a foolish, yet immensely strong creature. It's not particularly challenging to deal with. People often use its name as an insult, Hermione assessed. Can you believe Professor Quirrell fainted? Ron was incredulous. This is rather unusual. I believe if you all applied yourselves, you should be able to handle a troll by next year. George suddenly recalled that it seemed that simply attending classes would not guarantee one became an exceptional wizard. Observing the panic-stricken students in the dining hall, George reflected that many of them were already capable of overcoming a troll. Harry and the others nodded in agreement. Dumbledore conjured a few fireworks with his wand to capture the attention of the crowd, calming the chaotic assembly within the hall. "Prefects, escort your fellow students back to the dormitories," he commanded in a deep voice. Percy expertly organized the exodus, instructing, "Maintain order, follow me, and don't stray to first years. Heed my words. Allow the first years to pass first." "How could a troll have entered the castle?" Harry questioned. "It must have been let in by someone," George replied, sensing a shift within the castle's atmosphere. The group fell into a contemplative silence at his words. "Has anyone seen Neville?" Harry scanned the room and suddenly asked. "I saw Neville earlier. He went off to find his toad," Ron responded, his expression tightening as if recalling something. "I essed in that direction." Harry pointed towards the dungeon. "Yes," Ron nodded, biting his lip. "I must go rescue him." Despite Neville's penchant for trouble, Harry always recognized a semblance of his own past experiences within him. "What should we do?" Hermione looked to George for guidance. Harry and Ron turned to him as well, awaiting his decision. Trolls are not overly difficult to deal with, provided they don't make contact with you. The troll stands 12 feet tall and weighs a ton. A mere brush from one spells certain doom, George warned, detailing the troll's terrifying nature. I have to go, Harry insisted resolutely. Very well, I will accompany you to find Neville, George decided, following the others out. Hermione and Ron hesitated, wanting to join but fearing they would be of no assistance, before eventually departing with the rest. George led Harry stealthily towards the dungeon, avoiding detection. Someone's coming, George whispered, pulling Harry behind a stone statue. It's Snape. What is he up to? Harry expressed his dislike for Snape, sensing that the feeling was mutual. Snape was not mingling with the other teachers. It seemed he was up to something clandestine. Let us not dwell on that. We need to find Neville, George urged, observing that Snape had moved on and continuing toward the dungeon. As they traversed the corridor, an unpleasant miasma of damp socks and toilet odors assaulted their senses, prompting Harry to instinctively cover his nose. George grimaced as well. It's the troll, he surmised, as a low growl and the sound of massive footsteps echoed ominously. The troll, towering 12 feet high with skin toughened and caked in mud, boasted formidable defenses, exhibiting significant resistance to physical harm and impact that, in such circumstances, direct magical assaults and attacks would prove challenging to inflict damage. Its flat, robust legs granted it exceptional balance, rendering spells aimed at causing it to lose its footing ineffective. A blow from its massive club could easily pulverize a person. As George meticulously observed the troll's every move, he cautiously advised Harry on how to approach the situation. Listening to George's steady voice, Harry followed his observations, and the creature before them no longer seemed so fearsome. Although our primary objective is to locate Neville, our only adversary is the troll. When one possesses the ability to overcome an enemy, the foremost priority is always to incapacitate the threat and ensure one's own safety, George imparted. Safety must come first, George reiterated, casting the shield charm on both himself and Harry. Do not rely solely on this magical barrier for protection. However, never forget to employ it at the earliest opportunity, regardless of its efficacy. Trolls are notoriously dull-witted, and spells that confuse and mislead can yield effective results, George added, though you haven't learned them yet. When faced with a lack of superior spells, one must make optimal use of the spells they have learned, such as the ones you already know. With that, George brandished his wand and incanted Wingardium Leviosa. At that moment, the troll took a step forward but suddenly lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. He cast again, sending the club from the troll's grasp soaring into the air. Before the troll could struggle back to its feet, the club came crashing down upon its head with a resounding thud, rendering it silent once more. Utilizing the levitation charm while the troll was in motion allowed the seemingly ineffective spell to achieve remarkable results. The troll possessed a robust constitution, and while the club could only stun it, this did not imply it was no longer a threat. One moment of carelessness could lead to it awakening and wreaking havoc. Thus, it was imperative to confirm its demise. As George demonstrated the air extraction charm, a massive bubble enveloped the troll's head. Suffocating a troll through air extraction may take several minutes, yet the advantage lies in the absence of bloodshed. He explained, the spells learned at school may be few, but they are practical. Crucially, they are foundational, as the Academy will not instruct you in excessively perilous magic. You should not expect that merely adhering to the school's curriculum will render you a powerful wizard. George cautioned that Voldemort's actions will only escalate. I cannot rely on Harry to perpetually depend on a streak of good fortune to triumph over him. I can only hope Harry matures more swiftly. This air extraction charm seems somewhat familiar, Harry mused. Astute observation, George commended, impressed that Harry had made a connection after just a single casting. This is a new spell I devised, inspired by the freshening charm. Specifically for the purpose of extracting air, I have always stated, do not underestimate the spells you have learned. Even if they seem trivial, they are fundamentally significant. In both combat and experimentation, a wizard must harness their imagination. At the right moment, a levitation charm can incapacitate a troll. An appropriately timed spell can yield optimal effects. Modified spells can be applied in numerous contexts, George placed great emphasis on the transformation of foundational spells. Each new basic spell embodies immense developmental potential. Once you have thoroughly mastered a foundational spell, you may begin to innovate upon it. George also encouraged Harry to take a more audacious approach. The actions of Voldemort had merely commenced, and Harry could not afford to follow the school's curriculum in a mere step-by-step manner. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He was unaware of the trials that awaited him. Yet even children possess a competitive spirit. Well, the troll's heartbeat has ceased, and the spell to extract air will last another 5 minutes. We ought to find Neville. Having successfully dealt with the troll, George wasted no time and continued to search for Neville alongside Harry. "Neville, where are you?" Harry called out as they walked. "I'm here." Neville emerged cautiously from a low shrub. Fortune smiled upon Neville, for he was not far from the troll. Upon first sighting the creature, he immediately concealed himself in a bush, too frightened to move. The troll, with its poor eyesight, failed to notice him, and soon enough, George and Harry arrived. Upon hearing Harry's calls and realizing George had vanquished the troll, he timidly crawled out. "All is well now," Harry reassured the frightened Neville. "Harry risked being killed by the troll just to come find you." George's tone was somewhat stern. "You must keep a closer eye on your toad. If it causes any more trouble, you ought to dispose of it." Neville gazed at Harry with a look of despair, choking out, "I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I'm utterly useless. It's all right." "Neville, you should be braver," Harry said, remembering his own past insecurities when he looked at the timid Neville. "Thank you for coming to find me, Harry," Neville said through tears, feeling clumsy and a constant source of trouble. Believing everyone disliked him, including his toad, which always tried to escape him, while Harry was always there to help. Seeing Neville's downtrodden demeanor, George softened his stance. The troll had been a ploy orchestrated by Voldemort, who was possessing Professor Quirrell to divert the professor's attention at the school. Students were often lured here. Neville was simply unfortunate, yet George would not absolve him of all responsibility, particularly since he harbored a dislike for toads. "Let's head back to the dormitory. The professor should be arriving soon." George calculated the time, realizing that Harry and Ron had gone to notify the professors, and led Harry and Ron back, on their way. They encountered Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell hurrying over. Hermione and Ron had not followed, likely sent back to the dormitory. Quirrell glanced at the troll from a distance, avoiding it. Professor McGonagall rushed forward to check if Harry was injured, while Snape bent down to inspect the troll. Upon seeing that George and the others were unharmed, a hint of color returned to McGonagall's pale face, and she turned to George, inquiring about the situation. Harry, in the group returning to the dormitory, noticed Neville was not with them and inquired, only to learn that Neville had been looking for his toad. "I sent Hermione and Ron to notify you, fearing Neville was in danger, so I came to find him with Harry," George replied thoughtfully. Harry stood beside George, his expression serious, while Neville trailed behind, awkward and unsure of what to do with his hands. "You truly ought to dispose of your toad," Professor McGonagall admonished Neville. His constant mistakes and poor grades had made it difficult for teachers to hold a favorable impression of him. Neville lowered his head, even more uncertain of where to place his limbs, softly muttering apologies that "It's fortunate that none of you were harmed." With no injuries reported, Professor McGonagall's mood lightened considerably. "At least you remembered to notify a teacher. However, acting independently is never advisable. For first-year students, defeating an adult troll is no small feat. George and Harry, I award 20 points to your house." After pondering, she added, "Harry's awareness of Neville's absence and his initiative to search for a missing classmate earns an additional 5 points." George recognized that having Hermione and Ron notify the professors kept Harry from acting recklessly, warranting another 10 points for Neville. Wandering about the school and nearly causing a disaster resulted in a deduction of 10 points. Professor McGonagall glanced at Harry and Neville, refraining from further deductions. Harry was elated at having contributed 25 points to Gryffindor, but dismayed to hear Neville had lost 10 points. The combined score left them further behind Ravenclaw. "Very well, now you should return to your house and enjoy the Halloween feast," she urged, eager to prevent any further issues. The day after Halloween, the Great Hall transformed back to its usual state. Devoid of countless bats fluttering overhead, "I feel much better now," Ron remarked as he savored his pie. "I concur. You must understand, Bats and other flying creatures do tend to relieve themselves while airborne. Hermione added, "You two are at it again," Harry sighed, setting down his fork, slightly exasperated as he regarded Ron and Hermione. "Humph, you went off to battle a troll while we were left in the dormitory." Anxious and afraid, Hermione lamented, still mulling over the previous day's events. Ron nodded in agreement. "I merely followed George and did nothing. I merely witnessed him effortlessly dispatch the troll with 2 spells since their return to the dormitory." Harry had been subjected to Ron and Hermione's relentless inquiries about the adventure. Despite having recounted the tale, Ron and Hermione were still somewhat irked, having felt abandoned while Harry ventured forth. Wow. Although Harry had recounted his experience, Ron and Hermione still gasped at the thought of the events. Yesterday, they had followed George's instructions to inform Professor McGonagall and intended to accompany her back to find Harry, only to be ordered instead to return to the dormitory. George and Harry had braved the school, while Ron and Hermione had remained in the dormitory, fretting without respite. Hermione had even found information about trolls in the common room, and as they studied the terrifying illustrations, their fears only grew. The creature was 12 feet tall and weighed a ton. The hours dragged on painfully without Harry's return, and they grew increasingly worried. Finally, after nearly an hour, Harry returned with Neville. Ron and Hermione burst into tears of joy. Harry felt quite embarrassed by their reaction. Under their persistent questioning, he vividly recounted his adventure, listening to Harry's thrilling escapade, while they had remained in the common room in a state of anxiety. Ron and Hermione felt a swell of anger towards him for having gone off on his OWN. It was nothing of great importance. Observing the admiration in Ron and Hermione's expressions, George remarked, "For a prepared wizard, a troll is a rather trivial foe. However, the presence of a troll in the school signifies that it is not entirely safe here. I will begin guiding you in practicing the spells you have learned." With the Mutual Aid Society well underway, George had developed a clearer vision for future endeavors and hoped for a quicker improvement in Harry and his friend's abilities. "I have mastered all the spells we have learned." Hermione was eager to learn more advanced and powerful spells. "Wingardium Leviosa," she intoned, effortlessly making an empty plate float around the table. "An excellent levitation charm," George praised without reservation, offering compliments freely when warranted. Never adopting the demeanor of a curmudgeon or engaging in sarcasm, "that I can first teach you the extraction of air spell I used against the troll. This spell is highly versatile. You can discover its various applications at your own pace. Once you can modify a basic spell, I can teach you more offensive incantations." George intended to stir a sense of competition among Harry and the others. Since Hermione had already grasped the spells they had studied, he decided to impart the extraction of air spell to her. Harry and Ron looked on with envy. Yesterday, while they were together, Harry had shared the insights George had imparted regarding the troll, and they had secretly compiled a list of additional uses for the spells George had employed. Feeling the gap between himself and Hermione, Harry hesitated to make the same request of George, instead harboring a silent determination to master the spells they had learned. "This is amazing. I will soon modify my own basic spell," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yet her aspirations extended beyond that. She wished to learn even more spells from George while also developing a powerful basic spell that would astonish him. Wow! Hermione's lofty aspirations elicited a twinge of jealousy in Harry. She always seemed to excel in everything. Casting a glance at George, Harry hesitated for a moment before voicing a thought he had previously entertained. "George, may I impart the art of the spoken word to Neville?" Harry said somewhat sheepishly, feeling rather impolite for contemplating sharing what George had taught him with Neville, especially after having been under George's care for so long. Yet, Neville's timidity often led him to errors, making him a target for bullying, and it was a plight that resonated with Harry's own past, stirring within him an irresistible urge to assist Neville. "Of course, I seem to have neglected to enlighten you regarding the intricacies of the spoken word," George remarked, having successfully captured the attention of Harry and the others. "The spoken word is a remarkably unique ability, a fusion of belief and will. Unlike spells that require the correct gestures and incantations to be effective, the spoken word demands a profound conviction and determination to manifest its power." Then, does Neville's timid nature preclude him from learning the spoken word? Hermione inquired. George, however, did not address her question directly, but instead launched into a tale. In a distant eastern land, there was a wise master who, while journeying, passed through a village where an elderly woman, a devout believer, resided. The woman, illiterate, had devotedly recited a mantra she had overheard for a full 60 years. George paused for emphasis. The mantra, recited for 60 years, gained a spirit of its own. The master could hear her words for miles away as he passed through the village. 60 years, Harry and the others gasped in astonishment. 60 years seemed an eternity to them. Yet the master discovered that due to her illiteracy, the elderly woman's recitation was riddled with errors for the entirety of those 60 years. She had been reciting it incorrectly. George continued. How could that be? Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. The notion that the poor woman had clung to her mistakes for 6 decades was indeed tragic. The master then taught her the correct mantra. George concluded, pausing once more. And what happened next? Hermione pressed eagerly. The devoted woman began to recite the accurate mantra, yet it lost its spirit. Her words could no longer be heard from miles away. So the erroneous recitation possessed the essence of the spoken word. Harry pondered, bewildered. The spoken word is not a spell. One chooses the spoken word, just as the spoken word chooses its wielder. When I teach you the spoken word, it becomes yours, George explained, pausing again. Only when you can impart the spoken word to others do you truly grasp its essence. So, I can teach Neville the spoken word, but he likely won't succeed? Harry queried, perplexed. No, Neville will surely learn the spoken word, but your task will be formidable. You must persist in your efforts until you successfully teach him, George replied. Feeling somewhat dizzy, Harry grappled with the question of whether Neville could truly master the spoken word. Fool! What George means is that only one who has genuinely grasped the essence of the spoken word can teach it. That if Neville cannot learn, it is because you have yet to comprehend its true nature. Once you do, you will be able to instruct Neville, Hermione deduced quickly, her expression one of pride. Truly, Hermione is a genius, George remarked, somewhat speechless. He had struggled to convey this to Harry, only for Hermione to articulate it so succinctly. It seemed he had spent too much time with children, causing his own linguistic abilities to regress. The spoken word was George's attempt to merge belief and magic through language, based on historical accounts and conjectures from wizarding history. Even he himself held only a tenuous grasp of it. Aware of Harry's formidable will and belief, he had chosen to bestow this ability upon him, while he held no intention of attempting to awaken Neville's courage. As November rolled in, the air turned bitterly cold, shrouding the mountains near the academy in a misty veil, cloaked in a coat of ice and snow. The surface of the lake outside the castle had frozen solid. Each morning, Hagrid could be seen bundled in a long moleskin coat, thick leather gloves adorning his hands, and heavy boots on his feet, de-icing the brooms on the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. And after weeks of training, Harry was finally to participate in his inaugural match as the seeker for Gryffindor against Slytherin. George, Ron, and Hermione were all there to cheer for Harry. They had not witnessed his training sessions. As what had intended to keep Harry as Gryffindor's secret weapon, maintaining strict confidentiality regarding Harry's participation. However, one could not expect a small academy filled with teenagers to uphold such secrecy that a friend discreetly informed another, who in turn shared it with yet another. And soon the entire school was aware of Harry's impending Quidditch debut and his remarkable skills. Consequently, Wood's only recourse was to vigilantly guard the training grounds to prevent others from witnessing Harry's true practice. Nonetheless, the anticipation surrounding Harry's first appearance was palpable. Some even suggested that the school should provide a mattress for someone to run beneath Harry's broom to catch him if he fell. That must have come from Malfoy, Harry thought, finding the suggestion utterly ridiculous, which only served to heighten his anxiety. Yesterday, Snape deliberately provoked me and deducted 5 points for no reason. I cannot fathom why he harbors such animosity towards me. Harry expressed, frustration evident in his tone. Harry, you know we can't expect to be on friendly terms with everyone. There will always be those who, for whatever reason, will take a disliking to you, George consoled. Like Malfoy, Ron interjected with a fitting example. And Snape, Harry added, noting that Malfoy couldn't deduct points from him. Yet Snape won't hesitate to deceive you in duels, attempting to expel you from the school. Hermione countered, offering a more positive perspective. Oh, how fortunate, Harry mused, finding some solace in his friend's reassurances, likening Snape to Malfoy. The Snape had no intentions of expelling him from the academy. That would have been a calamity indeed. I sought out Snape yesterday to reclaim my Quidditch broom that I noticed he had an injury on his leg and overheard him complaining about being bitten by a three-headed dog. Lowering his voice, Harry continued, "On Halloween, when we went to find Neville, he passed us on his way to the 4th floor, where the three-headed dog was stationed. That's when he was bitten." Pausing for a moment, Harry added, "I wager he was the one who unleashed the troll to divert the professor's attention." He looked to George, eager for his opinion, that a reasonable deduction, albeit lacking sufficient evidence. George acknowledged, recognizing the validity of Harry's reasoning without outright dismissal. "How could that be? I know he's not the best, but he would never pilfer hidden treasures from the school." Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Hermione, you can't assume that all teachers are virtuous." Ron retorted bluntly, "I concur with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything, just like Malfoy. The crucial question remains, what exactly is the three-headed dog guarding on the 4th floor? Harry's reasoning is sound. Though Snape may not necessarily be the thief," George interjected, pausing before adding, "I agree with Ron. Not all teachers are benevolent." Seeing George support his viewpoint, Ron felt a swell of pride as he gestured toward Hermione. Hermione, realizing she had lost the support of her friends, fell silent, her frustration palpable. "Harry, would you like something to eat? You're about to participate in the match." Ron, sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, attempted to shift the topic. "I'm not hungry," Harry replied, feeling out of sorts on the brink of his first Quidditch match, burdened by the weight of responsibility. His nerves were already frayed, compounded by the incident with Snape, and he had hardly slept the night before, leaving him with little appetite. With just an hour until the match, he found it difficult to calm his racing mind. "Your demeanor seems off. Don't fret too much. Just focus on that incantation," George advised. George also noticed that Harry was not in good spirits, but at such a moment, no one could offer any assistance. After a moment of reflection, he reminded Harry of a particular incantation, hoping it might provide him some aid. Strangely enough, when Harry's focus shifted to that spell, he suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him, and a flicker of confidence surged within him. At 11 o'clock, the Quidditch pitch was bustling with spectators. The stands filled to the brim. Many students had even brought binoculars, and though the seats had been elevated high into the air, it remained challenging at times to discern the action on the field. It seemed to George that he ought to teach Hermione and Ron the art of eagle eye. Glancing around from the Ravenclaw stand, George reflected that watching a Quidditch match from the sky on broomsticks was no easy feat. He recalled reading that some Quidditch matches had lasted for several months, and if the golden snitch was not caught, the game could drag on indefinitely. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he hoped such a circumstance would not arise. Thus, he hastily cast eagle eye upon himself on the opposite side. Ron and Hermione stood in the highest row, accompanied by Neville, Dean, and Seamus. It appeared that Neville and his friends had become avid fans of Harry, as they unfurled a massive banner made from a bedsheet, emblazoned with Potter for the win, beneath which was painted a large and rather impressive Gryffindor lion. Hermione waved her wand at the banner, causing the paint to shimmer with various colors. Moments later, the atmosphere in the stadium erupted with excitement as Harry, Fred, and the others emerged from the changing rooms, making their way onto the field and waving enthusiastically at the throngs in the stands. The fervor intensified, with the crowd cheering and waving in response to the players. Chapter 24 Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, her flying broomstick in hand. The referee for the Quidditch match was required to soar alongside the players, a task not easily accomplished. Both teams entered the field, old rivals exchanging fierce glares. Madame Hooch gathered the players close for pre-match preparations. "Well, I shan't say much more. Today, I simply hope everyone participates in the spirit of fairness and honesty." With that, she cast a pointed look at Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, as if to warn him, "Prepare yourselves, everyone mount your brooms." Madame Hooch commanded loudly. All players hopped onto their broomsticks. A piercing whistle announced the commencement of the match. 15 broomsticks shot into the sky as Lee Jordan and Professor McGonagall began their commentary. Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson seized the quaffle right from the start. She was an exceptional chaser, and her beauty matched her prowess. Lee Jordan's commentary was spirited and lively. Professor McGonagall gave a nod. "Very well, "Professor," Lee replied, not one to favor a stiff delivery, but acknowledging her position nonetheless. Angelina dashed down the field with a stunning pass, handing the quaffle to Alicia, another talent unearthed by Oliver Wood. Last year, she had merely been a reserve, but this year she had become a key player. She passed the ball to Johnson, but alas, Slytherin surged forward and snatched the quaffle. Led by their towering captain, Marcus Flint, who was a formidable presence on the field. Marcus was aiming to score. Fortunately, Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Wood, intercepted the ball with his usual reliability. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to take the free kick. With chaser Katie Bell at the helm, oh no, here came Marcus again. As Katie attempted to evade him, she was struck on the back of the head by a bludger. The quaffle was back in Slytherin's possession. Lee Jordan's commentary, in tandem with the players' aerial maneuvers, ignited the stadium with enthusiasm. Even George, initially indifferent, began to recognize the allure of Quidditch. The speed of flight reached exhilarating heights, and even the strange rules of the game became captivating. The 14 players darted through the air, and with every near miss, George felt a thrill of anticipation, bracing himself for a potential collision that narrowly avoided occurrence. It seemed he needed to improve his dynamic vision. The Quidditch match stirred a passionate fire within George, revealing a personal weakness. The speed of spells would outpace flight, and if he couldn't keep up with this velocity, countering spells would become increasingly challenging. D and Q's charged toward Gryffindor's goal, but he was struck down by a bludger, which Fred deftly avoided. Johnson seized the ball, finding herself in open space ahead. She accelerated rapidly, dodging another bludger, deftly evading the goalkeeper. She scored. Gryffindor had made a point. The cheers of Gryffindor students drowned out the furious roars of Slytherin. Observing the players darting like trains across the pitch, dodging bludgers, and attempting to score, George felt a surge of eagerness. The team mused. If only the players donned protective armor and increased their speed, the chaos would surpass even that of rugby. Meanwhile, Harry glided gracefully high above the pitch, squinting to catch a glimpse of the elusive golden snitch. Only by capturing the snitch could the match conclude. Thus, controlling it was the essence of Quidditch, that if a player could seize the snitch the moment it appeared, victory would be easily attained. Consequently, the fastest and most agile seeker was always the team's linchpin, its secret weapon, bearing the immense responsibility of leading the team to triumph. This notion filled Harry with both exhilaration and pressure. Fortunately, once airborne, with the wind rushing past his ears, he felt incredibly at ease, as if he were a fish in water. Gryffindor scored first, igniting Harry's excitement as he sought the golden snitch. He followed a glimmer of gold, but soon realized he had misjudged, narrowly avoiding a speeding bludger while searching for the minuscule, nearly invisible snitch. The golden snitch appeared, zipping past D and Q's ear. Harry spotted it, his heart racing, and he dove toward the shimmering ball. Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, also caught sight of it, charging after the snitch, matching Harry's pace. The other seekers momentarily lost sight of their own roles, fixated on the competition between the two seekers. Once the golden snitch emerged and was captured, the match would immediately conclude. Only in its absence would attention return to the chasers. Harry's speed surged, and he saw the tiny winged ball flitting about, prompting him to accelerate further. Suddenly, Marcus Flint collided with Harry, attempting to create an opportunity for his teammate. This provoked a furious uproar from Gryffindor, as Harry was mere inches away from capturing the snitch. "That's a foul!" Gryffindors protested loudly. Madame Hooch angrily rebuked Flint, awarding Gryffindor a free kick. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight. In the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, "Referee, send him off. Red card." George found the situation amusing. Quidditch rules did not allow for players to be ejected from a game. Yet the players lacked protection and were prohibited from charging one another. The ineffectual rules lacked basic enforcement, allowing teams that flouted them to gain a significant advantage with ease. However, given the small population of the wizarding world, the stakes of Quidditch matches were minimal, allowing the strange and convoluted rules to persist. Commentator Lee Jordan expressed his outrage, labeling Flint's actions as despicable cheating. Much to Professor McGonagall's displeasure, Harry continued to narrowly evade a speeding bludger. His broomstick suddenly began to tremble violently. It soon felt as though he was losing control, and he gripped the broom tightly, clenching his knees around it. Harry had lost command of his broom, which swayed erratically from side to side, bobbing up and down. Chapter 25. George immediately noticed Harry's distress. He scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Professor Quirrell casting a jinx upon Harry's broomstick. In the realm of bighuge.info, George found himself distanced from Chilo, unable to intervene, as he beheld Snape not far away, brandishing his wand to assist Harry in breaking free from the control. He too drew forth his wand, aiding Harry in suppressing the malevolent curse. With unwavering focus, he prepared himself, ready to cast the levitation spell the moment Harry fell from his broom, with George joining in the effort to counter the dark enchantment. Harry gradually regained control over his body. A disconcerting sensation enveloped him like a net, binding him tightly, akin to a shackle that rendered him immobile and felt as heavy as a boulder, pressing the breath from his lungs. His heart sank as he became acutely aware of his breathing, the flow of magic within him, and the curse's binding grip. A fervent desire to break free surged within him. Demacia! Harry roared, shattering the shackles. Tearing through the net and lifting the weighty stone, he plunged swiftly towards the ground, prompting onlookers to cover their mouths, as though on the brink of retching. Safely landing, he coughed, and a golden object fell into his grasp, which he clasped tightly. Demacia! He shouted, raising his hand triumphantly above his head, declaring, "I've caught the golden snitch." The match concluded, yet the Slytherin players schemed to evade accountability. Flint seethed with indignation, lamenting his failure to knock Harry off his broom earlier, which could have secured Slytherin's victory. Alas, Harry had breached no rules, and Gryffindor emerged victorious by a significant margin. Though fatigued, Harry refrained from joining in the team celebration. They all made their way to Hagrid's hut, where he brewed a pot of strong tea with Snape. Ron stated bitterly. Both Hermione and I witnessed him casting a spell on Harry's broom. Nonsense, Hagrid retorted, skeptical, as he was oblivious to the events occurring in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing to Harry? Harry glanced at his friends and resolved to reveal the truth to Hagrid. I have uncovered some of Snape's secrets. On Halloween, he was bitten by that three-headed dog. We suspect he was attempting to steal whatever lies behind the trapdoor guards. How do you know about the three-headed Fluffy? Hagrid inquired, astonished. Fluffy? Harry echoed. He's my pet, acquired from a Greek chap last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard something important, Hagrid explained. What is it? Harry pressed. That is none of your concern. It is classified information. Hagrid brusquely interrupted Harry's inquiries, but Snape is trying to steal it. Harry insisted, unwilling to relent. Rubbish, Hagrid replied, visibly agitated. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he seem intent on harming Harry? Hermione interjected angrily, recalling how she had witnessed Snape casting a spell at Harry, prompting her to rush forward in an attempt to intervene, which eroded her trust in him. But it is certain that among the teachers at Hogwarts, there are those who wish to see Harry harmed. Perhaps even more than one, George remarked, unveiling another piece of information. While aiding in the suppression of the curse from the stands, I detected two distinct sources of magical energy. You are all mistaken. Hagrid snapped, his patience waning. That I do not know what Harry encountered, but Snape cannot possibly be the culprit. That it is time for you to leave. These matters do not concern you. Forget about the three-headed dog and whatever it guards. It is perilous. This is a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. This involves someone named Nicholas Flamel. Harry felt a surge of frustration. Having narrowly escaped death that day, he had long harbored disdain for Snape. And with Ron and Hermione as witnesses, it infuriated him that Hagrid stubbornly refused to see the truth. As they made their way out, Harry pondered for a moment and declared, it must be Snape. Indeed, we all witnessed it. Snape was muttering incantations at Harry. Ron and Hermione recalled the events vividly. Not necessarily. When I noticed Harry's plight, I too was casting a spell to suppress the curse on his broom. And I sensed another source of magic, George added, eager to ensure Harry did not overlook other details. Another person? The revelation that there might be someone besides Snape astonished Harry. Perhaps it was a professor at the school who discovered Snape's malevolent spell and intervened to assist Harry. Hermione suggested tentatively, Snape is highly suspicious. You may doubt him, and you should, but do not hastily conclude that he is the sole perpetrator and ignore other threats, George cautioned, indifferent to whether Snape bore false accusations, yet urging Harry to remain vigilant about other dangers. The school is not an entirely safe haven. You must be more diligent in mastering your spells. Today, Harry, your ability to break free from the curse using the incantation was impressive. George praised, genuinely impressed by Harry's performance. The power of the incantation seemed to resonate deeply with Harry. It could indeed be said that he was the child of destiny. His belief and resolve had never been his weakness. With the invocation of the incantation, Harry's future brimmed with possibilities. During his free time between classes, George traversed the corridors alone, heading towards the library to commence his daily routine. Along the way, many greeted him, signaling a shift from the initial indifference he had faced. The Mutual Aid Society flourished. George's reputation soared, making him one of the legends of Hogwarts. Unlike the typical adventure narratives of his past life, which often depicted a magical world fraught with endless wilderness and beasts, this was Earth, and it was now 1991 in an era of technological advancement. There were few places ordinary people could not access. The entire magical community was compelled to retreat in the face of the overwhelming expansion of the mundane world. The endless wilds, the beasts, and the adventurers were tales of centuries long past. Today's wizards held legitimate jobs, sustaining themselves through their professions and skills. Wizards had transformed from combat adventurers to mundane citizens, indistinguishable from ordinary workers. Chapter 26. As George's reputation continued to rise, students of all ages, from younger peers enchanted by sweets and toys to older students facing graduation and employment pressures, began to regard him differently. It was akin to how Harry had first entered the school, surrounded by the fascination of a celebrity. Fortunately, this was merely a campus environment, and everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. He found himself reminiscing about the efficiency of the internet in the mundane world. The convenience of online searches paled in comparison to the laborious task of sifting through books in the library. Regrettably, Hogwarts prohibited the use of electronic devices. Even basic amenities like electric lights and telephones were out of reach, let alone computers. On his way, George encountered Malfoy and his two lackeys. This time, Malfoy did not ignore George but offered a distant greeting, to which George nodded in response. Ever since borrowing 1,000 galleons from the Mutual Aid Society, Malfoy had been living quite comfortably, even diminishing his focus on Harry. Whether confined within the strictest of closed academies or trapped in an inescapable prison, a sudden influx of wealth could undeniably make life much more bearable. Malfoy had garnered quite a reputation recently, gaining considerable support within Slytherin. This acclaim was no longer solely due to Draco's lineage. After acquiring a substantial sum from George, he had been generous, lavishly spending and bestowing benefits upon those around him, leading even Goyle and Crabbe to exhibit newfound confidence. As George had observed earlier, children's pocket money might represent the most cost-effective expenditure in the world. A small treat or a flashy trinket could swiftly elevate Malfoy's status among the younger Slytherins. Indeed, possessing wealth makes dealings more manageable. A person who is affluent, willing to spend, and knows how to spend can easily forge friendships and become the center of attention, regardless of time or place. George even heard rumors that Malfoy was persuading older students to join the Quidditch team, aspiring to emulate Harry's success. Upon hearing these tales, George couldn't help but regard Malfoy with a slightly elevated opinion, though he still viewed him as an arrogant child prone to impulsive actions, perpetually at odds with Harry. Yet, without George's support, Malfoy often found himself in a position of advantage. However, the thought of Malfoy's recent extravagance filled George with a sense of anticipation regarding the aftermath of Malfoy's financial depletion. The treasures of the Draco estate seemed to beckon him from afar. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants, the librarian, he quietly entered the library. George did not expect to receive any special treatment from Madame Pants. But as the saying goes, courtesy costs nothing. Maintaining a friendly demeanor and expressing goodwill could only serve him well. The crux of the matter lay in his need to remain at Hogwarts for several years, and the library was undoubtedly the most crucial place within those hallowed walls. Leaving a favorable impression on Madame Pants was always beneficial, even if it merely ensured that he would not face undue harassment. In the absence of conflicting interests, he was more than willing to expend a bit of effort on niceties to mitigate potential disputes, be it with Madame Pants or Malfoy. Perhaps displaying a bit more disdain and hostility towards Malfoy would enhance his camaraderie with Harry and Ron. Yet, if it meant merely adding another adversary for the sake of pride, George was reluctant to make such a choice. Unless it came to eliminating the opponent, he preferred to minimize enmity, if necessary. He had no qualms about removing Lucius or even Malfoy himself, but since he was not yet in a position to do so, he would rather lessen his foes, ignoring Malfoy and even risking some distance from Harry and Ron. The library remained sparsely populated. Even in the magical realm, not everyone had a penchant for reading. Even George himself yearned more for the endless wilderness and mythical beasts depicted in adventurous tales than for the written word. Yet, as a student, the only avenue available to him for acquiring knowledge and power was through books, particularly the library's collection, which, while perhaps not the most effective or superior method of study, was sufficiently safe, simple, and economical. George returned to the passage he had previously read, flipping through the unfinished chapter, and glanced at the remaining shelves, noting that the selection was dwindling. After months of frequenting the library, his reading speed had accelerated, especially after acquiring a reading charm from Kate. These histories and travelogues would soon be completed. George cast a longing gaze towards the restricted section deep within the library, the most valuable area in Hogwarts, and indeed the entire magical world, which was also his ultimate goal. However, the restricted section was heavily guarded, with every book enchanted to prevent unauthorized access. Following the lessons learned from Voldemort's rise, the management of the restricted section had become exceedingly stringent, leaving no loopholes to exploit. This thought stirred a sense of frustration within George. Standing before a vast treasure, yet unable to unlock it, they would have to wait until Voldemort's threat re-emerged. Only then might the restrictions on the forbidden section be relaxed in light of greater dangers. Despite his irritation, George had his own plans. He quickly dispelled the negative emotions and focused on the book in his hands. With so few volumes remaining, he couldn't help but develop a mild obsession with finishing them all, lest he overlook crucial information. Christmas was fast approaching, a significant holiday in the magical world. Even if wizards were unclear about whom they were commemorating, wizards would boastfully declare that, according to historical accounts, they began celebrating Christmas long before Muggles, even though no one could quite ascertain who the holiday was truly in honor of. But who really cared? For everyone, the essence of the holiday lay in the respite from daily toil, reunion, celebration, and revelry. Who would genuinely be concerned whether the holiday marked the death of an individual centuries ago or millennia past? What people needed was a reason to celebrate amidst the drudgery of life, a ceremonial occasion to indulge in merriment. Perhaps in the first couple of years of the holiday's inception, people would quietly honor a certain individual amidst the festivities. Yet, before long, the holiday would be stripped down to mere joy and jubilation, that if one were to insist on emphasizing the tragic demise of a person from thousands of years ago on the day of celebration, urging everyone to mourn rather than rejoice, then they would surely be deemed difficult to befriend and likely friendless. This moment, Hogwarts had transformed into a fortress of ice and snow, blanketed in thick layers of white. Chapter 27. Following a heavy snowfall, the one solid lake was now adorned with a soft, snowy quilt, and the frigid weather had impacted the owls responsible for delivering mail, forcing Hagrid to create a resting space for them in his hut. The two brothers from the Weasley family were facing disciplinary action for enchanting snowballs to pursue Professor Quirrell, striking him atop the head. This left George incredulous. During this period, Quirrell, possessed by the Dark Lord, had been behaving much like a hapless Neville. It was uncertain whether it was Quirrell's own will resisting or if the Dark Lord was simply too weak to exert control. Everyone was eagerly anticipating their return home, counting down the days to the holiday, in the final days of lessons. All were somewhat distracted, and poor Neville found himself scolded a few more times. The Great Hall was splendidly decorated, festooned with ribbons, and boasting a dozen upright Christmas trees, each laden with shimmering ornaments and twinkling candles. The professors had meticulously adorned the trees with enchanting decorations. Blissfully unaware of the students' imminent departure, today marked the last day at school. Conversations had already begun to flow freely, and farewells were being exchanged prematurely. I can no longer tolerate Malfoy. Today, I almost punched him. Ron exclaimed, seething with indignation. He despised Malfoy so intensely, even though he outperformed him academically. Yet as Malfoy incessantly berated him and Harry's families with his foul tongue, Ron's only desire was to land a solid blow on Malfoy's face. "I truly detest Malfoy and Snape," Harry added, appearing somewhat resigned. Malfoy had recently taunted Harry about being unwanted, striking a vulnerable chord within him. He dreaded returning to the Dursleys for Christmas. In fact, he was desperate to escape the confines of Privet Drive, unwilling to go back. "You can come to my house for Christmas," Hermione offered, aware of some of Harry's circumstances. "Thank you, Hermione, but I can't just leave Ron behind," Harry chuckled, declining her generous invitation that Ron's parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. Leaving the brothers to remain at school, Ron merely rolled his eyes at Harry's teasing to "Don't fret. The Christmas holidays will pass swiftly, and you'll be reunited soon," George remarked, understanding the dynamics between Harry, Hermione, and Ron. George had his own affairs to attend to. He did not plan to spend Christmas at school with Harry. "I will send you gifts," he assured them. After a moment's thought, he added, "with school on break and the professors away. The castle will be quite empty, so Harry and Ron, do be cautious. If you figure out who Nicholas Flamel is, remember to write to me," Hermione chimed in. George cast a knowing glance at Harry and the others. "I might need to remind you that this adventure will be somewhat more challenging for you. You do know about Nicholas Flamel. I just knew you would. You've read far more books than I have." "But why didn't you tell us that day?" Hermione exclaimed, her excitement spilling over as she pressed for answers. "Like Hagrid said, Nicholas Flamel is not on your syllabus," George replied, choosing not to divulge information directly when Harry and the others refrained from asking. "So, we've decided to enlist you," Hermione declared, not intending to be polite with George. "Very well, but for safety's sake, I'll inform you after the holidays," George conceded, eager to leave school without causing any stir. "Oh, no, you should tell me in advance that we've pored over at least 100 books during our breaks, and not a trace of Nicholas Flamel. I even dream about his name now," Hermione whined. "At least give us a hint." "I recall seeing his name somewhere," Harry interjected, feeling a flicker of recognition regarding Flamel's name, believing he only needed a slight nudge to remember. "All right, enough of that. Keep it quiet and enjoy your Christmas," George insisted, resolute in allowing Harry to arrive at the answer on his own. "Fine. At least during the Christmas holiday, we won't have to stay in the library." Ron pondered for a moment and devised a good reason. "Very well then, I suppose I should say, Merry Christmas." Seeing that George remained silent, Harry chose not to press further, perhaps believing he would soon recall it himself. "All right, Merry Christmas." George's teasing piqued Hermione's curiosity, yet he offered no answer, leaving her somewhat disheartened. However, the thought of the holiday quickly revitalized her spirits. Merry Christmas. Along the route they had taken, the train from Hogwarts was making its way to platform 9 3/4. This time, the train was less crowded due to some staying at school, and George and Hermione found a spot near the center. The train journeying to Hogwarts was filled with anticipation, and as it departed, it carried a wealth of joy. Hermione appeared exceedingly lively on the train. It was her first time leaving home for a boarding school. While everyone was still at school, she did not feel out of the ordinary. But now, leaving the familiar environment and anticipating seeing her parents upon arrival, Hermione felt a whirlwind of excitement, apprehension, and anticipation. "Should we sit down for a bite?" George, unsure of how to comfort Hermione, attempted to divert her attention. "I can hardly fathom why I am so exhilarated." Hermione's voice trembled slightly. "You have been away from home for quite some time, adapting to a new environment, and now you are about to return home, which naturally brings about such excitement." George, possessing the soul of an adult, could not fully grasp this emotion, yet he understood it well, akin to the nostalgia depicted in stories, the yearning for home expressed in poetry. Those who stray far from home, once acclimated to a new setting, often do not long for home. Yet, when they leave the familiar and suddenly find themselves in an unfamiliar place, a sense of isolation can provoke an emotional outburst. A profound desire to see familiar sights and encounter beloved individuals emerges, thereby igniting homesickness and a yearning to return. Humans often appear exceedingly fragile when confronted with the unknown and the unfamiliar. For Hermione, both school and home were places of comfort, her safe havens. However, during the journey between the two, she felt a sense of strangeness, eagerly anticipating her return to the familiar It was indeed a cause for joy. Observing Hermione's uncontrollable trembling and her surging emotions as they drew closer to their destination, George felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 2:8. As one grows older and experiences more, it becomes increasingly difficult to find novelty, to be touched and moved. The saying goes, when Mount Tai collapses before one's countenance does not change, which describes a person's composure. Yet, does it not also reflect a sense of repression and monotony? There is but one Mount Tai, and if it were to crumble right before one's eyes without eliciting any reaction, what calamities must that person have endured in the past? Such repression and monotony are indeed lamentable. The journey was smooth, with no lost toads or encounters with Malfoys. This train ride proceeded without incident, arriving steadily at its destination. As they neared the station, Hermione incessantly questioned George, worried about whether her hair was disheveled, if her attire was appropriate, and if she had perhaps gained a little weight. Would her parents recognize her, or might they simply not have come? The thought momentarily left Hermione dazed, hesitant to retrieve her luggage. You look like a little princess now. There is no better appearance than this. You have gained a slight amount of weight compared to your frail state at the start of term. It seems the school's meals are quite commendable, that I wager that the moment you disembark, they will recognize you at a glance. However, you have become even more beautiful than when you first began school. Perhaps they will wonder in their hearts, who is this lovely little princess? George lavished compliments upon Hermione, attempting to ease her anxiety, listening to the typically earnest George shower her with exaggerated reassurances. Hermione could not help but laugh. Her heart warmed, and her nervousness began to dissipate. George had already taken hold of their suitcases and was prepared to clear the way for Hermione as soon as the train came to a halt. Just as George had predicted, upon disembarking, Hermione spotted a couple waving to her from a distance, rushing towards her. In an instant, Hermione's eyes glistened with tears as she dashed forward, embracing them tightly. "What's the matter? Darling? Why are you crying? Is school treating you poorly? If school is indeed dreadful, we shall not send you there anymore." Mr. and Mrs. Granger enveloped their daughter in a mix of joy and anxiety, holding her close, then releasing her slightly to examine her, only to embrace her again. "No, school is wonderful. I've missed you both so much," Hermione choked out. Upon hearing her words, the Grangers felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, there's no need for concern. Hermione has simply been longing for you both," and she began to feel excited on the train. Furthermore, she is an exemplary student at her academy, well-liked by her peers. "Just look at how she has gained a bit of weight," George remarked. "Oh, let me see. My darling seems to have indeed put on a little weight. It appears she has not suffered at school." Mrs. Granger fussed over Hermione, patting and stroking her, arriving at this conclusion. "Well, I shall not intrude on your family reunion any longer. Farewell." George, wishing not to disrupt the Granger family's gathering, refrained from further pleasantries, setting down Hermione's luggage before turning to leave. "What a handsome and courteous young man," Mr. Granger commented, admiring George's demeanor, momentarily contemplating the idea of forming a friendship, though he quickly suppressed that thought. For now, his primary concern was his beloved daughter. George approached a tall, blonde young woman, exclaiming, "It's been ages, Anna. Young master, I wish you would behave more like your classmates." Anna gestured towards the nearby Granger family, who were locked in an embrace. Observing Anna's generous bosom, George set down his luggage, stepped forward, and embraced her tightly. "It's been so long, Anna." Anna held George close, stroking his head gently, whispering, "Welcome home, my young master." A roaring fire blazed in the hearth, flanked by two splendid Christmas trees, while the walls glowed with orange magical lights, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere in the living room. The Christmas dinner for three was not boisterous, but rather warm and inviting. As soon as George returned home, his grandmother, Jessica Soros, brought forth a steaming fruit pie and pudding to the table. Following that, there were avocados paired with pan-seared salmon, and the main course consisted of mashed potatoes served alongside roasted goose. Having resisted eating on the train, George finally indulged his appetite at home. His already considerable appetite seemed even more astonishing as he deliberately aimed to eat more. Yet, he was ultimately outmatched by his grandmother and Anna, who had prepared an abundance of every dish he adored. No matter how hard George tried, it was impossible for him to consume all the ample provisions they had set out. They ate sparingly, seemingly satisfied simply by watching George feast heartily. After dinner, while seated on the sofa by the fireplace, Mrs. Sorrows remarked, "So, our George has finally made a friend, a rather lovely young lady." "Indeed." Anna smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Grandmother, I am only 11. George sat on the opposite sofa from Mrs. Sorrows, looking rather helpless as he faced the inquisitions from his grandmother and Anna. "Who would ever guess you are 11? Mrs. Sorrows and Anna exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "I am not concerned about your studies. Nor do I worry about whether you can take care of yourself. These have never been issues for you, Dad." Mrs. Sorrows gazed at George, pausing momentarily, expressing her delight that he could meet more friends. "Should the need arise, I will invite them to our home," George replied leisurely. "You are always so organized, unlike a child." Mrs. Sorrows' tone was ambiguous, leaving one uncertain whether it was a compliment or reproach. "But it is hardly your fault. With only the two of us in the household, how could you possibly behave like children from other families?" Mrs. Sorrows suddenly appeared somewhat melancholic, though she quickly found solace in Anna as presence. As she spoke, she reached for Anna, pulling her to sit beside her. Seeing his grandmother begin to feel guilty again, George attempted to steer the conversation towards business matters to shift her focus. "I've started an organization at school called the Mutual Aid Society, through which I have met many friends, including some students nearing graduation, whom I have high hopes for." George paused for a moment. Noticing his grandmother had regained her attention before continuing, "I plan to arrange for some of the promising students to come to my bookstore, and I also intend to expand the store, at least to establish it among the foremost in the magical community. It seems you truly have great expectations for those students. You were previously rather indifferent about the bookstore." Madame Sorrows astutely pointed out George's transformation. "In the household, it was only you and Anna. Managing the bookstore consumed much of your time. Now that new staff has arrived, I still hope that you both can carve out more moments for your own enjoyment," George candidly remarked. Anna, observing George's resolute expression, helplessly shrugged her shoulders towards Madame Sorrows, seemingly resigned to the fact that our little Mr. George remains stubbornly intent on caring for us. Chapter 29. Wizards Come of Age at 16. George did not mind Anna's teasing and reiterated his age, which elicited a round of laughter from Madame Sorrows and Anna. Upon returning to his room, George retrieved a thick notebook he had prepared from his suitcase. Over the past few months of the Mutual Aid Society's operation, the most abundant contributions have been study notes. After all, everyone possesses study notes. Most students own numerous notebooks, and who would not be willing to exchange unnecessary notes for a bit of pocket money at the society? Even rewriting and copying them for exchange is not a troublesome task. However, once the notes became too numerous, redundancy began to set in, prompting George to hand them over to Kate for organization. Kate meticulously modified and filtered through the notes, eliminating duplicates and retaining only the most systematic and significant content. This moment, the notes in George's possession were those he had further condensed from Kate's compilation, rewritten entirely through his own understanding and logic. This was a synthesis of notes from others, meticulously integrated into George's personal knowledge system, resulting in a notebook uniquely his own, should this notebook remain at the Academy. The individual who eventually acquires and learns from it might very well become a Dark Lord. The amalgamation of numerous exceptional students' notes, augmented by his own revisions, filled George with a sense of awe. George had already forewarned Anna that he had important matters to attend to and could not be disturbed. Subsequently, he cast a soundproofing charm within the room. Finally, he extracted a chestnut-colored box from his suitcase, inputted the password, and opened it to reveal another gray box inside. Alohomora. George gently lifted a crystal-clear vial containing amber liquid from the box. It contained 2.5 doses of Felix Felicis. This was his most significant trump card and the foundation for rapidly transforming his accumulated knowledge into power. When the school year began, he had also brought his lifeline to the Academy, never overlooking any potential contingencies. Fortunately, the school remained relatively safe, devoid of any unexpected incidents. This time upon returning home, besides reuniting with family, another crucial objective was to transmute the accumulation of the past period into strength. Fortunately, The yield of that time far exceeded his expectations. More importantly, the magical reading he had gained instilled within him greater ambition and opportunity. After placing the box securely, George climbed onto his bed and swiftly utilized the reading magic to memorize the contents of the notes before gently uncorking the vial and downing nearly half of its contents. Then sealing off his senses, the potion coursed down his throat, spreading throughout his body, merging into his blood, invading his breath. These sensations were completely lost to him. He could only perceive his consciousness trapped in a sea of thoughts, utterly numb. When his body and senses were sealed, devoid of awareness of the external world and time, it seemed as though everything had lost significance. Even his mind lost its measuring tools, feeling as though the next moment could either be an instant or a century. His confined consciousness felt compressed within a box, continually being squashed until it could compress no further, at which point it erupted with a thunderous cacophony, like a spark falling into a cauldron of oil. It instantaneously exploded, igniting an endless flame, relentless and unyielding. The flames surged in a cycle of birth and demise, constantly reincarnating, and within the ebb and flow of these flames lay the enigmatic runes of magic. Each mysterious symbol and incantation flickering into existence like shooting stars, only to vanish moments later. As the flames perpetually spread, they extended to the very edges of time. The taut string could no longer stretch forward. At this moment, the string, pulled to its limits, began to retract violently, the flames receding like a tide, continuously surging back point one by one. The runes and incantations were engulfed by the returning flames, and with the shrinking inferno. The ceaselessly fluctuating symbols and spells were consumed, leaving only a colossal blaze in their wake. Within the fire, clear runes began to materialize, no longer subject to decay, but instead possessing a semblance of life. Until the final massive flame vanished, dissolving into the sea of thoughts, everything returned to its origin, sinking into boundless darkness. After Christmas, upon returning to the academy, everyone seemed changed, even those who remained at the school. George appeared remarkably at ease upon his return. Having consumed nearly half a vial of Felix Felicis, he initially worried about potential side effects, but was willing to accept any risk for the immense gains he had achieved. Increasing the dosage yielded results that were astonishing. Just as he had anticipated, he had informed Kate that the potential of reading magic was not confined solely to the perusal of ordinary books, hoping she would continue to explore its depths. However, he did not place all his hopes on Kate alone. This return home was not only about absorbing notes from upperclassmen, but also focused on enhancing his reading magic, which was of utmost importance to it. Was for this reason that he had been willing to expend considerable resources to consume nearly half a vial of Felix Felicis, and after the fruitful night of Christmas, he succeeded, reading magic, even when memorizing books of magical potency, was no longer impeded, granting him astonishing reading and memory capabilities, for which he had already prepared methods for application. Hermione appeared more vivacious. Her experiences at home seemed to have shifted her mindset. Harry's transformation was evident to all. He no longer cared who Nicholas Flamel was, yet he was frequently awakened by nightmares, often wandering the campus at night, draped in his invisibility cloak. Ron was increasingly anxious about Harry's changes. Dumbledore was right. The mirror would drive Harry mad. With regards to Harry's condition, no one could offer assistance. Having lost his family at a young age, he sought solace in the illusions of the mirror. He needed to confront and balance the line between reality and illusion himself, and all they could do was hold faith and cautiously encourage him. Fortunately, this phase did not last long. With the commencement of classes, the progression of coursework, and even the provocations from Malfoy and the harsh reprimands from Snape, Harry could no longer remain ensconced in his illusions. He emerged, or rather, was propelled out. He became inundated with responsibilities, not only managing a heavy workload, but also facing the onset of Quidditch matches. Years later, after securing a hard-fought victory, what became even more stringent, he refused to let the team's hard-won triumph slip through his fingers again. Training them with an intensity greater than before, undeterred by the incessant rain following heavy snowfall, Wood had transformed into a complete training zealot, much to the chagrin of the Weasley twins, yet Harry stood steadfastly by Wood's side. The Christmas break had wrought significant changes in Harry. Plagued by nightmares, he found that the exhaustive training allowed him to sleep soundly, free from midnight awakenings. Chapter 30. Harry, like Wood, actively engaged in training. Hoping to secure victory in the upcoming crucial match. Following their match against Hufflepuff, Gryffindor would have the chance to triumph over Slytherin once more in the House Cup after 7 years. Harry believed their chances against Hufflepuff were favorable until news broke that Snape would officiate the match. Don't participate in the match, Hermione urged, increasingly worried about Harry's safety after the previous incident. Just say you're ill. Ron concurred with Hermione's sentiment and suggested a plan. Pretend you've broken your leg. Hermione sincerely advised that, compared to risking his life, it was better not to participate in the match. Really break your leg, Ron added, believing that he would rather sustain an injury than have Harry compete. All right, let's not frighten Harry, George interjected, finding Hermione and Ron's suggestions increasingly absurd, offering Harry a comforting remark. Yes, I can't run away, Harry asserted that I'm the only seeker on the team. I can't quit midway, or the entire team will be unable to compete. Don't worry too much. I'll keep a close eye on you on the field. If you fall, I'll definitely cast a levitation charm on you, George promised earnestly to Harry, though that it's not exactly comforting that George's promise only heightened Harry's anxiety. That moment, Neville stumbled into the common room. His legs magically bound together by someone who had cast the leg-locking curse upon him, forcing him to hop up the stairs like a rabbit. Hermione, infuriated, rushed over to him and lifted the curse. Neville stood up, still trembling all over. What happened? Hermione led Neville to sit with the others. Malfoy, Neville said in a quivering voice, I ran into Malfoy outside the library. He was practicing spells on me. You must tell Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged Neville. I don't want to get into trouble, Neville mumbled, shaking his head. You have to confront him bravely. Ron encouraged Neville that Malfoy is being a bully. We cannot yield to him or allow him to succeed. Malfoy said, I don't deserve to be in Gryffindor. I know I'm too cowardly. Neville began to sob again. Harry pulled a piece of chocolate from his robe pocket. It was the last piece Hermione had given him before Christmas. He handed it to Neville. You are braver than Malfoy. The Sorting Hat chose those with courage to enter Gryffindor, while Malfoy is destined for the loathsome Slytherin. Neville unwrapped the chocolate and managed a weak smile. Harry, thank you. I'm going to bed now. You need the card. You can keep it, Neville replied, leaving behind the remaining card from the chocolate as he walked toward the dormitory. Harry inhaled sharply, staring at Dumbledore's image on the card, then looked up at everyone. I just remembered. I previously mentioned I had heard of Nicholas Flamel, and now I recall where I heard about him on the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore's most significant contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his remarkable achievements in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel was Dumbledore's partner, Hermione echoed, turning to George. Now you must tell us who Nicholas Flamel is, right? George had promised to share information about Flamel after Christmas, but by the time the holidays were over, everyone had lost interest in the subject until Harry brought it up again. Wait, don't say anything. Hermione suddenly jumped up and dashed toward the girls' dormitory. The others exchanged puzzled glances until they saw Hermione return, cradling a thick, old book. I already know. You don't need to tell me, Hermione whispered excitedly. I borrowed this light reading from the library a month ago. Seeing that Hermione had discovered information about Flamel, George refrained from interrupting her enthusiasm, allowing her to uncover the details herself. Hermione flipped through the pages rapidly, her finger gliding over the lines of text until she found it. Nicholas Flamel, widely known as the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone. What is that? Harry and Ron had never heard of it. You don't read, do you? You don't even know about such a famous thing? Hermione pushed the book toward Harry and Ron, pointing to a line that read, an astonishing creation of ancient alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone can transform metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. Historical records mention the Philosopher's Stone numerous times. The only remaining stone belongs to the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who last year celebrated his 665th birthday with his wife, Perenelle. They are currently residing in Devon. Now do you understand? Hermione continued. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, on the 4th floor is guarding the Philosopher's Stone for Dumbledore. Dumbledore must have moved the stone from Gringotts to Hogwarts because he knew someone was after it. It can turn things into gold and grant immortality, Harry said. Who wouldn't want it? It's no surprise that Snape has his sights set on it. I'm also somewhat interested in the Philosopher's Stone, especially its creation process and methods, George mused, stroking his chin that if given the chance, the Philosopher's Stone would indeed be something he desired, though he was more interested in the methods of its creation. With that knowledge, he was confident he could craft an even more potent stone. Haha, I want it too. Listening to Harry and George, Hermione also began to ponder the Philosopher's Stone, the ability to create gold. Ron said, now that he was working in the dueling club, he was no longer in such dire straits. Yet the thought of a stone that could produce gold intrigued him, why the following morning. The discussion about the Philosopher's Stone was still fervent. Hermione planned to establish a library as grand as, or even larger than Hogwarts, provided her financial situation allowed it. Ron declared that if he could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he would buy a Quidditch team for himself. Harry, however, had not yet considered purchasing anything. He was more interested in the elixir of life, even though he could not yet use it, as he seemed to harbor a certain fear of death. George realized he could help fulfill Hermione's and Ron's dreams, while Harry's aspirations did not appear overly difficult. He was more intrigued by the principles behind the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 31. Early in the morning, Harry made a decision. He resolved to participate in the match. He did not wish for Snape and Slytherin's schemes to succeed, nor could he abandon his teammates. George brought Hermione and Ron to cheer Harry on, assuring him repeatedly that if he fell from his broom, he would cast a levitation charm to catch him. This notion only intensified Harry's anxiety, though it also provided him with some reassurance. George's formidable abilities gave him confidence. With Hermione and Ron's support, and recalling how he had previously escaped a curse using the power of speech, he began to feel that the worst might not come to pass. His teammates appeared somewhat nervous. Having lost to Slytherin for 7 consecutive years, the thought of finally breaking this nightmare and defeating their rivals filled them with excitement. Just the mention of the match by Wood was enough to ignite their spirits and enthusiasm. They were not concerned about Hufflepuff. Their only worry was biased officiating from Snape. This made Harry feel somewhat guilty. Snape hated him as if he had stolen his girlfriend. Snape seized every opportunity to belittle and insult him. Harry even suspected that Snape was stalking him around the school, for wherever he went. Snape seemed to materialize, mocking him before deducting points from Gryffindor, only to strut away, waiting for the next chance to humiliate him. The weekly potions class had turned into a nightmare for Harry, and he guessed that Snape might have discovered his investigation into him. Harry even felt as though Snape could read his thoughts, which only deepened his aversion and fear of the potions master. In the afternoon, Ron and Hermione arrived at the changing room to bolster Harry's spirits. Seeing their worried expressions made Harry briefly contemplate withdrawing from the match, but looking at his teammates, he hoped, as George had said, that with Snape as the referee, he would be unable to act directly against him. He donned his team robes and took his Nimbus 2000, anxiously awaiting the start of the match, indifferent to Wood's pre-match encouragement. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione were in the stands with the Gryffindor contingent, joined by Neville, Dean, and Seamus, who had come to support Harry, brandishing the banner they had made from a bedsheet with the words Potter for the win alongside a large depiction of the lion, the emblem of Gryffindor. Hermione waved her wand, enhancing the banner with colorful effects before casting the Eagle Eye Charm on herself, and her O.N.I.T. was Ron's first time using the Eagle Eye Charm to watch a Quidditch match. He widened his eyes, looking around in awe. Oh, this spell is incredible. It's so much clearer than using binoculars. George had begun teaching everyone the Eagle Eye Charm a few days prior, and only Hermione had quickly mastered it. She could now cast it effortlessly. Harry, overwhelmed by rigorous training, had not had enough time to learn the charm, and during the match, there was no opportunity to use it. Ron seemed unaccustomed to the charm. Although he had more time than Harry, he had not managed to grasp it. Witnessing the charm's remarkable effects during the match, he resolved to increase his practice time upon returning home to master the spell. Thus, never having to worry about not seeing the match clearly. Don't just focus on watching the match. Remember why we're here. Hermione, somewhat irritated, remarked that Ron's skittishness and fidgeting made her feel he was rather unreliable, especially since they bore the crucial responsibility of rescuing Harry today. Fine, I understand. We are here to protect Harry and prevent Snape from harming him, Ron whispered. And don't just focus on Snape. George interjected. There were others who cast spells last time. Hermione lowered her voice in tandem. Surveying the surroundings, I've spotted George. He is across the way, and he waved at me. Since we're all prepared, let us proceed as planned. George will keep an eye on Harry, and should Harry fall from his broom, he'll dash onto the field to save him. Hermione asserted gravely, casting a fierce glare at Ron. You watch Snape, while I keep an eye on the others. With the enhancement of the Eagle Eye spell, Ron's vision surpassed all expectations. Hermione's piercing gaze was intimidating, prompting him to comply obediently. Calming his nerves. Goodness, having such keen eyesight can be terrifying. Ron fixated on Snape, gripping his wand tightly. Should Snape make a move, he would immediately cast the Leglocker curse to trip him and thwart any potential ambush on Harry. Professor Dumbledore has arrived. Splendid. Harry is safe. Ron suddenly exclaimed, having spotted Dumbledore in attendance at the match. It is indeed Professor Dumbledore. Now Harry is secure, as Snape cannot harm him in Dumbledore's presence. As Hermione observed Dumbledore's arrival, she too felt reassured, yet her cautious nature compelled her to add, we must still remain vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Snape's gloomy expression indicated his awareness that he had no opportunity to harm Harry. Ron remained unconvinced, dismissing the idea that Snape could outsmart Dumbledore, and turned his attention back to the game. Suddenly, someone tapped him sharply on the back of his head. It was the insufferable Malfoy. Oh, I sent this Weasley. Are you waiting for Potter to fall so you can escort him to the hospital? Malfoy sneered, flanked by his two lackeys. Ron and Hermione remained fixated on the field, ignoring Malfoy, as Snape began assisting Hufflepuff, unjustly awarding them a penalty. Harry soared above like an eagle, scouring the arena for the elusive golden snitch. How long do you think Potter can stay on his broom this time? Care to place a wager? Weasley? Malfoy continued to taunt loudly. Perhaps Malfoy was sent by Snape to distract them. Ron and Hermione concluded, further solidifying their resolve to ignore him. Snape's favoritism was blatant, as he once again inexplicably awarded Hufflepuff another penalty. Is Gryffindor's selection criteria based on who is more pitiful? An orphan Potter, the impoverished Weasley brothers. By that logic, Longbottom should join, given his lack of wit. Seeing Ron and Hermione silent, Malfoy redirected his jibes at Neville. I am far better than you, Malfoy, Neville stammered, his face flushed. Malfoy and his cronies began jeering. Longbottom's intellect is worth less than the coins in the Weasley household, and that's the crux of the matter. Ron, unwilling to tear his gaze from the match, encouraged Neville. Neville, show him what you're made of. Ron, look, Hermione suddenly shouted. What is happening? Ron immediately turned his gaze toward Harry. He saw Harry make a rapid dive, eliciting gasps from the audience as he shot toward the ground like a bolt of lightning. Ron quickly realized that Harry had spotted the golden snitch. You're in luck. Potter has found the money on the ground. And he is fast. Malfoy, unable to comprehend the situation, continued his derisive commentary. Without waiting for Malfoy to react, Ron leaped onto him and knocked him to the ground, swinging his fists at Malfoy's face. Neville, momentarily stunned, rushed to assist. Faster, faster. Hermione, oblivious to the commotion around her, fixated her gaze on Harry, clenching her fists and stamping her feet in anxious anticipation. Harry surged downward, weaving through the crowd, past Snape, as if he were a flash of lightning that suddenly froze in midair. He raised his arm, clutching the golden snitch tightly in his grasp. The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of exhilaration sweeping through as they realized that this would set a new record for the match. Never before had the snitch been caught in such a brief span of time. Barely 5 minutes had elapsed from start to finish. Ron, look. Harry has won. We are victorious. The match is over, Hermione exclaimed, her voice ringing with joy as she bounced on her seat, elated beyond measure. George was then seen standing on the highest row of the Ravenclaw stands, next to Kate Winslet, a sixth-year student and a key member of the study group. Did you turn the Eagle Eye spell into a silent incantation? Kate, unaware of George's incantation, noted that he could still see the match clearly from the highest tier, a clear indication of the Eagle Eye spell's enhancement. Such a useful spell certainly warrants conversion into a silent incantation, George replied nonchalantly. Its efficacy makes it all the more challenging to modify, that a streamlined spell eliminates all extraneous factors while maintaining stability. Simplifying it further is an extraordinarily daunting task. Kate's eyes widened with astonishment. That you're just a first year. You truly are a prodigy. It's a spell I developed myself, so simplifying it becomes considerably easier. Your reading spell is also a silent incantation. George regarded this as unremarkable. He could not impose first-year standards on himself, as that would be unfair to both himself and others. True, although my reading spell was created in fourth year and took a year to convert into a silent incantation, I certainly didn't apply myself as diligently as you. After a moment of contemplation, Kate recalled the vast array of notes she had compiled for the study group and remarked slowly, "Your reading spell has also reached its utmost simplification. With the extensive notes you've organized, advancing to develop a spell from memorizing magical texts should not be overly challenging." George had indeed mastered a spell from memorizing magical texts, but he found it difficult to teach the knowledge gained through shortcuts to others. That he aimed to guide Kate in developing an advanced spell that would best suit her needs. That I hadn't considered this before. But seeing your brilliance spurs me to action. After all the time spent organizing those notes, I've certainly gained something, Kate asserted, refusing to be outdone. That if one were to truly evaluate, ordinary students could only secure some loans in advance through the study group, which, while assisting them in maintaining progress without financial strain, was merely a temporary aid. As the founder of the study group, George reaped the most benefits, with Kate being the other significant beneficiary due to the invaluable contribution of her reading spell. In return, George had reciprocated by having Kate organize the notes received, saving time while also expressing gratitude to her. Unlike Harry, Hermione, and others who had just entered their first year, possessing scant foundational knowledge, even high-year notes served merely as dictionaries or reference materials. In contrast, Kate, a top student in her sixth year, had already mastered all subjects, though individual circumstances led her to focus on specific areas. This time, Kate dedicated extensive effort to compiling notes from the entire grade. The diverse notes from high-achieving students across various subjects, their distinct thought processes, learning perspectives, and even insights into spell techniques profoundly transformed Kate, who possessed remarkable reading ability and was aided by the reading spell. A prodigy, a monster, George was unfazed by the praise directed at Kate. While he acknowledged he had not been idle since birth, he would not deem himself a genius. Ultimately, he simply leveraged his advantages from the outset, allowing the momentum to accumulate over time. This formidable advantage would continue to grow, creating an insurmountable chasm, which fundamentally distinguished the power disparity between the Dark Lord and ordinary wizards. Having lived two lives, George scoffed at notions of intelligence and genius. The 10,000-hour theory had already proven that 10,000 hours of focused study could elevate one to world-class status. His personal experiences, contrasting his past lives, afforded him a visceral understanding, rendering him impervious to the illusions of genius or innate talent. In his previous life, he had achieved nothing, yet he did not attribute this to a lack of intelligence or aptitude. To lay blame, he would merely acknowledge that it stemmed from his inability to govern his own impulses, failing to derive satisfaction or joy from learning and effort. Since childhood, he had developed a habit of distraction. Suddenly, study and diligence no longer yielded positive reinforcement, while his family perpetually cast a shadow of negativity. He was compelled to constantly restrain himself under the weight of adverse emotions, and this self-restraint and effort depleted all his energy, draining him of the vitality necessary for life. Like a victim of the Dementors, simply existing had sapped his spirit. How could such a person hope to achieve greatness? The world is inherently unfair. For most, mere existence demands the expenditure of every ounce of strength. It requires the exhaustion of one's passion simply to become an ordinary individual, lest they plunge into the depths of despair. From birth, disparities exist, not in talent or intellect, but in the circumstances and templates of survival. Harry, at the onset of his schooling, was a frail little boy, yet his parents were not short by any means. And after partaking in nutritious meals, he quickly grew strong and tall. Just as in Harry's growth, and like Malfoy's jibes about Harry being unwanted, none of this was his fault. These were simply the circumstances of his existence, the template of his survival. He was forced to reside with his aunt and uncle, enduring hunger and weakness due to his orphan status, which made him the target of Malfoy's ridicule. These were not choices he made, yet he bore the brunt of the world's malice for them. Chapter 33. The world has never been fair. Human growth and talent require experiences and nourishment to flourish. That it was only when Harry arrived at Hogwarts that he found the possibility of transcending his environment and altering his survival template. When he had no choice but to stay with his aunt and uncle, he remained underfed and grew into a frail, diminutive boy, often mocked by classmates and girls for his height. He was relentlessly subjected to the malice of his aunt and uncle, akin to the draining effects of dementors, which siphoned away all of Harry's positive energy, likely leaving him a lifelong failure, or worse, provoking his negative traits until he mirrored his uncle and cousin. Ultimately, there existed only a slim chance that he could retain his kindness and love for life amidst the chaos, but his heart would forever be scarred by an unhealable battlefield of trauma. George did not believe in genius, nor did he think he would ever be outdone by one. His experiences across 2 lives led him to understand that everything has its reasons, even if comprehension eludes him temporarily. And even if he cannot control the outcomes, he believes that every event has a rationale. The storm of the butterfly effect requires the initial flutter of wings. Moreover, that storm will not directly manifest beneath the butterfly's wings. Thus, he held faith that advantages could be compounded over time, like a small snowball rolling down a long path, ultimately growing large enough to crush any obstacles in its way. Yet, every phase of this process, from the initial snowball to the entirety of the path, is indispensable. Should any element of the environment be lacking, the final snowball capable of overcoming everything would not exist. He believed, as he acted, that he need not transform into a genius, nor did he require Harry, Ron, or Hermione to possess the fated luck of victory, as in stories, that he simply needed to continuously roll his own snowball of advantage. And as long as the process remained uninterrupted, it would culminate in what one might call destiny or a great momentum. George was not only amassing this snowball of advantage for himself, but was also assisting Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Katie in accumulating their own, if possible. He even aspired to help more individuals build their own snowballs of advantage. He envisioned a future where a new generation of young wizards would gather immense snowballs of advantage, unleashing unimaginable power. At that moment, what would Voldemort matter? Today's Quidditch match concluded at a pace beyond imagination, with Harry setting a record for the fastest capture of the Golden Snitch. George intended to congratulate Harry. Yet it was evident that Harry was surrounded by his teammates, hoisted on his shoulders, and tossed into the air. George approached Ron and Hermione, who were also Gryffindors and today's victors. Ron still bore evidence of a nosebleed, yet his spirits were inexplicably high. He had been eagerly awaiting this day for far too long. He exclaimed loudly to George, "I gave Malfoy a real beating. I've been waiting for this opportunity for ages." And I blackened his eye. Ron laughed heartily, recalling that most of their classes with Malfoy were taught by Snape, who was notoriously biased and harbored a deep-seated hatred for Harry. Thus, Malfoy often openly provoked and mocked them, leaving them with little room to retaliate. Seizing the chance to finally give Malfoy a taste of his own medicine brought Ron more joy than winning the match itself. Neville remained unconscious. He had single-handedly faced Crabbe and Goyle, but Madame Pomfrey assured that she could quickly revive him. Neville's bravery today had won the admiration of everyone. He had charged at Crabbe and Goyle, entangling them fiercely, thereby allowing Ron to deliver a proper punch to Malfoy. Indeed, it was a day worth celebrating. Harry had triumphed in the match, Ron had bested Malfoy in another endeavor, and Neville had proven himself remarkable. George never hesitated to shower praise on his friends when they were jubilant. Yes, we must celebrate this day. Let us head to the common room to prepare. Once Harry joins us, we shall commence our festivities. Ron felt that such a splendid occasion deserved commemoration, pondering when the next opportunity to confront Malfoy would arise. Harry seemed delayed by some matters, and they waited quite a while in the common room without seeing him. Ron and Hermione, feeling concerned, pulled George out of the common room to search for him. Fortunately, no mishap had occurred, and they soon spotted Harry. "Where have you been, Harry?" Hermione inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. "Don't mind her. She is just worried about you. Relax. Today is a day for celebration," Ron said, giving Harry a hearty pat on the shoulder. "All right, let us head back for dinner. It's getting late." As long as Harry was safe. George sought to ease the tension. "I've discovered something," Harry murmured, lowering his voice. Let us find a quiet place. I need to tell you what I found. Observing Harry's secretive demeanor, curiosity peaked among them, and they quickly sought an empty room. As Harry cautiously closed the door, George cast a soundproofing charm in tandem. After the match, on my way back, I saw Snape sneaking toward the Forbidden Forest. Out of curiosity, I followed him, Harry recounted, explaining the reason for his delay. You actually snuck off to the Forbidden Forest. Do you have any idea how perilous that place is? Hermione exclaimed sharply. How much preparation did we undertake in the arena to confront Snape head-on? And you dared to follow him alone? I must say, Harry, you were exceedingly reckless. A.K.T. the school. If something goes awry, we only need to hold on for a while before a professor comes to our aid. But in the Forbidden Forest, if something happens, not even Dumbledore could save you. George harbored deep concern. Although Harry had returned safely, one could never be too cautious in such a perilous place, if misfortune were to strike. Harry's abilities could only rely on the so-called protagonist's luck, and George had no inclination to test or depend on the reliability of that notion. I thought I had been incredibly bold by giving Malfoy a good thrashing today, Ron remarked, equally surprised by Harry's audacity. Listening to the astonishment and disapproval of his friends, Harry suddenly realized the gravity of his actions. During the match, he had been terrified, yet post-competition he had unwittingly trailed Snape into the Forbidden Forest. And the thought sent a chill down his spine that I apologize. I nearly lost myself in a moment. Riding on the broom gave me such a unique feeling, and I became overly confident. Reflecting on this, Harry quickly expressed his regrets. Chapter 34. All right, next time you fly, exercise more caution. Flying on a broom won't shield you from skilled wizards. Since Harry had apologized, George wished to avoid further anger over events that had already transpired. Harry continued to assure them that such a situation would never arise again, and Hermione eventually forgave him. Harry resumed recounting the subsequent events. That I followed Snape into the Forbidden Forest, hiding in a tall fir tree, to see what he was up to. In a clandestine meeting, Snape confronted Quirrell, who trembled in fear. Stammering his words as Harry spoke, he pondered how to articulate the scene that unfolded. Snape inquired of Quirrell how to deal with Hagrid's monstrous creature. Quirrell offered no response, prompting Snape to threaten him, asserting that he was unfazed by Quirrell's secretive tricks, demanding Quirrell's allegiance, and promising to revisit the matter later. This confirmed our previous suspicions, did it not? The formidable dog Fluffy was indeed guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape intended to steal it. Coercing Quirrell into aiding him, he sought to extract from Quirrell the means to confront Fluffy, alluding to Quirrell's cunning maneuvers. Hermione meticulously analyzed the sequence of events. Was it possible that beyond Fluffy, other safeguards existed? It made sense. The protection of the Philosopher's Stone likely involved not only Fluffy, but also a myriad of enchantments, including Quirrell spells, which Snape sought to leverage through intimidation. Hermione put forth a logical conclusion. Unless Quirrell could withstand Snape, the Philosopher's Stone was indeed in peril. Ron appeared somewhat alarmed that you've overlooked a crucial detail. George interjected, highlighting that both Snape and Quirrell were cowering before a more sinister figure, serving a mysterious individual. The Dark Lord. Ron shrieked at the mention. For years, that name had become synonymous with a certain individual. Upon hearing this, Harry's heart raced. No one in the room had a closer connection to the Dark Lord than he did. The Dark Lord was dead, or perhaps it was someone else entirely. Hermione, hailing from a mundane background, lacked an intrinsic fear of the Dark Lord. This individual wielded significant power, capable of intimidating Snape and Quirrell. Surely, it could not be Dumbledore. George attempted to dismiss one possibility. Could it be Lucius? He must be in league with Snape. Ron's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized Lucius was the Dark Lord's confidant, and after the Dark Lord's disappearance, his influence remained substantial. Furthermore, Lucius was Draco's father. Their shared disdain made it unsurprising that they would conspire together. The more Ron spoke, the more fervently he concluded that Lucius was indeed the mysterious figure, though his voice dwindled as he noted the rumors of the Dark Lord's potential return, and that his followers, like Lucius, were still active. Excellent deduction, Hermione remarked, reflecting on Hagrid's warning that this adventure involved perilous individuals and matters. Nicholas Flamel was a renowned alchemist, and his Philosopher's Stone was a treasure of immense worth. Such a powerful figure entrusted his prized possession to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Hidden in Watts. George's gaze swept the room as he continued. The treasure required a three-headed dog for protection, along with a plethora of traps and curses to defend against a formidable adversary. Hermione added, "We've also uncovered Snape's possible connection to Lucius, threatening Quirrell to assist in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone." Harry slowly articulated, piecing together the details. "Wow," Ron gasped, gripping Harry's sleeve tightly before whispering, "The Philosopher's Stone can create gold and the elixir of life. The Dark Lord may not be risking everything for mere gold." After the Dark Lord's disappearance, some of his followers remained active, aiding in the quest for the stone capable of producing the elixir of life. George boldly declared the final conclusion. The Dark Lord's followers sought the elixir to resurrect him. Harry clenched his fists, his complexion pale, articulating his conclusion as they absorbed the chilling reality woven from their recently uncovered clues. They were momentarily stunned. They were still only first years, suddenly confronted with the most formidable, terrifying, and malevolent enemy in the wizarding world. Voldemort. They had merely tugged at a thread, unwittingly unraveling a monstrous serpent, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione in shock. "Enough of this fright," Harry urged. "We are merely first-year students. The professors at school will handle matters concerning the Dark Lord." The group had reached a terrifying conclusion from their investigation. A significant victory, yet George hoped they would not be daunted by it. "I wager Dumbledore is already aware, hence his thorough preparations, not only with Fluffy, but also with an array of traps and spells." Hermione began to search for optimistic perspectives. "Even if Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Ron muttered. "How many times must I say this? You all need to strengthen your abilities," George reiterated. Their laughter erupted at his words, finding solace in the learning of spells, the mastery of which could instill confidence. Draco Malfoy was seething. That wretched Ron Weasley had dared to strike him, something even his father Lucius had not done. Crabbe and Goyle, two inept fools, had been utterly useless, ensnared by Neville, that pathetic excuse for a wizard. The sting of Ron's punch still lingered at the corner of his eye. "This is far from over. I shall ensure that the Weasley scoundrel is expelled from the school. And Harry Potter too." The thought of Harry Potter stirred tumult within Malfoy. Heaven forbid, he had genuinely harbored goodwill towards Harry. How could Harry refuse him? How dared he? He was, after all, Draco's true friend. From the moment he could remember, he had known Harry Potter. Draco, the heir of the Malfoys, could not be oblivious to Harry's existence or disregard him. Their fates were intertwined from the moment he began to comprehend. His father, Lucius, had complex feelings whenever Harry was mentioned. Chapter 35. Malfoy's emotions towards Harry were exceedingly intricate. Harry's very birth had altered the destinies of many, including his father's and his own. Since he could remember, the name Harry Potter had been a constant in his life, a standard against which he was forever measured. All his efforts paled in comparison to the name of Harry Potter. Yet, Malfoy felt no jealousy. He had long anticipated meeting that boy who had survived. He believed he and Harry would become the closest of friends. Malfoy envisioned a future where Harry would join Slytherin, where they would support one another, bound like brothers, together ruling the school and crafting legends. Whispers circulated that the Dark Lord was soon to return. Malfoy believed this too, but he was convinced that he and Harry would triumph over the Dark Lord. "How dare Potter treat me this way?" he seethed. "He has rejected my friendship, spurned my goodwill, and trampled on the dignity of Draco Malfoy." His relationship with Harry shattered the illusions he had harbored for years. The fondness he once felt was now replaced with loathing. "That I shall expel that wretched Weasley and Potter from the school. No plea will sway me." Malfoy hesitated, considering that unless Harry had a dramatic change of heart and came to him in tears, he would reconsider their friendship. Recently, Malfoy had been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to oust Ron from the school, or, at the very least, to severely penalize Gryffindor's house points. He had even discreetly followed Harry and Ron. A challenging endeavor. Since Harry had befriended George, their skills had surged, and Malfoy found himself at a disadvantage in their rivalry. He felt the need for assistance. Crabbe and Goyle were too dim-witted, and he often hesitated to include them. While he loathed the Weasleys, he had to admit that Ron was somewhat more astute than Crabbe and Goyle. He detested mudbloods, Yet he could not deny Hermione's intelligence. He felt disheartened by his solitary battle. While Harry had the support of Hermione and Ron, yet he could only rely on the two buffoons, Crabbe and Goyle. Today, Malfoy felt that the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. He discreetly observed the murmuring trio of Harry, who had recently been acting mysteriously and frequently scurrying to Hagrid's hut, which piqued his interest immensely. Although Harry and his friends appeared vigilant, speaking in hushed tones, their caution was precisely the issue at hand. He would not be easily deceived. As soon as the class bell rang, Harry and his companions hastily abandoned their small shovels and rushed outside, prompting Malfoy to stealthily follow behind them. Watching as Harry, Ron, and Hermione eagerly entered Hagrid's hut, only to close the door mysteriously behind them, Malfoy sensed that his moment had come. He crept to the window, peering cautiously inside, half his head protruding as he strained to catch a glimpse. To his astonishment, he saw Harry and the others gathered around a table, where a large, dark egg was pulsating ominously, cracking with fissures as if something were about to burst forth. Before long, the egg shattered, and a small dragon emerged. They had concealed a dragon egg and even hatched it. Malfoy widened his eyes in disbelief. The little creature wobbled on the table, energetically flapping its wings. A truly vivacious little being, with orange-red eyes, a large nose, and spiky wings complementing its slender, dark body. It exuded a fierce demeanor. When it sneezed, sparks flew from its nostrils. This was a dragon. Malfoy could not help but stand upright, craning his neck to gain a better view of the creature. Suddenly, he spotted Hagrid leap up and charge towards him. He bolted upright, disregarding everything else, and sprinted back towards the school. It was only upon returning to the familiar surroundings of his classmates that he managed to steady his heartbeat and reflect on the entire event. Hagrid had hidden a dragon egg in the hut and even hatched a dragon. Malfoy pondered this astonishing revelation, contemplating how to implicate Harry and his friends in this affair, ideally driving them out of the school. Raising dragons was illegal. A law prohibiting dragon ownership had been enacted in 1709, and with irrefutable evidence, they would be apprehended and expelled from the school. With this thought in mind, Malfoy promptly made his way towards the headmaster's office. But after taking just a few steps, he halted. Dumbledore was Hagrid's protector. It was Dumbledore who had allowed Hagrid to remain at the school after being expelled during his own time. He could not approach Dumbledore. Contemplating further, Malfoy considered seeking out Professor Snape, who would certainly not let the troublemakers from Gryffindor off easily. But he soon hesitated. He had just been discovered, and Hagrid's lot would undoubtedly have hidden the dragon by now. Its size made it easy to conceal. Moreover, Hagrid's residence was an unlikely place to investigate, and he risked being outmaneuvered. For a moment, Malfoy found himself in a quandary. He had stumbled upon a significant secret. Yet how to exploit this knowledge required careful deliberation. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. Dragons grew rapidly, and soon they would no longer be able to hide it. When the time came, with undeniable evidence, he could have them all expelled from the school. This thought brought a smile to Malfoy's face. Ideally, the dragon would even bite them before that happened, for dragon teeth were venomous. Maintain your focus, continue to concentrate on your breathing, and feel your magic. Do not attempt to forcefully control your magic. Instead, guide it, experience it, just as you would your breath. Do not stop. There are still 10 more to go. George said leisurely as he paced back and forth. With a sigh of relief, Ron immediately collapsed onto the ground, disregarding any semblance of dignity, while Harry stumbled against a chair before slowly sitting down. Only Hermione managed to sustain her basic stamina, continuing to regulate her breathing as a learner. Hermione's progress consistently brought satisfaction to her instructors, albeit occasionally tinged with a hint of frustration at her exceptional intelligence. Harry excelled in defense against the dark arts. To be more precise, due to his unique connection with Voldemort, he possessed an extraordinary talent for both casting and countering dark magic from a young age. In comparison, Ron's performance was mediocre, yet he had 5 exceptionally talented older brothers, which had nurtured resilience within him amidst a long-standing environment of pressure. During their training, although Ron could not stand out, he always managed to keep pace, determined not to become a burden to his companions. Chapter 36. Due to Quirrell's influence, the defense against the dark arts class had become a laughingstock, and George had to expend considerable effort to assist Harry and the others in catching up. ever since they uncovered a sinister plot surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, revealing that Voldemort's minions were attempting to steal it to facilitate his return. Both Harry's trio and George himself had deliberately intensified their training and defense against the dark arts. Excellent performance. I believe you will undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in first-year defense against the dark arts, perhaps even beyond just first year, George said, glancing at Harry and his friends, encouraging them with a sense of responsibility. Except for you, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in unison, immediately breaking into laughter at their shared understanding. George chuckled softly, often finding it difficult to place himself in the mindset of a first-year student, which led him to occasionally forget that identity. I saw Professor Quirrell again today. His complexion grows increasingly pale, and he appears to be losing weight. Voldemort's minions are on the brink of breaking him, Hermione remarked, rolling her eyes as she spoke softly. I can't help but want to encourage him, yet I never know what to say. Recently, whenever Harry encountered Quirrell, he would offer him a smile, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace and encourage him. I told everyone not to make fun of Professor Quirrell, but it didn't seem to have any effect, Ron shrugged, his expression displaying a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, Snape remains as irritable as ever, so the Philosopher's Stone should be safe. Hermione looked towards George, hoping he might have a solution. What is the best defense? George did not address Hermione's concerns, but instead posed a seemingly unrelated question. Is it armor? Harry, who had been practicing that spell lately, instinctively chimed in, but quickly realized that George was asking about defense, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head and offering a sheepish smile. The best defense is to dodge the attack. Hermione pondered before providing a reasonably sound answer. Although she was uncertain why George had suddenly posed this question, she understood the importance of cooperating and awaited George's final response. The best defense is offense? Ron offered a clever retort he had encountered in Knightly Tales. Then why don't you try attacking me? George scanned the trio before his gaze settled on Ron. Ron grasped his wand and tentatively cast an attack spell towards George, but his legs went rigid, frozen in place. Just as he completed the incantation, George waved his hand, and he suddenly felt as though the world was spinning around him, losing all sense of weight. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground, exhaling sharply as he involuntarily rolled twice to alleviate the pain. Oh, you still believe that the best defense is offense? George's voice echoed, leaving Ron feeling somewhat irked. That was quite impressive, and it certainly hurt. Hermione observed as George had not even uttered an incantation. He merely waved his wand, and Ron was sent soaring through the air, filled with envy. Following Ron's heavy landing, his eyelids twitched. Poor Ron, but I still don't understand. Seeing Ron's peculiar treatment, Harry recognized that George deemed Ron's answer utterly absurd. However, he had no better response. To prevent Ron from suffering further, he quickly embraced his habit of asking questions when in doubt. Ron, your Knightly Tale-like answer was utterly ridiculous. I cannot expect you to grasp the correct answer at this moment, but I will ensure you remember the consequence of a standard, absurdly incorrect response. Ron, do you still stand by your answer? George inquired, his tone taking on a serious note as he fixed his gaze on Ron. Hermione and Harry looked at Ron with eager anticipation, their eyes filled with hints urging him to immediately concede his error. George was typically very gentle, but during training and combat, he exhibited a fierce demeanor, strict and unforgiving, never letting their mistakes slide easily. That moment, Ron had sat up, meeting George's stern gaze and serious tone. Feeling quite anxious, he knew he needed to remain calm. I'm not foolish. I certainly can't defeat you. I surrender. I concede. Ron raised his hands, willingly admitting defeat. Now your performance has truly astonished me. George gazed in astonishment as Ron conceded defeat so readily, feeling a mix of surprise and frustration at his lack of cooperation, which hindered the continuation of their role-playing as cautionary examples. It appeared that their close relationship made it difficult to incite any real anger within them. As George's tone shifted from criticism to praise, Hermione and Harry sensed they were on the brink of an epiphany. They exchanged glances, silently deliberating. The best defense indeed, conceding defeat, Harry ventured, his voice tentative. Upon hearing Harry's response, Hermione and Ron's eyes lit up. Compared to their earlier answers, this one was strikingly unique, even bizarre. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If one cannot prevail, might not the wisest form of defense be to surrender? George, are you suggesting that when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, one should capitulate? Hermione swiftly redirected her thoughts, recalling George's dissatisfaction with Ron's earlier response and the praise that followed Ron's concession. You have once again astonished me. Just a hair's breadth away, you have arrived at a remarkable conclusion, yet this is not the point I wish to convey at present. George surveyed the group, relishing the idea that they could derive their own insights through his prompts. Noticing their contemplative expressions and dawning realizations, George pressed on, asserting that there is no singular best approach in this world. Each individual must exert their utmost strength to navigate life. Engage your intellect to exist as an ordinary person, lest you descend into the depths. Wizards, you must not abandon your reasoning. Do not expect every situation to yield a simple and bluntly correct answer. Emphasizing this, George noted that there are many simplistic and erroneous responses, much like Ron's suggestion of aggression, which could lead to dire consequences. George concluded his point without offering a definitive answer. An air of unease settled over the group. They were accustomed to the certainty of standardized answers in class and clear expectations at home. Yet, George was enlightening them, revealing that life does not adhere to straightforward answers. A notion that left them feeling somewhat disoriented. You wish to know what defense surpasses mere concession. Observing the puzzled expressions on Harry and the others, George sensed he had strayed from his intended lesson, and endeavored to reel them back in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly responded, having grasped that in the face of formidable foes, one must acknowledge reality and concede defeat. They listened to George speak of an even better strategy. Curiosity ignited within them as their minds raced to anticipate his next words. Chapter 37. Although the world has never presented the best method or the most accurate answer, there will always exist some commendable approaches, and errors will forever persist. While George informed Harry that there are no definitive answers, he would not argue that the world is devoid of right and wrong. When confronting a troll, even the most foolish wizard would not don armor and charge recklessly into battle. Instead, one must employ their intellect, remaining hidden from the troll's sight, and eliminate it before it becomes aware. Lay traps while remaining undetected. Resolve issues before they notice your presence. George illustrated this by recounting his encounter with a troll alongside Harry. As Harry recalled that first-hand experience, he began to comprehend the reality behind George's words. An ancient Eastern proverb states, "The highest virtue is like water. It benefits all things and does not compete." Adapt like water to varying circumstances and alter your approach accordingly. The best defense is to minimize conflict, addressing issues from the outset. Finally, George articulated his conclusion, and with the example he provided, the group began to ponder and seek understanding of this insight. The real world does not consist of mindless exchanges of blows or spells cast against one another. George continued to provide examples. Spells are powerful, magic is formidable, yet humanity is fragile, and life itself is precarious. A wizard requires 18 years from birth to graduation. Under normal circumstances, they may easily live to be 100 or even 200 years old, but a single curse can extinguish their lives. Regardless of how much time, wealth, or knowledge remains, George's examples cast a heavy pall, prompting a moment of silence among the group. After a brief pause, Hermione resumed the discussion, her intelligence shining through. Compared to Snape and Quirrell, we are vastly inferior. Should we engage them directly, we risk our lives. As she spoke, her tone grew somber, her fists clenched. Under George's emphasis and reminders, this 11-year-old girl began to confront the terrifying reality that the trio had long avoided acknowledging. No matter how many beautiful tales they encountered or fantastical dreams they entertained, there exists an inescapable truth. Mistakes can lead to death. This fundamental reality remains unchanged, regardless of how often one emphasizes the world's beauty. Moreover, a more troubling truth lies in the fact that death may not even be the most frightening outcome. Failure could precipitate a series of catastrophic events. Hermione turned her gaze to Harry and Ron, insisting that they must avoid direct confrontations with Snape and Quirrell, and therefore could not be present during their clashes. Observing Hermione's newfound ability to apply protective strategies and engage in sound reasoning, George recognized that his teachings had taken root. Listening to Hermione's analysis, Harry began to engage his own intellect, realizing that she had grasped the true essence of George's lesson for the day, and he would not easily concede. The best strategy is to remain out of sight and reduce conflict in advance, that we cannot encourage or inform quarrel. We cannot even confide in Dumbledore or Hagrid. Our primary concern must be our own safety until we discover a secure solution to the problem. Harry understood the importance of their next steps and their forthcoming responses, with so many professors within the academy, each stronger than they, and Dumbledore as the headmaster. These matters should be left to them. With Hermione and Harry's insights, Ron began to voice his thoughts, glancing at George, who was undoubtedly far more capable and astute. Should action become imperative, George would not feign ignorance. As Ron's gaze met Hermione's and Harry's, they all shared in this realization, feeling a sense of relief. And no wonder George remained unperturbed, and even Hagrid showed no signs of worry. It is we three who have been overly anxious. Hermione twirled lightly, easing her tension. As I previously stated, what we are currently undertaking, studying, training, and strengthening our abilities, does not necessitate hiding or feigning ignorance, but we must also refrain from making mistakes due to unwarranted actions. George had continually guided them towards a steady course, reminding them that excessive haste or avoidance could yield adverse results. Thank you, George. I feel significantly lighter. Hermione stretched, realizing that her worries had been somewhat unfounded under George's guidance. Should we reduce our training in light of recent events? We ought to review our studies in preparation for the upcoming examinations, Hermione remarked, glancing at Harry and Ron. Both Ron and Harry wore expressions of anticipation. As first-year students, passing their final exams was crucial for advancing to second year. This held immense significance for every student, and even with commendable grades, they dared not be careless. The teachers shared this sentiment, assigning them a heavy load of review and homework. Simultaneously, their fear of the Dark Lord left no room for neglecting their spell training, leaving their schedules brimming with obligations. That simply will not do. Spell training is even more essential than coursework. That I have faith that you will all pass your exams. George promptly interjected, firmly opposing the notion of prioritizing assignments over their magical training at such a critical juncture. An armor charm or a disillusionment spell would serve as their fundamental means of protection. Observing the sudden shift in Harry and the others' expressions from hopeful to disheartened, George continued to elucidate that the academy is a safe space. If you uncover anything, do not hesitate to inform the teachers, and feel free to approach me as well. However, as with the previous encounter with the troll and Harry's impulsive decision to follow Snape, unexpected circumstances can arise in such moments. It is only your wand and the spells you command that can safeguard you. At this juncture, George's demeanor grew serious, emphasizing that it would at least sustain you until help arrives. Hearing George cite his own experience as a cautionary tale, Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, abandoning the thought of reducing training. George clapped his hands together, continuing, from a positive perspective, you have all surpassed Malfoy, who is incapable of using you as practice for the leg-locking curse. Much like Neville. Neville recently found himself in a fierce altercation with Crabbe and Goyle, resulting in his unfortunate collapse into unconsciousness. This incident left Malfoy vulnerable as he lacked the support of his usual entourage and consequently endured a severe beating from Ron, though Neville has since recovered and gathered a bit more courage. He remains significantly outmatched by Malfoy in terms of strength and continues to face bullying. Ron nodded in agreement. With the assistance of Hermione and George, he has excelled academically. Chapter 38. In comparison to the potential hindrance to his studies. It is undoubtedly more crucial for Ron to maintain his superiority over Malfoy. Moreover, having previously bested Malfoy, he is eager for another opportunity to strike back, while also being wary of possible retaliation from Malfoy. Thus, his training in spells cannot afford to cease. Speaking of Neville, Harry recalled that he had imparted the knowledge of the spell Murmur to him. However, George had previously mentioned that while individuals choose their spells, spells also choose their practitioners. Although George firmly believes he can teach Neville this spell, he himself harbors lingering doubts. Upon witnessing George's effortless persuasion of Harry and Ron, Hermione realized that the prospect of reducing training was now utterly hopeless. Fortunately, As a perennial academic achiever, she found managing these challenges significantly easier than Harry and Ron did, and she was not particularly bothered by it. Yet, the mention of Malfoy triggered another thought in her mind. Hagrid's dragon, which he has been nurturing in his hut, has been discovered by Malfoy. Recognizing that the idea of diminishing training was futile, Hermione seized the opportunity to share this new information about Malfoy. Additionally, George, I cannot comprehend why you have persistently avoided visiting Hagrid's dragon, she remarked, her curiosity piqued as she awaited George's explanation for his disinterest in dragons, since learning that Hagrid had hidden a dragon egg and successfully hatched a dragon. Hermione, Harry, and their companions have devoted considerable time and effort to exploring the wonders of this renowned magical species. I am not merely uninterested in dragons. I find all uncontrolled creatures rather unappealing, George admitted, somewhat resignedly, as he observed the curious gazes directed at him. It is worth noting that George has always been a person lacking in security. He has never owned a pet, but has witnessed others do so. While he does not harbor a dislike for pets, nor would he prevent others from having them, he would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation if given the choice. Should he ever decide to care for a creature, it would most certainly begin with plants, and only in dire circumstances would he entertain the notion of fish, birds, or other caged pets, with cats being the last option considered. Large animals will be entirely out of the question. Even now, faced with the astonishing news of Hagrid's possession of a renowned magical creature, a dragon, he remains disinterested. This may also stem from his extensive reading, which has informed him of the difficulties in taming dragons and the lack of tangible benefits in doing so. Contemplating the dragon's immense appetite and relatively unimpressive capabilities, he is disinclined to invest further thought into this creature. George, you cannot possibly be afraid of dogs, can you? Hermione suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes widening in disbelief. Listening to Hermione's conjecture, Harry and Ron's jaws nearly dropped. Could it really be true that George harbored a fear of dogs, a wizard capable of effortlessly casting numerous spells? One whose prowess leaves them in awe, and a man of grand stature, akin to a demigod. Could he genuinely fear dogs? The very idea drove Harry and Ron into a frenzy, as the speculation might indeed hold water. George could very well be afraid of dogs. George appeared visibly embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. It is not that I fear dogs, he clarified, although I did have a few unpleasant encounters with them during my childhood. However, I have since grown capable of defending myself. Not to mention, in this life, even if thousands of dogs were to swarm around me, it would not be sufficient to deter me from casting spells. Nevertheless, I still prefer to keep my distance from larger breeds. Malfoy has not reported Hagrid's dragon, likely out of fear that Hagrid has concealed it well. However, dragons grow rapidly, and hiding one will soon become impossible. If Hagrid does not intend to take action, it would be wise for you all not to entangle yourselves in this situation. George deemed it prudent to avoid answering Hermione's trap-like question, so he suggested they not visit Hagrid's dragon. Considering that they would continue receiving training from George, Ron refrained from provoking him and replied earnestly, "We have advised Hagrid, and he has agreed to send the dragon away. We have also received a letter from Charlie, confirming that the dragon will be transported from the tower next week." Observing George's dissatisfied expression, Harry and the others hastily exited the study room of the D. Can it be that George fears dogs? No wonder he has never shown interest in visiting Rupi or the Philosopher's Stone as they left the dim meeting room. Harry remained incredulous. Surely, it cannot be fear. George simply dislikes dragons that he can effortlessly vanquish trolls, so there is no reason for him to fear dogs. Perhaps he merely dislikes animals. Although Hermione was the first to hypothesize that George feared dogs. Upon further reflection, she found it illogical. This theory seems more plausible. George appears to have little fondness for Hagrid as well, Ron mused, agreeing with Hermione's new hypothesis. Speaking of which, what does George actually enjoy? Harry posed the question. It seems we have never witnessed George having a particular passion for anything. In terms of preferences, he resembles an adult. Hermione propped her chin in her hand, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. Indeed, much like an adult, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, thoroughly approving of Hermione's analogy. However, in terms of dislikes, he is not at all like an adult. The trio erupted into laughter. George's aversion to dragons is not solely based on their notorious difficulty to tame. Their enormous appetite and lackluster abilities significantly diminish their value. Soon enough, reality would prove George's judgment correct. Ron was bitten by Norbert, Hagrid's Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Harry and the others were too apprehensive to seek out the hospital or Madame Pomfrey. But fortunately, George was able to tend to such injuries. Ultimately, Ron still needed to visit the hospital for recovery. However, the wounds treated by George were no longer visible. Dragons are not to be trifled with. Subsequently, both Hagrid and his dog Fong also suffered bites from Norbert. Yet they were far more resilient than Ron, and Harry and Hermione were growing increasingly eager to rid themselves of the Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert. This was not their only predicament, as Malfoy seemed to have caught wind of their plans, undoubtedly scheming to turn the situation to his advantage and cause them considerable trouble, prompting Harry and Hermione to seek George's assistance. On Saturday night, under the cover of darkness and a howling wind, they made their way to Hagrid's hut. Where he had made the necessary preparations, he had placed Norbert into a large wooden crate, filling it with numerous mice and brandy as sustenance for his journey. He even included a teddy bear, though the sounds of crashing and tearing from within the crate suggested that Norbert and his toy were not getting along amicably. After bidding farewell to Hagrid and his dragon, George cast a levitation charm on the crate, ensuring its effectiveness, as Norbert was now unable to rattle the box. For added safety, George also cast a silencing charm. Harry and Hermione cloaked the crate with an invisibility cloak, and the two of them carefully lifted it together. Chapter 39. Observing Harry and Hermione as they cautiously maneuvered the crate, George felt compelled to suggest that one person could follow behind using the disillusionment charm, while the other carried the crate for greater speed. However, witnessing their seamless cooperation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The trio traversed the marble steps of the hall and descended to the tower below, where they arrived at midnight, finding the area deserted and safe as they ascended the tower. Just before reaching the top of the tower, a sudden noise startled them, causing Harry and Hermione to nearly drop the crate. Fortunately, George had been attentive and managed to steady it. They all quickly ducked into the shadows, discovering that a few meters ahead, beneath a lamp, two figures were engaged in a struggle. After a moment, the shadows drew closer, and they could see clearly that it was Professor McGonagall and Malfoy. McGonagall was firmly grasping Malfoy's ear, and he had no opportunity to flee. He was being punished. In her usual cold and stern tone, Professor McGonagall admonished, out of bed in the middle of the night. Running around the castle, 10 points from Slytherin. Let us see if you dare to do this again. Malfoy appeared bewildered, attempting to explain, No, Professor, it's not like that. Harry Potter brought a dragon, and I was here to catch him. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. You will not deceive me. I shall be reporting you to Snape to see how he chooses to deal with you. Professor McGonagall retorted, her eyes narrowing with disbelief at Malfoy's defense. As McGonagall ignored Malfoy's pleas and dragged him away, Harry and Hermione exchanged gleeful glances, reveling in their fortunate turn of events. Malfoy was facing detention. A fortunate encounter transformed the final stretch of the spiral staircase into a delightful experience, lightening everyone's spirits. Upon reaching the rooftop and setting down their box, Hermione even delicately balanced on her toes, breaking into a dance. That Malfoy's actions today were far from his previous cunning. Witnessing Malfoy's misfortune, Harry felt elated, reminiscing about the last time he had been duped into a duel, and began to jest about it. At last, the tables have turned. Hermione joined in, recalling the incident that had caused Harry such embarrassment. After a short while, four brooms descended from the starlit sky, landing atop the tower. Charlie and his friends had arrived. Charlie's friends were lively and exuberant, expressing their gratitude before leading Norbert away. They fashioned a net with the 4 brooms, securing Norbert in the center, alleviating concerns about the dragon's weight exceeding the broom's limits. Once Charlie and his companions vanished into the vast night, Harry and Hermione exhaled deeply, relieved to have sent Norbert off and finally rid themselves of the burden. Do you still want to raise a dragon? George teased. Harry and Hermione shook their heads vigorously. At this point, they didn't even want to care for any creature. Seeing their newfound resolution brought a smile to George's face. The 3 of them then quietly descended the staircase, having dispatched the troublesome Norbert. Their spirits lifted. They nearly left behind the invisibility cloak, but thanks to George's reminder, they were on their way back to the dormitory. Ensuring to cast the disillusionment charm. Just as they stepped into the corridor, Harry nearly collided with Filch, who recoiled, allowing Harry to sidestep him. That was close. I almost got caught, Harry whispered as they exited the tower. It seems it wasn't that Malfoy was less clever this time, but rather our luck has improved significantly. Hermione, spotting Filch's sudden appearance, immediately surmised that Malfoy must have tipped him off. However, with Malfoy himself caught, it appeared to be an unexpected turn of events. Let's hurry back to the dormitory. Professor McGonagall just showed up unexpectedly, and she might come out again. George urged Harry and Hermione. They could hardly bear to imagine being caught and confined with a group of younger students. Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he hastened away without further ado. Upon hearing George's warning about the likelihood of Professor McGonagall returning, Harry and Hermione felt a surge of tension, quickening their pace toward the dormitory. The previous night, Harry and Hermione had fortunately returned to the dormitory without encountering Professor McGonagall, but the next day, they were astonished to learn that Neville had been caught. Harry, I'm so sorry. I got caught by Professor McGonagall. I overheard Malfoy saying you were hiding a dragon, and he was coming to catch you, so I wanted to warn you. But on my way, I was caught by Professor McGonagall, and now our house has lost 50 points. That Neville's eyes were red and swollen, and he burst into tears. Seeing Neville sobbing in distress filled Harry and Hermione with guilt. It was their actions that had inadvertently implicated him. They had escaped unscathed, yet Neville had suffered the consequences. It's all right, Neville. You did a tremendous favor for Harry yesterday. He did indeed go to the tower. But luck was on his side, and he wasn't discovered. After you were caught, Professor McGonagall went to the tower and apprehended Malfoy, who is now facing detention. The points deducted from our house can be regained, and 50 points for Malfoy's detention is worth celebrating. George recounted the events of the previous day, organizing his words to comfort Neville. The inherently timid Neville had made significant progress with Harry's help, and it was no small feat for him to venture out at night to deliver a warning. George did not wish for this incident to cause Neville to regress into his former timidity. Yes, thanks to you, Neville. You've ensured Malfoy received detention, which is simply fantastic, Harry exclaimed, suddenly inspired by George's encouragement. Indeed, Neville, let us celebrate. I will work to earn back those 50 points. Hermione gazed at Neville with remorse. Feeling deeply apologetic for the trouble he had faced and determined to restore their house's lost points. And I will continue to win Quidditch matches. We'll swiftly reclaim those points. Harry, noticing Hermione's brilliant idea, eagerly joined in. 50 points for Malfoy's detention was far too cheap. You did splendidly, Neville. Ron stepped forward to give Neville a hearty hug. Thank you, Neville choked out, although he felt wronged, pitiful, and ashamed for having caused their house to lose 50 points. Hearing Harry's words transformed his predicament into something positive. Harry's encouragement deeply touched him, especially knowing that Malfoy had also lost 20 points and received detention. The sting of his own loss of 50 points felt somewhat diminished. As events unfolded, the situation proved to be not so bad after all. With the support of Harry and the others, coupled with the news of Malfoy's detention, Neville's 50-point deduction felt less severe. Chapter 40. Hermione continued to actively contribute to their house's points in class, while Harry dedicated himself more earnestly to Quidditch practice, causing their house points to gradually increase. Soon, exams loomed on the horizon, and the trio prepared diligently, eager to showcase their skills during the assessments. However, unexpected occurrences still arose. One afternoon, as Harry exited the library, he overheard hushed voices coming from a nearby classroom, accompanied by quiet sobs. As he passed by, he recognized Professor Quirrell's voice. Please, I can't do this. Harry's heart raced. Someone was threatening Quirrell. He cautiously approached a few steps closer. All right. He heard Quirrell's voice tremble. Moments later, he saw Quirrell hurriedly exit the classroom, one hand adjusting his scarf. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were red-rimmed, as if he were on the verge of tears. Harry concealed himself, waiting for Quirrell to walk further away before peering into the classroom. It was empty, but another door remained ajar. He felt compelled to follow, yet recalled his earlier promise to avoid reckless risks. After careful consideration, he deduced that the departing footsteps belonged to Snape, given the day's events. Quirrell had seemingly capitulated. Harry summoned Hermione and Ron, and together they sought out George, recounting everything he had witnessed. "But least you didn't follow Quirrell and Snape." "That was wise," George remarked, appreciating Harry's restraint. "Snape is on to something. Quirrell has surrendered, which means he likely knows how to break the enchantment." Ron pondered, looking down. "But what about the three-headed dog, Fluffy?" Hermione was focused on helping Neville reclaim his points and achieving good exam results, showing little interest in Snape's actions. "There must be a way to get past Fluffy without consulting Hagrid," Ron suggested, surveying the surroundings. "That I bet there are books in the library that contain safe methods to pass the three-headed dog. We need to devise a plan. What do you think, Harry?" Harry had always been intrigued by Snape's secrets. As the saying goes, your greatest adversary often knows you best. He yearned to uncover Snape's hidden motives, expose his schemes, and thwart his plans. Hermione interjected before Harry could respond, proposing they inform Dumbledore, the headmaster and protector of the school, as the matter should be entrusted to him. "But we lack evidence," Harry countered, attempting to persuade her. "Quirrell will certainly not testify. He is terrified. If Snape flatly denies everything, no one will have proof he is a professor, and we're just students. Furthermore, our disdain for him is well known. So no one would believe us. Dumbledore might even think we're lying. Even Filch would side with Snape, that we're too weak and have no evidence. Merely knowing about the Sorcerer's Stone and Fluffy doesn't comply with school regulations." Harry carefully assessed the situation, concluding they could not disclose their findings to Dumbledore. Hermione recognized the validity of Harry's argument, but wished to remain uninvolved. She turned to George, seeking his support. "Harry makes a good point. We lack evidence. Additionally, as students, we cannot accuse a professor in this situation." George nodded, tapping his fingers on the table as he analyzed the situation. "Quirrell is unreliable. Filch is unreliable. Snape is even more so. And Dumbledore will not believe us. You need to understand that first. Then what should we do?" Hermione listened intently to George's analysis, feeling utterly at a loss for how to respond. "Are you truly planning to save the school, and even the wizarding world, with just the three of you, to confront the Dark Lord?" George tapped his fingers on the table and posed a question, observing the expressions of those around him. He then added, "All right, make that fort thus. We shall focus on our exams, which are scheduled for next week." Seeing that George had no intention of supporting Harry's mission, Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her. "So, are we to do nothing?" Harry still felt a sense of reluctance, attempting to sway George's perspective. "No, waiting and patience are paramount." "That is the essence of the matter," George said, rising to his feet, looking down at Harry. "Remember, the world does not revolve around you, nor does it revolve around me. Snape and his associates will reveal their flaws, and Dumbledore will have a plan to counter them, but we are merely the unseen hunters. If the need arises, we may wield our weapons, but it is Dumbledore and the wizarding community who must face them head dash on not shoulder the entire world's burden alone. It will not only crush you, but also shatter it." George spoke slowly, affirming his stance. "Before you contemplate saving the world, you ought to prioritize your exam results. While I do not doubt your ability to pass, I certainly do not wish for you to fall short against Malfoy." With George's support, Hermione's spirits lifted, and she endeavored to redirect everyone's focus back to their upcoming exams. "This is quite reasonable. We must always await the right opportunity to devise a plan." Ron began to recall the terrifying presence of the Dark Lord, believing that adhering to George's strategy would be wiser, ensuring their safety for the vital moments ahead. Malfoy was running for his life, desperately fleeing, his mouth emitting horrendous screams that he could scarcely believe were his own. He had never run so fast. The chilling wind of the forbidden forest whipped past his ears, billowing his coat and filling his robes, making him feel as if he were soaring on a broomstick. He could hardly feel his legs, yet they moved with the swiftness of a Firebolt 2000, lifting him almost off the ground. His body was nearly weightless, his thoughts drifting away. He had almost forgotten what he was doing. He was simply running, like the wind. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Things had gone horribly awry. This was not how it was supposed to be. He had uncovered Harry and his friend's secret. Hagrid and the trio had raised a dragon, a fearsome and fierce creature. This was strictly forbidden at school, a criminal act that would certainly lead to their expulsion. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, to drive Hagrid, the Weasleys, and Hermione out of the school, while Harry, due to his status as the chosen one, would likely be spared due to his appeals. What had gone wrong? Malfoy's thoughts continued to whirl. This was a golden opportunity, albeit a challenging one to seize, but the clever Malfoy had devised a plan. Hagrid would conceal the dragon well, and Dumbledore would cover for them. Yet Malfoy knew how to ensnare them and capture the incriminating evidence. Rather than exposing Hagrid's dragon keeping directly, he would wait for the creature to grow, until it became impossible to hide. Time was of the essence that Hagrid's dragon was growing larger and more ferocious, and the Weasley fool had been bitten and sent to the hospital. Unfortunately, the dragon had only bitten his finger, not some more critical part. Malfoy felt a twinge of disappointment. Any other injury would have sufficed. He was pleased to see events unfolding as he had predicted, to the point that he hesitated to report Harry and his friends. However, he soon found himself compelled to hasten his plans, for Harry and the others could no longer endure the terrifying dragon and intended to get rid of it. He could not afford to wait and witness their folly any longer. There must have been some mistake. Malfoy recalled the subsequent series of dreadful events. He informed Filch about Harry and his friend's late-night escapade to remove the dragon from the tower. Just as he had previously set a trap to invite Harry to a duel and then informed Filch, this time, to prevent Harry and his friends from escaping like last time, he even resolved to take matters into his own hands. This was not how it was supposed to go. The ensuing events had entirely surpassed his expectations. He should have captured Harry and Hermione on the spot, along with the dragon. Then he could have expelled Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione from the school. Harry might not be so easily dismissed, but he did not mind. But what transpired was utterly absurd, inconceivable. Upon arriving at the tower, he was immediately apprehended by Professor McGonagall. How could she possibly be there? It was past midnight. She should not have been present. Not only did Professor McGonagall dismiss his explanations, but she also docked 20 points from Slytherin and sentenced him to detention. That old hag must have been waiting for the perfect moment to exact her revenge, given how many points he had deducted from Gryffindor. He was captured by McGonagall and missed the chance to seize Harry Potter. Ineffectual Filch had once again allowed Harry to escape, and nothing could be worse than that. No. There was something worse. He was given detention. No. This was far worse than detention. He was punished with a nighttime patrol of the Forbidden Forest. How dared they? How could they send Draco's heir into the perilous woods teeming with werewolves and beasts? At that moment, Malfoy finally recalled the situation at hand. This group of lowlifes intended to kill him. They must have planned for him to perish in the Forbidden Forest. He could not fall for their trap. Malfoy recalled the events leading up to this moment. Damn Hagrid. Damn McGonagall. They must have known about the terrifying creature lurking in the Forbidden Forest, which had already slain several unicorns. Yet Professor McGonagall had sent him to patrol the woods. They had long since conspired to have him killed by the monster lurking within. They had almost succeeded. Malfoy finally remembered why he was running, what he was fleeing from. What a dreadful creature it was. He swore he had never encountered anything so wicked, so terrifying. While in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had used the pretext of investigating the unicorns to shake him off. Leaving him with a useless hound, he cautiously followed the hound Fong. Yet it nearly led him to his demise. I could see this thought. Malfoy felt a chill run down his spine, a ghastly and chilling image flashing through his mind. Under the moonlight, a pure white body shimmered, that of a powerful magical creature, the unicorn. Among all magical creatures, unicorns were among the most formidable, nearly impossible to capture. Yet this beautiful and mighty creature now lay lifeless. A mere heap of flesh upon the ground, it was dead, regardless of how powerful it had once been, whether its speed rivaled the wind or its horn could pierce lightning. Now it lay beneath a far more terrifying beast, clad in a robe as dark as shadows, its hood resembling a black abyss, leaning over the unicorn's wounds and drinking its blood. In the aftermath of these memories, Malfoy only knew that he needed to keep running. Faster and faster, as far away from that terrifying creature as possible. He would not quietly meet his end at the hands of the monster, as his enemies hoped. He would not die quietly in the Forbidden Forest. He would not. Malfoy continued to run, ceaselessly fleeing for his life. Even in the final moments as he closed his eyes, he was still running. George urged everyone to concentrate on their exams, patiently awaiting an opportunity for Snape to reveal a flaw. Yet the days of waiting were not as easy as they had envisioned. This unfortunate Malfoy, despite Harry and Ron's disdain for him, could not find any joy in his predicament. Several days had passed, and they had nearly forgotten about Malfoy's impending detention, but they soon learned the details. Malfoy was sentenced to patrol the Forbidden Forest at night, during which a fearsome, blood-sucking creature had emerged, claiming the lives of several powerful unicorns. That night, the monster resurfaced, and Malfoy nearly met his end at its hands, and I have looked into it. Unicorns are a special kind of magical creature, protected by powerful magic due to their purity and goodness. Hermione said cautiously, observing everyone closely as she began to share the information she had gleaned from her books. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life, even for those on the brink of death. It possesses immense magical properties. However, no one would dare to use unicorn blood lightly to extend their life, for slaying such a pure creature and drinking its blood from that moment on would lead to a curse, condemning one to a life of wretchedness. Hermione furrowed her brow, pondering the readily accessible information on unicorns, yet the identity of that monster eluded her. Malfoy had awakened from his hospital slumber, exhibiting an unsettling calmness. Devoid of any loud outbursts, this demeanor incited a sense of trepidation, especially as he claimed that the creature was a fearsome dark wizard. Ron visited Malfoy, harboring a desire to revel in schadenfreude. Yet Malfoy's demeanor dampened his spirits, a half-dead, cursed existence materializing in the Forbidden Forest, while the school housed a philosopher's stone capable of reviving the near-dead. Harry's voice turned cold, sensing the scar on his forehead igniting with pain, leading him to a more dreadful conclusion. Voldemort was not merely poised to return. He had already returned, lurking in the Forbidden Forest, awaiting Snape to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt the scar not only searing his flesh, but also scorching his very soul. His voice gritting with barely contained fury as he struggled to rein in his rage. Voldemort had emerged, and their actions were imminent. They could not allow him to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. George wore a grave expression. Although Voldemort should not have resurrected at this juncture, who could afford to rely solely on luck? At that moment, the Philosopher's Stone would grant Voldemort the most advantageous resurrection. The fewer potential mishaps and dangers, the better. Fortunately, news of Malfoy's attack had spread throughout the school, and Dumbledore was surely aware. They could seize the opportunity when it mattered most. That Hermione's brow remained knitted. Though she was reluctant to involve herself, events had spiraled beyond her control. The news of Voldemort's return cast a pall of anxiety over everyone. In comparison to Malfoy or Snape, Voldemort was infinitely more terrifying. After all, neither Malfoy nor Snape would abruptly burst into a classroom and obliterate everyone into fragments during a lesson. Following the gathering's conclusion, they still faced a myriad of pressing concerns, particularly for Harry, who appeared exceedingly tense, even somewhat disoriented. The stinging scar, the relentless nightmares. He remained ever vigilant against Voldemort's potential intrusion into the classroom, grappling with the fear of being shattered into pieces amidst his examinations. His friends endeavored to comfort him, assuring him that such an occurrence was improbable. Without perfect resurrection, Voldemort could not contend with Dumbledore. Even if he achieved flawless revival, he would need to rally his followers to rain terror anew. Thankfully, the exams finally concluded, and after cross-referencing answers with Hermione, Harry exhaled a long sigh of relief. At the very least, he would not be held back due to distractions during this period, avoiding the fate of becoming the younger students' cohort. Yet the relief following the exams scarcely lingered for a few hours before Harry made a significant revelation. Hagrid's dragon egg had been delivered by Voldemort's minions, who had extracted the means to safely navigate past Fluffy from Hagrid. Fluffy would fall asleep upon hearing music. Harry lowered his head, feeling disheartened by Hagrid's unreliability. Most critically, when they sought out Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall informed them that Dumbledore had departed for London and would not return until the next day at the earliest. They attempted to alert Professor McGonagall about the impending theft of the Philosopher's Stone, but she refused to believe them. Hermione sat on a chair, her foot tapping anxiously against the floor, the absence of Dumbledore at such a crucial moment, coupled with McGonagall's disbelief, left her thoroughly disheartened. They tried to monitor Snape's movements, but he was far too perceptive. This endeavor proved futile, and he even threatened to expel Harry. Professor McGonagall regarded them as troublemakers, threatening to deduct 50 points from each of them upon sight. Ron voiced an even more disheartening remark. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. The known protection surrounding the Philosopher's Stone included Hagrid's dog, Quirrell's spell, and Snape's potion. Yet as long as Dumbledore remained sensible, he would not genuinely rely on these measures. I trusted that other professors within the school possessed their own formidable skills. George attempted to reassure them, asserting that the situation was not as fearsome as they imagined. That Hermione's eyes flickered with intrigue, beginning to align with George's earlier assertion that the professors of the school likely did not believe the stone could be stolen. Not only due to their distrust of them, but also because they had sufficient countermeasures in place that it had to be so. Even Quirrell, that coward, and Hagrid, that big oaf, could participate in the stone's protection, leaving no reason to exclude other professors. That Ron's eyes brightened, buoyed by George's reasoning, which seemed far more logical. That in truth, I had never believed that Hagrid's three-headed dog or Quirrell's petty tricks could adequately safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. From the outset, I perceived that the true assurance lay solely in Dumbledore's enchantments and his method of safeguarding the stone. George gently rapped his fingers against the table, finally voicing his concealed thoughts. Harry's complexion paled, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I do not trust them. I shall sneak in tonight and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone beforehand. Are you mad? Such talk will surely lead to expulsion. This is no mere threat, nor solely a matter of point deductions. Hermione exclaimed, unable to fathom Harry's audacious idea. The professor's prowess surpassed theirs, and the Philosopher's Stone would not simply vanish into thin air. They could wait for the professors to confront one another and offer their assistance then. George disagreed with Harry's plan, deeming it excessively reckless and perilous. Voldemort murdered my parents when I was but an infant. Their sacrifice is what allowed me to survive. The searing pain of my scar, the unending nightmares, the pressure of Voldemort's return. It has driven me to the brink of madness. Should Voldemort acquire the Philosopher's Stone, he would obliterate the entire school and eliminate all who oppose him. He would never spare me. I refuse to return to the Dursleys. Waiting for him to come knocking to any cost, I will stop him myself. With Harry's declaration, what more could they say? As friends, their only recourse was to offer more suggestions and support. So be it. If we can obtain the Philosopher's Stone, it will prove the protection surrounding it are insufficient. Tonight, I will wait by the trapdoor. You must retrieve the invisibility cloak. Yet if they could not even traverse the corridor, their mission would end before it began. George steeled his resolve. He could not allow Harry to face this danger alone, and thus he made a decisive choice, though this was not the optimal course of action. Having resolved to assist Harry and regarded him as a friend, George could not stand by and watch Harry embark on this perilous journey alone. That night, George did not wait long before spotting Harry and his companions hurrying toward him. However, they lacked George's strength and ability to use illusions to feign rest. Navigating the school with ease, Harry and his friends had to wait until everyone else was asleep before they could leave the dormitory. Along the way, they encountered Neville, who had recently grown increasingly brave. That he was striving to atone for his past mistakes, hoping to reclaim the 50 points lost by the house. Upon seeing Harry and his friends attempting to sneak out, Neville was determined to stop them. That it was only through Hermione casting the full body bind curse that they managed to escape. They even encountered the insufferable Peeves along the way. Despite their invisibility, they could not evade Peeves' keen senses. Fortunately, Harry was quick-witted, mimicking the voice of the Bloody Baron to deceive Peeves, and using the opportunity to command Peeves not to return that night. This was perhaps the only silver lining in their predicament. This does not bode well, Ron muttered under his breath, as the three of them encountered a multitude of troubles merely by stepping outside. The ensuing events were likely to be fraught with challenges. The moment had come. It was too late to voice such concerns. George furrowed his brow. Having resolved to take action, now was not the time for discouragement. The four of them steadied their nerves and cautiously pushed open the heavy wooden door guarding Fluffy. The three-headed dog, the ancient door, creaked ominously, and then a low, rumbling growl filled their ears. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, was sniffing the air, investigating their presence. Beneath its paws lay a harp. That Hermione's heart raced with anxiety as she whispered a warning. Snape has been here. He passed through and left the harp behind. Harry's mind raced, swiftly piecing together the implications. Harry, don't hesitate. Play the flute, and I will go down first. George harbors a distinct aversion to dogs, particularly those of a larger breed. He is somewhat apprehensive about his inability to restrain himself from uttering a curse, urging Harry to hasten his actions. Noticing George's impatience, Harry immediately snaps back to attention. He dares not contemplate whether George or Fluffy is more formidable, and thus resumes playing the flute incessantly. The melody is discordant and somewhat grating, yet Fluffy is quite responsive to it as Harry's notes resonate. Fluffy's 6 eyes droop and gradually close. Harry, not daring to pause, continues to play, and slowly the dog's barking ceases. With a thud, it shakes its head despondently a few times, its legs giving way, collapsing onto the floor, and slipping into a deep slumber that he must persist with the flute without a moment's respite. George turns to signal Harry, then casts protective armor upon each person. He contemplates casting a binding spell on the 3-headed dog, but fears its magical resistance might provoke a backlash. After a brief hesitation, he strides purposefully towards the trapdoor. George pulls open the trapdoor, glancing inside before turning to caution Harry and the others that within lies a deep slide, obscured from view. I will descend first. Once I have safely landed, I will signal for you to follow. His gaze shifts among Harry and the others before he adds, when I give the signal, Ron will be next, followed by Hermione. Harry, keep playing the flute. You will descend last. Ron nods and approaches the opening. Watching as George slides down the hold, he stares intently, completely still, fixated on the opening, even though it is shrouded in darkness. After a moment, he perceives a glimmer of light emerging from the hole, accompanied by George's voice proclaiming safety. Ron, come down, then Hermione, and finally Harry, don't dawdle. I will catch you. Ron turns to indicate to Hermione and Harry that George has confirmed the safety below. I will go down first, followed closely by Hermione, then Harry. Let us move quickly. With that, Ron slides down the hole without waiting for anyone else. As soon as Ron descends, Hermione, feeling urgent, follows suit. Lastly, it is Harry. Left alone, he dares not cease playing the flute, clenching it tightly as he jumps into the slide. Ron glides down the slide, the cold, damp air rushing past his ears, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He experiences a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, reminiscent of being reprimanded by George during training. Suddenly, with a thud, he lands, his limbs hitting the ground, and he thinks fleetingly that the floor is far softer than the training ground. Before he has a chance to rise, a soft object crashes down upon him. He lets out a groan. Hermione, feeling somewhat anxious, follows Ron's lead. Upon seeing him jump down the slide, she hesitates not and swiftly descends. As she lands, it seems she has fallen onto something, and a large hand helps her up. All right, don't linger at the entrance. Harry will be down shortly, George instructs, pulling Hermione aside and allowing Ron to rise on his own. This is a clear case of favoritism, Ron exclaims, having been used as a cushion for Hermione. Just then, Harry descends, and as he drops through the opening, he is met with a cacophony of barking from the 3-headed dog, which has awakened alarmingly quickly. Sitting on the floor, Harry feels the softness beneath him, akin to some sort of plant. What is this? Harry, don't sit on the ground. This is the devil's snare, George warns as everyone lands safely. With a flick of his wand, an orange-red flame erupts from the tip, reminiscent of the morning sun. Illuminated by its glow, they notice that, unbeknownst to them, their feet and even their bodies are ensnared by vines of varying thickness. How can such a thing exist? Hermione gasps, her face paling as she screams. The thick, numerous vines resemble snakes, lurking ominously by their sides. Only when George conjures flames do these terrifying snakes retreat, rustling away like a receding tide, leaving the 3 children feeling a chill in their hearts. The devil's snare thrives in dampness and darkness, recoiling from light and heat. It is not a particularly vicious creature. Rather, it prefers to ensnare individuals for capture rather than outright killing them. George speaks with calmness, his words devoid of alarm. Yet the tone of his voice carries a chill akin to the wind that blows from the slide, sending shivers down the spines of the 3 children. In that moment, they grasp the true essence of their adventure, realizing the profound fear and peril it entails. The orange-red flames flicker cautiously, resembling a small sun, beneath which George's composed and resolute face stands firm. As if chiseled from stone, the three small figures share a glance. Recognizing the unspoken bond and reliability in one another's eyes, the scene frozen in time like an ancient tapestry. We will obtain the Philosopher's Stone and vanquish Voldemort. Harry declares, flames of determination igniting in his eyes as he drags his friends into the fray. There is no retreat, only victory, which he must achieve. We have uncovered Snape's conspiracy, unraveled the mysterious plot, navigated past the three-headed dog, and triumphed over the devil's snare. Hermione enumerates their victories to bolster their confidence that we will save the school and everyone in it. Ron adds, not lacking in heroism. Then let us proceed. The fervor of Harry, Hermione, and Ron invigorates George. They form a line, George leading, with Harry and Hermione in the center, and Ron bringing up the rear, as they tread cautiously along the solitary stone corridor. Water drips rhythmically from the walls, and their footsteps stir up dust as they make their way down the passage. Oh, you hear that? It seems there is some movement ahead, Hermione whispers, slowing her pace. The others immediately quieten, straining to listen to the soft, rustling sound emanating from the front. Could it be a ghost? It sounds like something is flapping its wings. She remarks, I see something moving just ahead. They traverse to the end of the corridor, emerging into a brightly lit hall beneath a soaring arched ceiling. Countless dazzling birds, like jewels, flutter and soar within the chamber, while a thick wooden door stands firmly shut across from them. Will these birds attack us as we pass through the hall? Ron questions, surveying the avian creatures with uncertainty. Let us not jump to conclusions. One person should approach to test the waters, George suggests. Having already donned his protective armor, he cautiously advances, and the birds show no interest in him, that he soon reaches the closed door, pushing and pulling, yet it remains immovable. Even an unlocking charm proves futile. Seeing no immediate danger, Harry, Hermione, and Ron follow suit, approaching the door. What shall we do? Ron asks, twisting the doorknob. These birds could be of significance, Hermione observes, glancing at the fluttering creatures. These R&T birds. They are keys. Harry realizes, a spark of insight igniting within him, that he surveys the area, spotting several flying broomsticks in the corner. Look, there are broomsticks. We can fly up and find the key to the door. It should differ from the others. Without hesitation, Harry mounts a broomstick and begins searching for the key. There are too many keys, Ron grumbles, yet he seizes a broomstick and ascends, following Harry into the swarm of keys, seeing that Harry and Ron are already airborne. George remains on the ground, vigilant for any unforeseen threats. Harry's flying prowess proves remarkable as he adeptly seeks his target. He reassures himself, this can't be harder than catching a golden snitch. And indeed, within moments, he spots it, a key with azure wings, its feathers awry as if previously captured. Ron, you stay above. I'll go catch it. Harry signals for Ron to block it from above, then dives down, accelerating to intercept the key. Before the key can react, he secures it firmly in his grasp. He swiftly descends and approaches the closed door, the key squirming in his hand as he inserts it into the lock. With a twist, the lock clicks open as the door swings ajar. The key flits away once more, having been caught twice, now appearing more fragile than before. Upon opening the door, they are met with darkness. But as someone steps inside, the room suddenly illuminates, revealing a chilling sight. They find themselves standing upon a vast chessboard, confronted by towering black chess pieces sculpted from stone, each taller than a human. On the other side, opposing them were a set of white chess pieces. What should we do now? Harry murmured, uncertain, for he had no knowledge of chess. That we must finish the game before we can proceed to the other side. Ron observed, surveying their surroundings and voicing his speculation. How do we play this game? Hermione, feeling overwhelmed by the colossal setup before her, asked anxiously. Allow me to take charge of the chess game, George offered. Though he admitted he was not particularly skilled, yet he believed his calculative abilities would surpass those of the school professors. After a moment of contemplation, George decided to move into the square of a black knight. Instantly, the stone animated, the knight firmly seated upon its steed, while the majestic horse began to trot slowly. Each of you should also find a piece to replace, Ron suggested, with Harry taking the role of the bishop, and Hermione stepping in for the castle. After a brief pause, George made choices for everyone As soon as he finished speaking, the two knights, one bishop, and one castle turned and left the chessboard, vacating their positions for the others present. In chess, the white pieces always make the first move. As the four of them took their places, the white pieces began to advance with heavy steps. George also started directing the black knight's responses. Though his chess skills were not remarkable, his strong calculative abilities gave him confidence against the limited intelligence of the opposing puppets. Through careful calculations, he managed to exchange pieces one by one. And soon most of the opposing pieces were captured. Although they had lost several pieces as well, George's attentive care ensured that Harry and the others remained unharmed, albeit looking a bit pale. "Were you all a bit frightened?" George asked quietly after navigating through the chess match. That it was somewhat terrifying. Although they were merely stone pieces, they showed no mercy in their attacks, Harry replied, his face pale and knees weak. Recalling how the white pieces had toppled one black piece after another, dragging them off the board, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread as he narrowly escaped the same fate multiple times. Ivy noticed that the spells arranged by the professors are becoming increasingly peculiar, George remarked, feeling that after facing numerous trials, these games seemed more like a test of bravery than mere protection of the philosopher's stone. "Strangely enough, your words ring true," Hermione said, bouncing around in an attempt to lighten the mood. "Being a piece on the chessboard is indeed a unique experience. Waiting for the opposing pieces to attack while witnessing those beside her being struck down and removed. It was impossible to deny the tension and quickened heartbeat she felt. I wonder how Snape managed to get through here. There don't appear to be any damaged pieces," Ron mused, still feeling uneasy and curious about Snape's methods. Realizing that Snape had likely already passed, they decided not to linger, proceeding through a doorway and down a corridor. What challenges await us next? The chess game took longer than expected, and Harry worried that Snape might have already succeeded. The Devil's Snare is Professor Sprout's trap. The magic on the key is undoubtedly Flitwick's trick, and the chessboard we just navigated was McGonagall's transfiguration. Continuing onward, they would still face Quirrell's magic, Snape's schemes, and ultimately, Dumbledore's influence. Hermione counted off the remaining challenges on her fingers. There are so many left. I hope Snape hasn't already found a way out from elsewhere, Ron sighed, voicing a disheartening possibility. Dumbledore's methods are not easily countered. Given what lies ahead, I truly feel this resembles a game of heroic adventure. I've always said that only Dumbledore's spells and the means to conceal the philosopher's stone provide its sole protection. George expressed his dissatisfaction with the previous trials, suggesting that Dumbledore should simply carry the stone with him. That is a brilliant idea. If Dumbledore were to keep the philosopher's stone with him at all times, Voldemort would be unable to cause harm for quite some time. Hermione immediately agreed with George's viewpoint. As they continued their conversation, they soon reached the end of the corridor, where another grand door awaited. George stepped forward to test the door, and this time, without incident, it opened. Upon opening, a foul stench reminiscent of sewers and toilets assaulted their senses, but fortunately, they were somewhat prepared and managed to avoid retching. Covering their mouths and noses with their clothing, they cautiously peered inside, revealing a colossal figure lying motionless on the ground. It was a troll with a massive, bloodied lump on its head. It was even larger and more ferocious than the troll George and Harry had previously encountered. Harry scrutinized the troll. Perhaps it is an elite among trolls, a mountain troll? Hermione recalled descriptions from her books, noting that the largest and most ferocious of trolls could indeed be termed mountain trolls. "It truly reeks. It is fortunate we need not engage it in battle," Ron complained, covering his mouth and nose. George first cast a sleeping charm on the troll before urging everyone to hasten their steps and leave the area. They entered the next door, and now it was Snape's turn. Harry surveyed the empty room, which contained only a table with 7 bottles of various shapes lined up upon it. As they all crossed the threshold, a sudden blaze erupted behind them, blocking their exit. This fire was unlike any they had encountered before, a deep purple hue that radiated a potent magical energy even from a distance. That moment. Black flames also flared up at the entrance ahead, leaving them trapped between the 2 fiery barriers. "This is Snape's doing, which implies that the troll was Quirrell's trap," George observed, examining the flames intently. Suddenly recalling an overlooked detail, The troll is Quirrell's trap. Hermione gasped at George's assertion, realizing that she had indeed overlooked something significant. Are you suggesting that it was not Snape attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but rather Quirrell? That's impossible, Ron exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe that Quirrell could be behind it. While it remains uncertain who truly seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone, one thing is clear. Neither Snape nor Quirrell can be trusted. If this troll is Quirrell's doing, then it is highly likely that the troll in the school was also set by him. George's voice turned cold, his calm words laced with significance. Quirrell's brazen placement of a troll here implies that the professors and Dumbledore must have been aware. Did they already know that the troll in the school was also Quirrell's arrangement? With each clue they uncovered, they were inching closer to the truth, drawing nearer to the hidden motives behind the scenes. Let us first examine the contents of this challenge, but we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that Quirrell is behind the next obstacle. George suggested, determined to uncover the truth, that I'll take the lead. Hermione declared, her curiosity piqued by the parchment on the table, reading aloud the inscription. Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. 2 can aid you in the middle. Drink from them. Point 1 guides you forward. The other allows you to return. Among them are 2 potions of nettle wine, and 3 are deadly poisons, all laid out for your selection. Unless you plan to wait here eternally. We have 4 clues to sift through. First, regardless of how the poison is hidden, it is within the coordinates of the nettle wine. Second, the bottles on either side are different. If you intend to move forward, they will not assist you. Third, you can observe that the sizes of the bottles vary greatly. There are no deadly potions among the largest and smallest. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second bottle on the right may appear different, yet they share the same scent. Hermione read the lengthy riddle aloud. This was not merely a spell, but a logical puzzle, resembling a riddle that felt increasingly like a heroic adventure. However, many great wizards lack basic logical reasoning skills. Making this conundrum capable of ensnaring them. It is not an overly difficult question, and regardless of who has previously passed, it is evident that this riddle has not proven effective. Using a logical puzzle to challenge a wizard is indeed a feasible approach, though it is hardly a foolproof strategy. What do we do now? How do we escape? Ron's mind buzzed, too overwhelmed to focus on logical reasoning at that moment, and he turned directly to Hermione for guidance. It's not that difficult, Hermione assured him. Hermione reiterated the information inscribed upon the parchment, emphasizing that all necessary knowledge lay upon the paper. Among the 7 vials before them, 3 contained poison, 2 held potions of nettle wine. One would enable them to traverse the black flames, while another would allow for a safe return through the purple flames. The smallest vial contained a potion that would permit a safe passage through the ominous black flames, leading to the coveted Philosopher's Stone. Hermione clapped her hands in delight, and as she had stated, within mere minutes, she deciphered the riddle. Listening intently to Hermione's words, the others gathered around, their gazes fixed upon the unassuming little bottle. They exchanged glances, a moment of awkwardness filling the air, for the potion within could only facilitate the passage of a single individual, barely enough for a single sip. Ron, impatient by nature, broke the silence. I must proceed. It is my responsibility, and I have entangled everyone in this endeavor. That Harry's eyes were resolute. Regardless of what lay beyond the flames, he could not allow himself to falter nor permit another to shoulder the peril in his stead. If strength is the measure, it should undoubtedly be me who goes. George contemplated the situation, aware that a better solution might exist, though it would require time to unravel. Surely, there must be another way. Let us ponder further. Hermione, recognizing the pivotal moment, was increasingly averse to the idea of Harry or George venturing forth alone. Indeed, we could devise an alternative, or we could remain here. Snape will eventually emerge from this path. Ron, unwilling to be relegated to mere spectator, proposed a sensible suggestion. Hermione clapped her hands once more, affirming, "That is the way. The final challenge lies in Dumbledore's protections, the greatest safeguard of the Philosopher's Stone. This is the crux of the matter, and it is exceedingly difficult to surpass. We could wait here. Perhaps Snape will never obtain the stone. Even if he does, he shall surely be exhausted by then. And we could seize it from him." Harry's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He was almost swayed, Yet his resolve quickly hardened. We have come this far. I shall not retreat. Remaining here may indeed be prudent. But Snape could take the stone through another passage, and Voldemort may very well be within. He could use the stone to restore himself. Hermione, frustrated by Harry's obstinacy, shook her fist and exclaimed, "If Voldemort is inside, how can you dare to enter? What makes you think you can stop him?" A hint of helplessness crossed Harry's face. He knew his reasoning lacked weight. "I've already vanquished Voldemort once, have I not? I have always managed to escape peril." He pointed to the scar on his forehead, "that I can feel it searing my flesh, scorching my soul. I cannot allow myself to retreat. I cannot surrender, for that would signify defeat. And I will live forever in the shadow of Voldemort's terror." Losing everything, that Harry's voice trembled with emotion. Hermione's lips quivered as she sought to persuade him further. Yet, gazing upon his frail form, burdened with the weight of the world, she found her words failing her, merely asking, "Does it hurt?" "Yes, no," Harry stammered. "I can handle it. I will not yield, but truthfully, it does hurt quite a bit." Witnessing Harry's condition, the group fell into a heavy silence. Harry wished to confront his fears, to conquer his nightmares, and in this moment, despite their reluctance, no one could deter him from moving forward. Just a few more minutes. I am attempting to dispel this flame. While Harry and the others conversed, George stood resolutely before the flames, intently analyzing them, rifling through his memories for a means to extinguish the fire. Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched Harry, waiting for the crucial moments to unfold. "All right, but I cannot delay for too long. The pain from the scar is intensifying." Harry turned his gaze to George, placing his faith in George's abilities to ultimately subdue the flames. But they were running out of time. After a brief interval, George muttered incantations under his breath, his wand waving as the flames flickered violently before him. Sometimes fierce, sometimes feeble, stretching and contracting, tearing apart and rejoining, yet ultimately restoring themselves. Hermione and Ron joined him, brandishing their wands and relentlessly assaulting the flames ahead. "Which vial allows for a return?" Harry suddenly inquired. Hermione turned her head, momentarily confused, yet quickly responded, "The round one on the far right." "Hermione, drink that vial," Harry urged, not waiting for her to speak. "Don't interject. Listen to me. You must return and fetch a broom from the room with the flying keys. It will enable you to pass through the trapdoor and evade Quirrell. Afterward, go directly to the O'Leary and have Hedwig deliver a message to Dumbledore, requesting his assistance." Hermione hesitated, unwilling to depart alone, immediately asking, "And what about you?" "I cannot wait any longer. I must cross the flames immediately. I can distract Snape. I know I am no match for him, but I can lure him away. George and Ron will assist me." It took Harry considerable time to formulate this rationale to convince them. Hermione turned to George, eyes filled with hope. "George, can you dispel this flame? It will take some time. The fire does not simply exist. It is sustained by this unique environment, supported by a magical array." "Otherwise, I would have extinguished it already," George admitted, somewhat helpless that a single spell would surely not be sufficient to halt it. Yet before a well-laid trap, he found himself at a loss. Harry was unwilling to continue delaying. Fear gripped him. Fear of Snape, fear of Voldemort, and the dread that his companions might follow him into the chamber only to perish at Voldemort's hands. The searing pain of his scar served as a stark reminder of his adversary's might, and he suddenly felt the urge to forge ahead alone, engulfed by trepidation. Yet he was also brave. He stepped forward fearlessly, advancing toward his foe. Regardless of whether he faced Snape or Voldemort, he would not submit to them. He could be defeated, he could be killed, but he would not be vanquished. He would not concede, just as his parents had not. Harry strode directly to the table, seizing the smallest of the vials and draining its contents in a single gulp. "Here I come." An icy chill enveloped him, penetrating through to his very core, as if he had returned to the time before he turned 11, that he was alone, hidden in a cupboard, cold and hungry. Surrounded by darkness, with silence prevailing all around, time stretched interminably. But he was different now. He was no longer afraid. He set the vial down and moved past George and Ron, coldly observing as the black flames curled around him without eliciting any sensation of heat. "Harry, you must return," came Hermione's voice from behind him, surrounded by a swirl of black flames. Harry watched as they consumed him, yet felt no fear, unable to see anything, until a sudden sense of weightlessness enveloped him. And he found himself in another room. There stood a figure, not Snape, not Voldemort. It was Quirrell. Harry gasped, astonished, struggling to breathe. Although George had cautioned him that Quirrell might not be trustworthy and that he could very well be the one to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry, who had always envisioned Snape or even Voldemort as his adversary, now found himself at a loss for how to respond. Quirrell gazed at him sideways, a triumphant smirk upon his face, devoid of the cowardice he typically displayed. Of course, it is his tone shifted to a chilling demeanor that I was just pondering whether you would make a sudden appearance, and then lo and behold, there you are, Potter. But where is Snape? Harry asked, scanning the room, still incredulous that Snape was not present. Snape? Quirrell burst into laughter, his voice laced with as you can see, Snape is very much like a demon, a giant bat haunting the night, wherever he goes. He brings terror, and that is precisely what we need. As long as he is there, everyone will remain wary of him, this moment. Who would care about the pitiful, stuttering Professor Quirrell? A flicker of resentment surged within Harry. He had been deceived, tricked by Quirrell, and George had been right. He had been overly complacent, too arrogant, and such hubris could yield catastrophic consequences. But during the Quidditch match, Snape intended to kill me, Harry pressed. Desperate to understand where he had erred, seeking to uncover more truth, even if it meant facing death. No, you are completely mistaken. The Quidditch match. It was I who made the attempt on your life. Someone aided you. I sensed a presence helping you resist my curse, and they were quite capable. And Snape, he has been reciting a counter curse for you. He did not wish for me to kill you. You are very fortunate that Quirrell's tone was devoid of any inflection, seemingly indifferent to the failure he had experienced that day. How could it be possible that Snape would wish to save me? Harry was taken aback. It was not merely the fact that it was not Snape who intervened that astonished him, but rather the notion that Snape actually desired to rescue him. How could this be? Such incredulity! Quirrell remarked coldly. What do you think he is here for? To act as a judge during your second competition. He fears I might continue to harm you. How absurd. With Dumbledore present, I would never strike in such circumstances. All his actions are merely superfluous. If I truly intended to act, his tricks would be utterly ineffectual, but he resembles a solitary jester, disliked by all, perceived as someone who wishes to thwart Gryffindor's victory. Yet, all these actions are pointless, a mere waste of time. Tonight is the opportune moment. You possess no more luck. Quirrell's gaze was penetrating. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. With a snap of his fingers, several ropes materialized, binding Harry tightly. You are woefully overestimating yourself. Potter, you are merely a child who has stumbled into the adult world. You think you can unravel the conspiracies of this realm? What do you have to rely on? Your little tricks on the pitch. Quirrell looked down upon Harry, who lay on the ground, with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. The pitying gaze Quirrell cast upon him ignited a flicker of anger within Harry. He yearned to resist, yet the tightly bound ropes weighed heavily on his heart. Unlike his previous brave adventures, where he had the support of friends, now he stood alone against a genuine conspiracy. Devoid of the strength to fight back, a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. Is this my fate, the enlightenment I've shared with others? Just watch. Potter, I need to observe this fascinating reflection. Quirrell turned his back on Harry. It was then that Harry noticed something looming behind Quirrell, the mirror of Ariste, which he had seen several times in the storeroom. This was the key to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Concealed within the mirror, Quirrell fixated on the mirror, his hands tracing the frame, tapping and murmuring softly. Dumbledore has hidden the key to the Philosopher's Stone within here. He is still in London. By the time he returns, I will have absconded with the stone. Harry could not conceive of a means to rescue himself, but he was unwilling to simply wait for Quirrell to uncover the stone and then proceed to kill him. He attempted to steer Quirrell into further conversation, buying time, at the very least to prevent him from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. That I followed Snape and saw you meet in the Forbidden Forest. He blurted out impulsively, I underestimated you. Quirrell replied, his tone unchanged as he turned back to inspect the mirror. I cannot believe Snape allowed you to track him. He must have been curious about the extent of my plan. He is fixated on me, trying to intimidate me. How could he possibly frighten me? I have Voldemort as my ally. Quirrell circled the mirror, greedily seeking to unveil its secrets. Harry struggled continuously, but his efforts only served to tighten the ropes further. He sought to prevent Quirrell from discovering the truth about the mirror, but Snape despises me. That is indeed true. He certainly harbors hatred for you. Did you not know that he attended Hogwarts with your father? They were sworn enemies, irreconcilable. Yet he never truly wished for your demise. That Quirrell's voice was nonchalant, the Philosopher's Stone tantalizingly close. Yet he remained baffled as to how to find it. But just days ago, I heard you crying in a classroom. Was it not Snape who threatened you? Harry gradually gleaned information. The flicker of fear crossed Quirrell's face. At times, I find it challenging to fulfill my master's commands. He is such a formidable wizard, yet my powers are woefully inadequate. So, that day you were with your master in the classroom? Harry pondered, curious about who Quirrell's master could be. Wherever I go, he is with me. Quirrell replied, his voice imbued with an eerie calmness. I encountered him while traversing the world. I was but a naive youth, harboring foolish notions of good and evil. It was my master, Voldemort, who pointed out my errors. He taught me that there is no such thing as right or wrong in this world, only power and the ineffectual rabble. Since then, I pledged my loyalty to him, yet I have disappointed him on several occasions. He has always been stern with me. Quirrell began to tremble. He will not easily overlook my mistakes. My failure to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts has displeased him. He has punished me and watches me closely at all times. Quirrell's voice dwindled, and Harry recalled their encounter in Diagon Alley. How could he have overlooked such vital information? He had met Quirrell that day and even shook his hand at the leaky cauldron. He should not have dismissed such an important detail. Quirrell muttered curses under his breath, the secrets of the mirror perplexing him, as he struggled to uncover the means of concealing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt a surge of hope. If only Quirrell could never locate the stone, even if his chances of survival were slim, thwarting Voldemort would always be a worthwhile endeavor. But where could the Philosopher's Stone be? Should he shatter the mirror? Harry's mind raced. Or perhaps if he focused solely on the stone, it would reveal its location within the mirror? No, if that were the case, Quirrell would have found it long ago. Or perhaps he should not think of the stone at all? Quirrell continued to circle the mirror, murmuring incantations. Where could it possibly be? Oh, mirror, reveal your secrets to me, my master. Suddenly, Harry heard a chilling voice responding, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself. Bring that boy to me. Let him come. Quirrell turned to Harry. Potter, come here. With a clap of his hands, the ropes binding Harry unraveled, and he slowly rose to his feet. Come here, Quirrell beckoned. Gaze into the mirror and tell me what you see. Harry was compelled to approach. Could he have figured it out? Harry's mind raced. He needed to concoct a suitable lie to deceive Quirrell. He could not allow him to discover the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell leaned closer, urging him to look into the mirror. Harry caught a whiff of a strange odor wafting from Quirrell's scarf, but he disregarded it. Standing before the mirror, desperately contemplating how to mislead Quirrell, uncertain whether to focus on the stone or avoid it entirely, he noticed his reflection in the mirror, pale and panicked. Yet, moments later, the figure in the mirror smiled, reached into its pocket, and produced a vibrant red stone from thin air. Then, it winked and returned the stone to its pocket. Simultaneously, Harry felt a bulge materialize in his own pocket. Oh no, this could not be happening. Panic surged within him. How could the Philosopher's Stone appear so easily? What did you see? Quirrell asked impatiently. Harry quickly fabricated a story. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, leading Gryffindor to victory in the House Cup. Quirrell cursed, shoving Harry aside. Get away from me. Harry stepped back, feeling the stone pressing against his pocket. He needed to find an opportunity to escape with it. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a shrill voice rang out. He lied. He lied. Potter, come back here. Quirrell shouted fiercely. Tell me what you saw. Speak the truth. Let me speak with him directly. The piercing voice echoed again. But master, you have yet to recover. Quirrell's tone turned pleading. It requires little effort. Harry felt as though he were ensnared in a devil's web. Immobilized, even struggling to breathe, he stood there, frozen, as he watched Quirrell unravel the scarf from his head, revealing a grotesque sight. Where his skull should have been, a hollow cavity appeared, exposing a face. Harry swore he had never encountered such a grotesquely terrifying visage, a face as pale as chalk, adorned with two glaring, blood-red eyes, beneath which lay nostrils reminiscent of serpent. The dreadful face whispered softly, and Harry's mind became a void, devoid of the sorcerer's stone, bereft of falsehoods, lacking any means of defense, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter, with only the primal instinct to flee remaining. "Look at what I have become," the dreadful face continued, "reduced to mere shadows and steam for the purpose of instilling fear. I must even rely on the bodies of others to act. Yet, as long as I draw breath and harbor a thought, there will be a multitude willing to open their hearts and minds to me. In recent weeks, the blood of unicorns has partially restored my strength. As you know, Quirrell provided me sustenance, and soon, once I obtain the Sorcerer's Stone, I shall regain a robust and flawless body. Now, you must hand over the Sorcerer's Stone that you conceal in your pocket." He was aware, and Harry felt the restraints on him loosen slightly as he staggered backward. "Don't be foolish," the face continued menacingly. "Surrender, and you may preserve your life. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your parents." They begged for mercy, pleading for me to spare them, but it was too late. "You lie," Harry shouted as he retreated. Once again, he was confronted with this heart-wrenching scene that I admire those with courage, like your parents. "I first killed your father. He bravely fought me, refusing to yield, but alas, he was too weak. His resistance was utterly futile. Your mother, she was special. She need not have died, but sacrificed herself to save you. Now, surrender the Sorcerer's Stone, and do not let her sacrifice be in vain. I would rather die than let you succeed," Harry thought, resolute in his refusal to submit to Voldemort, determined not to allow him to acquire the Sorcerer's Stone. With no escape in sight, he steeled himself and charged towards the door engulfed in black flames. "Seize him!" Voldemort screamed. "Who is it?" During his flight, Harry suddenly heard Voldemort's anguished inquiry from behind. A rush of air barreled towards him. Knocking him to the ground, he lay prone, cautiously turning his head to see Quirrell desperately clutching his neck, blood gushing through his fingers, his mouth agape, yet producing no sound. A blue flame suddenly erupted from Quirrell, engulfing his entire body. It was not until the last wisp of black smoke was entirely consumed by the fireball that it began to shrink, ultimately vanishing from sight. "George, is that you?" Harry called out as he scanned the air. "It seems I did not provide the surprise you expected." A tall figure suddenly materialized. It was George Soros, clutching a cloak. First, I suspected it was Dumbledore, but when I saw no one, I remembered you had taken my invisibility cloak. Upon realizing it was indeed George, Harry exhaled in relief that I didn't expect it to be so effective. I stayed nearby, waiting for an opportunity. While you drew their attention, I utilized an air slash to sever Quirrell's throat. I then summoned flames to incinerate both him and Voldemort. Until the very end, they were oblivious to my presence. George inspected the invisibility cloak with incredulity. Truly, it is the legendary cloak from death itself. In Harry's possession, its power was not apparent. Today, when George used it against Voldemort, the Dark Lord never realized he was being stalked. "You saved me. If you wish, it is yours." Harry, feeling a sense of relief after narrowly escaping death, readily offered the cloak to George in gratitude. "You put me in a difficult position," George replied, pulling Harry up from the ground. "It is far too useful, and I am quite fond of it. However, it is better left with you. I want to be able to borrow it whenever I need, and you may not always be able to find me." Harry's generosity tempted George, yet he remembered that the Academy was relatively safe. Just moments ago, he had vanquished Voldemort, who had possessed Quirrell, and his confidence in his abilities surged. For the time being, it was prudent to keep the invisibility cloak to protect Harry. "I never imagined you were so formidable." Harry found it hard to believe. He knew George was strong, even stronger than the older students. Yet he himself had lacked the ability to resist Quirrell, while George had so effortlessly dealt with him. Even with Voldemort's essence entwined within it, "It is not as impressive as you think," George replied nonchalantly, though his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement and joy. "The invisibility cloak is exceedingly powerful, that I once told you. When facing a troll, a wizard cannot simply don armor and charge in. When confronting another wizard, one must find the most opportune moment to strike." George paced. He waved his hands, recounting the events with enthusiasm. I hid nearby, devoid of heartbeat and breath. They were entirely unaware of my presence. I stood right beside them, contemplating several strategies, yet I dared not act directly. George's attention shifted as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. The moment you captured their focus, I executed the plan and unleashed an air slash, severing Quirrell's throat. He could not cast a spell, nor could he breathe. He was as frail as an ordinary human. No matter how powerful a wizard may be, at such a moment, they are merely human, and Voldemort, as he himself stated, is now but a shadow, steam. I incinerated them all in one blaze. So, then, George extended his hand. A successful collaboration. Harry, taken aback, instinctively reached out, and a strong hand clasped his, declaring, "The credit for vanquishing Voldemort belongs equally to us, and no matter how powerful a wizard, when caught off guard, they are merely human," Harry murmured. The terror of Voldemort was well known, and the entire magical community remained in fear of him. Yet George assured him that Voldemort had perished due to their combined efforts, leaving Harry incredulous about his own contribution. Shaken by the vulnerability of wizards when unprepared, for George, this day was monumental, not solely for having slain Voldemort and safeguarded the Sorcerer's Stone, but more importantly, he had finally grasped his own circumstances. Free from the constant anxiety that had plagued him, Voldemort was far weaker than anticipated. This time, it was not just Harry confronting his fears. George had also triumphed over years of pressure, since he could remember. His goal and motivation had been to confront Voldemort, the very figure that had instilled dread in the entire magical community. Before Voldemort, George had not dared to relax, despite his growth in strength over the years. He remained uncertain of his capabilities. Without sufficient power, he had always felt conflicted, reluctant to confront Voldemort directly, yet unable to place everything on the shoulders of the merely 11-year-old Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Finally, eliminating a fragment of Voldemort's soul brought him immense relief, vanquishing his greatest inner demon. Now, he could rest assured about his future, no longer fearing sudden attacks from Death Eaters, ambitious revivalists, or the return of the Dark Lord. Today, with the experience of vanquishing Voldemort's essence, George had firmly established his place within a magical community. With this experience, he could maintain an equal mindset when facing any powerful wizard. Conversely, the invisibility cloak's effectiveness and Voldemort's impotence served as a stark reminder for George. He would never confuse ordinary humans with muggles, as the ignorant Voldemort and the oblivious magical world had done. He understood that an unprepared wizard could never withstand a bullet, yet years of magical training had instilled in him a sense of superiority over ordinary people. Today's events, a professor from Hogwarts possessed by Voldemort, presented a foe that had long caused him distress and fear. In a moment's negligence, he had been effortlessly vanquished, proving not much more challenging than slaying a troll. This revelation left him pondering the vulnerabilities of wizards. If Voldemort was so weak, was he not too? The Sorcerer's Stone has been destroyed? Hermione exclaimed incredulously. How could this happen? We all invested so much effort. What a pity, Ron lamented, clutching his chest as a wave of sorrow washed over him. He envisioned countless gold coins slipping away, and his dream of purchasing a Quidditch team receding into the distance. If it must be destroyed, it should have first been used to create a mountain of gold. That was Dumbledore's assertion. I'm not entirely sure, but I too believe it was a tremendous waste to destroy the Sorcerer's Stone. After George vanquished one of Voldemort's souls, he subsequently vanquished his own inner demons. He now harbors no apprehension towards Voldemort. Should the opportunity arise, he would willingly safeguard the Philosopher's Stone himself, free from the fear of inadvertently summoning Voldemort. Alas, the Philosopher's Stone does not belong to us, and we cannot make decisions regarding its fate. Harry had once held the stone in his hands, but before he could appreciate its uniqueness, it was reclaimed by Professor Dumbledore, who arrived shortly thereafter. In hindsight, I should have concealed myself and the stone with the invisibility cloak. George shares a tinge of regret. While conversing with Harry, Dumbledore had suddenly appeared, preventing him from even touching the stone. The stone belongs to Nicholas Flamel, and Dumbledore lacks the authority to dictate its ownership, rendering any attempts to hide it futile. Hermione sensed that George was speaking out of frustration. Dumbledore's unexpected arrival left no opportunity for concealment. Thus, I sometimes find myself envying Voldemort, who can acquire whatever he desires, while many of the things I yearn for remain unattainable despite monetary means. George clenched his teeth. The absence of the stone in his possession was not his greatest grievance, but rather the wastefulness, standing idly by without taking action, vexed him immensely. Lo and behold, the hero who triumphed over Voldemort now speaks with an altered tone, unafraid to utter such words within earshot of the Ministry of Magic. Hermione perceived a change in George. He seemed far more at ease. "Harry, do you still fear Voldemort?" George inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Harry with a relaxed countenance. "Of course not. I no longer fear Voldemort. Let the next Voldemort be mine to defeat." Influenced by George's newfound bravado, Harry mirrored his confidence, waving his small hand defiantly. "What are you two discussing? The next Voldemort? What have I missed?" "What did the headmaster tell you?" Ron queried, bewildered by his ignorance. Yesterday, during Snape's trial, they had been thwarted by flames. Only George, with his formidable strength, had passed through the fire. Hermione had retraced her steps using potions to deliver a message, while he remained trapped in that room, anxiously awaiting Harry and George's return. Time stretched interminably, and just as he began to lose hope, Professor Dumbledore entered, forbidding Ron from accompanying him as he ventured into the room alone. Fortunately, it was not long before Dumbledore emerged, accompanied by George and Harry. Ron was elated, eager to uncover the events that had transpired, but the hour was already late. Upon their exit, it was already dawn, and George and Harry merely informed him that Quirrell had perished, Voldemort had failed, and the Philosopher's Stone had been preserved before retreating to sleep, leaving Ron utterly exhausted by midday. When everyone had awakened, Harry and George were once again summoned by Professor Dumbledore. It was already dinner time before he finally had the opportunity to inquire about the events that followed. Harry recounted the entire saga to Ron and Hermione, detailing how Voldemort now lay in a weakened state. Reduced to a mere shadow of terror and vapor, he posed no threat to anyone, relying solely on his minions, who continued to perpetrate evil on his behalf. The experiences shared with George the day before had illuminated Voldemort's frailty, intensifying Harry's disdain for those nefarious individuals scheming beneath a nagging ghost. Without their assistance, Voldemort would not have survived. Ironically, the greater danger now lay with Voldemort's followers, who sought to resurrect him. With the resolution of yesterday's ordeal, George felt no fear of Voldemort, realizing that the true adversaries were the remnants of Voldemort's faction. The prior day's experience reaffirmed the notion that villains often perish due to their own verbosity. However, George envied Voldemort's tenacity, which allowed him to invade the minds and hearts of others. Setting aside the notion of immortality, his persuasive power far surpassed that of the typical defeated antagonist. After all, it is often said that death extinguishes life like a candle's flame, yet Voldemort, despite his defeat, retained a loyal following. After George and I vanquished Voldemort, Dumbledore arrived, albeit belatedly. Fortunately, George was not like him, or I might have perished in the flames. Harry recalled the moment George had stealthily attacked Voldemort using the invisibility cloak, seizing an opportune moment. Unexpectedly, it was not Snape who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but rather the seemingly timid Quirrell. Ron was astonished by the unfolding events, realizing that appearances could be deceiving. Snape was indeed a peculiar individual. He and my father were classmates, yet their relationship was fraught with animosity, akin to the one I share with Malfoy. Harry rubbed his head, feeling conflicted about Snape's situation. His father had once saved Snape's life, which only intensified Snape's hatred towards him. "You truly are unfortunate," Hermione remarked, sensing Harry's innocence. It was unjust that Snape's strained relationship with Harry's father should burden Harry. "Let him despise me. I loathe him as well. At least I need not fear for my life anymore," Harry mused, deciding to disregard Snape as there seemed to be no viable solution to address him. However, if it weren't for George, I would have inadvertently made matters worse. As George articulated, Dumbledore's protection of the Philosopher's Stone was its sole safeguard. He concealed the stone within a magical mirror, accessible only to those with pure intentions who sought the stone without ulterior motives. Had I not entered, Quirrell would have never discovered the stone. In Harry's view, yesterday's adventure had been nothing short of perfect. He had uncovered much of what he longed to know. Yet, the only source of his discontent was that he had nearly unwittingly obstructed progress. This is not your fault. It is Dumbledore's ploy that he seems to have intentionally guided you through many events, including your confrontation with Voldemort. Had he truly wished to safeguard the stone, that I wager that neither you nor Voldemort would have any inkling of the stone's whereabouts, let alone find it. George was certain that the preceding heroic escapades and the final mirror's concealment were all orchestrated by Dumbledore, deliberately enabling Harry to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. However, had Dumbledore not intervened, Harry might have been unable to fulfill the narrative and vanquish Voldemort, instead succumbing to flames due to the butterfly effect. How could that be? Such a scenario is terrifying. I mean, how could Dumbledore place Harry in harm's way? If it weren't for George, he would have perished, Hermione exclaimed, horrified by the implication that Dumbledore had manipulated a first-year student. Looking back, we had already uncovered so much information. Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware of it all. He knew what we were doing, yet he chose not to intervene. Perhaps Dumbledore believed I had the right to face Voldemort. Harry contemplated, feeling a degree of fondness for Dumbledore as he attempted to justify his actions. Quirrell's troll was unmistakably clear. Voldemort had possessed him and roamed the school freely. Dumbledore had evidently been well informed about all matters from the outset, as if he were playing an exhilarating game where the outcome hinged on luck. George, now emboldened to confront Dumbledore, no longer viewed his arrangements as commendable that if Harry were to rely solely on his own strength, the game might be entertaining, but the risks and rewards would forever remain disproportionate. He had resolved not to consider Dumbledore his ally. They were too old, too set in their ways, too stagnant, treating everyone else as mere pawns in a game that I still cannot believe that Nicholas Flamel destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. He perished just like that. Ron shifted the topic. Reflecting on the harrowing adventure they had endured, it was unsettling to realize that Dumbledore had been aware all along, even guiding them deliberately. Ron felt discomfort. He did not wish to blame Dumbledore, yet he also had no desire to defend him. Nicholas Flamel's choice left him feeling as though his idol had devolved into an incomprehensible madman. Since discovering the Philosopher's Stone, Ron had idolized Flamel, envisioning endless wealth, eternal life, and the legacy of a great alchemist, achievements that seemed unparalleled. Yet such a perfect individual, leading a flawless life, chose death merely due to Voldemort's specter. This was simply unacceptable, but it's utterly shocking that the greatest alchemist, who lived for over 600 years, would simply choose to die, Hermione exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on, no matter how she envisioned it. She could not comprehend Flamel's decision to embrace death at such a juncture. The greatest alchemist, the possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, appeared to be terrified to death by Voldemort. Yet, Voldemort was in a weakened state. Even George and Harry could defeat him. I too find this hard to accept, but Dumbledore holds a different perspective. He fully supports Nicholas Flamel's decision to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. Info. He astonishingly stated that for those with exceptionally clear minds, death represents a new adventure. Even now, reflecting upon this statement, Harry finds it utterly incredible. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore must be far too old. They have lived for so long that there is little left to rejoice about, which might lead one to contemplate death. Although George has lived 2 lives, he is still only in his 30s and has yet to experience old age. He still aspires to direct films, to venture to Hollywood, and to romance a movie star. There remains a plethora of endeavors he has yet to pursue, and he too cannot fathom Dumbledore's mindset. That is indeed a valid point. We have not lived for over 600 years and cannot comprehend what that must feel like. Hermione furrowed her brow, acknowledging George's assertion, and suddenly she seized upon a crucial aspect of the discussion, exclaiming, "George, do you think Dumbledore might also wish for death?" Harry and Ron were startled by this remark, rising in shock, their eyes filled with horror. "Hermione, you must be jesting," Harry stammered, gripping the chair with trembling hands. Ron shivered uncontrollably, unable to entertain Hermione's notion. "Keep your voice down." George waved his hand, soothing the trio before earnestly analyzing the relationships at play. Nicholas Flamel should not have deliberately chosen this moment to die. During Voldemort's reign over the wizarding world, neither Dumbledore nor Flamel encountered any dire predicaments. Now, Voldemort is weakened to the point where we could vanquish him. If he chooses death now, it could only mean he has long desired it. With the safety of the Philosopher's Stone merely an excuse, Flamel could not possibly fear Voldemort. He must have wished for death long ago. Harry murmured, even he, as a first-year student, does not fear Voldemort, let alone a great wizard who has lived for over 6 centuries. But what does that have to do with Dumbledore? Ron pressed anxiously. Dumbledore is the cornerstone of the magical community. He has lived far too long. He is the greatest wizard in a white robe. As long as he is alive, everyone has a pillar of strength, a glimmer of hope, and fears not Voldemort. Dumbledore and Flamel are indeed close friends, bound by years of camaraderie. The mere thought that he would urge Flamel to embrace death could only imply that he harbors similar sentiments himself. Dumbledore is over a century old. Hermione was also startled by her sudden thought. Yet she could not help but analyze this possibility. They are far too old. This was the conclusion reached after everyone exchanged opinions. But what will become of the wizarding world if Dumbledore dies? What if Voldemort returns? Ron, too, began to entertain the disturbing notion that Dumbledore might indeed contemplate death, growing increasingly concerned about the dire consequences that Oh, not fret. Dumbledore hasn't been of much assistance this time. Has he? Harry reassured everyone, asserting that he would take on Voldemort himself. Are you all going to follow suit? George consoled them, stating that as long as Voldemort has not fully resurrected, he does not pose a significant threat. Even if Dumbledore feels he has lived enough, he would not seek death at this moment. Given a bit more time, Voldemort in his prime is not insurmountable. Moreover, with their interference, Voldemort's resurrection would not be an easy feat. Listening to George's words, Harry offered a sheepish smile. Although he no longer feared Voldemort, the prospect of killing him was still daunting. Dumbledore is not dead yet. Discussing his demise feels exceedingly awkward. However, it now seems that confronting Voldemort may indeed fall upon them, which is quite insane. Hermione felt herself ensnared in an enormous quandary. The adults in the magical world have thrown down their tools. Flamel has committed suicide, and Dumbledore might even be contemplating death. Yet, the 4 first-year students, due to Harry's influence, are compelled to bear the heavy burden of saving the entire wizarding world that I believe Dumbledore would not easily seek death. However, I will defeat Voldemort. Harry did not wish to continue the discussion on whether Dumbledore truly wished for death. Turning to George, he leaned forward, his head bowed. Please train me more rigorously. I shall train with utmost diligence. I will kill Voldemort, for myself and for my parents. As long as you adhere to my requirements and complete my training, you will gain the power to vanquish Voldemort. George solemnly agreed to Harry's request. Harry's proactive approach to seeking more stringent training brought George immense satisfaction, saving him the need to persuade Harry that this not precisely his long-held objective, to gather more formidable allies and make this world a safer place. Only then could he afford to spend his time, his finances, and enjoy life, without the looming dread that a dark wizard might unexpectedly invade his sanctuary during moments of respite. More rigorous training. Ron let out a groan. His talents do not match those of Harry and Hermione. Although he possesses a tenacity that prevents him from dragging everyone down, should the training intensify, he fears he may lose all his leisure time in the future. Malfoy has found this period utterly dismal, facing immense threats, yet he currently lies in a hospital due to a muscle strain. Previously, he had finally grasped a significant leverage against Harry and his friends. Discovering that they were raising a dragon, an illegal endeavor ample enough to expel them from the academy to that moment, Malfoy could almost envision his greatest triumph since enrolling that he would expel Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron Weasley from the academy, and Harry Potter would be brought to his knees. With 2 students expelled, Gryffindor would undoubtedly lose all their points, becoming the laughingstock of the academy, while he would rightfully elevate Slytherin to claim the House Cup. This is how things should have unfolded. However, due to a dreadful twist of fate, everything has changed. Nothing has proceeded in the expected order. How could this happen? Suddenly, he found himself in detention and was punished by being sent to the Forbidden Forest. More terrifyingly, many wished to see him dead. The mere thought of this caused Malfoy to almost grind his teeth to dust. Those commoners, how dare they? Yet they truly dared. Malfoy recalled the terrifying creatures he encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Grateful for his quick thinking, he immediately suspected that someone within the academy sought to eliminate him. the heir of the Malfoy family. He ran with all his might, faster than he had ever run before. He can still remember the lingering pain in his lungs when he regained consciousness. Today, his legs have yet to fully recover from the frantic escape. Could it be Dumbledore? When Malfoy had time to ponder who might wish him dead, Dumbledore was the first to spring to mind. Malfoy's father, Lucius, harbors a significant enmity with Dumbledore. After graduating from Hogwarts, his father joined the Death Eaters and even ascended to a high rank within their ranks, becoming Voldemort's confidant. Not only is his father adept in dark magic, but he also possesses considerable political acumen, playing a vital role in Voldemort's expansion. Moreover, as a shrewd politician, Lucius even surpassed Voldemort in some aspects. While he submitted to Voldemort, he simultaneously leveraged Voldemort's power to enhance his own strength and wealth. After Voldemort was vanquished by an infant, he swiftly changed allegiances, escaping blame for Voldemort's downfall. Indeed, without the looming threat of Voldemort, he flourished even more. He bribed numerous high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, evading accusations under the flimsy pretext of being controlled by the Imperieuse curse. With immense wealth and status, he returned to the upper echelons of wizarding society. He is now not only a board member of Hogwarts, but also hopes to oust Dumbledore from the Academy. Dumbledore undoubtedly despises Malfoy's father, though they often utilize each other for mutual gain. Could Dumbledore wish to take my life? Malfoy questioned himself. In the past, Hogwarts was safe. Otherwise, his father would not have permitted him to attend. However, this year, Harry is also enrolled, and rumors circulate that the Dark Lord will return alongside Harry, seeking to reclaim dominion over the wizarding world after eliminating Harry. That if Dumbledore fears the Dark Lord's return and seeks to take action against my father, it is plausible he might consider me a potential avenue of attack. Malfoy has identified a potential reason for Dumbledore's desire to see him dead. His father does not believe Voldemort will return, yet he himself finds credence in this rumor. In fact, he initially intended to ally with Harry upon his enrollment, to jointly combat Voldemort and seize control of the wizarding world from Voldemort's grasp. Regrettably, the foolish Harry, in his ignorance, spurned his goodwill. That moment, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest were feasting upon the blood of unicorns, an act so cursed that even the most malevolent dark wizards would hesitate to commit it. Malfoy furrowed his brow as he recalled the events of that day. He had always believed that the Dark Lord would return, and that he would seize control of the magical world from him. This peculiar notion led him to associate many occurrences with the Dark Lord's resurgence. The incident in the Forbidden Forest fit perfectly within the narrative of the Dark Lord's return. Aside from the possibility of Dumbledore intervening, it could very well serve as a warning from the Dark Lord himself. Having lost his power, the Dark Lord would need his father's support to regain it, potentially using Malfoy as a weapon to threaten his father. This was yet another possibility that crossed Malfoy's mind. But what was he to do? He clutched his head with both hands, tossing and turning on the hospital bed, feeling the prickling pain in his legs. Oh, damn it. When he realized he was in peril, Malfoy surprisingly calmed down. When discovered in the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest and brought to the hospital, he did not react as the outside world might expect, shouting and threatening professors with expulsion, or even accusing the school of negligence. Instead, he quietly regarded it as an unfortunate accident, needing to deceive the unseen perpetrator. He remembered his father's teachings. One must not reveal their thoughts, nor allow others to guess their hand. Silently, he chanted to himself. One must not allow others to easily achieve their goals, but instead wait for them to reveal their flaws. This was no simple task. His eyes were filled with bitterness. Despite Lucius's upbringing, Malfoy was well versed in manipulation. Yet he was only 11 years old, and he was far from ready. The thought of facing death, confronting Dumbledore, and contending with the Dark Lord left him in a state of sheer panic. The realization that he was being watched by titans of both light and dark in the wizarding world sent a chill down his spine. Who goes there? Following the chill along his back, Malfoy discerned a figure. It was meet at a timid, stout boy, shuffling in from the entrance. It was Goyle. Observing Goyle's timid demeanor only fueled Malfoy's irritation, aside from the initial pleasure of having minions upon entering school. He quickly recognized that Goyle and Crabbe were two complete dolts, especially after they had been thwarted by Neville, resulting in him getting soundly beaten by Ron. He had come to firmly believe this truth. Often, he was reluctant to associate with these two imbeciles. But as the heir of the Malfoy family, he could not always do everything himself. That would bring shame upon his family. Thus, he was compelled to keep them close. During his days of recuperation in the hospital, Malfoy was acutely aware of his precarious situation and could not afford to simply sleep through it. While hiding in the infirmary, he devised plans to deal with Dumbledore and Voldemort, relying on Goyle and Crabbe to gather information about the school. Yet, these two fools could scarcely manage even that. What news did Goyle and Crabbe bring? More tales of Peeve's latest pranks, the school acquiring a new flavor of chocolate, and the trivial flirtations of first years, so-called secrets that ultimately proved to be mere antics. Malfoy was increasingly hesitant to share any significant matters with these two dolts, fearing that revealing his danger might result in the entire school knowing of his predicament at the hands of Dumbledore and Voldemort by the following morning. This only intensified his jealousy towards Harry Potter. Although Weasley was dim-witted, he was far superior to Goyle and Crabbe, while Hermione was undeniably intelligent. If only she weren't a mudblood. Potter had two capable allies. While he had to guard his secrets against the potential betrayal of two incompetent fools, the thought of it filled Malfoy with profound resentment. With his temper now further frayed, he turned his attention back to Goyle, fixing him with a fierce gaze. What significant events transpired at school today? Potter, Harry Potter, has made quite a stir. Goyle, tasked by Malfoy to gather intelligence, found himself in a difficult position. He was accustomed to standing by Malfoy like a pillar, grinning and then receiving snacks and favors in return. But recently, Malfoy had changed. He had grown demanding, and Goyle found it increasingly difficult to keep up. The information he managed to gather was dismissed by Malfoy as worthless, despite the considerable effort it required, as Slytherin had never been particularly popular within the school. Potter, what has he done now? Malfoy's interest piqued, and he quickly pressed for more details. After days of trivial information bombardments, he finally heard the news he sought. Whether it be Voldemort or Dumbledore, neither would overlook the unique identity of Harry Potter. Goyle, noticing Malfoy's sudden interest, relayed the information he had heard. Potter had once again defeated Voldemort, safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Stumbling over his words, Goyle recounted everything he had gathered from others. Fortunately, the commotion surrounding Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone had spread like wildfire throughout the school. He did not need to explicitly inquire. Information circulated freely, and even the details were discussed thoroughly by others. Malfoy's probing questions posed no challenge to Goyle. Was this merely gossip among students? The shocking news and clear details led Malfoy to sense something unusual behind it all, prompting him to inquire further. Not just students, teachers in the academy were also quite intrigued by these events and had even divulged the protective measures surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Goyle replied after a moment's thought, "If even the teachers are discussing it, there must be some orchestrating force behind this. Someone is stirring the pot. Are they only talking about Potter? Is anyone discussing George?" Malfoy found it hard to believe that Potter possessed the capability to protect the Philosopher's Stone, let alone defeat Voldemort. It must be George aiding him. They were the ones who truly safeguarded the stone. Yet everyone seemed to be fixated solely on Potter, with little mention of the others. With Malfoy's prodding, Goyle began to recognize the discrepancies. Precisely. This news must have been deliberately released by the school. Otherwise, the details wouldn't be so precise, and even the teachers wouldn't be discussing it. The focus solely on Potter, of course, was to bolster the image of our savior. I refuse to believe he played a significant role. Malfoy clenched the sheets tightly, seething with anger. Potter was once again taking a monumental step on the path of the savior, while he lay in bed, unable even to be a mere spectator. "I am tired. You may leave for now." Malfoy waved his hand dismissively, signaling Goyle to depart. "Very well. I shall bring new intelligence tomorrow." Having been relentlessly questioned by Malfoy, Goyle felt a weight lifted. At long last, he had completed his task for the day, and no need. "I won't require any information for the next few days. I will be discharged tomorrow," Malfoy stated, his voice somewhat subdued. Goyle was taken aback, glancing up at Malfoy, who was now deep in thought. After hesitating for a moment, he dared not press for more details and turned to leave the infirmary. Once Goyle had exited, Malfoy began sifting through the day's information. He had no intention of revealing his thoughts to Goyle and Crabbe. That would be utterly foolish. The bad news was that Potter's fame was growing, and so too was his power. Even if he did not play a significant role in protecting the Philosopher's Stone, he had still faced Voldemort directly. Malfoy, who had long been opposed to Harry, was all too aware of the intelligence surrounding him. The pain of being outmatched in power by Harry was excruciating. The good news was that the Dark Lord's return had temporarily failed. Dumbledore would likely not rush to take action against him, meaning he was, for the time being, safe. This was the most significant piece of good news, and it was precisely why Malfoy decided to leave the hospital. Voldemort's return had been thwarted. Without the threat of the Dark Lord, he was temporarily secure. But how had they defeated Voldemort? Even the weakened version that had possessed Quirrell. If only he could do the same. With that thought, a flame ignited within Malfoy. His father was a shrewd politician, having taught him many means of manipulation. Yet for him, what he truly yearned for was immense power. Malfoy understood that once he possessed power akin to that of the Dark Lord, even someone like his father would yield to him unconditionally. This was why he had sought out Harry from the very beginning. The boy who had vanquished Voldemort as an infant must harbor tremendous secrets. Secrets that could elevate him to greatness. The unfortunate reality was that now Harry had protected the Philosopher's Stone and triumphed over Voldemort, steadily ascending the ranks to become the veritable savior. However, he is likely to become a mere tool for Voldemort and Dumbledore in his quest against his father, as he is far too weak that he even find himself overshadowed by Harry in both strength and accomplishments. A reality he cannot bear. A shift in circumstances is imperative. I require allies rather than persistently battling alone. While Harry enjoys the support of Hermione and the Weasleys, he is left to rely solely on the dim-witted Crabbe and Goyle. Perhaps I should devise a strategy to win George over, or, at the very least, ensure his neutrality. As Malfoy pondered this, he felt a flicker of motivation. He believed that the one with a greater chance of safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone and defeating Voldemort would be George. Not Harry. Harry may deceive others, but he cannot deceive Malfoy. He is acutely aware of Harry's true capabilities. With this thought, he increasingly considered it a splendid idea. Recalling a series of events, he began to understand that his disadvantage in the face of Harry stemmed from Harry's alliance with George. Malfoy held disdain for Ron and Hermione, and he was not afraid of Harry. However, he recognized that he could not contend with George, whose stature and intellect were equally formidable. Thus, the next question was how to sway a Ravenclaw. Harry sat beneath a tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk, a hefty tome resting on his knees. Soft rays of light filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon his face, body, and the pages of the book. A gentle breeze caressed his ears, playfully lifting a strand of hair and revealing a scar on his forehead. Unlike the fierce winds of flight, this mild breeze was refreshing and soothing, enveloping him like a tender embrace. From a distance, Hermione noticed Harry sitting alone and, feeling intrigued, approached to join him beneath the tree. "Harry, what are you looking at?" she inquired. "Look, this is my mother. She is truly beautiful." Harry turned slightly, cradling the book in his hands, pointing at the photograph for Hermione to see. Leaning in, Hermione followed Harry's finger to behold a stunning woman with deep red hair and emerald green eyes akin to Harry's, waving at her. "She is truly beautiful," Hermione exclaimed sincerely. "She died to save me." Harry's voice faltered momentarily before he continued. "Voldemort never intended to kill her. She sacrificed her life, her death, to grant me a special protective charm." Harry moved his finger to gently touch the hand of the woman in the photograph, his voice trembling. "I once thought I was an unwanted child. I resented them for abandoning me. That was shameful." Hermione reached out to softly pat Harry's shoulder. "Harry," he struggled to maintain his composure, exerting tremendous effort to articulate coherent sentences. "She never abandoned me. She has always been with me. The love she bestowed upon me remains within my being, etched into my soul, perpetually safeguarding me." Hermione continued to squeeze Harry's shoulder gently. "She will be proud of you." Harry murmured, "I have always been her pride. Her protective charm courses through my veins," gradually regaining his composure. He added, "She is also my pride. She is forever my guardian." Harry pointed to various photographs within the book, narrating the moments captured within. "This is my father. The invisibility cloak originated from him. Dumbledore mentioned he enjoyed using it to sneak into the kitchen for snacks. We are quite alike. I often use it to wander secretly around the school. However, it truly shines in George's hands. He used it to save me and defeat Voldemort. This was sent to me by Hagrid. He apologized, expressing his guilt, though it was not truly his fault. I chose to confront Voldemort, and I must face him. Yet, I adore his gift. He procured many photographs from my parents' classmates. Harry spoke as if he had just emerged from prolonged confinement, eager to release all that had been pent up within him. He spoke incessantly, while Hermione listened intently, responding and encouraging him. During dinner in the Hogwarts Great Hall, Ron chewed on a sausage, mumbling, "There must be a conspiracy. There has to be a conspiracy." Harry lifted a slice of pizza, momentarily locking eyes with Hermione, only to feel a sudden warmth in his ears, hastily diverting his gaze. Hermione, similarly startled by Harry's intense gaze, was like a frightened rabbit, her heart racing as she quickly focused on her cup. In the afternoon's candid exchange, Harry had been entranced, sharing stories about his family. Childhood, worries, embarrassments, joys, and misadventures. Time seemed to freeze as they talked, and before they knew it, dinner time had arrived. They hurried to the Great Hall, encountering Ron, who was also there for a meal. The earlier open dialogue abruptly halted, leaving the two of them feeling somewhat out of sync. "What conspiracy are you talking about, Ron?" Harry asked, his gaze wandering. "Malfoy. He must have a scheme," Ron replied, seemingly venting his frustration on his food as he speared a piece of pie. "What about Malfoy? I haven't seen him much lately." Harry, just then realizing, noted that since Malfoy had been injured in the Forbidden Forest, he had been notably absent, and the overall atmosphere of the house had become much calmer. "It's precisely because I haven't seen Malfoy that I am certain he is up to something," Ron insisted, tearing into the smoked meat on his plate. "Yet, without Malfoy's interference, life in the house has been considerably more enjoyable," Hermione cautiously added, avoiding Harry's gaze while picking up on Ron's thread. "But I fear that if Malfoy's scheme succeeds, our lives will become quite difficult," Ron expressed indignantly, the clatter of his utensils resonating against the plate. "Stop holding back. Just tell us what you mean," Harry urged, sensing that Ron had something significant to say but hesitated. Ron set down his utensils, opening his mouth to speak, but feeling it was inappropriate. After a moment's pause, he finally said, "I heard that Malfoy has been inquiring about George's preferences. He has collected quite a few unique books from Slytherin to give to George. What does Malfoy intend to do? Is he trying to divide us?" Hermione, accustomed to Malfoy's mocking demeanor, found herself unprepared for this sudden shift in his behavior. Malfoy is no longer just a nuisance. He's become a schemer. Harry was uncertain how to assess Ron's revelation. While a nuisance could easily disrupt one's mood, a schemer proved to be far more challenging to handle. Ron wore an expression of exasperation as he observed Hermione and Harry, who were at a loss for words. Malfoy aims to win over George, and George has accepted his books, though he returned them after reading, Ron disclosed. George enjoys reading, so it would be difficult for him to refuse someone offering him books. Hermione, a fellow book lover, somewhat understood George's perspective, even though the situation felt rather peculiar. George would never be swayed by Malfoy. Harry asserted confidently that, "I know George wouldn't be swayed, and even Malfoy is aware of that fact. Yet, he continues to attempt to improve his relationship with George," Ron replied, sounding resigned. After initially doubting Malfoy's recent actions, Ron gradually pieced together Malfoy's intentions and began to worry. Having 5 brothers, he was no stranger to complicated relationships, making him somewhat familiar with the intricacies of such rivalries. If Malfoy knows George wouldn't be swayed, why is he still trying to win him over? Hermione found herself confused by her own question, muddled by Ron's explanations. Ron understood her inquiry. This was precisely what he wished to convey. After taking a sip of his soup to steady himself, he continued, "I know George won't side with Malfoy. But if Malfoy establishes a good rapport with him, George might remain neutral. But Malfoy is so detestable." Hermione struggled to grasp how Malfoy could possibly cultivate a positive relationship with George. Upon reflection, it occurred to Harry that George had minimal interaction with Malfoy. Being a Ravenclaw, he spent most of his time in the library. Moreover, when Malfoy is in George's presence, he won't be so arrogant and self-satisfied. Harry mused slowly. Ron added his commentary that, in that case, George's perception of Malfoy would not be akin to ours. Hermione, ever astute, grasped the nuance immediately. Indeed, if Malfoy were to wholeheartedly ingratiate himself with George, showering him with thoughtful gifts, it is conceivable that they might forge a friendship. Ron's countenance was etched with frustration. He would prefer Malfoy to harbor more disdain rather than exhibit such cunning and learn to employ divisive tactics. However, Hermione opened her mouth, intending to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Harry echoed Hermione's unvoiced thoughts, stating that George is our friend and has aided us immensely, that we have no grounds to demand that he share our animosity towards our adversaries, such as Snape or Malfoy. Malfoy had indeed devised a remarkably clever scheme. Leaning back in his chair, Ron gazed at the ceiling, having racked his brain for a suitable response since learning this news. At that moment, he doubted Harry and Hermione would devise a solution either. Why not consult George? Hermione suggested, unwilling to see the loathed Malfoy become friends with George. That seems inappropriate. We have no right to dictate George's friendships. Harry contended, finding Malfoy more exasperating than Voldemort at this juncture. He feared not Malfoy's mockery or humiliation. He was confident in overcoming Malfoy. Yet, the notion of Malfoy currying favor with his friend, striving to build a rapport with George, truly troubled him, so shall we merely wait idly? Hermione observed Ron and Harry, who were at a loss, sighing with evident displeasure. Together, they had surmounted numerous challenges, facing Voldemort without such despondency. Yet here they were, disheartened by Malfoy's trivial scheming. In the activity room of the study group, two figures sat on chairs before a wall of bookshelves, a small round table between them holding 2 glasses of juice. Kate perused a unique tome from Slytherin, casually inquiring of the man beside her, "George, have you truly accepted the rare book Malfoy sent? When I lent Malfoy 1,000 galleons, I anticipated a substantial return, yet this is merely the initial offering." George leafed through the Slytherin tome in his hands, reflecting on Slytherin's strained relations with the other houses, which not only hindered their access to resources, but also kept others from Slytherin's treasures. Much to George's dissatisfaction, Kate, observing the first-year student before her, questioned with some bewilderment, "But your friends, they have such a poor rapport with Malfoy." Since joining the study group, she had invested considerable effort and could discern how much George dedicated to his friendships. This made her all the more perplexed by the current developments. Was it not blatantly obvious? How could George be swayed by such trivial benefits? George chuckled softly. "Slytherins have never been well-liked, but can you truly expel them all from the school?" The 4 houses of Hogwarts possess their unique characteristics, each indispensable. While individuals may favor one house over another, even developing aversions, each house possesses its essential purpose, existing independently, yet interdependently, adversarial yet mutually reliant. Kate traced a small circle on the page with her finger, dissatisfied with George's response. But you need not befriend them. She understood the necessity of each house's existence, yet not every student warranted such a necessity. Nor did it imply that one must coexist amicably with those one dislikes. Disdain, animosity, and even hatred toward a fellow student are entirely valid choices. The study group had never rejected any Slytherin. In some respects, they could even be considered welcome guests. Ambitious and ruthless in their pursuit of victory, they would sell anything they could. George spoke unhurriedly, asserting that he did not harbor animosity toward Slytherin. Provided he did not spend too much time in their company, he would gladly sell ordinary items at a premium to Slytherin at critical junctures, if necessary. Slytherin would willingly purchase such items rather than act impulsively. "And what of you?" Kate sought to understand George's personal stance, rather than the study group's position. Ravenclaw, implying greedy plunderers. "We are seekers of knowledge, avid collectors, soaring like eagles across the vastest skies." George tilted his head, his voice somewhat ethereal. Kate finally turned to gaze into George's eyes, even if it meant engaging in disingenuous actions, even if it involved bargaining with the devil. George met her gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. "You truly embody the essence of a Ravenclaw." Kate averted her gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with George. The fire in his eyes, his fierce ambition, nearly scorched her. The Ravenclaw motto states that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, For us, capriciousness should never take precedence in our lexicon, George murmured, as if explaining to Kate or perhaps persuading himself. In the days following the conclusion of the Philosopher's Stone incident, everyone's schedules remained packed. Harry participated in another Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Often regarded as bookworms, Ravenclaw's true nature would soon reveal itself to those who underestimated them. Harry found Ravenclaw no easier to contend with than Slytherin. Perhaps even more formidable. Their team was characterized by structure and adherence to rules. While they may not have been the finest flyers, they undoubtedly represented the best teamwork among the four houses. Under Ravenclaw's cohesive strategy, the Gryffindor team appeared utterly inept. Shortly after the match commenced, Gryffindor was overwhelmed, the score widening continually. Once Harry spotted the golden snitch, Ravenclaw swiftly dispatched their players to intercept him, rendering the match a harrowing experience for Gryffindor. Fortunately, Harry proved to be an exceptional seeker, seizing the opportunity to capture the snitch, leading his team to victory. This delighted Wood immensely. After a 7-year hiatus, they had reclaimed the Quidditch championship. Wood even proclaimed the slogan for their title defense, though none took it seriously. Ron seized the moment, relishing his final moments of leisure, beginning to anticipate more training. During the Philosopher's Stone incident, he had not reached the final confrontation and felt a pang of regret for not facing Voldemort. Meanwhile, stories of Harry's victory over Voldemort circulated throughout the house, deepening his sense of regret for not being the protagonist in those events. Hermione busily borrowed from the school library and consulted teachers, establishing a rigorous study plan that meticulously scheduled her daily activities. Down to the hour and subject. As summer vacation approached, she did not wish merely to indulge in leisure. George, too, was busy, having promised to provide Harry with more intense training to equip him with the strength to vanquish Voldemort. This was no simple task, especially if he hoped to achieve this goal several years in advance. It would require leveraging various means and external support, not merely increasing Harry's coursework, as he had originally stated. If merely increasing study time could defeat Voldemort, then Hogwarts' 7-year curriculum should be extended to 17 years to produce a surplus of Merlins. Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. With George's words in mind, he reassured everyone that he would not resort to prolonging time or cutting corners in training. Instead, he would employ more scientific methods and effective practices to achieve superior training outcomes, which filled Harry and the others with anticipation. No need to extend training hours or work overtime. Rather, the focus would be on enhancing training efficiency, an excellent piece of news for them. However, soon after, they were met with another piece of disheartening news. Following a routine meeting of the study group, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves retained by George, expecting some good tidings. Starting next term, you will be training alongside Malfoy. George stated this decision bluntly, without any preamble. What? Training with Malfoy? Ron's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if an egg had lodged within it, struggling to close that, oh my goodness, this is utterly insane. Hermione recalled her impulse during class to draw her wand and deliver a sharp reprimand to Malfoy. The thought of training alongside Malfoy, sharing meals and living together, is utterly unacceptable. Yet, Malfoy is our adversary. Harry knew he could not demand that George prevent any association with Malfoy, but the idea of training side by side with him was difficult to bear. Indeed, there's a considerable score to settle with Malfoy. Ron joined Harry in an attempt to sway George's decision. Since Malfoy is your enemy, have you resolved to kill him? George asked, his expression unchanged and voice casual. The mere suggestion of killing Malfoy, spoken lightly by George, loomed over Harry and Ron like a heavy mountain, leaving them feeling as if a great hand had seized their throats, rendering them speechless. How they loathed Malfoy. This was no exaggeration, be it his hairstyle, height, or appearance. Not to mention his insufferable demeanor, constantly buzzing in one's ear like a persistent fly. Buzzing, buzzing. Malfoy's very presence was odious, given the chance. He would attack Harry, taunting him with insults about being unwanted, Ron's poverty, and Hermione's heritage. How could anyone not despise such a person? Even among Slytherins, he was hardly well-liked. Yet the notion of actually killing Malfoy had never crossed Harry and Ron's minds. Though they often fantasized about giving Malfoy a good thrashing, The idea of ending the life of a fellow student, even one they detested, was beyond their capacity to articulate. They were simply not prepared mentally for such a thought. However, this did not diminish Malfoy's repulsiveness. Hermione weakly argued her case, admitting that she too had never contemplated the act of killing Malfoy, no matter her disdain for him. If you do not wish to kill him, how can you hope to stop him? George recognized the depths of Malfoy's loathsomeness. Had someone targeted him as Malfoy did Harry, he would certainly seek to eliminate that threat. Yet Harry and his friends, in their innocent naivety, lacked George's cynical understanding of the world. In such a state, how could they hope to convince George or demonstrate their own awareness? Malfoy is a student at the school. He has the right to pursue knowledge here, and I shall not deny him that effort, George declared, uttering words he did not truly believe. Oh no, I do not wish to train alongside Malfoy. Seeing that George's resolution would not waver, Harry and his companions felt as if every class had suddenly become potions with Snape, engulfed in darkness. I regret to inform you of this unfortunate news. But this decision is absolutely unchangeable. That, of course, as compensation, there's a piece of good news, George continued, unhurriedly. What good news? Hermione's voice was faint, though her gaze sharpened with curiosity, having just received a significant blow. The trio still bore expressions of near defeat, yet their ears perked up at the prospect of genuine good news. The good news is that you will finally have ample opportunities to give Malfoy a good beating. Next semester's training will involve much practical combat. I will not grant him any special privileges. George paced as he conveyed his decision. This indeed was good news, after a colossal piece of bad news. The sudden arrival of such an incredible piece of good news left Harry and his friends momentarily incredulous, taking some time to process. Yet, it was essentially the same message. Hermione, having briefly rejoiced, quickly detected the underlying irony. In that case, training with Malfoy might not be such a terrible affair after all. Ron snapped back to reality. The previously despondent boy now felt invigorated at the prospect of being able to hit Malfoy. Unable to resist the urge to flex his fists. Excellent. I won't give Malfoy any special treatment that I trust that your year of experience will ensure you do not lose to him. Unless any of you lack that confidence. George questioned with an odd smile. That of course not. I will teach Malfoy some manners, Ron declared, cracking his knuckles. I could never lose to Malfoy. His grades don't even come close to mine, Hermione asserted. Chin held high, her pride as a top student evident. How could we possibly lose to Malfoy? Harry mused, recalling his confrontations with Voldemort. There was no way he could falter against Malfoy. Absolutely impossible. Then it is settled. During the summer, I will assign you all some coursework, including Malfoy. Should you fail to complete it, I shall not penalize anyone, but those who squander their summer will find themselves thoroughly trounced when training resumes. George announced, clapping his hands lightly, unilaterally deciding the fate of their summer. With that, he waved his sleeve and, having executed a scheme, slipped away quietly. Harry and his friends, filled with renewed determination, departed the D-Day, only to reflect on their journey back to the dormitory. Realizing something felt amiss, it seems we've been played by George. He presented us with dreadful news, then transformed it into good news that, in the end, he prepared us a heap of homework, and we expressed our loyalty to him with cheerful faces. Ron mused, unease creeping into his thoughts, reminiscent of times when his brother had teased him. After some contemplation, he pinpointed the crux of the matter. It does seem that way. Training with Malfoy is not genuinely good news. Although the chance to hit him definitely is. Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Constantly being ridiculed by Malfoy in class is intolerable. Snape shows blatant favoritism. Malfoy can insult him, yet should Harry retaliate? He risks losing points from Snape. In light of this, the idea of being able to hit Malfoy makes the prospect of training together more palatable. Clever George had turned a negative situation into a positive one. Just as he suggested, by shifting perspectives, Hermione began to grasp George's intentions. They held animosity and resentment towards Malfoy, but as long as they did not harbor thoughts of killing him, their conflicts could hardly be deemed life-and-death struggles. In such circumstances, clever tactics could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. While George certainly disliked Malfoy, the latter epitomized the troublesome youth of their age. His misdeeds might not be classified as heinous, yet it would be no loss if someone like him were to disappear. However, on the other hand, George was a Ravenclaw student and had minimal interaction with Malfoy. His imposing stature naturally afforded him a degree of immunity from troublesome brats, and no matter how troublesome or detestable someone may be, they would not recklessly court their own demise. That if Harry and Ron possessed the ability to pummel Malfoy at every opportunity, even a brat like Malfoy would think twice before approaching them. Every survivor who thrived in life possesses an innate talent for recognizing danger. They instinctively target those weaker than themselves to bully. Those who favor violence do not genuinely relish it. They merely enjoy preying on the vulnerable. When confronted by a stronger opponent, they quickly become the loudest proponents against violence, emphasizing their own frailty. The animosity between Harry, Ron, and Malfoy had yet to reach a point where mutual destruction was on the table. At such moments, their conflicts could serve as a tool for George to manipulate both sides. After careful consideration, George resolved to make Malfoy the catalyst for Harry and his friends' accelerated growth, that a piece of bad news transformed into good news, subsequently igniting Harry's trio's yearning for power. This was a profitable endeavor. More importantly, George had compelling reasons to assist Malfoy. In this context, he could disregard Harry and his friends' dissatisfaction with Malfoy, arranging for their coexistence in a manner that was not entirely agreeable, yet not wholly detestable either. As Ron had previously learned, Malfoy had invested considerable effort in discovering George's interests, attempting to forge a closer bond with him. Malfoy was eager to win George over, employing various tactics to do so, aside from initial gestures of goodwill, such as presenting unique Slytherin tomes. Once George accepted these overtures, Malfoy escalated his efforts, gifting him a tome on meditation. Although he had resolved to keep George neutral between himself and Harry, he also sought to derive benefits from George. However, he lacked the courage to present George with the illicit dark magic texts he had hoarded at home. Yet, the notion of casually deceiving George was far from the clever Malfoy style. He would not foolishly push George further away that a token of goodwill should neither be overwhelmingly powerful nor too obscure. Yet it must not come across as trivial or commonplace, in a moment of contemplation. Malfoy devoted considerable thought to selecting a gift from his family's treasure collection, one that would surely delight George. The art of meditation, an ancient practice among wizards, is rumored to possess profoundly mysterious effects and was deemed essential for the cultivation of ancient sorcerers. However, for reasons unknown, practitioners gradually abandoned this form of training. Over time, the significance and utility of meditation have been lost to history. In more recent times, an ambitious wizard endeavored to revive this practice. Yet after years of toil, he found only evidence that the magical community had forsaken this legacy. No one could ascertain the efficacy of meditation, nor could anyone comprehend the methods of its practice. The sole remnants of that wizard's arduous journey are encapsulated in this tome of meditation secrets. Malfoy was aware of George's voracious appetite for knowledge, often seen immersed in the vast archives of the Hogwarts library, where it is said he had devoured nearly all of its historical tomes. While Malfoy harbored doubts about George's capacity to finish the countless tedious travelogues and dry historical accounts, he recognized George's fervent interest in ancient wisdom and skills. After careful consideration, he wisely chose to present George with this once significant yet somewhat inconsequential book from antiquity. He did not expect George to forsake Harry in their friendship, but he was resolute in his intention to foster a favorable impression. Facilitating future interactions, with enough investment, even securing George's neutrality was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the Ravenclaw common room, George gently caressed the thick tome of meditation secrets in his hands. The leather cover exuded an air of antiquity, while the pages adorned with intricate celestial illustrations and magical sigils reflected the weight of history. The annotations, written in various magical scripts, secretly chronicled the author's obsession and fervor for the ancient wizards. The wizard who attempted to reconstruct the art of meditation certainly invested considerable effort. The book not only compiled an array of ancient meditation techniques that have endured through the ages, but also included reflections and insights. Regrettably, the crucial information detailing how to achieve the training and the effects thereof elements that would define the very essence of spell, were conspicuously absent. Ultimately, he failed to restore the practice of meditation and to resurrect the formidable powers of ancient wizards. The wizard departed with a heavy heart, laden with regret and unfulfilled aspirations, leaving all his emotions and hopes within the pages of this tome. Yet for George, this was more than sufficient. Although Malfoy initially harbored ulterior motives, fortune favored him, or rather, fortune favored me. George softly closed the book. Exhaling a quiet sigh, he recalled the incredulity he felt upon receiving this book, his excitement unabashed before Malfoy, that he could not suppress his joy. Nor did he wish to stifle his emotions during such a moment of elation that life's triumphs should be celebrated to the fullest. He even contemplated shouting in jubilation, singing aloud, or raising a toast in celebration. However, years of composure ensured that even without actively controlling his emotions, the overwhelming joy and spontaneous impulses gradually subsided within his innate rationality, that he remained elated, but without hysteria. There were no loud exclamations, no boisterous songs, and no toasts. Yet he was genuinely pleased and readily agreed to empower Malfoy. This was a reciprocation, an exchange of equals. At least from both parties' perspectives, it constituted a fair trade. George welcomed Malfoy into his training circle. All thanks to this tome of meditation secrets. Unlike other wizards who dismissed the art of meditation, it had always been an integral part of George's strength. As a novice wizard emerging from a world inundated with knowledge and information. Meditation had accompanied him since childhood, even if he initially gleaned little from it. Yet, dedicating several minutes each day to rejuvenation proved to be a worthwhile endeavor that a small, well-nurtured habit could lead to significant change at a pivotal moment. As George repeatedly catalyzed his mental ocean with Felix Felicis, the secrets of the mind and the utility of meditation began to unfold before him. What began as a mere pastime for relaxation flourished under ample nurturing, sprouting vigorously like bamboo after rain. This tome of meditation secrets swiftly addressed his weaknesses, revealing a new pathway for rapid accumulation of strength, crucial for wizards in a realm where power growth was notoriously sluggish. In times of slow advancement, every additional skill or technique could yield substantial advantages, much like George's robust physique, exuding vitality. The control of mental prowess through meditation could once again provide George with a vital cornerstone on his journey as a wizard. As the world transformed, George envisioned the tempest stirred by his own metaphorical wings, intensifying across the distant realms of time and space, inexorably approaching the present. This was the last significant event before the summer break, the annual end-of-year feast. Harry and his companions arrived at the Grand Hall, adorned with an array of green and silver ribbons and silks. A massive banner depicting the serpent of Slytherin hung prominently on the central wall. These are the colors of Slytherin. Damn it, if only we had a little more time, just a few more points, we could have triumphed over them. Ron grumbled as he walked forward. Isn't that the truth? This year's points were tightly contested among the houses. Slytherin, us, and Ravenclaw were all within mere points of each other. Had Ravenclaw won the last Quidditch match, they would have surpassed Slytherin and claimed the House Cup. Hermione added, her frustration evident at the narrow defeat. And oh wonder those Ravenclaw bookworms were so frenzied on the pitch last time. They nearly overwhelmed us, Ron remarked, now realizing that Ravenclaw could be so fervent during Quidditch matches. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment as he quietly remarked, had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred losing to Ravenclaw in Quidditch, so the House Cup wouldn't fall into Slytherin's hands. It's also George's fault. He hasn't been focused on earning more points lately, or we wouldn't have allowed Slytherin to win the House Cup for the 8th consecutive year. Hermione's voice carried a hint of resentment, as she had been striving to accumulate points to surpass Slytherin. Yet, George had recently been unusually quiet, taking no action, which allowed Slytherin to edge past Ravenclaw at the last moment. Don't be so harsh. George has been busy preparing for our summer training, which has delayed things, Harry said apologetically, aware of George's recent preoccupations. Leading Gryffindor to victory in Quidditch while simultaneously losing the House Cup to Slytherin left him feeling guilty. Believing he had contributed to both houses' defeats, as they conversed, they approached the Gryffindor table. Harry glanced over at Ravenclaw's table and saw George chatting with Kate, oblivious to their arrival. He then turned his gaze towards Slytherin. Spotting Malfoy, who wore his usual air of arrogance, Slytherin was reveling in their triumph, exuding an air of superiority. Their table was filled with boisterous chatter and clinking glasses, far louder than the other houses. Which was truly irksome. As the victors of the House Cup, Slytherin students celebrated unabashedly, sharing whispers and toasts. They had claimed victory for 7 consecutive years, but this year had been the most thrilling. As they had only narrowly overtaken Ravenclaw at the last minute, Slytherin's raucous celebration was impacting the other houses, prompting Kate to ask, somewhat displeased, "Where did you disappear to at the last moment? You let Slytherin overtake the score?" George, holding a goblet, gently swirled the juice within. While this action did little to enhance the drink's flavor, it was undeniably stylish, as evidenced by the admiring glances from the older girls around him. After taking a sip, he casually replied, "I thought Ravenclaw didn't care about the House Cup. How else could Slytherin win for 7 years straight?" Perhaps they didn't care much, but over time, Slytherin began to take their victories for granted. Underestimating the other houses, which is quite bothersome, he concluded. Kate sipped her water with a sense of gloom. Ravenclaw held no particular affection for the House Cup, yet they would certainly take issue with Slytherin's potential victory. Slytherin had indeed mastered the art of fostering animosity. However, the outcome of the House Cup was not yet determined, and Slytherin could not claim victory just yet. George chuckled softly, for the news of the Philosopher's Stone had spread throughout the school, and the atmosphere of the house divisions was anything but silent. The point standings between Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw were exceedingly close, and a mere handful of points could easily tip the scales, thereby relinquishing the House Cup to another. Losing the House Cup at this juncture would only serve to amplify their embarrassment. As the atmosphere in Slytherin grew increasingly boisterous, Dumbledore made his entrance, and the clamorous din of the hall gradually subsided. Another academic year had drawn to a close. With a warm smile, Dumbledore addressed the assembly, stating that before everyone indulged in the evening's delectable feast, he required a moment of their time to deliver a summary of the year. It had been an extraordinary year, he proclaimed, with each of their minds enriched and invigorated beyond last year's achievements, a sentiment he believed resonated with all present. What was even more delightful was that a whole summer lay ahead for their celebration. As he mentioned summer, Dumbledore surveyed the students, noting the shared expressions of understanding and anticipation on their faces. Summer awaited them, a time to reflect upon the year's accomplishments and to clear their minds in preparation for the forthcoming academic challenges. After encouraging the students in their studies, Dumbledore continued, "Now, as is customary, we shall proceed with the awarding of the House Cup." He announced the scores. Hufflepuff, 400 points. Ravenclaw, 589 points. Gryffindor, 595 points. And Slytherin, 599 points. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by the sound of stamping feet. Harry even spotted Draco Malfoy clinking his goblet against his cutlery, producing an infuriating clatter. This year, all houses have performed admirably. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. However, let us not forget the recent events that warrant consideration. The hall fell into a sudden silence, and Slytherin's mirthful facade vanished. A noteworthy moment was at hand. George leaned down to whisper to Kate, "Here comes the good part." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have some points to distribute. Let me think. The first recipient is Mr. Ron Weasley." Instantly, Ron's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with excitement, for he had never before experienced such recognition that he had aided in winning a crucial game of wizard's chess, earning Gryffindor 50 points that Dumbledore's voice rang out. And as his words concluded, the cheers from Gryffindor threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling, causing the stars overhead to tremble. They had surpassed Slytherin. Percy could be heard proclaiming proudly to others, "He's my brother. My youngest brother, as you all know, that he had successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's massive chessboard enchantment." Once the excitement settled, Dumbledore continued, "The second recipient is Miss Hermione Granger, who, faced with flames, utilized her calm intellect to execute precise logical reasoning, thereby earning Gryffindor 50 points." Hermione's face glowed with excitement as she shyly lowered her gaze, hiding her face in her arms. The Gryffindor students erupted in ecstatic celebration, bouncing up and down at the table. For victory was all but assured. "The third recipient is Harry Potter." Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of gravitas, and the hall fell into a hushed silence as he extolled Harry's remarkable bravery and indomitable spirit. He had earned 60 points for Gryffindor. The din of cheers and shouts reached a fever pitch, not merely because Gryffindor was claiming the House Cup, but because they were etching their names into history. The scores soaring to unprecedented heights. Dumbledore raised his hand, gradually restoring calm to the hall. The fourth recipient is George Soros, who has achieved the highest new student scores in Hogwarts history. Dumbledore announced an astonishing score. Thus, he earned 150 points for Ravenclaw. The hall erupted once more, the students nearly beside themselves with joy. The previous 3 scores had already been remarkable, and now this astonishing score had never been witnessed in the history of Hogwarts. They were witnessing an extraordinary moment, and some keen-minded students attempted to calculate George's total points. 300? 350? Or perhaps even more. Finally, Dumbledore smiled, and there s more, stirring curiosity among all present. Courage manifests in many forms. When confronting an adversary, we require remarkable bravery and unwavering resolve. Yet to stand firm in the presence of friends also demands extraordinary courage. Hence, Mr. Neville Longbottom has earned 10 points for Gryffindor. Dumbledore spoke, beaming with delight. While Dumbledore concluded, the raucous cheers and celebrations continued unabated, the hall resonating with waves of jubilation as Gryffindor was engulfed in a sea of exultation. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood, shouting in unison. Only Neville remained in a state of astonished joy, for with this additional 20 points, he had recouped all the points he had previously lost for the house. This was an astonishing score he had once deemed unattainable. Yet he had accomplished it. Harry cheered, nudging Ron with his elbow and gesturing toward Malfoy, whose face was ashen, frozen as if ensnared by a binding curse. Meanwhile, the green ribbons and silks of Slytherin transformed into vibrant red and gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanishing to reveal a majestic Gryffindor lion in its stead. Snape exchanged awkward handshakes with Professor McGonagall, and Harry caught a glimpse of him. From his gaze, Harry discerned that their animosity would persist. Yet he no longer felt fear. George continued to sip his juice elegantly. Quite a splendid evening, wouldn't you agree? He murmured to Kate. After the feast, time flew by, and soon it was time for the examination results to be announced. Harry and Ron passed their exams with flying colors, which came as no surprise. Hermione maintained her usual stellar performance, falling just short of George's achievements. Even Neville performed commendably, particularly in herbology, though he struggled somewhat in potions, perhaps owing to Professor Snape's teaching methods. However, not all news was positive. Malfoy's grades, while not exceptional, placed him in the upper middle tier, and then there was Goyle, that dullard who inexplicably passed his exams, suggesting that the standard for the house were not particularly high. Yet, such matters were trivial. After all, one cannot always expect life to be entirely agreeable. As summer arrived, their wardrobes lay empty, clothing packed into suitcases, ready for departure. Before parting, Harry and his friends discussed their summer assignments. George approached me with an air of indifference, stating, "Harry, you are tasked with vanquishing the next Voldemort. You cannot expect to challenge him on your broomstick in a fair game of Quidditch." Harry's imitation of George drew laughter from Hermione and Ron. "When Voldemort draws near, your forehead will ache unbearably, but meditation can aid you in resisting his dark power." Harry waved his hand, recounting his experience that George's summer assignment was no small feat. Who knew how much time it would demand? As Hermione and Harry's gaze turned toward Ron, he began to recall the circumstances. Wearing a similar expression, he remarked, "Ron, you know, you are rather clumsy and rash compared to Harry and Hermione, who are far more clever." Ron continued, glancing at Harry and Hermione, who did not mock him. "At least you aren't as easily angered as Harry, nor as proud as Hermione. You always appear calm, even if your responses are not particularly quick. You see, all traits can transform into strengths when needed, even a slower mind. The meditation techniques I provided you are tailored just for you, designed to help you maintain your composure and quicken your thoughts." After Ron finished, he rolled his eyes at the two in front of him. He could hardly fail to notice that Hermione was barely able to suppress her laughter, even as she propped her chin on her hand and clenched her teeth. The rise and fall of her shoulders and the curve of her eyes spoke volumes. Harry lifted his gaze, softly whistling. He didn't laugh. yet he couldn't help but wonder why her hands trembled. His expression wasn't as frightening as you might suggest. He told me, "Hermione, as a top student, you cannot allow yourself to descend to the level of Harry and Ron." Hermione, having said this, furtively glanced at Harry and Ron. Noticing that they bore no anger, she continued, "Your intellect and exceptional memory are your advantages. You must learn to wield them wisely. An extraordinary memory and a nimble mind can yield formidable computational power. This particular meditation technique can help you maximize your brain's potential, transforming it into direct strength. That I look forward to you mastering some simple wandless spells at home, but be aware, however, that magic is prohibited for minors when they are alone, as wands have been traced. Yet, most magical families possess ways to circumvent this decree. If you wish to avoid disadvantages in the coming months, you must devote more thought to meditation." It was surprising that George had never mentioned any of this to me. Harry, too, felt a twinge of frustration at George's apparent preferential treatment of Hermione, keeping him in the dark about such crucial matters. Perhaps George feared you would cause trouble, or maybe he knew we would discuss it together. Hence his individual arrangements for us. Hermione felt she had received special treatment, but didn't want to appear overly pleased, thus offering an excuse for George. What could Malfoy's summer assignment be? Ron inquired with curiosity that it would likely be something like this. "Malfoy, you are a clever individual, yet you have consistently lacked opportunities and strength. Now that they are within your grasp, will you seize this chance? Next term, you must face Harry directly. If your abilities do not sufficiently advance over the summer, prepare to be trampled by Harry." Hermione reflected on this, adopting George's tone. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. It was quite likely to be as she described. During the summer, the three of them had been assigned different meditation techniques by George, and it seemed reasonable to assume that Malfoy had received a similar arrangement. In truth, Malfoy was not as fortunate as they were. After all, he lacked the long-standing friendship with George that had allowed them to receive the most suitable and promising meditation techniques. As for Malfoy, George had merely provided him with a decent meditation technique and a standard yet detailed outline of training points. Personalized customization? Hardly. Such queries would undoubtedly incur fees when Malfoy sought answers. For a student who had toiled throughout the year, what could be more delightful than a summer break? The lengthy vacation, the joy of play, returning home. Each aspect filled the departing students with elation, their chatter echoing all the way. Yet not everyone yearned for a holiday, nor did all anticipate returning home. Harry did not look forward to the summer break. He was even less eager to go home. He wished to remain at school, just as he had during the last Christmas holiday. Even though Hermione, Ron, and George would all return home, he still hoped to stay behind. Even if he was alone and isolated, he despised the idea of going home, for he had no true home to return to. Regrettably, Hogwarts regulations forbade students from remaining on campus during the summer break. And no matter how reluctant or unhappy he felt, Harry was compelled to leave the school. Watching the distant campus fade away, he felt a pang of sadness, even though he was flanked by Ron and Hermione, both brimming with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with their families. They could hardly contain their eagerness to return home after a year of academic toil. And the thought of seeing their loved ones stirred a torrent of emotions within them. While at school, these feelings had simmered quietly in their hearts and minds. Yet, once they departed, the anticipation of family reunions erupted like a long-dormant volcano, overwhelming them with emotion, nearly bringing tears to their eyes. Harry gazed enviously at Hermione and Ron, longing for the warmth of a connection he could never truly grasp, a longing he would eternally cherish. Although he was aware that he was loved, that the very essence of his being was etched with the affection and protection of another, he would never possess a warm embrace, a broad chest, or a sturdy back to lean upon. Surrounded by classmates and his dearest friends, Harry felt like an outsider, a solitary figure adrift in a sea of companionship. He yearned for the emotions and fervor that others experienced. And it was only in these moments that he realized how profoundly different he was. Ultimately, he was unique. The train sped along, the verdant countryside becoming increasingly lush, the number of houses multiplying as they traversed town after town, even catching glimpses of pedestrians in the distance. The other passengers grew ever more animated and joyful, while Harry's heart grew colder. The train came to a halt at platform 9 3/4 at King S Cross Station. Passengers poured out like a tide, forming a long queue to exit the platform, ensuring that they did not attract the attention of muggles by emerging all at once. Harry struggled to drag his heavy suitcase off the platform alone, as friendly passers-by greeted him, and he awkwardly responded in kind. Often, not all warmth and kindness brings joy. A wide as people continue to pass by him, calling out, "Harry, goodbye." "Happy summer, Potter," and even less perceptive ones chimed in. "Have a great time at home." Harry, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Did they not see that he was alone? Unlike Hermione, Ron, and George, who were greeted by loved ones waiting on the platform to welcome them home. Harry stepped off the train to find no sign of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, which brought him a mix of relief and disappointment. The Granger family embraced Hermione tightly, their tears flowing freely. Ron's mother was accompanied by a whole entourage, and upon spotting Ron, one little girl shouted, "Mom, there he is! Ron's over there! And look, it's Harry Potter!" It was Ron's younger sister, Ginny. George was met by tall, mature blonde beauty, who immediately captured his attention, causing him to abandon everyone else and walk away with her. Harry greeted Ron and Hermione's families, but did not linger for further pleasantries, instead opting to drag his heavy suitcase out of the train station alone. Once outside, he called a taxi for Privet Drive. "Please, thank you." "Are you alone?" asked the tall, bearded driver who helped Harry load his luggage into the trunk. Skepticism evident in his voice. "Yes, I'm going home now," Harry replied softly. After a struggle to get his luggage into the trunk, he longed for the ease of having his wand in hand, dusted off his clothes, and slid into the taxi. "Hey, little guy, how could your family allow you to travel alone? That's child neglect. They should really be reported," the bearded driver exclaimed, glancing at Harry through the rearview mirror, indignation written across his face. "Thank you, sir, but I really need to get home now," Harry cautiously acknowledged the driver's concern while gazing out the window. He didn't mind that his relatives hadn't come to fetch him. If given the choice, he would prefer never to see them again, finding solace in the notion of remaining at school. "Such careless parents. I have a daughter about your age, and every time I see her, my heart melts. Whenever she goes out, I have to check multiple times to ensure there's a teacher with her, that the destination is safe, and whether she has enough food and drink. I always ask when I can pick her up," the driver continued, driving steadily toward Privet Drive while regaling Harry with stories about his daughter. Harry gazed at the familiar yet strange Privet Drive, feeling an overwhelming sense of alienation. The driver's enthusiasm had been overwhelming as he rambled on about his daughter and praised Harry for being brave enough to travel alone. Simultaneously, he expressed his indignation towards Harry's irresponsible family, and eventually inquired about the school Harry attended, wishing to introduce his daughter to him. Harry, flustered by the driver's enthusiasm, found himself unable to disclose that he was a student at a magical institution known as Hogwarts. However, with the driver's interruptions, Harry's spirits lifted once they departed the vehicle. The summer would soon come to an end, and all he needed to do was focus intently on mastering meditation techniques, eagerly anticipating the return to school and reuniting with his friends. How he wished time would hasten its passage. Dragging his heavy suitcase, Harry took measured steps toward the house that felt both familiar and foreign. He longed for Hogwarts with an intensity that made his stomach churn. Whenever he lifted a glass of water, he was reminded of the specially crafted juice from Hogwarts. When he ate, it felt as if he were chewing wax. Yearning to return to school where he could converse effortlessly with his friends at the dining table, that he reminisced about Hermione's large brown eyes, their delightful conversations beneath the trees, as if they had endless topics to discuss. He missed the castle of the school, the secret passages and spectral beings, his classes, and his training. He missed Hermione, Ron, George, Neville, and every acquaintance he had made. Thinking of George, Harry opened the drawer and unearthed the letter George had sent him. The missive was succinct, embodying George's typical styled "I" in it. He inquired about Harry's progress with meditation, urging him to devote considerable effort to it during the summer. The letter also included a check for £5,000. Ensuring that Harry's training would not be hindered by financial constraints, he was always so thorough. Harry read the letter over and over, muttering to himself. Lying on his bed, he held the letter above him, letting the light illuminate it, realizing it was the only correspondence he had received throughout the summer. Upon returning to school, he resolved to have a serious talk with Ron and Hermione about how much fun they seemed to have had during the break. Despite their promise to write to him, carefully, he refolded the letter along its original creases, placing it back into the envelope along with the check, restoring it to its pristine condition as though it had just arrived. Life at his uncle's house felt like a year stretched into eternity, though it was certainly an improvement compared to previous years when he was often confined to a cupboard. He had learned magic, and Dudley no longer had the audacity to bully him. Now, the Dursleys' most malevolent actions consisted of raising their voices, ineffectually threatening Harry. They were afraid of him. Even the mention of magic sent them into a frenzy, as if they had been set ablaze that on the day Harry returned from the station. When he knocked on the door, Dudley opened it, looking as though he had seen a ghost. Inside, chaos ensued with shouting, banging on doors, stomping on floors, and tantrums, with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon joining in the fray. Ultimately, Uncle Vernon seized Harry's suitcase and locked it away in the small, dark cupboard beneath the stairs before allowing Harry to enter the house. Treating him as if he were some kind of monster, they imposed a myriad of rules, forbidding Harry from mentioning anything about Hogwarts, and even the word magic was off-limits. He was not allowed to go outside or meet friends. Poor Hedwig was locked in her cage as soon as he entered, and he could only sneak her out at night for a brief flight. Yet, each time he did, the Dursleys would inevitably discover it, leading to a tumultuous uproar and collective intimidation directed at Harry. Heaven knows, did they not sleep at night? All Harry's belongings were locked away beneath the stairs, and now his sole training consisted of meditation. He had indeed dedicated a significant amount of time to it, unsure if it was due to the sheer volume of effort he had invested, or if George's chosen meditation techniques were particularly well suited for him, or perhaps a combination of both. He had begun to experience the benefits of meditation, as it had invigorated him considerably. He had taken to letting Hedwig out late at night, repeatedly risking being caught by the Dursleys. Harry even suspected they were monitoring him closely. Reflecting on the events of the morning, he felt a surge of indignation, primarily directed at himself for foolishly believing they might remember his birthday. It was utterly ludicrous. Surely George would remember, as he was always so organized. He wondered if Hermione and Ron would recall, having seemingly lost themselves in their summer escapades, neglecting to send him a single letter. Bored and confined within the cramped attic, Harry knew he had to remain invisible as Uncle Vernon was hosting important guests for dinner that evening. For 2 weeks, they had been discussing the wealthy builder and his wife who would be attending the dinner, potentially placing an order for drilling machines from Uncle Vernon's company, that, if successful, this lucrative deal would yield a substantial income for Uncle Vernon, who had even begun planning how to allocate the expected earnings. Eyeing a villa in Majorca. Hearing the sound of the door opening downstairs, Harry dared not make a sound, aware that any noise would incite another chaotic uproar from the Dursleys, who would surely blame any business failure on him. An outcome he wished to avoid. Perhaps I should move out, he thought. The £5,000 George had sent would last him a considerable time, if he only left school for the summer. It might even suffice until he graduated. This sudden idea ignited a spark of excitement within Harry, prompting him to calculate his daily expenses. Living in Uncle Vernon's house, he hardly consumed much, based on 6 summers. He figured he had just over a year to go, and £5,000 would be more than enough to last him until graduation. However, the thought soon faded as he despondently grasped his hair, realizing he was merely 12 years old and unlikely to find a landlord willing to rent to him. The mere sight of a child living alone would surely result in a call to the authorities, prompting them to fetch him back to Uncle Vernon. Britain, being a developed modern nation, had stringent regulations regarding the protection and care of minors. Even in 1992, if anyone were to witness a 12-year-old child living independently, there would undoubtedly be an outcry. His guardians could face legal repercussions, and Harry would find himself sent to a welfare home, a fate he wished to avoid, though he knew it would hardly be worse than life with the Dursleys. It was precisely for this reason that the Dursleys had never allowed Harry to socialize with others. They harbored hatred towards him, yet as his legal guardians, they lacked the courage to place him in a welfare home, compelling them to feign care for him, that if they wished to be seen as good citizens, as decent individuals, they had to pretend to possess noble qualities, feigning a willingness to care for the orphan child of a deceased relative. This was a duty demanded of a gentleman, a respectable family, and one aspiring for upward mobility. They loathed Harry while simultaneously being compelled to care for him, fearing that such duplicity would be discovered. Terrified of being perceived as lacking in dignity, the more they despised Harry, the more their vile hearts revealed their absence of any noble quality. As Harry listened listlessly to the commotion downstairs. He fantasized about what Hermione and Ron might be doing. He missed them dearly, despite their failure to write or remember his birthday. He yearned to unlock Hedwig's cage and send her to deliver a message to Ron and Hermione, expressing how much he longed for their company. Weeks had passed during the summer without any word from Ron and Hermione, leaving Harry feeling as if he had lost touch with the magical world. Even teasing Dudley no longer brought him joy. Were it not for George's letter, he might have convinced himself that his experiences at Hogwarts had merely been a fleeting dream. Now, all his belongings, his wand, broom, spell books, and every connection to the magical realm were locked away in the dark cupboard beneath the stairs. This disconnection felt unsettling, as he craved the warmth of friendship more than ever, though his current situation was far from the dire circumstances of the previous 11 years. He had tasted friendship and joy. He could no longer endure life as he once had. Accepting all manner of dreadful occurrences, he had acquired vitality and a sense of purpose. He needed to live like a normal person. He deserved to live joyfully. He had glimpsed the light and could not return to that cold, dark, maddening cupboard. Suddenly, Harry nearly cried out as a creature emerged from his bed. A hideous, terrifying little monster with bat-like ears and bulging green eyes that occupied 2/3 of its face. Truly grotesque. Suddenly, Harry recalled the pair of eyes that had been spying on him in the garden that morning. "What do you want?" Years of training enabled Harry to react swiftly. He quickly retreated into a defensive stance. Noticing that the creature did not advance, he seized a chair instinctively. The creature cautiously leaped down from the bed, bowing humbly, its elongated nose nearly grazing the carpet. Harry observed that it was clad in an old pillowcase, which bore several ragged holes. "State your intentions." Harry did not lower the chair, even though the creature appeared to have no intention of attacking. However, if he were to carelessly set down the chair, he would be punished by George with a 10-lap run around the campus. More daunting was the thought that Draco would undoubtedly trail behind, mockingly jeering at him as he ran. "Harry Potter!" The creature shrieked, its voice echoing down the stairs. "Dobby has longed to see you, sir. It is an honor beyond measure. Not digress. Declare your purpose." Harry's voice dripped with iciness. Had he been addressing a mere mortal, he would not have been so rude. Yet, facing a sudden, enigmatic magical being, he felt the need to guard himself, especially given his resolve to confront Voldemort. Harry's frosty demeanor seemed to finally strike a chord with the creature, which humbly introduced itself. "Dobby, sir. I am Dobby, a house elf." Harry remained vigilant towards the house elf named Dobby, choosing silence. His training informed him that this would encourage the creature to divulge further information. House elves are the slaves of their masters, forever serving a wizarding family, never defying their commands. The small creature explained. "Who is your master?" Harry seized upon the critical information revealed by the creature, pressing for an answer. The small creature trembled slightly. "Oh, Dobby cannot speak the master's name. They do not even know Dobby has come here. Dobby must punish himself for disobeying the master's orders. Dobby will put his head in the fireplace." The notion of Dobby's punishment repulsed Harry. "You dare not utter your master's name. You surely do not hail from any of my friends' homes. Hermione's parents are muggles, and Ron has informed me of their entire family. I even know the rodents that reside in their home. George would never have a servant like you." Harry vividly recalled the last time George's raven had delivered a message, noting that George even imbued his pet with his distinctive flair, opting for a raven instead of the customary owl as a messenger. The raven had appeared vibrant and almost enchanted. Harry could easily discern the raven's strong resemblance to George's personal style, a clear imprint of his character. Although he still favored Hedwig, he could not deny that George's raven was indeed quite impressive. Holding the chair tightly, Harry cautiously edged towards the door, not daring to relax his guard. The creature before him was not from any household he recognized. House elves are the slaves of their masters, and they will not defy their orders. "If you do not come from one of my friends' homes, then the most likely origin is that of my enemies. Is your master perhaps Voldemort?" As Harry spoke, he moved closer to the door, Should the small creature make a move, he would dash downstairs and retrieve his wand, disregarding any prohibitions at that moment. The small creature covered its ears. "Ah, sir, do not say that name. Do not say that name." With a sudden force, Harry flung open the door and slammed it shut behind him, then raced down the stairs, colliding with Uncle Vernon. Vernon was furious, having been in the midst of an enthralling story, only to be interrupted by Harry, that he knew he had to warn this insufferable bee. "Oh, why oh, you think you are entitled to eat my food, drink my drink, you worthless, unwanted thing." Vernon lowered his voice as he approached Harry. But Harry paid no heed to what this fat man intended. The house elf from Voldemort's domain was upon him. He had to get his wand and prepare to flee. With a push, he sent Vernon sprawling to the floor. And thanks to George's nutritional supplements and the excellent meals at Hogwarts, Harry had grown into a strapping young lad. Though he had slimmed down a bit since returning to Privet Drive, his trained physical strength was formidable, and in his urgency and fear, he had no time to consider anything else. He shoved Vernon aside and dashed to the cupboard at the bottom of the stairs, smashing the glass to retrieve his belongings. Once the wand was in his grasp, Harry's heart steadied slightly. The house elf from Voldemort's household had not pursued him. Uncle Vernon remained dazed on the floor, incredulous that this boy dared to defy him. Although he had vanished for a year and returned as a formidable wizard, he was still merely an 11-year-old child. How dare he? This boy had consistently displayed cowardice, enduring whatever beatings and scoldings came his way. Yet now, how could he find the audacity to stand up? Vernon was engulfed by a surge of rage, nearly compelled to rise and eliminate this insubordinate child. Before he could regain his feet, he watched Harry, like a specter, suddenly rush to the cupboard at the bottom of the stairs, viciously shattering the glass and extracting his trunk, brandishing a dark wand. Vernon's fury evaporated instantly. He felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of icy water in the height of summer. His anger, poised to erupt, seemed to be drawn into a black hole. Vanishing completely, he felt as though a torrent of icy water had cascaded over him, leaving him chilled to the bone, the ice shards stinging his skin. In that moment, he was reminded of the profound terror he had deeply buried within. He was a monster, and monsters bore no age distinctions. Even at 11, he finally felt a pang of horror and regret for his earlier actions. How could he have been foolish enough to provoke this monster? It could roast their entire family and carve them into pieces to devour. Silence enveloped the room. Vernon perceived that the bespectacled boy had transformed into a demon, perhaps contemplating how to annihilate them. At this thought, Vernon dared not utter a sound, hoping desperately that the creature's attention would be diverted elsewhere. Dudley, seeing his father seated on the floor, wished to help him up, but upon seeing Harry, he could only cower in the corner, trembling, too frightened to approach. Dudley understood that Harry was no longer the easy target he once was. Having vanished for an entire year, Harry had returned not as the frail little boy, but as a robust young man. Were it not for the identical scar on his forehead and his similar round glasses, Dudley might not have recognized him. In the weeks that followed, he would find it impossible to bully Harry as he had for the past 11 years. The once timid boy had transformed into a formidable wizard, one who muttered spells under his breath. Dudley believed he was searching for an opportunity to turn him into a pig, just as the creature who had come to fetch him had done. Aunt Petunia was at a loss for how to respond. This was not the morning-esque scripted performance. They had planned for Vernon to play the hospitable host, Dudley the charming, obedient child, and herself the diligent housewife, while the creature would remain quietly in the house, making no noise, and life would continue as splendidly as it had for the past year. Now, however, she stood clutching a well-rehearsed script, feeling as though she had wandered into the wrong scene. The head of the household sat dazed on the floor while the creature had emerged, brandishing a fearsome weapon. This was indeed a nightmare. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yearning to awaken from this dismal reality, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, were uncertain how to respond and chose to remain silent as passive guests. Harry, wand in hand, warily guarded against the creature upstairs. The Dursleys remained on high alert towards Harry, while the Masons sat quietly on the sofa. Suddenly, a series of knocks disrupted the stillness of the house. Dudley, as if jolted awake, rushed to the door. Eager to escape, he was swiftly rebuffed, colliding with the person outside and bouncing back, Sitting on the floor, he scrambled backward, clearly frightened by the figure outside. The visitors stepped in, and the Masons glanced over. Realizing that the person entering was not a terrifying individual that in fact, he appeared to be a remarkably amiable, handsome young man. The only aspect that seemed somewhat different was the strikingly handsome face, paired with a robust physique. The man strode confidently into the room, surveying his surroundings before speaking. "Harry, your relatives are truly welcoming." He could see that moment. Harry was preoccupied with guarding against the creature upstairs when suddenly, an astonishingly familiar voice emanated from behind him. It was George. Harry turned around in disbelief. Confronted by a strikingly handsome man with a formidable build, I initially intended to simply deliver a gift, but my grandmother insisted I come in person upon hearing that my friend was celebrating a birthday. George explained with a resigned shrug. His grandmother and Anna seemed perpetually convinced that he would struggle to make friends, and what had started as a plan to prepare a gift had culminated in their insistence that he presented himself. "Your visit is the finest gift I could hope for," Harry said, his voice slightly choked as he wiped his eyes with his sleeve and slowly approached. "Since you're here, let me show you the gift I prepared for you." Noticing the varying expressions on the faces around him, George began to piece together the situation and stepped forward to assist Harry in picking up the box. "Wait, I still need my Hedwig," Harry said, making his way upstairs, only to halt midway, uncertain if the creature had escaped. George observed Harry's sudden stop and effortlessly hoisted the box, following him that if there's anything else you need, let's take it all together. "I've prepared a new home for you to home?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief, convinced his ears were deceiving him. "Considering you are now 12, as a young man on the brink of adulthood, you deserve a place of your own to host friends." George ascended to the attic with the box, adding, "Given that you'll likely spend most of your time at school, your new residence will be at number 18 Privet Drive." "Number 18 Privet Drive?" Harry followed George in his bedroom. Relieved to find that the small creature had fled, he recalled that number 18 was the finest building on the street, situated near a bustling boulevard, a newly constructed small villa. "I asked there anything else you need to prepare?" George surveyed the attic, a dim and cramped space where he could touch the ceiling with ease. "No, just bring my Hedwig," Harry replied, stepping forward to grasp the cage containing his owl. George approached the window, effortlessly opening it, and without any extra effort, the cage popped open. Hedwig unfurled her wings and soared out through the window, eager to escape confinement. Harry sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, lamenting that Uncle Vernon and the others despised everything magical and forbade him from uttering any mention of it. Throughout this time, Hedwig had been cooped up in her cage. "All right, let us go. Take a last look around. You won't be returning here," George said nonchalantly as he descended the stairs with the box. Harry did not look back, following George without a trace of nostalgia. Uncle Vernon had already risen from the floor, and he, Dudley, and Aunt Petunia stood by the door like prisoners awaiting interrogation, dejectedly anticipating Harry's verdict. "Harry, do you have anything to say?" George inquired, intending to leave the decision in Harry's hands. "No. Let us go," Harry replied, devoid of any lingering attachment, eager to depart swiftly. "There's still some formalities to address." George produced a document from his coat and slipped it into Vernon's suit pocket. It was a legal notification regarding the change of guardianship for Harry Potter, encompassing 11 years of maintenance fees, culminating in a report detailing the abuse Harry had suffered during his time in their care. "I have hired a lawyer, Jones Douglas, and whether to pursue legal action will be Harry's choice," George stated as he led Harry outside, adding, "From now on, Harry will reside at number 18 Privet Drive. Whether you are permitted to appear within 5 kilometers of him will be carefully considered." As George and Harry stepped into the encroaching night, Uncle Vernon's family finally collapsed in despair, relieved that the boy's friend had not brandished a wand directly at them, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. However, Uncle Vernon's relief was short-lived. Mr. Mason had already risen, though he was still grappling with the day's events. Yet, years of business acumen told him that this family had landed themselves in significant trouble, especially upon hearing the name Jones Douglas, a ruthless litigator. While he thought this, his mouth remained affable. "Mr. Dudley, thank you very much for your warm hospitality today, but the hour has grown late. My wife and I shall not impose any longer. We must take our leave." "Mr. Mason said, pulling his wife along swiftly towards the door. Pausing for a moment to observe the dazed family of three, Mr. Mason couldn't resist adding, Jones Douglas is a renowned lawyer, known as the Shaver. There is no case he cannot win. Under his representation, defendants opposing him invariably receive the harshest sentences. Without waiting for the Dursleys to react, Mr. Mason hurried away with his wife, hearing Mr. Mason's final words. Vernon's previously calm demeanor erupted anew. His face shifted from red to white, then to black, and finally to green, exhibiting a day's worth of color changes in mere moments. Trembling, he fumbled out the documents hidden in his suit, carefully perusing them. The dim light illuminated the small print, compelling him to squint. His face nearly pressed against the document. The pristine white paper glistened with the oil from his forehead as he read a line detailing that abuse of family members, if severe, is punishable by imprisonment of no less than 5 years and no more than 10 years, with the possibility of cumulative sentencing. Recalling Mr. Mason's mention that defendants opposing Jones Douglas invariably receive the harshest sentences, an overwhelming wave of panic surged through Vernon, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, leaving him breathless. He gaped, succumbing to unconsciousness. Aunt Petunia, witnessing the scene, felt as though she were still trapped in a nightmare. And in her daze, she too collapsed to the floor. Only Dudley appeared frantic and bewildered, scrambling to fetch a jug of water to splash on his parents' faces. This led to a series of screams and chaos. As in his panic, he mistakenly grabbed boiling water, resulting in further pandemonium. George brought Harry to number 18, Privet Drive. I am not particularly adept at gift-giving, nor do I have the luxury of time to invest in it. But I understand that living under someone else's roof can be quite uncomfortable, George remarked, memories from a past life surfacing in his mind. In his previous life, he had just graduated from university and begun his career. Amidst his job search, he encountered a stagnating Chinese economy, making employment scarce and compensation meager. Meanwhile, housing prices soared, with China at the forefront of global speculation, resulting in the absurdity of earning a third-world income while residing in properties priced beyond that of the first world. After deducting expenses for a cramped studio, there was barely enough left to survive. Reflecting on the changes in this life, he recognized the stark contrast between then and now. Considering you will spend most of your time at school and likely won't return here often, I didn't bother seeking a better place. It is yours now, George said, producing a set of keys and handing them to Harry. Trembling, Harry accepted the keys, aware that this gesture was somewhat inappropriate, yet he truly wished to avoid returning to Uncle Vernon's house. It felt too precious. He struggled with his words, his voice wavering. It's like an advance on your salary. Just come work in my company after graduation. George was indifferent to whether Harry would indeed work in his company. In this moment, all that mattered was to smile, to provide a reason for everyone to feel joy. Money is indeed a wonderful thing. Watching Harry grasp the keys as if they were a treasure, stumbling as he approached the door, George couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He recalled how he had felt upon initially earning a substantial sum, though over time, money had become less significant to him. Nevertheless, he always remembered, always knew that money is indeed a great asset. Being without, it is a profound struggle. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it is undeniably crippling. Whether in pursuit of dreams or in the face of adversity, financial resources are indispensable. Just like Harry now, and George once, a sum of money brings far more than mere numerical value. It is indeed a closer approach to dreams and a distancing from suffering. Whether in the stifling agony of a past life or the spirited exuberance of the present, George has never indulged in self-deception, mocking wealth with a false sense of superiority. Money, of course, cannot purchase all that one desires. Yet it can empower one to reject all that is loathed, pursuing dreams and resisting adversity. One can almost traverse anywhere with the aid of money. It affords the opportunity to accomplish myriad endeavors. The only aspect of wealth that merits reproach is perhaps the unscrupulous pursuit of profit at the expense of others. Beyond that, earning money through lawful and ethical means is by no means vulgar. To condemn others for their material pursuits is the greatest evil, the utmost in vulgarity. July 31, 1992 was a perfect day, the most splendid birthday he had experienced in 12 years, Harry noted in his journal. Mr. Potter, it's time for dinner, called a red-haired middle-aged woman from downstairs. Her name was Barbara Brooke, a kind-hearted housewife residing on Privet Drive, whom George had employed as a caretaker for Harry's daily needs. She would look after him throughout the summer. Most importantly, Harry had finally liberated himself from the oppressive clutches of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Heaven knows how ecstatic he was. The joy he had experienced in over a decade on Privet Drive paled in comparison to the elation of the previous night. It was indeed a magical birthday, reminiscent of the last year. Harry mumbled to himself, setting down his pen and stepping out of his bedroom. It was impolite to keep others waiting, though merely a day had passed. Harry felt an almost otherworldly sensation, perhaps precisely because it was just one day. Events had unfolded so swiftly, so astonishingly, so delightfully. The entire day prior, no one had paid Harry any mind, even during the evening's dinner at the Disleys. He had to stifle his hunger with a meager morsel of food. Retreating to the dim attic for the entire night, he had to pretend he did not exist to avoid being discovered by the guests invited to the dinner. Lest he disrupt Uncle Vernon's business dealings that by the time the guests departed, he would have to descend to clean up the remnants of the feast. Ironically, this was his birthday, and he would spend his 12th birthday in such a manner. Perhaps this was not the worst of fates. After all, for many, birthdays are hardly significant, let alone joyous occasions. For more than a decade, Harry had certainly held this belief. His birthdays have been far from joyful. However, everything changed last year on his birthday. Harry encountered Hagrid, who delivered his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. He learned of his true heritage, embarking on a new life that day that he attended Hogwarts, mastering various spells and befriending many. Yet as summer drew to a close, he was forced to leave the beloved institution, returning to a life of dependency. This stark contrast left him in anguish, nearly driving him to madness. He had believed he had glimpsed the light, only to find himself plunged back into the darkness of his past. Living like a forsaken dog, he felt himself teetering on the brink of insanity, with only the practice of his meditation to anchor him. It was through meditation that he sought to regain a semblance of control over his life. All his ties to the magical world, his spell books, wand, and broom, were locked away in a cupboard at the bottom of the stairs. He had lost all connection to the magical realm, unable even to receive letters from Hermione or Ron. Thinking of Hermione and Ron's letters, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. I should not doubt Ron and Hermione. They are my dearest friends, along with George. From George, he had learned that Ron and Hermione had sent him numerous letters, especially Ron, who had extended multiple invitations for Harry to spend the summer at his home. Regrettably, Harry had not received a single one. He must be that wretched little creature. Harry suddenly realized it was the house elf from the Voldemort residence, who not only monitored him, but had also intercepted the letters from his friends, severing his connection to the outside world for the entire holiday. Only George's messenger, a clever raven, had managed to evade the creature's clutches. Let me not see that little monster again. I shall flay it alive. A glint of cold fury flashed in Harry's eyes, a dreadful thought emerging in his mind. No, I should not harbor such ghastly thoughts. A swift end would suffice. Shaking his head, he felt uneasy about his desire to torment his enemy. George remarked that Harry had been practicing meditation too diligently of late, coupled with his unhappiness, which had rendered him overly tense, adversely affecting his recent mood. He suggested that Harry take a break from meditation for now, as he had not had the chance to review the material since returning. The days would be perfect for some study. As Harry dined, he pondered the upcoming assignments and George. George listened intently as Harry recounted the presence of Voldemort's house elf on Privet Drive, who had intercepted Hermione and Ron's letters and even attempted to attack him on his birthday. To be safe, George had instructed his raven to patrol the nearby streets, searching for the little creature's whereabouts. Preparing traps to capture or eliminate the house elves are no trifling adversaries. They once fought against wizards in ancient times, but were ultimately subjugated, becoming their servants. The ancient magic wielded by wizards was astonishingly destructive, and a race capable of contending with wizards would not be easily dismissed. Being chosen by ancient wizards as a family's servant indicated that house elves possess remarkable qualities as inherently magical beings. They possess a terrifying affinity for magic, surpassing that of wizards. They can even perform transfiguration in places like Hogwarts, where powerful magical restrictions exist. This allows them to appear almost anywhere, making them the finest assassins and thieves. This formidable ability has led to the demise of many distinguished wizards in their confrontations with wizards. Fortunately, their innate magical prowess has muddled their minds, resulting in a general lack of intelligence among house elves. Even when treated as slaves, their primary tasks involve cleaning, cooking, and at most, thievery and murder. Other tasks that require intellect should never be entrusted to them, as they would surely botch everything. George never wished to see a house elf in his home. It would be nothing short of disastrous. He had his raven meticulously scour privet drive, yet found nothing. Just like Harry, encountering a house elf outside the house would surely bode ill, he muttered to himself. That night, Voldemort's house elf did not make an appearance, but a flying teal car soon came into view. "Hey, George," Ron and Fred called as they swooped toward him, the car landing carefully before George. Ron crawled out from the car door. "George, what are you doing here? Are you here to see Harry? Have you seen him? Something must have happened. I've written him 12 letters, and he hasn't replied." Harry's sudden silence had deeply worried Ron, especially since yesterday was Harry's birthday. Unable to contain his concern any longer, he and Fred had stolen the family car and rushed over. Before encountering Harry, Ron spotted George loitering nearby, which only heightened his anxiety. He dashed over, eager to ascertain whether something had befallen Harry. Harry has encountered some unexpected troubles, but nothing grave. His letters were intercepted by a house elf. "You should ask him for the specifics," George reassured Ron before inquiring. "Are you here to take Harry to your home for the summer?" "Of course. I've invited him 12 times. Though he may not have received them, I shall assume he accepted. Now that I brought the car, he had better not think he can refuse," Ron declared, fists clenched. "Determined to take Harry home, that be why the way. Since you are here, you must come to my house as well, and why Mum has long wanted to invite you over. She is quite curious about you." The one who set the record at Hogwarts, Ron felt that practicing meditation truly had a significant effect. He had not anticipated that his mind could operate so swiftly. In an instant, he devised an excuse to invite George back to his home. George pondered for a moment, then, seeing Ron's eager expression, conceded, "All right, let's go call Harry." Although George had not initially considered visiting Ron's house, the opportunity was too tempting to decline. Truth be told, he harbored a great curiosity about the Weasley household. The Weasley family was remarkably unique within the magical community, to be precise. Their mother was extraordinarily special. More specifically, Mrs. Weasley had an overwhelming number of children. Ron had 5 brothers and 1 sister. George wondered if, had the Weasley family been in a better financial situation, Ron might have had even more siblings. In George's view, this was quite plausible, and he would be more than happy to facilitate such a possibility. Moreover, the Weasley family was not only numerous in offspring, but each child was also an exemplary student at school. These may seem trivial matters to others. However, to George, whose perspective encompassed the entirety of the magical world, the Weasley family was undeniably extraordinary. Just how exceptional was this family? If George were to choose a person to be the headmaster of Hogwarts, he would not so much as glance at Dumbledore. Instead, he would cast every vote he could muster for Mrs. Weasley. George found it perplexing that the magical community overlooked the Weasley family's striking differences in fact, the entire population of the British wizarding world was only around 3,000. By the standards of the Muggle world, this was exceedingly irrational. Initially, the wizarding world had not experienced large-scale wars. Even during Voldemort's dark reign over a decade prior, the actual death toll was relatively low. After all, the population of the wizarding community was quite small, and had Voldemort dared to stir chaos like the ambitious figures of the Muggle world, it would have taken mere weeks, or even days, for the entire magical population to be wiped out. Regardless of the ambitions of any individual, they would ultimately not wish to govern merely a motley assortment of beings. Furthermore, wizards enjoyed remarkably long lifespans. A healthy wizard could easily live to be over 100 or even 200 years old, that if they so desired, there were myriad ways to extend their lives. Additionally, infant mortality rates in the wizarding world were exceedingly low. Unlike the Muggle world's daily hustle and bustle, the presence of magic made even the most ordinary wizarding households highly convenient and automated in terms of chores and daily living. This afforded wizarding families ample time to care for their children, while the declining birth rates ensured that these families placed a premium on the upbringing of their offspring. Hogwarts admitted all 11-year-old wizards for education, and once they mastered some basic magic, the likelihood of their untimely demise diminished considerably. With no large-scale wars or significant mortality, and devoid of short life expectancies or high death rates, how did the wizarding world maintain such a low population density? Ultimately, after extensive historical research, George arrived at a rather intriguing conclusion. The low population density in the wizarding world stemmed largely from an excessive emphasis on gender equality. George had entertained numerous hypotheses, corroborating them with historical data. He had speculated on average lifespans, mortality rates, and infant mortality, but none of these proved to be significant factors. Ultimately, the most impactful reason for the population dynamics in the wizarding world was, surprisingly, a commitment to gender equality, which resulted in lower birth rates. That it must be said that the notion of gender equality in the wizarding world far surpassed that of the Muggle realm by many years. As the saying goes, power begets influence. Unlike the Muggle world, which only in recent times, following technological advancements and the liberation of productive forces, experienced movements advocating for gender equality, the female wizards of the magical realm did not need to engage in such struggles. They inherently wielded magical power, equal to that of any man, and possessed strength by birthright. Although the political figures within the magical community were predominantly male due to preferences and habitual biases, when girls could become witches, indeed, powerful witches, the status of women, both at home and in society, became unprecedentedly strong at this juncture. Any wizard wishing for a harem or to prioritize sons over daughters would be indulging in a mere fantasy. Much like in modern society, the advent of gender equality, coupled with effective contraception, rendered declining birth rates an inevitable outcome. Within the wizarding world, no one regarded their life as merely a reproductive endeavor. Ordinary individuals would not do so, and self-important wizards would certainly not. Even the exceptionally wealthy and handsome Nicodemus, a true success in life, had but one wife. It is noteworthy that, had he desired, he could have amassed endless gold, boundless wealth, and infinite longevity. Even within the magical community, witches might be drawn to him, potentially accepting a life of polygamy. Yet, throughout his more than 600 years of existence, this true life winner had not only one wife, but had not fathered a single child. For the entirety of the magical community, procreation was an endeavor of little interest. In such a context, a family like the Weasleys, with their multitude of children and their commitment to nurturing them into capable individuals, appeared particularly peculiar and remarkably different. Harry, breathless and clutching a suitcase, rushed over to avoid being seen by others. George refrained from allowing Ron to fly his flashy car to number 18 Privet Drive. The location was close to a bustling thoroughfare, making it easy for passers-by to spot them, which would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. George sent his raven to inform Harry to bring all his belongings. Harry left a note for Barbara Dudley before stealthily slipping out with his large suitcase. Ron stepped forward and embraced Harry tightly, exclaiming, "Hey mate, I've been worried sick about you. I sent you 12 letters, and you never replied. I was terrified, so I just came over myself." Harry, still catching his breath, was enveloped once more in Ron's fervent hug. He released the suitcase and stood there for a while, regaining his composure. "I'm so sorry. I ran into some trouble. All my letters were intercepted by a creature." George approached and took Harry's suitcase, placing it in the trunk of the car before settling into the passenger seat. He turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "Get in quickly, and don't let anyone see you." Ron and Harry climbed into the back seat as the car ascended gently into the air, soaring higher and higher, with Hedwig cheerfully gliding around the vehicle. That moment, Ron eagerly inquired of Harry, "What exactly happened?" Harry then recounted the entire ordeal, explaining how he had been treated coldly by the Dursleys. On his birthday, he encountered a house elf from Voldemort's household, a creature named Dobby, who not only intercepted Harry's letters, but also attempted to attack him. Fortunately, George had arrived afterward, and he had secured a new home. Once Harry finished his tale, a prolonged silence enveloped the sea. So much had transpired during that time, yet everything had turned out well. Ron spoke slowly, his tone heavy. "I can't believe so much has happened to you over these past few weeks." He then turned his gaze to George. "George, you gave Harry a perfect birthday. After he graduates, he'll owe me 10 years of work for this. George replied with a light-hearted tone, huh, and laughter filled the air. That little creature Dobby, was he really a house elf from Voldemort's household, with Voldemort now gone? Who should he take orders from? Fred fixed his gaze on Harry, posing a question that I don't know. The creature wouldn't he say its Master S name? Whenever it accidentally came close, it would immediately bang its head against the wall. Harry paused for a moment, continuing to recall the scene. It only screamed, "Don't say that name," after I guessed Voldemort's name. Fred fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Then, we can't be certain that it is indeed a house elf from Voldemort's household. It could also be someone else sent to prevent you from returning to school or to harass you. Do you have any other enemies at school? Yes, Harry and Ron replied in unison. Draco Malfoy, Harry explained. He's a classmate and he despises me. Draco Malfoy? Is his father Lucius Malfoy? Fred turned to look at George. Yes, they're father and son. George turned his head to look at Harry. Lucius is a confidant of Voldemort, and during Voldemort's reign of terror, his stronghold was situated in Malfoy Manor. The Malfoy family is exceedingly wealthy and has previously served as Voldemort's base of operations. They must have retained numerous house elves. These elves obeyed Voldemort's commands when he was alive, and now they are dutifully following Lucius. Harry has already unearthed a thread that links his two adversaries. It is also possible that Lucius is currently in contact with Voldemort, concocting sinister plots. Ron added eagerly that a lengthy silence enveloped the car. Enough about Lucius, Voldemort, and their house elves. Let us discuss other matters. George broke the stalemate. These issues cannot be resolved immediately, and for now, we must remain vigilant. After all that has transpired, I feel somewhat helpless, but I am delighted that we came to fetch you today, Ron said, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry had certainly endured a challenging time during the previous holiday, and Ron felt a swell of pride in his wise decision to seek him out today. You haven't replied to a single letter. I was truly anxious. I could tea first. I thought something had gone awry with my Errol. He is getting old and sometimes collapses under the strain of delivering letters. I was thinking of borrowing Hermes. Who? Fred interjected, the owl Percy received after being appointed prefect. But Percy refused to lend it to me, Ron said, somewhat disheartened. He's so stingy, I ended up having Errol deliver a letter to George, who promptly replied. His raven is truly impressive. Ron cast an envious glance at George, who was in the passenger seat. That raven captivated him far more than Percy's Hermes, being significantly smarter and far superior to his own Errol. Actually, I would prefer to use a phone. Messengers are too susceptible to interception. That is why I specifically train a raven, yet I still cannot guarantee it will evade capture every time, George shrugged. Ravens are indeed much more formidable than owls, but unless he can teach the raven a sufficient amount of magic, these messengers will never compare to a phone or a text. What phone? Fred and Ron asked, their faces brimming with curiosity at the mention of a miraculous creature that served as an even better messenger than George's raven. It's not a magical creature. It's a communication device from the Muggle world. Remarkably convenient for transmitting sound, akin to conversing face-to-face, Harry explained, waving his hands animatedly to clarify. Despite Harry's animated gestures, Ron and Fred remained utterly baffled about what a phone was, prompting George to feel a peculiar sensation. I'll bring over a few phones in a couple of days, as long as we aren't in a special setting like school. We can use them for everyday communication. Owls are just too inconvenient. A mischievous grin played on George's face as he contemplated the prank of introducing phones into Ron's household, envisioning how Ron could then indulge in lengthy phone conversations with Harry. That would be splendid. We could communicate via phone, eliminating the worry of our messenger owls being intercepted, Harry exclaimed, his face alight with excitement that he never wished to experience the sense of disconnection from the magical world that he had felt in recent weeks. Listening to Harry extol the virtues of phones, Ron and Fred were also eager to have him arrive sooner. Have you taken the car out? Does her father know? Harry suddenly recalled a crucial question. Oh, he doesn't know. He's working overtime tonight. We hope to sneak the car into the garage without my mum noticing, Ron replied casually, as though such clandestine activities were commonplace for him. What does your father do at the ministry? Harry inquired curiously, wondering if wizards also had to work overtime and whether it affected their efficiency. He works in a rather dull department, Ron replied, his tone slightly peculiar, indicating his distaste for the position, The misuse of Muggle artifacts office. What? Harry exclaimed, perplexed by the long string of unfamiliar words that ITS about prohibiting the application of magic to Muggle-made items. Fearing that one day they might find their way back to Muggle shops or homes, causing chaos, Ron elaborated. Like last year, when an old witch passed away, and her teapot was sold as an antique. A Muggle woman bought it and used it to host tea for her friends, which certainly didn't end well. My dad had to put in several weeks of overtime using memory charms and various other methods to cover it up. Ron recalled, still feeling a headache at the memory. That must have been quite the ordeal, Harry remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, a man ended up in the hospital, shouting at the doctors and nurses that the teapot would spray water and the tongs would bite him. My dad was swamped, and the worst part is that only he and another old wizard, Perkins, worked in that office. He couldn't keep making the old wizard work overtime, Ron confessed with a hint of exasperation. And what about the car? Harry glanced outside, noting that the flying vehicle was clearly a product of magic. That it's true, Fred chuckled. My dad has become quite enamored with Muggle items due to work. Our house is filled with Muggle things. He takes them apart and magically reassembles them. If he were to manage our household, he could very well imprison himself. My mom is nearly driven mad by it. At this revelation, George couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Weasley was indeed a prime example of someone who loved his work. We're almost on the main road, Fred announced, glancing out at the familiar scenery. We'll be there shortly, and the sun is about to rise. A faint blush of red appeared on the eastern horizon as the car descended lower, revealing a landscape of lush green fields and rows of trees. Our home is on the edge of the village, Fred stated. This place is called Ottery St. Catchpole. The car continued to descend, and the sun cautiously peeked above the treetops. Oh, we've arrived, Fred exclaimed excitedly. The vehicle landed gently, and everyone sprang from the car. After soaring through the sky, returning to solid ground always brings a sense of joy. They found themselves beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. Indeed, the Weasley family's financial situation appeared to be less than favorable. The yard looked worn and rough. It seemed to have once been a stone pigsty before being added onto with a few rooms. The rooms were several stories high, but leaned awkwardly, as if magically glued together, creating a slightly eerie impression. The red-tiled roof boasted 4 chimneys, and a crooked sign hung in front, proclaiming it to be a hovel, which was quite accurate. That a pile of worn boots lay beside the door, along with a rusty cauldron, while several brown hens scuttled about the yard. Not much to look at, is it? Ron said, somewhat embarrassed. He loved his home and family dearly, yet he felt a pang of awkwardness when hosting friends. This place is wonderful, Harry declared, feeling completely at ease. He adored the warmth emanating from this abode, which exuded an old-world rural charm. It has a rather avant-garde design, but it feels cozy, George mused, thinking that with a few adjustments, it could evoke a sense of paradise. All right, let us sneak upstairs without being noticed. Fred already had a plan in mind. When Mum calls us for breakfast, Ron, you'll bounce down the stairs and exclaim, "Mum, look who's here." That's when Harry and George will emerge. She'll be so delighted that she won't even notice we used the car. Sounds good. Ron immediately sprang into action, eager to lead Harry and George upstairs. Come on, follow me. However, as he turned around, Ron's face turned pale, his eyes fixated on the direction of the house. Mrs. Weasley was striding over briskly, causing the fat hens to scatter in all directions. Usually a kind-hearted woman, she now resembled a tiger baring its claws, her gaze particularly fearsome. Oh, Fred gasped, realizing they had been caught red-handed. Ron lowered his head. Mrs. Weasley halted before them, one hand on her hip while the other pointed accusingly at the two, scrutinizing them closely. She donned an apron, her wand tucked away in her pocket, as if she had just dashed out of the kitchen. You certainly possess a remarkable audacity. She suppressed her fury. Fred timidly raised his head to protest. You have any idea how worried I would be? Mrs. Weasley's low voice sent shivers down the spines of Harry and George, who stood nearby. I'm sorry, Mum. But Ron murmured his apology. The bed was empty, and there was no sign of a note anywhere. They have vanished, the car is gone, and I am nearly driven to madness. The entire night could have ended in a calamity. Have you even considered that? I have never encountered such behavior, Charlie Bill, and Percy would never cause me such distress. Model student Percy, Fred muttered under his breath. You ought to take a page from his book and avoid causing worry that Mrs. Weasley shouted, prodding Fred in the chest with her finger. You could accidentally meet your demise, or be seen by others, implicating your father as well. After a considerable pause, Mrs. Weasley finally turned her head. George promptly approached her, greeting, Hello, Mrs. Weasley. It was exceedingly reckless of Ron and Fred to leave without note. They ought to have communicated with you beforehand to prevent your anxiety and to seek your assistance. As Mrs. Weasley listened to George's endorsement, her expression softened considerably. Yes, I'm not angry that they ventured out, but rather that they left me entirely in the dark, which has caused me great concern. They ought to remember this lesson and how to handle things next time. Harry and I also wish to express our gratitude to you, Ron and Fred. Their actions were thoughtless, yet they have also assisted Harry. It is a pleasure to see you all here. George pulled Harry closer, and together they bowed in gratitude to Mrs. Weasley. You are too kind. I'm delighted to see you. Dear George, dear Harry, Mrs. Weasley said warmly. Now let us go inside and have some breakfast. She turned and shouted at Ron and Fred. Learn from George. Must you always add to my worries? As Mrs. Weasley turned to re-enter the house, Fred muttered under his breath, Model student George. George patted Fred on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow. If you wish to avoid more scolding, this is how it goes for everyone. The kitchen of their humble abode was small and appeared somewhat cramped. With a wooden table and several chairs, all polished to a shine, on the opposite wall hung a clock devoid of numbers, featuring only a single hand. Where the number should be, there were phrases such as breakfast, feed the chickens, and late for school. The mantel was piled high with 3 layers of books, magical cookbooks on cheese, enchanted bread, and other culinary spells. George silently noted, recognizing that Mrs. Weasley held a deep affection for her family, including the household chores, that he was attempting to discern from the mundane details what set Mrs. Weasley apart from other witches. These subtleties defined the Weasley family's uniqueness in the magical realm. George scrutinized his surroundings carefully. Though born into the magical world, he had few friends. One cannot expect an adult spirit to frolic joyfully with children, were it not for Harry and the others' protagonist status. It would have been quite challenging for George to bond with 11-year-olds. His grandmother's concern about his lack of friends was not entirely unfounded. George's insecurity manifested not only in his aversion to dragons and dogs, but also in his reluctance to keep pets. More fundamentally, what could be more chaotic than a mischievous child? He could certainly control himself without resorting to a spell to send the child flying. However, keeping himself and the child content together was exceedingly difficult. Thus, it was hardly surprising that such a person would lack friends. Fortunately, George did not mind this too much. With his own abilities, there were countless individuals eager to befriend him. Mrs. Weasley busily prepared breakfast, carelessly tossing cut sausages into the frying pan, occasionally shooting a glare at Ron and Fred in her flurry of activity. What on earth were you thinking? George internally added, recognizing that Mrs. Weasley cherished her family, including her playful jabs at them that I will not hold you accountable. Harry, she placed several cooked sausages on a Harry's plate, reassuring him, Arthur and I were quite worried about you as well. Last night, we decided that if we didn't hear from you, we would come to fetch you. However, she added 3 fried eggs to Harry's plate. Flying halfway across the country in an illegal magical car was simply unacceptable. She glanced at George's stature and brought forth a larger plate, laden with even more sausages and eggs for him. George again noted silently that Mrs. Weasley had great affection for her family, encompassing her friends as well, with a flick of her wand towards the sink. The pots and pans began to clatter and clean themselves. This spectacle astonished George, prompting him to think. Effortlessly performing silent spells while managing household chores demonstrated her exceptional magical control. This is quite dire. Mum, Ron mumbled, not speak idly during meals. Mrs. Weasley admonished sternly. They are in tea feeding Harry, Mum. Fred chimed in. You two be quiet, Mrs. Weasley replied, her gaze softening again as she looked at Harry. Strict yet not harsh, she did not embody the typical parental authority. George observed the scene and mused that her children did not fear her. They could share their thoughts openly, indicating a warm, familial atmosphere. Like tea that moment. A small red-haired child in oversized pajamas dashed into the kitchen, shrieking before promptly running back out. The family's financial struggles were evident in her ill-fitting nightgown. George silently resolved to bring along additional clothing when he next visited. "That's Ginny," Ron whispered to Harry. "My sister. She has been talking about you all summer long. She is your #1 fan. She even wants your autograph, Harry," Fred added quietly, casting a furtive glance at their mother before returning to his meal. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew tense, and everyone hastened to finish their breakfast, clearing their plates in a hurry. "I'm so tired. I think I'll go sleep now," Fred declared, setting down his plate. "Not a chance," Mrs. Weasley retorted mercilessly. "This is of your own making. Staying up all night means you will go to the garden to deal with the gnomes, which are creating quite the ruckus again." "Please, Mum." Fred looked at her with pleading eyes. "Do not expect to beg for mercy." Mrs. Weasley glared at Ron and Fred. "You can sleep only after your chores are complete." She then turned to Harry and George. "You may go to sleep. You must be exhausted after staying up all night." Harry glanced at George, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I'm not tired. I'll help Ron with the chores. I don't even know what a gnome is." "Good lad, but this task is rather tedious," Mrs. Weasley remarked. "I'll see what Lockhart has to say." She turned, retrieving a book from the mantel. "No need, Mum. We understand how to handle the gnomes in the garden," Fred said, tilting his head back in resignation. Mrs. Weasley held a lavish, ornate tome, its thick cover emblazoned with gold lettering that read, "Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pest Removal," featuring a large photograph of a strikingly handsome blonde man. The man in the photograph flashed a charming smile, and Mrs. Weasley gazed at him with rapt attention. "He is quite remarkable. He knows everything about domestic matters." "This is an excellent book," Mrs. Weasley smiled dreamily. "Mum has quite the admiration for him," Fred quietly remarked, his ears reddening in embarrassment. "Don't be absurd, Fred." Mrs. Weasley's face flushed as she waved her hand dismissively. "Now hurry along and get to work. Since you believe you know more than Lockhart, I will hold you accountable if I find any gnomes remaining in the yard when I check." George had already quietly slipped out the door, internally critiquing. Mrs. Weasley loves her family dearly, yet she still harbors a whimsical girlhood fantasy, drawn to superficial charm and dashing good looks, as the proprietor of a vast bookstore and an avid reader. George was no stranger to Gilderoy Lockhart. If asked to assess him, he would lament that the talented entertainer was unfortunate to have been born into the magical realm. Gilderoy Lockhart possessed a keen understanding of what endeared him to the public, and he relentlessly pursued such endeavors. Although he was not particularly adept in Ravenclaw, when it came to crafting a persona and disseminating influence, he was undoubtedly proficient, despite George's own disdain for him. He felt fortunate that Anna and their grandmother shared his aversion to Lockhart's writings. Nevertheless, it was impossible to deny that Gilderoy Lockhart was a man of talent, a specialist in the art of fame and influence. George had even contemplated potential business collaborations with Lockhart, as he was indeed a well-known figure in the wizarding community, and notably, his services were not exorbitantly priced and were rather easy to obtain. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that the population of the magical world had yet to necessitate celebrity endorsements. The Weasley brothers trudged into the garden, grumbling as they walked, occasionally stifling yawns. The garden was expansive. Perhaps more accurately described as a large courtyard, it was overrun with weeds, bordered by numerous gnarled trees, and an array of peculiar plants grew haphazardly throughout the space that a green pond, the water far from clear, occasionally hosted frogs leaping about. "Actually, Muggle gardens also have gnomes," Ron remarked, burying his head among the peonies and rummaging forcefully, causing the branches to tremble and petals to fall. Suddenly, he sees something, yanking it out with vigor. "Look at this. It resembles a little Santa Claus, rotund, and even carrying a fishing rod." George held his forehead, pondering just how much Ron loathed Santa Claus. The gnomes bore little resemblance to Santa. In fact, they hardly resembled humans at all. They were bald and rotund, akin to massive pebbles, merely humanoid in shape, yet their features were not grotesquely disproportionate, far more appealing than the house elves. "You need to do it like this," Ron demonstrated, grasping the gnome by its ankle and hoisting it above his head, swinging his arm in grand circles before releasing it with a forceful toss. The gnome soared through the air, landing with a thud on the ground beyond the hedgerow. This action wouldn't harm them, but would surely disorient them, rendering them incapable of locating their original burrows. That you're pathetic. I can throw it over that stump. Fred scoffed at Ron, effortlessly tossing a gnome over the tree stump. Harry attempted to catch a gnome, but was met with a sharp bite from its teeth, prompting him to proceed with caution and glance at George for guidance. That's cheating, Ron remarked, having witnessed George's method of handling the gnomes. George produced his wand and waved it with a subtle flick, reciting no incantation point one by one. Gnomes began to levitate from the ground, caught in a whirlwind that whisked them high into the air, far beyond the distances achieved by Ron and Fred's manual throws, demonstrating far superior efficiency. Wizards should employ wizardly methods, George remarked nonchalantly. If he sought physical training, he had ample plans to augment his strength and engage in comprehensive exercise. Such mundane household tasks were, of course, better suited for honing magical control. After all, a wizard in peacetime hardly had the luxury of time to train for combat. As for the restrictions on underage wizards, much like Ron's father's office, which prohibited the misuse of Muggle artifacts, how many individuals could possibly be in the department that enforced such regulations? George recalled it was only one or two. Speaking of the legalities within the magical realm, George could easily pinpoint a multitude of loopholes within any legal text he casually picked up. One could hardly expect a small group endowed with extraordinary powers to possess an impeccably structured legal framework, unless they employed veritaserum in every matter. After perusing several legal tomes, George had already discerned most methods of circumventing prohibitions. "You are right," Fred said, casting the gnome he held far away, his expression one of disinterest. With George's magical shortcuts, it wasn't long before the gnomes were completely cleared from the area. You think they'll find their way back?" Ron wondered aloud, gazing at the gnomes being carried off by the whirlwind. "Nearly out of sight. They always used to come back because my dad was so lenient with them. He even found them amusing. It's hard to believe they'd find a better place than this." Just then, a loud thud resonated from the door. "Father's home," Fred exclaimed joyfully as they made their way through the garden toward the house. Upon entering, they found Mr. Weasley slumped in a chair in the kitchen, a pair of glasses resting on the table before him. His eyes were shut, and he was tall and thin, with thinning red hair, much like that of his children. He donned a wrinkled green robe. Appearing utterly exhausted, "I'm completely worn out," he groaned, reaching for the teapot without acknowledging the newcomers. "I raided 9 houses tonight. Mundungus Fletcher nearly caught me with a curse when I turned my back." Mr. Weasley drained the teapot in one gulp, letting out a long sigh. "Did you discover anything, Dad?" Fred inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Just a few keys that had been subjected to a shrinking charm and a biting kettle." Mr. Weasley replied, yawning with fatigue. "There were also some troublesome items, like a collection of odd ferrets. But thank goodness, they are not our concern. They were sent to the charms laboratory for inspection." "Why would they place a shrinking charm on the keys?" Ron pondered, perplexed by the reasoning. "Just to torment Muggles," Mr. Weasley said with a hint of disdain. "They sell keys to Muggles, and then the shrinking charm makes them small, causing them to suddenly disappear when needed. This leaves Muggles baffled, unable to comprehend that their keys have been magically diminished. They will only insist that the keys have been lost. They remain willfully blind to the magic right before their eyes. While we have genuinely cast spells, you wouldn't believe it. Like a car, for instance." Mrs. Weasley entered, brandishing a poker that still smoldered from the stove. Mr. Weasley gaped, his voice caught in his throat, his gaze drifting nervously to his wife, unsure of what she had uncovered. "Car, dear, what do you mean?" "Yes, Arthur, a car," Mrs. Weasley replied, her eyes ablaze, her tone low and menacing. "Consider this. A wizard purchases an old, rusty car. He tells his wife he merely wants to understand Muggle object for war purposes, to examine its internal workings. Then he uses magic to transform it into a flying car. Oh dear, don't worry that I suspect you don't realize that he hasn't actually broken any laws. Of course, he ought to have informed his wife beforehand. There's a loophole in the law. As long as he doesn't use it to fly, it isn't illegal for the car to be able to fly," Mr. Weasley fumbled to explain. "Arthur Weasley, you deliberately left loopholes when drafting the law," Mrs. Weasley shouted, "just so you could tinker with those Muggle contraptions in the shed. Let me tell you, this morning Harry arrived in that car of yours that you didn't intend to fly." George held his forehead in disbelief, realizing why the magical laws were riddled with loopholes. The regulations were hastily penned by employees who left themselves ample backdoors. How could the laws of the magical world not be full of holes? "Harry," Mr. Weasley asked, bewildered. Which Harry? He hurriedly glanced around, only to spot Harry, and jumped up in excitement. "Oh my goodness, it's Harry Potter. I'm so glad to see you. Ron has been telling us about his wonderful friend. He has shared so many stories about you that it turned out Mr. Weasley had not been wearing his glasses and, in his absent-mindedness, had failed to recognize who was seated before him. Your son flew that magical car halfway across the country last night to fetch Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, hands on her hips. "What do you have to say for yourself now?" "Really?" Mr. Weasley was not angry. Instead, he inquired earnestly, "Did it fly well?" He glanced at Mrs. Weasley, whose eyes blazed with fury, and immediately added with grave seriousness, "This is quite unacceptable, children. Very unacceptable indeed." George, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, finding Mr. Weasley to be a genuinely kind and amusing individual. It is worth noting that Mr. Weasley is not a simple character. The ability to apply magic in everyday life is not something every wizard can achieve. More importantly, transforming Muggle items into magical artifacts is undoubtedly a complex endeavor, as he had mentioned to Ron. Other wizards, regardless of their boredom, merely enchant mundane Muggle objects, which often lose their magical effects after a few uses due to the transient nature of such spells. More often than not, these enchantments serve merely as harmless pranks. However, converting ordinary items into magical ones is no small feat, as exemplified by the magical car they had yesterday. Even George found himself quite curious about its underlying principles. It is important to acknowledge that while George may not possess the strength of seasoned wizards, his knowledge is informed by the explosive access to information afforded by the internet, making the things that pique his curiosity quite exceptional. The transformation of a car into a magical vehicle involves numerous intricate principles. It is certainly not as simple as merely casting a few spells. After all, they had soared over half the country in that magical car just yesterday. This vehicle is controllable and boasts a commendable flying speed, significantly surpassing the technical complexity of a broomstick crafted from specialized materials. More importantly, George never envisioned a life confined to this small magical community of fewer than 3,000 souls. His aspirations extend to the entire world. And once he acquires sufficient power, these magical items accessible to ordinary people will hold great significance for him. With this thought in mind, the plans to assist and align with the Weasley family became all the more urgent and imperative. Harry had been experiencing immense joy in recent days. Life at the Burrow was a stark contrast to his previous existence with the Dursleys, who were marked by their rigid conventions, particularly towards him. The Weasley household was always brimming with novelty and surprises that on the very first day, he was startled by the mirror near the fireplace in the kitchen, which admonished him to tuck in his shirt and maintain a tidy appearance just as he was about to check his reflection. The ghoul in the attic never allowed for a moment of peace, fearing silence. Whenever the noise subsided, it would howl and clatter about Fred's bedroom, often erupted with explosions, and what was even more astonishing was how accustomed everyone had become to it, exhibiting no sense of something amiss. Yet, what delighted Harry the most was that everyone here genuinely liked him, a sentiment he had never experienced before. Even at Hogwarts, where he was equally fond of being, there were always reminders from Draco Malfoy and Snape that he was unwelcome, that someone harbored hatred for him. Only here at the Burrow, among the Weasley family, did he discover that everyone adored him. Mrs. Weasley would ensure he had his fill at every meal, often serving him extra portions, which posed a challenge for him, already robust in physique, necessitating an increase in his physical activity. During mealtime, Mr. Weasley enjoyed having him sit beside him, frequently inquiring about Muggle life and the workings of Muggle appliances and mobile phones. That a few days ago, George had arranged for a raven to deliver mobile phones, one for each person, and they exchanged numbers. As Harry held the sleek black device, its streamlined body and numerical display gave him a newfound sense of security, alleviating his worries about letters being intercepted. The mobile phone also greatly amazed Mr. Weasley, who marveled at this ingenious invention, lamenting that such effortless communication was beyond the capabilities of magic. In addition to the phones, a plethora of clothing had arrived, including items for Harry. They had come from Privet Drive in quite a rush. And during the summer, the Dursleys were certainly not inclined to purchase new clothes for Harry. To the burrow, Harry often found himself clad in his school robes until George prepared a whole assortment of new attire for everyone. This sudden generosity elevated George's status within the Weasley family. Although he was not particularly talkative and often serious, everyone held him in high regard. He discreetly confided in Harry that this was his secret to being a well-liked recluse. He did not elaborate on what it meant to be a recluse, and Harry pondered whether it might be some sort of secret branch among wizards, a mysterious heritage. Speaking of George, Harry felt a twinge of regret that George could not stay longer at the burrow. However, there was little to be done, as George had too many endeavors ahead of him. Besides the bookstore business of the Soros family that Harry was aware of, he was also contemplating engaging with Mr. Weasley in the manufacture of magical items. George consistently impressed Harry, evoking admiration and astonishment, often requiring Harry to look up to him. It was difficult to regard him as merely a peer. George himself disliked being perceived as an 11-year-old. With his height and demeanor, he approached nearly all matters like an exceptional adult. George expressed his intention to incorporate Muggle technology into the creation of magical artifacts, soliciting much of Mr. Weasley's expertise on modifications, for which he paid a substantial licensing fee. He further promised that upon the successful manufacture of magical items, he would continue to remunerate Mr. Weasley based on the artifact's value. This was no small sum, particularly given the Weasley family's financial constraints. Initially, Mrs. Weasley was reluctant to agree. She doubted that the tinkering of Muggle objects could yield anything of worth and was disinclined to accept financial assistance from others. However, George promptly convinced her with compelling business rationale, promising a favorable market outlook and a vision of enhancing life in the magical world. His arsenal of persuasive arguments succeeded in swaying her. George always had a knack for persuasion. Mr. Weasley had long held a fondness for tinkering with Muggle items. Now, having received George's praise, he regarded George as a confidant. When George described some of his tinkering as innovative inventions for the future of the magical realm, he paid a considerable licensing fee, leading Mr. Weasley to practically offer himself in servitude to George, dedicating all his spare time to the modification projects proposed by George. Recently, Ron had become quite enamored with mobile phone games. Even neglecting his studies, which caused Harry some concern, he had to invoke George's name to remind Ron to maintain his daily meditation and schoolwork, lest he fall behind and be surpassed by Malfoy when school resumed. Now, Ron regarded George with even greater trepidation. George had become a figure respected by his parents that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley no longer compared George to other children. Instead, they addressed him formally as Mr. Soros in the household, reserving affectionate terms for him only in his presence. Privately, they treated him with the utmost respect, regarding him as a significant figure. With improved financial circumstances, the home was filled with more laughter and joy. Ron understood that he could irritate his parents without consequence, as they had been in high spirits lately. However, if George were displeased, the ramifications would be dire. Even Ginny would refuse to speak to him, and the prospect of losing his mobile phone was even more daunting than in fact. Mrs. Weasley was already contemplating this, but she had yet to find a suitable reason to reclaim George's gifts from everyone. She had come to regard George as someone worthy of respect, akin to Dumbledore. Dumbledore had always been her idol, and she held him in the highest esteem. Had anyone suggested that someone might surpass Dumbledore, she would have dismissed it as absurd. Yet now, if someone were to say that George might eclipse Dumbledore, she would accept it as a matter of course. George had achieved the finest new student record at Hogwarts. And that was far from his only accomplishment. From the outset, Mrs. Weasley had harbored a special regard for George, who had provided Ron with considerable support at school. Within George's study group, Ron had become a vital contributor, managing to save some money each month beyond his living expenses. More importantly, his studies had not suffered, and he had grown increasingly responsible, prompting Mrs. Weasley, who had always worried about her youngest son, to feel an overwhelming desire to express her gratitude to George. During George's visit to their home, Mrs. Weasley treated him as an equal adult, and it became evident that George was not merely akin to an adult, but rather an exceptionally capable one. Initially, Mrs. Weasley had opposed George's investment, refusing to accept his money, as she found it hard to believe that merely tinkering with Muggle objects could transform them into valuable magical items. As she listened to George discussing capital infusion, market prospects, intellectual property, and financial instruments. A torrent of jargon immediately left her feeling dizzy. During her school days, she had excelled academically and was a distinguished member of Gryffindor. Yet, she was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of Ravenclaw, particularly that of a certain Ravenclaw who had historically achieved unparalleled success at Hogwarts. In her words, an outstanding Ravenclaw was akin to a walking encyclopedia. What was even more daunting was that George was not merely a bookish Ravenclaw. He effortlessly engaged in debates with Mr. Weasley regarding the intricacies of magical item transformations, the avoidance of conflicts during the interconnection of various spells, and the mitigation of magical fluctuations in ordinary materials. He was not simply wealthy, nor was he merely an altruistic benefactor. He genuinely comprehended the worth of Mr. Weasley's inventions, a depth of understanding that even Mrs. Weasley herself did not possess. This revelation left Mrs. Weasley both astonished and ashamed. Upon realizing that George could indeed uncover the intrinsic value of these inventions, what reason did she have to thwart her husband's aspirations to realize his dreams, transform the world, and enhance their family's circumstances? She promptly acquiesced to George's investment, facilitating a collaboration between Mr. Weasley and George. However, she did not take this for granted. Her respect for George deepened, not for his wealth, but for his ability to reveal the significance of her husband's creations, allowing him to discover the value of his work, which was far more precious than mere monetary gain. Moreover, George did not solely unveil her husband's potential. He even enlightened her to the immense potential within herself, which left her utterly astounded. She was a mother of 7, a tirelessly busy homemaker, deeply entrenched in the demands of household chores and her children's education. Her greatest leisure was found in reading the works of Gilderoy Lockhart. She did not resent this life. She cherished her family and adored her children. Yet, she recognized her role primarily as a homemaker, with the foremost duty of caring for her family. To her astonishment, George asserted that she was an extraordinary witch, a remarkable creator, and a formidable force in life. He even solicited her to author a book. This was utterly shocking. She had always believed that writing a book was an endeavor reserved for someone as accomplished and charismatic as Gilderoy Lockhart. Yet, here was the proprietor of a major bookstore, urging her to pen her experiences and insights on household management and child-rearing into a published work, to which she surprisingly agreed. This realization further illuminated George's incredibility. He sought her counsel on the transformation and application of domestic magic, discussed household organization and child education with her, and even arranged a writing schedule for her. All of this felt like a dream, and recently, both she and her husband, Mr. Weasley, felt as though they were living in a dream. In the blink of an eye, their lives had undergone a radical transformation. An ordinary homemaker and a mundane civil servant were now engaged in pursuits befitting prominent figures. The civil servant had become an inventor, daily transforming magical items rumored to be quite valuable, while the homemaker had evolved into a writer, articulating her insights on household management and child education under professional guidance. They could not help but hold George in high esteem, for it was precisely because they were adults that they could grasp the magnitude of George's brilliance and the strength of a Ravenclaw who was making history. George's erudition left them astonished and in awe. Whether in the realm of magical item modification or the application of domestic spells, even in the organization of household chores and child education, they found themselves guided and enlightened by George within their familiar domains. Mrs. Weasley found herself hoping that her youngest daughter, Ginny, might be sorted into Ravenclaw upon her entrance to Hogwarts, and her admiration for knowledgeable individuals grew exponentially as Mrs. Weasley meticulously attended to the day's household tasks. She recognized the need to streamline her approach, making it more efficient and simpler, so that she could later compose suitable manuscripts. Just then, she spotted an owl soaring in from outside, dropping a box. It was a letter from Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley picked up the box from the floor, carefully brushing off the dust. Harry and Ron received a letter written on yellow parchment, inscribed in green ink. Fred also ambled over, having received one as well. Harry focused intently on his letter, which instructed him to return to Hogwarts on September 1st via the usual route from King's Cross Station. The letter outlined the supplies he would need for the new academic year. In addition to the standard spells required for second-year students, the list included a plethora of autobiographical works by Gilderoy Lockhart, detailing his encounters with various creatures. After finishing his list, Fred turned to Harry's and noted the similarity, a multitude of Lockhart's writings. I bet this new defense against the dark arts professor is a fan of his. Likely a witch, he mused, glancing at his mother as she looked over, prompting him to quickly lower his head and resume eating. These books were not inexpensive, and Ron recalled the price of Lockhart's works that their mother had purchased. Small matter. Your father has made quite a bit of money recently, but Mr. Soros mentioned that if my book were to be published, it would surely be popular, Mrs. Weasley stated, managing the family's finances adeptly. Ginny is starting school this year. We need to buy her a few extra things. Oh, you're going to Hogwarts this year too? Harry asked, somewhat surprised as he turned to Ginny, who was quite small and always shy around him. He had thought she was still under 10 years old, only to discover she was merely a year younger than him. Ginny nodded shyly, her ears reddening as Harry's gaze fell upon her, nearly knocking over the nearby spice jar in her fluster. I could see that moment. Another of Ron's brothers, Percy, entered. He was impeccably dressed, as if preparing to leave for work, complete with the badge of a prefect. Good morning. What a lovely day it is, he remarked cheerfully, appearing in good spirits. As soon as he settled into the last chair, he immediately sprang up again, pulling out a feathered, duster-like object from beneath him. Errol, Ron exclaimed, taking the frail old owl from Percy and extracting a letter from its grasp. This is Hermione's reply. I told her about our plan to rescue you from the Dursleys. He cradled Errol and attempted to place it on a perch at the back door, but Errol seemed unable to maintain its balance and kept falling. Ron had to set it on a wooden board, muttering to himself that he should remember to get Hermione's phone number next time, as Errol was no longer fit for delivering letters. He then tore open the letter and read aloud. Dear Ron, dear Harry, I hope this finds you well. That I hope Harry is safe. That I trust you did not break any laws while rescuing him, as that would cause trouble for Harry. That if Harry is all right, please let me know immediately, but it would be best to use another owl. I fear this one may not survive the trip next time that I am, of course, busy with homework and meditation. I've found that meditation greatly aids my studies. Next Wednesday, I'll be going to London to purchase textbooks. We can meet in Diagon Alley. Please write back soon and let me know how you are. Yours sincerely, Hermione. All right, we'll go shopping that day too. Mrs. Weasley decided. Harry felt as though he had been sucked into a colossal vacuum cleaner, his body spinning within, surrounded by a deafening rush of wind. He could not open his eyes, only vaguely sensing himself engulfed in a swirling vortex of green flames. Suddenly, his arm collided with something hard, and he instinctively curled into a tight ball, protecting his head, as training had taught him that this would minimize the area exposed to potential harm. He continued to spin until his hand struck the cold ground. After a while, he slowly rose, squinting around as the world remained a blur, dizzy and disoriented. The breakfast of eggs and sandwiches threatened to escape his stomach, so he stood still, taking small breaths to steady himself. After a moment, he finally opened his eyes fully and found himself alone in a completely unfamiliar place. There was not a soul in sight. He stood before a stone fireplace in a spacious yet dimly lit wizarding shop. What on earth had transpired? Harry carefully recalled the events that had transpired earlier. Today is Wednesday, the day he had arranged to meet Hermione in Diagon Alley. Mrs. Weasley had roused everyone early in the morning, and they hurriedly consumed breakfast before donning fresh attire in anticipation of their rendezvous with friends. Mrs. Weasley retrieved a small flower pot from the mantelpiece of the kitchen fireplace, nearly depleted. Arthur, remember to remind me to purchase more when we are in Diagon Alley today. Harry, you go first. You are the guest, she said, handing the pot to Harry. Taken aback, Harry looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. What should I do? Oh, you've never used Floo powder. Ron suddenly realized that I'm sorry. Harry, I forgot you hadn't used it before. Never used it? Mr. Weasley inquired with curiosity. How did you find Diagon Alley last year? I took the subway, Harry murmured, still trying to grasp the concept of Floo powder. How splendid. Mr. Weasley expressed keen interest in Muggle transportation. Did you take the elevator? How did you? Let us not ask about that now, Arthur. Mrs. Weasley interjected. It's much quicker to use Floo powder to get to Diagon Alley. But Harry has never done it before. Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat apprehensive. It's all right, Mum. It's quite simple, Fred said nonchalantly. Harry, just watch how we do it. Fred pinched a small handful of shimmering powder from the pot and approached the fireplace, tossing the powder into the flames. With a whoosh, the fire transformed into a vibrant green. Leaping higher than a person, Fred stepped directly into the flames and shouted, "Diagon Alley." The moment he spoke, he vanished. "You need to clearly enunciate a few words, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said with concern, worried that Harry might encounter issues since he had never used flue powder. Having recalled subsequent events, Harry followed Mr. Weasley in using flue powder. Ron and Mrs. Weasley instructed him to close his eyes and remain still until he saw Fred and Arthur before stepping out of the fireplace. He tossed the powder into the fire and called out Diagon Alley. He felt a searing wave of smoke, and then it was as if he were being sucked into a vacuum cleaner, ultimately finding himself here. Harry meticulously organized his thoughts. He had transported from the Weasley fireplace to Diagon Alley. But it was evident that something had gone awry. He had not arrived in Diagon Alley, but rather in a different location. I must leave this place at once. Harry surveyed his surroundings. He noticed a glass case beside the fireplace containing a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a glass eye. The walls were adorned with grotesque masks, and the counter displayed an array of human bones, leaving no doubt that this was not a place of virtue. Suppressing his aches, Harry cautiously crept toward the door, but before he could reach it, two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance point. One of them was none other than a school adversary. Draco Malfoy. I must not let him see me. Harry quickly glanced around and spotted a large black cabinet to his left. He promptly squeezed inside, shutting the door while leaving a small gap. Almost simultaneously, the bell chimed as Malfoy entered. The figure behind Malfoy resembled his father, with a pale face and cold, haughty gray eyes. Mr. Malfoy strolled through the lobby, casually examining the items displayed on the counter before ringing the bell positioned atop it. He turned to Draco and said, "Don't touch anything, Draco." As Malfoy reached for a glass eye, he remarked, "I thought you were coming to buy me a gift. I did mention I would buy you a broomstick for Quidditch." "Mr." Malfoy replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the counter. "First, I need to be on the team, otherwise, what use is a broom?" Draco said nonchalantly. Harry Potter received a Nimbus 2000 last year and won several Quidditch matches. Dumbledore gave him preferential treatment, due to his fame and that ridiculous scar on his forehead. Malfoy then bent down to inspect various skulls displayed on a shelf, his notoriety growing as everyone took pride in his achievements. "You need not keep reiterating that," Mr. Malfoy said impatiently. "I must remind you, when everyone regards Harry Potter as the hero who vanquished the Dark Lord, you ought not to seek conflict with him." "Ah, it's Mr. Borgin." Mr. Malfoy shifted his attention to the figure before him. A hunched, stooped man appeared behind the counter, slicking back his oiled hair. "Mr. Malfoy, it's a pleasure to see you again. It is an honor." "Mr. Malfoy, Master Malfoy's patronage. How may I assist you? Perhaps you would like to peruse today's new merchandise at reasonable prices." "I am not here to purchase, Mr. Borgin. I wish to sell some items." "Mr." Malfoy interrupted Borgin's sales pitch. "Sell items?" Borgin's smile faltered, revealing a lack of interest, as selling items for Mr. Malfoy was not an easy task. "You must have heard that the Ministry has intensified its raids." "Mr." Malfoy said, carefully retrieving a roll of parchment from inside his robe. He unfurled the parchment for Borgin to see, indicating that possessing certain items at home could be troublesome if the Ministry were to come by. Borgin donned a pair of glasses, examining the list closely as he crouched down to scrutinize it. "The Ministry should not bother you, should it, Mr. Malfoy?" Mr. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, for the name Malfoy still held some weight. For now, no one had come, but the Ministry has been increasingly unruly, even suggesting something akin to a Muggle protection ACTITS, as if they've gone mad. Surely that pure-blood disgrace, Arthur Weasley, is pulling the strings behind the scenes. He has a penchant for Muggles. Hearing Mr. Malfoy's contemptuous remarks about Mr. Weasley ignited a fierce anger within Harry, cursing under his breath, "Damn Malfoy," engaging in nefarious dealings behind closed doors, and now slandering Mr. Weasley. Some of the potions on this list could render one undetectable." Mr. Malfoy displayed his collection to Borgin. "Of course, sir. Let me take a look, and I will offer a fair price." Borgin calculated in his mind how he might obtain a more satisfactory profit. "I want to see that," Malfoy pointed at the withered hand within the glass case. That is the hand of glory, Borgin exclaimed, dropping Mr. Malfoy's list and hastening to promote the item. Place a candle in the hand of glory, and it will illuminate only for the holder. It is the perfect companion for thieves and assassins. You have a keen eye, Master Malfoy. A glint of coldness flickered in Malfoy's eyes as he discerned Borgin's ulterior motives to haggle. He replied frostily, "My son has no intention of associating with thieves and assassins, Mr. Borgin." Noticing Mr. Malfoy's growing irritation, Borgin hastily clarified, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy. I did not mean it that way if his grades do not improve." Mr. Malfoy continued in a frigid tone, "He may indeed find himself resorting to such activities, because the teachers are biased. It's not my fault. They favor that Hermione Granger too much." Malfoy protested. "I would have thought you would feel ashamed. I truly overestimated you," Mr. Malfoy retorted, stifling his fury. "Losing to a girl from a non-magical family in every exam. This is your response. Huh. Serves you right." Seeing Malfoy being reprimanded, feeling both humiliated and furious, yet too intimidated to retort, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of glee, solidifying his determination to triumph over Draco academically. Such occurrences are far too frequent. Borgin remarked flippantly, "Wizarding bloodlines are becoming increasingly devalued. I would never entertain such notions." Mr. Malfoy turned his head, regarding Borgin with condescension. "You are indeed correct." Borgin's heart raced as he bowed and apologized to Mr. Malfoy. "Now, shall we continue discussing my list?" Mr. Malfoy appeared somewhat impatient. "I hardly have time to squander, as I have pressing matters to attend to shortly." Yet, despite his words, Mr. Malfoy showed no urgency during the haggling, meticulously bargaining as if on the verge of a physical altercation with Borgin. With a sense of ennui, Malfoy surveyed the wares on display, revealing that he was not often afforded the opportunity to visit such an establishment. His curiosity piqued by numerous trinkets, he circled the cabinet where Harry was concealed several times, causing Harry's heart to race with trepidation. Borgin approached the cabinet once more, and as he advanced, he extended his hand to finalize the transaction. Mr. Malfoy exhaled in relief, proclaiming, "Let us depart, Draco." With that, Malfoy turned to leave, prompting Harry to loosen his grip on his wand and wipe the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "It is settled, then, Mr. Borgin. I shall await your arrival in my residence tomorrow to collect the goods." With the arrangement concluded, Mr. Malfoy appeared somewhat at ease. With a resounding bang, the door shut, and Borgin immediately shed his obsequious demeanor, revealing his true nature. "Old fox," he muttered. "By the looks of it, those items are hardly a fraction of what he hoards at home. The profit is minimal," he grumbled as he retreated into the back room. Harry remained still for a moment longer, ensuring that Borgin would not return imminently, before quietly emerging from the cabinet and stealthily crossing the counter to slip out the front door. Stepping into the street, Harry glanced around, finding himself in a filthy alleyway. Flanking the street were shops associated with dark magic. The establishment he had just exited was Borgin Bach, the largest shop on the street. Across from it, another sizable store displayed with eerie prominence a glass window filled with desiccated human heads. Further along, a large cage at the entrance housed a multitude of enormous black spiders. Beside the cage, two emaciated wizards whispered conspiratorially while casting furtive glances in his direction. That a chill ran down Harry's spine, making him feel like a lamb in a den of wolves, as he clutched his wand tightly and cautiously made his way down the alley. Just as he moved away, a figure clad in a black robe and hood emerged abruptly at the entrance of Borgin Bach. Beneath the fitted robe, muscular stature was discernible, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The hood concealed a visage shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern any features. The two wizards who had been whispering and watching Harry immediately paled, averted their gazes, and ducked into the doorway. With a click, a small door slammed shut, blocking the entrance. Had Harry turned back at that moment, he might have recognized a familiar figure behind him solely by its build. Among those he knew, aside from George, there was no one else with such a physique. Hagrid, though taller and more robust, bore the bulk of a barrel, making him even more conspicuous than George. George observed Harry's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately deciding not to follow. The situation was not overly perilous. He could manage it alone, and there were more pressing matters at hand. With that thought, George dismissed any curiosity about Harriet's presence there, gently pushed open the door to Boken, Bach, and strode inside. Ding-ding, George rang the bell atop the counter, waiting while surveying the shop's interior, only to scoff at the assortment of useless trinkets that, Mr. Boken, you cannot possibly be serious. Nothing is devoid of value. Even refuse, when placed appropriately, can serve a purpose. How can you label it as worthless debris? Upon noticing the figure at the counter, Mr. Boken hastened his pace, responding with an affable tone. Picking up on George's remarks, George remained silent, raising his hand to lightly rest on the counter before withdrawing it, leaving behind a small pile of golden galleons that, oh, what a splendid luster. This is the most exquisite treasure in the world. Whether it be that enchanting gleam, the graceful contours, or the crisp chime when struck, gold coins embody the most potent magic in existence. Upon sighting the coins on the counter, Mr. Boken lunged at them like a ravenous dog spotting a meal, nearly losing control of his eyes. You are entirely correct, Mr. George. All that is displayed outside is mere rubbish. Truly valuable items should never be displayed for the impoverished to covet, for too much exposure would diminish their worth. The gold galleons they earn in a lifetime could scarcely compare to what slips through your fingers. Mr. Boken lavished praise upon his prominent patron, for in comparison to others, this patron was exceptionally generous. What quality could delight a businessman more than generosity? If such a quality existed, Mr. Boken would wager it would be even more generous than generosity itself. If you can procure the items I seek, I am ever ready to part with my galleons, George stated, his tone unwavering and nonchalant, entirely unaffected by Mr. Boken's display of sycophancy. Having dealt with this individual before, George was not easily swayed. Achieving the status of the largest shop in Nocturne Alley was no small feat. One should not be deceived by their claims of integrity and customer service. Even in a world devoid of extraordinary powers, such notions were simply implausible, if one were to take the merchants of Nocturne Alley at their word. Believing their groveling flattery and empty promises to be genuine, they would soon find themselves stripped of their last copper upon revealing even the slightest vulnerability. Should the opportunity arise, they would pounce like a pack of wolves, devouring their prey down to the bone. George, eyeing the human bones sold throughout the shops, maliciously speculated how many of those remains belonged to customers who had been completely swindled. Dealing with dark wizards was undeniably treacherous. One could not simply assume that possessing a sharper intellect or deeper pockets would grant them access to quality goods. Ultimately, one might find themselves among the very bones sold at the counter, a fate George had witnessed before that, oh, no. Mr. Boken suddenly contorted his face in agony, as if mourning a great loss. Mr. George, the items you seek are exceedingly rare. Niffler eggs, phoenix feathers, the bones of a thestral, and the hide of a blast-ended scrut. These are nearly impossible to find on the market. My coin is easily earned. As long as I desire an item, I am willing to offer a price higher than any other. But not everyone can profit from me, and that is precisely where your value lies, Mr. Boken. George lightly tapped the counter, speaking in a measured tone. You are utterly correct, Mr. George. Only those of value can possess gold and acquire everything. Recently, I have exerted considerable effort to gather some exquisite items from across the globe, and I was just thinking of showing them to you. Mr. Boken's expression shifted dramatically, resembling that of a theatrical performer. As he brightened at the prospect, my coin is easily earned, but not easily deceived. George continued tapping the counter, each beat aligning with the rhythm of Boken's racing heart. Thud, 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 as he listened to George's words. Boken's countenance fluctuated like a chameleon. I do not comprehend your meaning. Mr. George, do I need to elucidate further? Do you think I came here for no reason? George's voice dropped to a low rumble, reverberating through the surroundings and causing the entire room to tremble with the rhythm of his tapping. Oh, Mr. George, please cease. I just found an ancient spellbook you previously mentioned. I was intending to present it to you as a gift. Mr. Boken exclaimed, clutching his chest in apparent distress. Humph, do you think that is why I arrived at this precise moment? Hearing that Boken had found the book he sought, George's tone softened, and his rhythmic tapping slowed. Mr. George, did you encounter Mr. Malfoy upon entering? Mr. Boken inquired cautiously, his hand clutching his chest as he bowed his head, unwilling to meet George's gaze, still attempting to probe me. I am well aware of the items Malfoy intends to offload. Perhaps you could test your luck? George's voice dripped with coldness, the mist beneath his hood resembling an abyss. And no, how could I dare? Mr. George is jesting. The items Malfoy wishes to sell, I would take a 10% commission. Boken dared to lift his gaze, only to be met by the ominous void beneath the hood, causing him to shudder, immediately retracting to say, I would transfer them to you at the original price. I shall purchase them at a 20% markup from the price Malfoy offers. George's tone softened, ceasing his rhythmic tapping. But should you attempt to deceive me, you may find yourself on the counter as well. George's voice instantly took on a hoarse and icy tone that it can't be. It can't be. Mr. Boken wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. I'll fetch that ancient spellbook for you right away. He dashed towards the back room, inwardly grumbling about the increasingly terrifying Mr. Joe. Could he truly transform money into magical power? Mr. Boken's mind was also in turmoil. How could Mr. Joe possibly know about the clandestine dealings with Malfoy? He had just agreed to handle the Malfoy family's secrets and was planning to make a handsome profit from the major patron, Mr. Joe. Yet, as soon as Malfoy departed, Mr. Joe appeared at his doorstep. How was that even possible? Did Mr. Joe have his own eyes and ears beneath Malfoy's nose? Malfoy, a man who had long been a stepping stone even for Voldemort, was now caught in such a slip-up. With even this secret information falling into Mr. Joe's hands, this transaction promised a 20% profit with minimal effort, and considering it was a substantial deal, Mr. Boken felt elated. However, the thought of this enigmatic Mr. Joe, who could grasp even Malfoy's long-held secrets, sent a chill down his spine. While making money delighted him, the realization that he was dealing with such a formidable individual filled him with unease. George observed the cunning merchant before him with a sense of helplessness. The small size of the magical community did not merely imply a lack of space and resources. The most significant issue was the almost non-existent complete industrial chain. All factories operated on a workshop basis, varying only in size. All commerce and all merchants remained confined to small-scale operations. George had put forth a considerable bounty for news of Phoenix before the start of the previous school year. Yet an entire year had passed without a single lead, let alone the elusive Phoenix. The magical realm was simply too small, often rendering even the wealthiest unable to spend their riches, though George was not short on money. Using it to rapidly acquire power proved exceedingly challenging. He had come this time due to the unexpected reward from a prior arrangement, never anticipating that Draco Malfoy would bring him such a surprise so swiftly. George felt a wave of sentiment. Malfoy had already provided him with too many surprises. George held no fondness for Malfoy, as he was, after all, an arrogant brat. And no sane person would appreciate such a troublemaker, save for his equally pompous family. However, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. They were not in the same house, rarely interacted, and Malfoy was unlikely to invite trouble with an unbeatable adversary. Thus, despite their less-than-friendly relationship, it had not deteriorated further. This laid the groundwork for their future collaboration. Since George had no intention of acting on impulse or treating Malfoy as an enemy, Malfoy naturally understood not to provoke him. When George's mutual aid society began to operate, Malfoy seized the opportunity to shamelessly borrow 1,000 galleons from it. For a student, this was no trifling sum. Even if the Malfoys were among the wealthiest families in the magical community, students simply did not possess such pocket money. As Malfoy borrowed a significant amount, George suddenly realized he had discovered a way to exert influence over him. After the Forbidden Forest incident, Malfoy had faced death threats, causing him to mature considerably. He became less reckless, more cautious, and more strategic. In this context, Malfoy began to ingratiate himself with George, who naturally went along with it. George had long been intrigued by the secrets of the Malfoy family, especially upon learning that the Malfoy Manor had once been Voldemort's residence. Things progressed even more smoothly than he had anticipated. In an effort to strengthen their relationship, Malfoy gifted him a meditation tome he considered immensely significant. This treasure, once gathering dust in the Malfoy family, now radiated brilliance in George's hands. He had integrated the meditation technique as a cornerstone of his power, benefiting even Harry and the others in the process. In return for the meditation tome, Malfoy received a valuable meditation technique from George, along with a standard guide. This guide was no trivial matter. The author of the meditation tome had spent a lifetime trying to restore the meditation technique. The struggles of the author, who had pursued the method without understanding the training process or its effects, ultimately led to a lifetime of fruitless searching for the power of meditation. The Forbidden Forest incident made Malfoy acutely aware of the importance of power. Coupled with George's announcement of practical training with Harry and others after school commenced, this ignited Malfoy's competitive spirit. Throughout the summer, he diligently dedicated his time to rigorous training that it was precisely due to these efforts that his father, Lucius, decided to take him to Diagon Alley, not only to reprimand him, but also to prepare some gifts as rewards. One of the few experimental subjects practicing the meditation technique under George's guidance. He had not forgotten to monitor everyone's progress, including Malfoy's. After Malfoy sought his counsel, George responded appropriately, while also reminding him about the debt owed to the Mutual Aid Society. When Mr. Boking emerged from the inner room, clutching a hefty book in both hands, he gasped, "Mr. Joe, this is it. This ancient spellbook reveals some fundamental ancient spell restoration techniques, a truly unique and invaluable treasure," Mr. Boking exclaimed, his expression one of triumph as he presented the book to George. "Have you tried it?" George inquired, taking the ancient spellbook from Boking and casually flipping through its pages. Boking's expression shifted again, and after a moment he awkwardly chuckled. "I'm not as formidable as Mr. Joe. This ancient spell has languished in my hands." In other words, it was useless. George gave Boking a dismissive glance, well aware that this old fox often exaggerated ordinary items into rare treasures, easily deceiving the unseasoned. However, to fool an outstanding Ravenclaw like him was far from sufficient. "The book is genuine. Although it's of no use, I shall accept it," George said after a brief examination. Carefully closing the book, he continued, "Tomorrow, you will visit the Malfoy Manor. When you see his collection, try to persuade him apart with a few items. You can mark up the price by 20 from what you offer today, and I will still price at your acquisition rate, plus another 20. Mr. Boking's heart raced at the sight of this mysterious patron. Hesitantly, he ventured, "Mr. Joe, if you are interested in Malfoy's collection, why not visit him directly?" Boking aimed to gauge how much control this enigmatic Mr. Joe had over the Malfoy estate. "Don't play your little tricks." George raised his voice, rhythmically tapping the table. Don't. "Mr. Joe, I understand." Boking's heartbeat quickened in tandem with the sound of the tapping. As he immediately began to plead for mercy, he realized that Mr. Joe must be wary of raising Malfoy's suspicions, hoping to treat those items as valuable commodities to elevate their prices. "Just earn your money honestly. Do not use your wits. There won't be a second chance." George's voice turned icy once more, his words laced with an almost magical threat, causing Mr. Boking to break into a cold sweat. "Besides the Malfoys, I will also keep an eye on other items being sold in Diagon Alley. If anything that Mr. Joe needs arises, I will certainly reserve it for you." Boking hurriedly bowed in apology, filled with regret for his earlier probing. Knowing full well how formidable this individual was, he wondered why he had dared to test him. It seemed that as business grew, both his wits and courage had dulled. "Very well, I shall return in 3 days." George paid no further heed to Boking and strode out. Why not approach Lucius directly, but instead start from Diagon Alley? On one hand, as Boking had pointed out, there was a vast difference between seeking to purchase and transferring ownership. When handling matters himself, there was no competition, no demands. He simply sought to resolve the trouble. Many valuable items would be dismissed as mere refuse. If George were to personally visit for acquisitions, even if he offered double the price, it would only alert others, leading to price inflation and suspicions of hidden secrets, making them reluctant to sell. The recent raids by the Ministry of Magic had impacted not only the Malfoy family. One might even assert that the remarkably powerful Malfoy family has begun to manage their own concealed treasures. And others are no exception at this juncture. George certainly wished to avoid attracting the attention of those around him. Diagon Alley, as a thriving market for contraband, was the only place capable of accommodating half the magical world's hidden hoards without raising suspicion. As for the fact that these items were indeed prohibited, associated with dark magic, and explicitly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic's laws, George remained unperturbed. The wizarding world had enjoyed an era of peace for far too long. Its stability stretched to the limits. Suddenly faced with Voldemort's dark reign, many astonishing occurrences were taken for granted, as if they were the new normal. Prohibited items. Since when did wizards concern themselves with such notions? Or rather, what in the wizarding realm could ever be deemed safe? Power is power, whether it be poison, curses, hexes, or dark magic. Power has always been power. It neither upholds evil nor assists the good. Only power can contend with power. And the Ministry of Magic has truly lost its way, attempting to maintain peace by concealing dark magic and clearing out contraband. Once Voldemort returns in full force, how will they respond? However, George had no intention of alerting the Ministry. They were neither reliable nor capable, and their minds were rigid. Most importantly, he was benefiting from these circumstances. Just today, due to this situation, he acquired half of the Malfoy family's centuries-old collection. Moreover, during this sensitive period, Diagon Alley would continue to yield even more valuable items. Such an opportunity was truly unparalleled, unimaginable outside of the current extraordinary environment. It was a matter of starving the timid while overindulging the bold. Following this upheaval, provided George managed affairs adeptly, he would become the foremost figure in the entire wizarding world, aside from Hogwarts, in terms of treasures and collections, besides discreetly accumulating valuables due to the Ministry's raids. Another reason for his current success lay in his secretive identity. Although his appearance remained unchanged, no one had ever seen his face beneath the hood. Should any issues arise, he could simply feign ignorance. With his abilities, navigating the legal loopholes of the wizarding world was exceedingly simple. Maintaining a mysterious identity greatly facilitated his endeavors. Ultimately, this was also to obscure the source of information regarding Draco. By remaining in the shadows, he would have more opportunities to access the other half of the Malfoy family's hidden collection. The Malfoys began to seek power and turn to George for assistance. They would gradually have no more secrets from him. Just as the Malfoys were oblivious to the extent to which the meditative secrets would aid George, they were equally unaware that a mere piece of information, one that could offset 500 galleons, could yield immense rewards for him. The Malfoys knew George possessed wealth, but they had no inkling of just how wealthy he truly was, nor could they fathom that he could reclaim all of his father's treasures from Mr. Borgin. For them, merely divulging a seemingly innocuous tidbit of information garnered a 500 galleon commission, a rather lucrative transaction. For George, this meant acquiring half of the Malfoy family's collection accumulated over centuries, an even greater boon. Upon exiting Borgin and Burke's, George did not linger, but made his way directly out of Diagon Alley. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry had found the Weasley family, having fortuitously encountered Hagrid in Diagon Alley. Who brought him to the Weasleys? Harry, we were all terrified. After everyone emerged, we couldn't find you. Thankfully, everything is all right, Mr. Weasley gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Molly has been searching for you everywhere. She was nearly frantic. I am truly sorry for causing you concern, Harry replied, his face filled with remorse. It's not your fault. It was a problem with the portkey. What did you come out? Ron inquired cautiously. I found Harry in Diagon Alley. Hagrid replied with a stern expression. That's so cool. Fred exclaimed excitedly. I'm so envious. The adults 1T let us go there. Ron wore a similarly envious expression that you're not old enough to go there yet. Hagrid said gruffly. Mrs. Weasley rushed over, pulling Ginny along, both of them breathless. Thank goodness. Oh, Harry, you're finally safe? I was so scared, wondering where you could be, she said, simultaneously pulling out a large brush from her bag to clean the dust off Harry. Mrs. Weasley tightly grasped Hagrid's hand. Thank goodness you found Harry in Diagon Alley. I'm so relieved he's unharmed. I have to go. I still have things to do, Hagrid remembered, needing to buy insecticide to deal with the pests troubling the cabbages. See you at Hogwarts. Hagrid appeared somewhat bashful. Guess who I saw in Diagon Alley? Harry asked with a meaningful tone, providing the answer before Ron and Hermione could respond. Malfoy and his father. What was Lucius Malfoy buying? Mr. Weasley, having overheard, inquired from behind them. He was there to sell something, Harry replied, turning his head to answer Mr. Weasley. He must be scared. The Ministry is cracking down on contraband, and his home is likely stuffed with it. Mr. Weasley said with satisfaction, I would love to catch Lucius Malfoy in the act. Be careful, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley cautioned, not wanting to attract trouble. The Malfoy family was not one to be trifled with. As she spoke. A small goblin led them into the bank. Oh, you think I can't handle them? Mr. Weasley said indignantly. But he quickly shifted his focus elsewhere, noticing Hermione's parents standing awkwardly at the Marble Hall's counter. Appearing quite tense. Oh, they're muggles, Mr. Weasley said, somewhat astonished. Although he frequently interacted with muggles, it was usually to obliviate their memories. Seeing muggle parents of fellow students was a novelty that piqued his curiosity. We must definitely have a drink together next time. Let us get to know each other better. By the way, what do you have there? Oh, this is for exchanging currency, Molly. Look. He pointed excitedly at the banknote in Mr. Granger's hand. Don't shout. Keep your composure, Mrs. Weasley admonished, covering her forehead, exasperated by her husband's lack of decorum in front of the parents. We'll meet back here shortly, Ron informed Hermione quietly, and then everyone followed a goblin down to the underground vaults. The goblin drove the cart like an acrobat, weaving through the iron tracks until they reached the long underground tunnels leading to the vault. When the Weasley vault was opened, the family stood in awe. Mr. And Mrs. Weasley crowded around the vault, examining every nook and cranny, while Ron stood beside them, grinning foolishly, having never seen so much money before. After a moment of hesitation, Mrs. Weasley seized a large handful of galleons and stuffed them into her bag. After a moment's thought, she added a smaller handful into Mr. Weasley's pocket before reluctantly closing the vault. Thanks to George, we now have quite a bit of savings, but we mustn't squander it. In the future, when we want to open the vault, it must be with both Arthur and me present, Mrs. Weasley said, her face flushed with excitement as she panted. Meanwhile, Harry hurriedly grabbed a handful of coins from his own vault and placed them into his pouch. Let us meet back here in an hour to regroup. You can all enjoy yourselves here for a bit. I need to go buy Ginny her robes and wand, Mrs. Weasley decided, considering everyone's different tasks and emphasizing that they must not go to Diagon Alley after leaving. Percy received a galleon as well, intending to purchase a quill, while the remaining funds would be spent on several books he had long desired, such as The Rites of Prefects. Fred ran into Hogwarts classmate Lee Jordan, and they planned to explore Diagon Alley together. Mr. Weasley, with a sum of money he had never seen before in his pocket, resolved to invite the Granger couple for a drink at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry, Ron, and Hermione strolled along the cobbled streets. Harry felt that the amount of money he had withdrawn seemed somewhat excessive. He sensed the coins in his pocket calling out to him, igniting an impatient desire to spend them. Accompanied by Ron and Hermione, he set off to purchase 3 enormous ice creams. As they savored their treats, they wandered through the alley, gazing through the glass storefronts at the dazzling array of goods. Chapter 80. Gilderoy Lockhart. Ron, feeling the weight of a gold galleon in his pocket, reluctantly passed by the Quidditch shop, where he admired the set of Chudley Cannon's robes displayed inside. He quietly calculated his savings, and with the earnings from the cooperative, he realized he could afford the entire set of his desired team attire. However, he swiftly abandoned the notion, preferring the reassuring solidity and security of the galleons in his pocket over the appealing robes before him. Subsequently, Hermione led them to a nearby stationery store, where she purchased ink and parchment. True to her scholarly nature, even her shopping choices favored academic supplies. In the midst of their light-hearted mood, an hour passed swiftly, and they arrived at Flourish and Blots. Along the way, they noticed throngs of people heading in the same direction, and upon arrival, they were astonished to find a large crowd gathered outside the bookstore. Seeing a massive banner hanging above, they learned that Gilderoy Lockhart was there for a book signing. Oh, we might actually meet him in person, Hermione exclaimed excitedly. Almost all the books on our list are authored by him. The attendees of Gilderoy Lockhart's signing event appeared to be predominantly peers of Mrs. Weasley, who buzzed with excitement at the prospect of encountering their idol, the handsome figure they admired. The bookstore was obliged to dispatch a wizard to maintain order at the entrance, calling out, "Ladies, please do not crowd. Watch the books." Taking advantage of their size, Harry, Ron, and Hermione maneuvered through the throng, squeezing into the bookstore. The turnout was indeed overwhelming, with the lines stretching from the entrance around to the back of the shop. A blonde, dashing figure was seated there, signing books. None other than Gilderoy Lockhart himself. Each of the trio seized a copy of Lockhart's book and stealthily joined the queue alongside the Grangers and the Weasleys. "Oh, you finally made it. We are about to be called," Mrs. Weasley said, her nervousness palpable as she fidgeted with her hair, anticipating her imminent encounter with Gilderoy Lockhart. "We will soon meet him and even have a chance to shake his hand." At this thought, she placed a hand on her chest, feeling her heart race. Gradually, their turn approached. Gilderoy Lockhart was seated behind a table adorned with his photographs. Each image portrayed him in various outfits, resembling a multitude of identical twins, all winking and showcasing their dazzling white teeth. In the center sat Lockhart himself, draped in a blue robe that complemented his blue eyes. A pointed wizard's hat perched jauntily atop his curly hair. A short man wielding a large black camera scurried around him, capturing shots, the flash illuminating the scene and releasing bursts of purple smoke. "Step aside," the short man shouted, appearing quite irritable as he dashed about in search of the perfect angle. "I suppose I owe you an apology," Ron grumbled, rubbing his foot, which had been stepped on by the man. Lockhart lifted his gaze, an exemplary performer who always seized the opportunity to transform every mishap into a publicity moment. With a slight flourish, he could ensure that the newspapers would feature headlines about Gilderoy Lockhart's approachable and affable demeanor. He glanced at Ron and then noticed the boy beside him with a scar on his forehead. His eyes widened momentarily before they sparkled with recognition, and he exclaimed, "Isn't this our Harry Potter?" At Lockhart's words, the line of patrons buzzed with excitement and curiosity, craning their necks to glimpse Harry, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at that moment. Lockhart bounded forward, parting the crowd as he approached. Grasping Harry's arm, he pulled him toward the table, where the audience erupted in a thunderous applause upon seeing the legendary savior, the boy who had vanquished the dark figure. Harry felt his face flush with warmth, wishing to escape the limelight, but Lockhart held his hand firmly, prompting the photographer to continue snapping pictures. The short man frantically pressed the shutter, darting about, nearly stepping on people and eliciting gasps from the crowd. "Keep smiling, Harry," Lockhart beamed, displaying his trademark smile and flashing his gleaming teeth. "We could make the front page." When Lockhart finally released Harry's hand, Harry felt his fingers numb from the grip. He yearned to blend back in the crowd, but Lockhart had other plans, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders, keeping him close. Lockhart raised his hand to quiet the gathering, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is an extraordinary moment. On this splendid occasion, I wish to announce a small yet significant matter that I have been holding back." As Lockhart's voice rang out, the crowd hushed in anticipation, eager for the revelation. "Today, our Harry Potter has come to flourish in blots merely to obtain a signed copy of my autobiography, and now I am delighted to present this book as a gift to him, completely free of charge." The applause erupted anew, thunderous and jubilant. But he is yet unaware, Lockhart's tone shifted, that he will soon receive a gift far more precious than my autobiography. In fact, he and his friends will be granted the true me. A me who wields magic. A wave of gasps and applause rippled through the crowd. Lockhart raised his voice. "Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I am both thrilled and proud to announce that this September I shall be appointed as the defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Upon finishing, Lockhart flashed the crowd another charming smile, showcasing his white teeth. The cheers and applause intensified. Even those merely curious onlookers were taken aback by the news. The position of defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts was rumored to be cursed by the dark wizard, and Gilderoy Lockhart's audacity to accept the role was indeed bold. Dazed, Harry squeezed his way out of the crowd, discovering that his arms were laden with the entirety of Lockhart's works, explaining his unsteady gait. He pressed against the wall and spotted Ginny nearby, with a newly purchased cauldron at her side. "These are for you," Harry said, pouring the books in her cauldron. "I will buy them again." But he held a poor impression of Lockhart and had no intention of keeping the books. "You must feel immensely proud, Potter." A voice he both recognized and despised emerged, prompting Harry to straighten up and meet Malfoy's gaze, which still bore that infuriating smirk. The famous Harry Potter. Malfoy elongated the words mockingly. making headlines even in a bookstore. Malfoy had come to purchase books as well, and was already aware that Gilderoy Lockhart would become the new defense against the dark arts professor. He knew well that Lockhart was a pretentious fool, yet he possessed immense fame, much like Harry himself. The thought of Potter and Lockhart becoming the talk of the town stirred a mixture of envy and resentment within him, prompting Malfoy to taunt Harry to "Don't be ridiculous," Harry retorted, unwilling to entertain such banter. Ginny shot a glare at Malfoy, fully aware of Harry's kindness and gentleness. Harry desired neither fame nor special treatment, which made her particularly irked by Malfoy's words. "Potter, you found yourself a protective girlfriend," Malfoy sneered, prompting Ginny to flush crimson, lowering her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Harry. "Stop it, unless you want to receive a thorough beating before school even starts." Harry was unafraid of Malfoy's taunts. He had grown accustomed to this persistent annoyance, but he could not tolerate Malfoy insulting his friends. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Harry spoke, the light in Ginny's eyes dimmed considerably. Ron and Hermione squeezed through the crowd, arms laden with books. "Here we go again," Ron remarked disdainfully at Malfoy. "Your eyes would look better with a nice shade of blue and purple to match." Malfoy's face instantly flushed crimson as he recalled the last time he had been bested by Ron. His head felt heavier with the memory. His astonishment. Weasley had dared to enter a shop and purchase items, but he mused. With these purchases, your parents must be starving for an entire month. Ron's face also reddened. Resembling an irate rooster, as he hurled his book to the ground, he charged towards Malfoy, prompting Hermione to intervene, while Harry stepped forward to shield her, equally eager to confront Malfoy. Ron. Mr. Weasley, accompanied by Fred, squeezed through, observing Ron's readiness to brawl, and immediately intervened. "What do you think you're doing? Come back, we're leaving." Ron, suppressing his fury, begrudgingly retreated. "Oh, it's Arthur Weasley," came the smooth voice of Lucius, appearing behind Malfoy with a hand resting on his shoulder. Wearing a disingenuous smile, strikingly similar to his son's. Truly a pair of hypocritical father and son. "Mr. Weasley," he said coldly in response, "I hear you've been quite busy with work lately, logging in overtime." Lucius proclaimed arrogantly, "With all those raids, they must have compensated you handsomely." He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a pristine copy of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "It seems you've recently struck it rich, no longer needing second-hand goods. Even the dregs of the wizarding world have found suitable owners." Lucius's expression fluctuated, his thoughts laced with curses of the Ministry's insistence that he dispose of his private stash, leading to significant losses, while Arthur Weasley thrived. "I certainly know what the dregs of the wizarding community are." Malfoy. Mr. Weasley's face was now equally flushed. He was not a man of many words. Lucius's gaze shifted to the anxious Granger couple standing nearby. "Look at the company you keep. Weasley, I thought your family couldn't possibly sink any lower." The Grangers exchanged uneasy glances, feeling the oppressive presence of this menacing stranger. While the wizarding world was undeniably fascinating, it posed a significant danger to them. Unlike wizards, they could not easily cast protective charms. Each time they accompanied their daughter into the wizarding realm, they had to tread carefully, concealing their worries from her. They discerned that the man before them was uttering insults, yet they felt powerless to respond. Mr. Granger discreetly glanced at Hermione, a wave of despair washing over him as he silently lamented. "I am useless. I cannot protect you." Almost as if sensing his thoughts, Hermione turned to her parents, her eyes welling with tears as she read the pain in her father's gaze. Though young, Hermione was not naive. A book lover possesses a tender heart and a complex inner world filled with dreams. She felt a profound guilt over her previous obliviousness to her parents' predicament. They had cared for her so deeply, concealing their struggles with remarkable skill. She had presumed her parents were as captivated by the enchanting wizarding world as she was, forgetting they were adults with established lives and beliefs, in their everyday lives. They were respected dentists, leading stable and fulfilling lives. Here, however, they were labeled muggles, regarded as fools. They were compelled to smile foolishly to avoid drawing attention to their true feelings. Contemplating this, tears threatened to spill from Hermione's eyes. She raised her chin, determined not to let her tears fall, gripping her wand tightly within her sleeve. Positioning herself protectively in front of her parents, Mr. Granger observed his daughter's expression shift from surprise to astonishment, regret, and guilt. At that moment, he resembled a protective lion cub. Shielding them with his small frame, he felt astonished and regretful, transmitting his negative emotions to his daughter, precisely what he had desperately sought to avoid. He reached out, intending to pull her aside, for it was his duty to protect her. His hand hovered in midair before gently resting on Hermione's head, tenderly ruffling her hair. She was his pride and joy, his most treasured possession. He felt her love and her desire to protect him in return. Hermione sensed the warm hand on her head, feeling her father's support emanating from it, making it difficult to contain her tears. Mrs. Granger witnessed this moment, remaining silent but inching closer, her shoulder brushing against her husband's, one hand gently resting on Hermione's shoulder. That instant, the hearts of the three were as one at that despicable Lucius. Mr. Weasley seethed with anger, able to tolerate mockery aimed at himself, but not at his friends. The Grangers were truly wonderful people. Their kindness over drinks earlier and their pride in Hermione were etched in his memory. Seeing Lucius insult his friends enraged Mr. Weasley, and without a second thought, he charged at Lucius like a bull. Before Lucius could react, he was rammed into a bookshelf, thick spellbooks tumbling down upon them. Fred swung his arms, shouting encouragement. "Go on, hit him!" "Dad, you're doing great." Mrs. Weasley let out a series of shrieks. "Arthur, stop this, please." Seizing the opportunity, Ron attempted to rush at Malfoy, but was swiftly halted by Mrs. Weasley, who exclaimed, "Do you want to get us into trouble too?" The commotion and screams quickly spread to the other patrons of the bookstore, creating a scene of chaos as people panicked and fled, knocking over more shelves and eliciting further gasps of alarm. "Gentlemen, please stop. Have mercy, I implore you," pleaded a bookstore employee, but his attempts fell on deaf ears, until a booming voice silenced the din. "Make way, gentlemen, make way." A giant, towering over the crowd, entered. Hagrid squeezed through the throng with his barrel-like frame. Approaching swiftly, he effortlessly separated Mr. Weasley and Lucius, who stood with a bruised forehead, still glaring daggers at Lucius. Lucius bore a dark mark under his eye. Still clutching Ginny's beginner's guide to Transfiguration, he shoved the book in her hands, his eyes glinting menacingly. "Little girl, hold on to that. Your father can't always afford new things." Lucius wriggled free from Hagrid's grasp and, with Draco in tow, hastily exited the door. "You needn't worry about him, Arthur," Hagrid said, reaching out to straighten Mr. Weasley's robes, inadvertently causing him to stumble. "They are rotten to the core, that entire family. Everyone knows it. The Malfoys are not to be trusted. Even their blood is tainted. Don't pay heed to what they say. Let us just head outside." The employee gazed at the culprits of the chaos, wishing to demand compensation, but upon witnessing Hagrid's immense physique, he quietly retreated. Once outside, the Grangers trembled in fear, having heard far too many terrifying tales from the wizarding world. Though this incident was merely a brawl, their hearts could not help but feel apprehensive. Mrs. Weasley gasped, "You truly set a fine example for the children, publicly fighting. What would Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart think of this?" "He would be thrilled," Fred dismissively remarked. "I overheard him earlier, telling that prophet fellow to include the fight in the report for sensationalism, that it was only upon returning to the leaky cauldron that everyone gradually settled from the earlier tumult." After a brief respite, they finally parted ways. Harry and Weasleys were set to return to their modest home, while the Grangers prepared to head back as well. With heartfelt farewells, Harry and Ron made sure to leave the Granger family's phone number. Hermione quietly followed her parents back home. Once within the safety of their abode, it was as if nothing had transpired. Everything appeared as it always did, warm and harmonious. Yet, the scene from Diagon Alley replayed incessantly in her mind. That night, Hermione found herself unable to concentrate on her reading or engage in her usual meditation routine. Her thoughts were a whirlwind. She had never felt so lost as she did that day. "Mom, what if I don't go to Hogwarts anymore?" Hermione, cradling a plush teddy bear, gently knocked on her mother's study door. Mrs. Granger was engrossed in a scholarly report on cutting-edge medical research beneath the glow of a bright desk lamp. Lifting her gaze from the pages, Mrs. Granger removed her glasses from the bridge of her nose and looked at her daughter with surprise. She was well aware of Hermione's fervent obsession with Hogwarts. "What is it, dear? Are you feeling upset?" Please share with me. Mom, I don't want to go to Hogwarts anymore, Hermione murmured, her head bowed and her voice lacking vitality as she clutched the teddy bear tightly. Mrs. Granger rose and led Hermione to the sofa in the study, encouraging her to sit down before offering her a cup of warm milk. I asked about what happened today at the leaky cauldron? Yes, Hermione replied, still gazing downwards, her grip on the teddy bear unyielding. Mrs. Granger reached out and gently ruffled Hermione's hair, speaking softly, "But that is all in the past, my dear. It has been resolved. Mr. Weasley is a trustworthy friend. Do not fret too much, sweetheart. No, it hasn't passed, Mom." Hermione's voice trembled. "I was so careless. I didn't notice that I shouldn't have been so negligent. I love the wonders and peculiarities of magic, and I excel at it. I can effortlessly master spells that baffle my classmates. But Dad and Mom don't need magic. You have your own lives, respectable jobs. You shouldn't be called muggles, and you shouldn't be anxious because of me." Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at her mother in confusion. "That my dear, you truly are perceptive," Mrs. Granger said gently. "What your father and I desire most is for you to be happy. That is the most important thing for us." She sat beside Hermione, wrapping her arm around her shoulders. "When we first received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, I could hardly believe it. Once the teachers confirmed it, we were filled with worry. Your father and I are dentists. It is a good job, stable and peaceful. Our lives may not be particularly vibrant, but we cherish our tranquil existence." "Yes," Hermione responded softly, appreciating her family and their serene life. Even as she yearned for the enchanting adventures at Hogwarts, "I considered not allowing you to attend Hogwarts. I have never experienced the magical world myself. I do not know what kind of job you will pursue after graduation. I even wonder if your classmates include a balding, big-nosed witch." Mrs. Granger recalled the events of the previous year. Hermione laughed lightly at this thought. "And I worry about how you will navigate romance. After graduation, you might find yourself only able to marry a wizard. For other boys may be frightened away by your witch identity," Mrs. Granger said, her gaze fixed intently on Hermione, filled with concern. Hearing her mother's worries made Hermione feel touched. Yet her ears flushed with embarrassment. Her mother was contemplating such distant matters, and she was merely 12. "It was your father who convinced me," Mrs. Granger said, her eyes sparkling. "He told me that our daughter is not merely an extension of our lives, nor a continuation of our existence, nor our replica. You are an independent individual, possessing your own life, with your unique sorrows and joys that we can support and guide you from behind, but we cannot hinder you." "Dad," Hermione murmured softly, "you have always been incredibly understanding. You were far smarter than us when you were little, especially compared to your father," Mrs. Granger teased, winking playfully. Was Dad really that foolish as a child?" Hermione grinned. "Well, a bit, but let's not dwell on that." Mrs. Granger began to respond but caught herself, shifting the topic. "We can see how much you adore Hogwarts. You love magic and you excel at it. More importantly, you have formed many significant friendships there." "Friendships," Hermione echoed, her eyelids fluttering. What she most regretted about leaving was not the magic or the marvels of the wizarding world, but her cherished friends, Harry, Ron, George, Neville, Luna, from a young age. Hermione had been exceptionally bright, yet no matter how intelligent a child might be, they remained a child nonetheless. They struggled to conceal their behaviors, their likes and dislikes, which often led to their kindness and malice being starkly apparent. The outcasts were despised, while the precocious were also met with disdain. That Hermione's early school years were not particularly joyful. She had not yet reached the age where she could mask her true thoughts and desires. Furthermore, the Grangers had no intention of teaching her to don such deceptive aids prematurely. In her year at Hogwarts, she had acquired friends unlike any she had known before, true friends. They learned together, encouraged one another, trained side by side, and fought together. They protected the Philosopher's Stone and defeated the Dark Lord of the wizarding world together. Your father and I will support you and protect you. After Hogwarts, if you wish to continue your studies, we can pursue further education together. Be it Cambridge, Yale, or Harvard, you can gain admission to any of them," Mrs. Granger said, her gaze filled with confidence. "Yes, I can get in," Hermione affirmed, fully aware of the challenges these institutions presented, yet confident in her abilities. Even if time was tight and her studies were lacking, magic would surely aid her. If you wish to become a witch after graduation, your father and I will support you. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable witch, or at the very least, a happy one, Mrs. Granger assured her mom. Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Mrs. Granger. Now, give me a kiss, dear, and hurry off to bed. I will return to my reading and then retire as well, Mrs. Granger said, pulling her daughter close and planting a firm kiss on her forehead. Okay, Mom. Good night. Hermione, feeling a bit shy, clutched her teddy bear and scurried out, wishing her mother a good night before gently closing the door behind her. Emerging from her mother's study, Hermione's expression had transformed into one of determination. Seated in a corner of a CEF, Hermione gazed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling pedestrians outside. The individuals on the street continuously intersected, each pursuing their own lives, each navigating their own confusions. The door swung open, and a dapperly dressed, vigorous man strode in. Exuding an air of confidence, his broad chest and shoulders made his suit appear almost like armor, complemented by his handsome features reminiscent of a movie star. The CAF patrons couldn't help but steal glances at the newcomer. Speculating on which celebrity had just arrived, he approached Hermione, unfastened the lowest button of his suit jacket, and took a seat. What prompted you to invite me for coffee? Just a pot of coffee, please, with extra sugar and milk. Thank you, he requested quietly from the waiter. Seeing you dressed so formally, I thought you'd approach coffee with a serious demeanor, Hermione observed cautiously. Noting how different George appeared today, clad in a suit rather than his usual robes, he looked more fitting for Hollywood than Hogwarts. You suggested I go to the gym. I could recognize most of the equipment. As for coffee, I only know it can boost metabolism, and adding sugar and milk makes it less bitter. It's something I can drink regularly, George replied, accepting the coffee from the waiter. The simplicity of this drink was its greatest advantage. It arrived swiftly. Now, tell me why you suddenly wish to drop out, George said, stirring his coffee slowly as he recalled his surprise upon receiving Hermione's call. Hermione recounted the events that had transpired in Diagon Alley and her subsequent thoughts, her voice trembling in the warm air. She cradled the steaming cup, savoring its warmth, perhaps to mask the redness around her eyes. George remained silent for a considerable time, realizing that Hermione's situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. If it were any other matter, it would have been easily resolved. In modern society, most problems stem from economic issues. Whether concerning careers, dreams, or families, these challenges could often be alleviated through financial means. For him, economic concerns were of no consequence. Even if the Granger couple opposed Hermione attending Hogwarts, it would pose no challenge. It is quite effortless to encourage someone to pursue freedom, especially when one is capable of providing tangible assistance. People have an innate yearning for liberty. When one possesses capital, along with ideas and the will, freedom becomes readily accessible. Yet, it is precisely Hermione who harbors a reluctance to attend school. She does not wish to distance herself from her parents, nor does she want to hear others refer to them as muggles. She is unwilling for them to worry about her. Have you spoken with your parents? George pondered, seeking alternative avenues for discussion. My mother told me they support me, they love me, and they want me to be happy. Thus, despite their considerable concern, they still sent me to Hogwarts. They simply wish for my happiness. Hermione's voice trembled with emotion, strengthening my resolve to withdraw from school. I love them. Here. George handed Hermione a handkerchief to dry her tears. Don't cry, or others might think I'm a lowly con and report me. Hermione momentarily cheered, had her sadness dispelled by George's humor. You still use a handkerchief? She exclaimed incredulously. A handkerchief, tissues, a sunshade, sunscreen. These are all essentials for a gentleman, George replied with a serious expression, as if stating the obvious. Listening to George, Hermione found herself even more astonished. You're a wizard, from a wizarding family. How can you be more feminine than I am? I never carry such things when I go out. Being born into a wizarding family merely signifies one's origin. It is not an extraordinary feat. Being born into a muggle family does not preclude one from becoming a wizard. George winked at Hermione. You'd never guess, but I once considered not being a wizard and instead living as an ordinary person, seeking gold in America, going to Wall Street or Hollywood. Living like an average person, carefree and unburdened, would be far simpler for me. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape, her surprise evident only through her expressive countenance. The notion that George, a natural-born wizard, had dreamed of being an ordinary person was astonishing. You know, I have read extensively. My family runs a bookstore, and books have been my only companions since childhood. In addition to tomes from the wizarding world, I have also delved into many from the ordinary realm. George explained the origins of his peculiar thoughts. At this revelation, Hermione's heart quivered. She was aware that George's only relative had been his grandmother. Behind his simple statement lay a wealth of untold stories. Thus, from a very young age, I yearned to live as an ordinary person, free from the worries of magic explosions, falling from broomsticks, or the sudden emergence of dark wizards. George sipped his coffee, continuing. Yet ultimately, I could not choose that path, had I been unaware of the magical world from the outset. I could have quietly lived as an ordinary person, but once I became aware, escape from the wizarding realm was no longer an option. What if Voldemort triumphed? What if other ambitious individuals arose? George's voice was soft yet calm, the implications of his words strikingly profound. Hermione had never considered the ramifications of Voldemort's potential victory. Initially, he had seemed far too distant, almost abstract, even during the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort had merely been a code name, a term devoid of the terror he would later embody. Despite his notorious reputation in the wizarding community, his influence on the mundane world had been negligible. If Voldemort were to succeed, he might reign over the magical realm for a time, but eventually, his thirst for power would drive him to extend his malice into the real world. He might be vanquished by modern weaponry. Yet there existed the possibility he could incite war or even dominate the globe. George was not exaggerating Voldemort's threat. He did not presume that Voldemort would inevitably triumph over contemporary arms. But the mere possibility was chilling. Thus, even though I recognized that I could lead a simpler life, engaging in pursuits that bring me joy, once I became aware of the magical world and the potential emergence of Voldemort, my choices evaporated. The determined light shone in George's eyes as he spoke resolutely. Hermione was taken aback by George's perspective. She had always known him to be exceptionally proficient in his studies, never having faltered, and she aspired to catch up to him, to surpass him. She understood that he spent every spare moment in the library, and she too cherished reading, relishing the discovery of the unknown. She was aware that George seized every opportunity to enhance his abilities, mastering spells that confounded others with remarkable ease. Yet, the motivations behind their endeavors diverged significantly. George seemed to be fleeing from a beast, whereas Hermione's pursuits stemmed merely from passion. Her enthusiasm made her studies enjoyable and liberating, yet she would not sacrifice other significant aspects of her life for it. In contrast, George appeared to be driven by an ever-looming threat, his learning and training imbued with fear and pressure. This dynamic propelled him forward with remarkable speed, yet also burdened him heavily. It's not so terrifying. After all, there's Dumbledore and professors, and even the Ministry of Magic. Hermione had forgotten her original intention of dropping out, seeking George's counsel instead. Upon uncovering the immense secret he harbored and the significant weight he bore, all she felt was profound sympathy, prompting her to comfort him. During the Philosopher's Stone incident, we discovered that Dumbledore harbored thoughts of resignation. He is old and wearied. He had contemplated stepping down, something we uncovered together. George calmly recounted their previous suspicions. Indeed, Dumbledore has aged. Yet there are still the professors. Hermione's voice dwindled, betraying her lack of conviction, as though she herself found it hard to believe. During the Philosopher's Stone incident, we had already had some interaction with the professor's methods and thoughts. George chuckled wryly. They are indeed rather unreliable, and they wouldn't believe us. Hermione looked dejectedly back on that time, recalling how, despite their warnings, the professors had merely regarded them as children, which they indeed were. The Ministry of Magic has never truly impeded Voldemort. George dismissed the Ministry's reliability, questioning their loyalty and courage to confront Voldemort. Their rigid structure and lack of formidable strength rendered them ineffective. So what shall we do? Hermione was now thoroughly alarmed by George's conjectures. The prospect of Voldemort's return loomed ominously, and with Dumbledore aging and contemplating retirement, the professors were untrustworthy, and the Ministry of Magic was no solace. The thought of Voldemort possibly winning, invading the mundane world, and how they might treat those they referred to as muggles instilled a fresh fear within her. Suddenly, the pressures and fears she had previously felt in light of Lucius paled in comparison. Knowing they were all trembling subordinates in the presence of Voldemort was sobering. Dumbledore was growing old, weary, and unwilling to continue. Yet the magical realm must persist, requiring new leadership to ensure peace and the continuation of life, as it was for both the magical and non-magical communities. George was not deceiving. This was his genuine belief and desire, and he was diligently working towards it. You intend to succeed, Dumbledore? Hermione asked, her expression a mix of incredulity, never expecting George would aspire to become a new champion against evil. No, one cannot rely on a single individual to combat evil. The safety of the magical realm cannot rest on one person's shoulders, for that individual may end up like Dumbledore, barely managing to hold on during Voldemort's reign, only to wish for death once Voldemort was vanquished. George leaned closer. Lowering his voice, he held little reverence for Dumbledore, as the era he lived in was no longer illuminated by Dumbledore's presence. Dumbledore has completely concealed himself behind the scenes, unable to bestow strength and confidence upon the youth any longer. Therefore, the individuals you wish to see are Harry, Ron, and even Hermione, who hesitated and rolled her eyes, but ultimately declared, and me. Aside from you all, there's everyone else. That George's tone was remarkably lighthearted, since it was a matter of fostering the forces of justice. An abundance of such power would naturally be welcomed. So, Miss Granger, are you prepared to combat evil and uphold world peace? When darkness descends, are you ready to save the world? George raised his voice, employing an elegant, lyrical tone that resonated throughout the CF. Hermione felt her face flush with embarrassment. She dared not glance around but could sense the friendly gazes surrounding her, all watching with smiles. Yet George's encouragement spurred her on. When darkness arrives, I shall dispel it. When light fades, I shall usher it in. All that my gaze encompasses shall face no regrets in life or death. Under George's prompting, Hermione proclaimed in a clear, melodious voice. The CF erupted into a thunderous applause. Accompanied by enthusiastic cheers, Hermione felt her ears and face burning. She grasped George's hand and fled the CF, faintly hearing exclamations of "What fun!" and "Youth is wonderful!" and "Cosplay!" from the patrons who hadn't yet settled their bills. Under the enchanting moonlight, the dark sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and among them orbited a bright, full moon. The cold moon cast a delicate silver sheen, like gossamer or fine silk, spilling over the lofty hills and climbing the majestic castle. The castle's spires pointed towards the heavens, and open windows revealed a shimmering glow, transmitting sounds of merriment. Inside the castle, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed, and the lofty ceiling appeared almost transparent, allowing the stars and the cold moonlight to filter down, creating a serene ambience. As the ceiling descended slightly, countless candles floated in midair, breaking the chill of the sky and igniting warmth in the grand hall. The orange candlelight illuminated the resplendent dining hall of Hogwarts, where teachers and students gathered in joyous assembly. There was still that tattered, patched sorting hat. Hermione gazed at the cautious first years beneath the hat, feeling a wave of nostalgia. She too had once waited anxiously for the sorting hat's decree. Now, having completed her first year at Hogwarts, she had blossomed into an accomplished witch. From contemplating dropping out in Diagon Alley to discussing it with her family, she had prepared herself for withdrawal. Yet ultimately, she was swayed by George, realizing she could not so easily escape, nor could she ever return to being just a simple girl. Moreover, as George had pointed out, dissatisfaction and misfortune are inevitable in life. If she fled this time, how would she face the next? The shadow of Voldemort still loomed over the wizarding world. If his scheme succeeded and he gained control, he would not remain docile. The safety of the real world could not rely solely on others for protection. The responsibility for safeguarding her family could not rest on the hope of escaping the magical realm. She believed George could ultimately thwart Voldemort, but she also wished to be involved, to contribute her strength. She had not disclosed her intentions to her parents, but she had resolved to protect her mother and father, her school, and all that she cherished. Why can't they just repair the sorting hat? Must it look so shabby and worn? Hermione muttered softly as she watched another first year with lovely golden hair don the tattered hat. Indeed, I feel the same. Tea the very least. They should clean it, chimed in Parvati Patil, Hermione's roommate, a beautiful Indian girl with whom she shared a good rapport, as each first year was sorted into their respective houses to applause. Hermione felt a surge of happiness. It was wonderful not to have dropped out. This life was truly delightful. As the sorting ceremony drew to a close, Hermione could no longer suppress her curiosity and glanced around. Where had Harry and Ron disappeared to? She realized she hadn't seen them on the train, having been engrossed in conversation with George. She assumed she would see them upon arriving at school. However, with the banquet about to commence, it was quite surprising that Harry and Ron had yet to appear. With this thought, Hermione turned her gaze towards George, who was chatting with Kate in the Ravenclaw section. He likely hadn't seen them either. Hermione silently noted that George had been with her on the train and probably hadn't encountered Harry and Ron either. Does anyone know where Harry and Ron have gone? The banquet is about to start. Hermione leaned over to ask others. Did you see them on the train? I didn't see them at all. I haven't seen Harry either, but by now, they should have shown up. Neville added, somewhat flustered. Hermione's friendship with Harry and Ron was the closest. If she didn't know where they were, who could? Others echoed that they had not seen Harry and Ron either. I'll ask Fred and the others. Neville offered, sensing Hermione's concern. They still had not appeared, and no one had seen Harry and Ron. Hermione couldn't help but worry, her mind racing with possibilities. Had Harry and Ron decided to drop out? The thought seemed improbable, yet their continued absence made her increasingly anxious, leading her to entertain the notion. Soon, Neville hurried back, breathless, and said, it's bad news. Fred hasn't seen Harry and Ron either. They went together to platform 9 3/4, but got separated there. If they haven't arrived by now, they must have missed the train. Oh, Hermione exclaimed, covering her forehead in frustration. How could they be so foolish as to miss the train? Couldn't they have waited at the station a little earlier? What should we do? Neville stammered, unsure of how to proceed. We'll have to inform Professor McGonagall. While we might end up in trouble, she should send someone to retrieve Harry and Ron, Hermione suggested, her mind racing for a solution. Although they would likely face a reprimand from Professor McGonagall, the train wouldn't delay its departure for just Harry and Ron. Let's do that. I'll go speak with Professor McGonagall, she decided, with a plan in mind. Neville's confidence returned. Harry had helped him many times, and he wished to assist Harry in turn. Let's go together. The more of us there are, the milder Professor McGonagall's reprimand will be. The first day of school had taken such an unexpected turn, leaving Hermione with a headache. But what could she do when Harry and the others were her friends? However, they soon found they would not need to seek out Harry, for shortly after the banquet began, they began to hear strange rumors regarding him. Harry was expelled. Someone saw a flying car chasing the train. They claimed Harry had missed the train and was in that flying car. Neville, pale with fear, expressed his deep concern for Harry, and before the banquet concluded, he was already searching for Professor McGonagall. Who said that? A flying car? That's absurd. Wizards don't drive cars, Hermione responded, skeptical of the tale. She knew wizards did not use cars. They didn't even rely on electric lights or refrigerators. It was Malfoy and the others. During the sorting ceremony, they noticed Professor Snape was absent, and then Professor McGonagall was nowhere to be found. Finally, Dumbledore and all the other professors vanished. Harry and his friends must have gotten into serious trouble. Neville's complexion turned ghostly, and he began to stutter again. Neville, don't worry. Malfoy's words aren't worth a grain of salt. The school wouldn't expel students just like that. Hermione reassured him softly, though her heart tightened with anxiety. Though Malfoy was unpleasant, he was often well-informed. Harry and Ron might indeed be in trouble. If it were merely a reprimand from Professor McGonagall, it would be manageable. At worst, a loss of house points. But if Snape caught them, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Harry. Now that even Dumbledore was involved, Hermione's worry intensified. She could hardly wait to confront Professor McGonagall to ascertain the truth. But what if Harry and Ron had truly gotten caught? One must first comprehend the circumstances before devising a method to cope. For a fleeting moment, the sumptuous feast at the banquet lost its allure, leaving Hermione to console herself with the thought that even if they had resorted to magic to catch the train, it was not an insurmountable issue that would lead to expulsion. Hermione anxiously awaited the conclusion of the dinner, while Neville, unable to quell his worries, darted about in search of information, which only yielded increasingly dire news. Harry and his companions had crashed into the Whomping Willow and had already been taken to the hospital. They had collided with a hillside and were now incapacitated. They had plunged into the lake, with all the professors rushing to their rescue. Yet they could not be saved. Harry and his friends were dead. Overcome with sorrow, Neville began to weep. Neville, do not heed Malfoy's fabrications, and refrain from seeking further news. We shall see Harry shortly, Hermione urged, her voice rising slightly as she frowned. She had intended to dissuade Neville from his inquiries. Yet her own worry was undeniable. Although the increasingly outrageous rumors suggested Malfoy was spreading lies, her heart raced with anxiety, yet she refused to be deceived. Indeed, let us hasten to find Harry, though Neville was ensnared by Malfoy's deceit. He knew who could be trusted, and with Hermione's affirmation, his panic lessened. Once the banquet concluded, Hermione led Neville to Professor McGonagall, who confirmed that Malfoy was merely spinning tales. Professor McGonagall did not wish to dwell on Harry's predicament, only informing them that Harry had returned to the dormitory, at the very least. They would not face expulsion. As Hermione spoke, she rushed toward the dormitory. What on earth is happening with you two? Everyone's gossiping. Malfoy has concocted a plethora of rumors, claiming you were expelled, that you crashed a flying car into a hillside and are now incapacitated, and that you even plunged into the lake, prompting Dumbledore himself to attempt a rescue. Hermione arrived just in time to see Harry and Ron blocked at the entrance to the dormitory, unaware of the new academic year's password to the fat lady's portrait. Malfoy is talking nonsense. We did not crash into the hillside, nor did we fall into the lake. Ron seethed, his anger palpable as he endured Malfoy's fabrications. That we shall not be expelled, Harry reassured Hermione gently, feeling slightly embarrassed by her concern. So, you indeed arrived in a flying car, and you were apprehended? Hermione's tone was stern, bewildered by their reckless behavior. Could you not have notified a professor to come for you? Where did you even acquire that car? Stop lecturing us. We had just been chastised by a professor. What is the password? Ron replied, a hint of impatience in his expression. Who wishes for such a predicament? Who wants to be caught? Today has been exceedingly unfortunate. Fred has flown numerous times without incident. They had not only missed the train, but had also collided with the Whomping Willow, only to be discovered by Snape. It seemed calamity had befallen them all at once. The password is Fizzing Whiz Bee, Neville murmured, relieved as long as Harry was unharmed, believing Hermione to be overly severe. This is no trivial matter. Hermione grew increasingly impatient. Did she wish to lecture them? Who, in truth, desires to lecture or chastise? It was merely because their actions were so outrageous, a significant transgression. While they felt unfortunate, Hermione felt unjustly burdened, having committed no fault herself. She found herself worrying about them, only to end up educating them. Before Hermione could finish her statement, she was interrupted as the fat lady's portrait swung open, revealing the throng in the common room. Upon spotting Harry and Ron, they erupted into thunderous applause. The Gryffindor students had not yet retired for the night. They were gathered in the circular common room, eager for Harry and Ron to recount their adventure. As the door swung open, a multitude of hands enthusiastically pulled Harry and Ron forward, leaving Hermione to ascend on her own. Marvelous! Lee Jordan exclaimed, embracing Harry warmly. What an extraordinary adventure, an unforgettable experience. A flying car crashing into the Whomping Willow. People will remember this and discuss it for years to come. Hermione, listening to Lee's exaggerated tone, momentarily struggled to discern whether he was offering praise or mockery. After scrutinizing his expression for some time, she ultimately concluded that it was indeed commendation. Well done. This was a senior student whom Harry did not recognize. His face aglow with excitement over the tale, even more so than Harry himself. Another unfamiliar student patted Harry on the back, commending him. Harry felt a tinge of embarrassment, uncertain whether their ostentatious expressions conveyed admiration or sympathy. Fred finally managed to squeeze to the front, looking reproachful. Why didn't you call me to come along? Harry realized that Fred genuinely wished to have joined them on their flight. Hermione gazed at the boys before her, perceiving them as creatures from an entirely different realm. Feeling a sudden disinterest, she lost the inclination to converse with Harry and made her way back to the dormitory. Not everyone was extolling Harry's feats. Neville remained apprehensive about Harry's recklessness and chose not to approach. Harry noticed Percy pushing through the crowd, his expression one of displeasure, as if he intended to reprimand them. Harry quickly nudged Ron with his elbow and tilted his head in Percy's direction, prompting Ron to understand immediately. "I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest," Ron declared, stretching lazily, feigning lethargy, yet quickening his pace as they maneuvered toward another exit. Emerging from the door and traversing the spiral staircase, Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the familiar circular room, Ron offered a sheepish smile. "I realize this isn't something to take pride in," but the dormitory door swung open, and their roommates rushed in, disbelief lighting their faces. "Cool." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. They had been utterly foolish, missing the train when they could have notified a professor or devised another plan. Hermione waved her arms, her expression one of astonishment at their folly. They had actually flown a car to school, crashed into the Whomping Willow, and been caught by Snape. George listened intently to Hermione's complaints, nodding occasionally and responding with murmurs of agreement. "You could have been severely injured, or worse, expelled. And you damaged a car, the ownership of which remains unknown." To Hermione's ire escalated with each word, her eyes blazing. While others regarded this as a remarkable adventure, I feel as though we are from entirely different worlds. Upon finishing her tirade, Hermione suddenly fixed George with a stern gaze. "George, you don't happen to share the same sentiment as those boys. Thinking this is a grand escapade, do you?" Caught off guard by Hermione's sudden scrutiny, George wore an odd expression, internally questioning her words. What did she mean by not being like the other boys? Observing Hermione's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Had she been in the car, her complaints would surely have been different. George remembered well that Hermione had participated in her share of adventures, from Hagrid's secret dragon rearing to the tasks involving the three-headed dog, the Devil's Snare, and the Key Room during the Philosopher's Stone escapade. That it was only by focusing solely on Harry and Ron's mistakes that she found their actions utterly incomprehensible. Naturally, George refrained from articulating these thoughts aloud. He pondered his words carefully, acknowledging that Harry and his friends had indeed acted recklessly, allowing their minds to run wild in their pursuit of the train. Hearing George seemingly defend Harry and his friends, Hermione furrowed her brow and emitted a disapproving humph. George glanced at Hermione and quickly added, but it was quite unwise that Hermione's expression softened with satisfaction as she nodded slightly, encouraging George to continue. They had acquired the car from Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, which was in violation of the Ministry of Magic's regulations against the misuse of magical objects, potentially causing trouble for Mr. Weasley. To avoid upsetting Hermione, George deliberately omitted the term muggle. Not only had they embarked on a reckless adventure, but they also risked implicating Mr. Weasley, which was utterly unfortunate. Hermione, realizing the situation only upon George's mention, felt even less pleased with Ron and the others' recklessness. Mr. Weasley had confronted Lucius Malfoy at Flourish and Blots, leaving her with a favorable impression of him. Most critically, they could have sustained injuries or even lost their lives. A flying car, after all, remained merely a car. The journey was perilous and fraught with danger. George spoke the truth. The gravest error made by Harry and his companions was their excessive recklessness. Although the enchanted car had undergone several modifications by Mr. Weasley, it remained fundamentally a salvaged vehicle, transformed with a limited array of ordinary materials. Its performance was exceedingly constrained, and the fact that it managed to endure such a long journey can only be attributed to Mr. Weasley's improving craftsmanship and, undeniably, the sheer fortune of Harry and his friends. Had the car encountered trouble even a moment earlier, they would have faced the terrifying prospect of plummeting from the sky or careening into a lake. As George contemplated the potential dangers they faced on their journey, he articulated his thoughts, recognizing how fortunate they were. Hearing this shared assessment, Hermione finally accepted that she and George were in agreement. Nodding in satisfaction, they neared the school. The flying car could no longer maintain its altitude, ultimately colliding with the Whomping Willow. Ron believed himself to be merely unfortunate, yet in reality they could hardly be deemed exceptionally lucky. But neither could they be considered truly unfortunate. Had the car malfunctioned even slightly earlier, they would have plunged into the lake, with no one available to rescue them. Perhaps today, Hogwarts would have been compelled to hold a funeral for them. If the car had failed mid-flight, Harry and Ron would have lacked the means to protect themselves, leading to dire consequences. To be precise, they were indeed quite fortunate. However, amidst a series of fortunate events, they suddenly returned to normalcy only to encounter the calamity of their vehicle's destruction and subsequent capture. Any additional misfortune could have resulted in catastrophic outcomes. What I found most intolerable was their utter lack of remorse. Believing they had committed no wrongdoing, and even considering my concerns to be mere nagging, taking pride in their defiance, Hermione could not help but vent her frustrations to George. Her sole concern lay with Harry and Ron, and she was taken aback that Ron deemed her to be nagging. Did they truly believe I relished lecturing them? Did they think me unreasonable and self-pitying? I merely worry for their well-being. Yet they treat me in this manner. This was the source of Hermione's greatest grievance. She was the one genuinely concerned, while Ron and the others reveled in their reckless adventure, ultimately dismissing her as overly cautious. Ron's attitude was truly lamentable. To be cared for by a girl is a wonderful thing. George instantly adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, vociferously denouncing Ron's irrationality. He extolled the virtues of receiving attention from girls, emphasizing how much Ron's actions would evoke the ire of the heavens. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. No, really, I'm not that wonderful. I should try to understand them better. After all, they never intended for this to happen. Listening to George's indictment of Ron's actions as unforgivable and his own concern as thoughtful and considerate, Hermione felt a tinge of embarrassment. She even began to confess some of her own shortcomings, not wanting George to paint her as too perfect. Ron would undoubtedly face severe consequences for hurting the feelings of the girl who cared for him. Mrs. Weasley would soon deliver a stern reprimand. And furthermore, being caught by Snape meant they would not escape lightly. With a moment's reflection, George imagined Ron's impending fate and shared it with Hermione as a means of consolation that I hadn't considered that. Indeed, Ron is also a victim. Hermione certainly did not wish for Ron to be punished. Her sensitivity and anger stemmed from her concern for him and Harry. Yet now, realizing that Ron would soon face strict consequences, she began to worry for both him and Harry. As they spoke, the very calamity she feared began to unfold. The postman arrived, a flurry of owls swooping in, swirling above the hall. They dropped letters and parcels from the air. And George couldn't help but complain. I wish they could deliver in a more amiable manner or at least have a designated receiving area. These unreliable creatures not only risk interception but also shed feathers, scattering their deliveries carelessly. Every time they enter, I must brace myself to avoid becoming the unfortunate recipient of their chaos. Today, that unfortunate soul was Neville, as a large package struck his head, while a hefty gray owl landed in his bowl, splattering him with milk and feathers. That was Ron's ailing owl. Hermione also noticed the commotion at the Gryffindor table several tables away. Look, Ron is about to be punished. George winked at Hermione. Hermione smiled briefly, then resumed her worry for Ron. I hope nothing bad happens. She anxiously questioned George. Getting scolded is certain, but thankfully the school does not intend to expel him. Mrs. Weasley won't throw him out either. George replied lightly, when one causes trouble, one must face the consequences. Hermione and George watched Ron's predicament unfold with a sense of amusement. Ron, however, felt anything but relaxed. The joy he had felt yesterday vanished upon seeing his family's owl. He received a howler, and he could already envision the fury of his mother. Oh dear, this is simply dreadful. He wished to sink into a crack in the floor, wishing he could erase the nagging and scolding from existence. Yet reality was unyieldingly harsh and far from pleasant. Trembling, he gingerly opened the howler, tearing it open halfway before the overwhelming volume sent him sprawling, the letter exploding in his hands. You stole a car. I would not be surprised if you were expelled. Just wait until you return from Hogwarts. You will see what I do to you. You have no idea how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing. Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed as if amplified by the most fearsome loudspeaker, 100 times louder than usual. The sound reverberated through the hall, shaking the tables and chairs as the echoes bounced off the stone walls, leaving everyone in the great hall in shock. What manner of magic was this? Ron crouched beneath the table, his presence entirely obscured. Last night, we received a letter from Dumbledore at midnight, and we were mortified. We raise you with such care, never expecting you would engage in such behavior, nearly costing your life alongside Harry. Harry, seated beside the table, was also rocked by the volume. I am furious. Your father has been undergoing checks from last night until now. And this is all you're doing, that if you do not behave yourself, we will come to fetch you. The yelling finally ceased, and the hall fell silent. After a long pause, the sounds of the dining hall resumed. Hermione gazed at Harry and Ron, who stood dazed and bewildered, feeling a pang of sympathy. Mrs. Weasley was indeed quite stern. Now do you think Ron would dare commit such a blunder again? George tilted his head, gesturing towards Ron's current predicament. I believe he truly will not dare again. Hermione replied anxiously, Mr. Weasley will also face scrutiny. He is a good... No need to worry. Mr. Weasley's department comprises only him and another elderly wizard. The Ministry of Magic would find it challenging to locate another employee as commendable as him. Besides, Mr. Weasley is not particularly invested in his position at the Ministry. George gently reassured Hermione, secretly thinking that if Mr. Weasley were to be dismissed, he would have no choice but to work for me wholeheartedly. I hope that's the case. Hermione, not as well versed in the Weasley family's circumstances as George, recognized that he would not speak without reason and began to feel more at ease. Are you still angry, Ron? George redirected the conversation to its original intent, reminding Hermione of her initial purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione replied, I am no longer angry. He certainly won't dare to act like this again. Indeed, that is the spirit. George regarded Hermione with admiration, surprised by her understanding nature. Your anger stemmed from concern for them, fearing their recklessness would endanger them. Now that they have learned their lesson, any reminders would only stir their resentment towards their punishment. Ah, how complex! Hermione reflected on George's insights, finding them quite reasonable. However, she had not overanalyzed. Her primary sentiment was pity for Harry and Ron's predicament. Recall the relationship between Snape and Harry. George attempted to provide an example for better understanding. Harry's father saved Professor Snape's life, which is why he harbors such animosity towards Harry. Hermione scratched her head, recalling Harry's past words. But Snape does not actually wish to harm Harry. He has tried to protect him, both on the Quidditch pitch and regarding the Philosopher's Stone. George guided Hermione to recall these matters, illustrating Snape's peculiar sentiments towards Harry. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Harry, perpetually placing him in uncomfortable situations, which Harry reciprocated with disdain. Hermione pondered the intricate relationship between Harry and Snape. It was indeed a convoluted entanglement, as Snape's hatred for Harry's father was unjustly projected onto Harry himself. This was profoundly unfair and decidedly unscrupulous. After all, one may wish to protect another without the necessity of friendship. Indeed, they could even be adversaries. George shrugged, acknowledging the complexity of Harry and Snape's relationship, which no one could untangle. Conversely, one may care for and assist another without necessarily receiving goodwill or affirmation in return. Hermione, exceptionally astute, always possessed an uncanny ability to grasp the essence of matters. You are perpetually so insightful. Much like your concern yesterday, a mere hint suffices for them to comprehend. However, if you incessantly remind them, they might perceive it as mockery. George consoled Hermione, noting that a clever and gentle soul is often the most susceptible to hurt, as they tend to overthink and suffer the most. How utterly perplexing! Hermione exclaimed, shaking her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Why can't there be more sincerity and less manipulation? Have you ever considered reducing your reading, minimizing your exercises, and studying less, while still securing the top position? George remarked dismissively, providing an example closely related to Hermione. That is not comparable, Hermione retorted, convinced that books could not possibly embody such complexity. Is it truly dissimilar? Acquiring knowledge and achieving good grades necessitates time, energy, and practice. Why then assume that friendship can be effortlessly attained? George countered earnestly, expressing his disapproval of those who take friendship and affection for granted in reality. What does it mean to love me while tolerating all my flaws? What defines a friend who offers unconditional trust? Is this not akin to abduction or wanton destruction? Emotions are never one-sided, nor should they be boundless in their excesses. Relationships require mutual cooperation, Unilaterally proclaiming one's good intentions merely serves as condescension. Only genuine, practical advice constitutes true counsel. Had Hermione proposed a solution to spare Ron from their mother's reprimands yesterday, Ron would have certainly appreciated her input rather than deeming her repetitive. Yet, when Hermione could only reiterate their mistakes, her concern morphed into criticism, which Ron and Harry found unpalatable, as would most others. Perhaps only George would appreciate it. "Do you know how the initial encounter between Malfoy and Harry unfolded?" George inquired, fully aware that Hermione was oblivious. "When Malfoy first met Harry, only he and Malfoy's two lackeys were present. I only recall that they had a falling out." Hermione frowned, reflecting on her sharp memory of the events on the train. Initially, Malfoy sought to befriend Harry. Leaning in closer, George lowered his voice to avoid detection by others. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape. The animosity between Malfoy and Harry was no less than that with Snape, perhaps even greater. Yet, Malfoy had initially wished to befriend Harry. How could that be? "The truth remains," George replied nonchalantly. "A detestable person invariably ruins everything. Malfoy's unlikability has not waned. His desire for friendship does not align with that of a typical individual. In light of this," Hermione pursed her lips, recalling those individuals who, regardless of their actions, invariably provoke disdain. Much like Snape, who, despite his intentions to protect Harry, was perceived as a threat to his life. Precisely, George concurred, relishing this revelation.